Chapter 1. The Dawn Set Sail. In the dimly lit room, a faint blue light flickered, illuminating a large life support glass container standing alone in the center. A young man, bare-chested, shivered slightly within. On the white sticker outside the glass jar was his name. Fang Ye. His eyes, slightly confused, slowly opened and gradually cleared. Fang Ye adjusted his tall and fit body in the eerie blue solution, bracing himself against the wall of the container with his shoulders and neck before suddenly kicking off with both feet. The bulletproof container shattered instantly, and Fang Ye fell from the air, landing with his hands braced behind him, standing straight in the darkness. What happened? Human Union Number 2 Military Research Base? Why am I here? Fang Ye slapped his head hard, recalling only a voice telling him to pilot the Dawn below the base to search for some new world, while the rest of his memory cut off at the moment. He and his teammates were escorting a batch of supplies to the front lines, and then there was nothing after that. Fang Ye realized there was a gap in his memory, but upon checking himself, aside from being surprised at the drastic change in his physique, there were no other changes. Why is it so dark here? Is there no one? Fang Ye walked barefoot on the floor, feeling his way through the nutrient solution to the door, discovering that the alloy door was not fully closed, leaving a small gap, as if something was jammed inside. Fang Ye gripped the door frame with both hands and slowly exerted force. Amidst a harsh, grating sound, he forcibly pried open the gap, causing the internal interlocking structure to shatter from his rough actions. Shaking his slightly swollen arms, Fang Ye groped through the dim corridor, seeing many rooms, all of which were locked tight. Without any tools, he couldn't pry open the tightly sealed alloy doors. Is this place abandoned? But clearly, Fang Ye looked down at his body, still bearing traces of the nutrient solution, clear and clean, with no strange odor from prolonged use. This indicated that someone had updated his life support device not long ago. Since someone has changed it, it means there are still people in the base, right? Fang Ye shouted, "Hey, is anyone there? Anyone?" Layer upon layer of echoes returned from all directions, accompanied by strange roars from just a wall away. Strange? Fang Ye took a small step back, looking uncertainly at the wall built with military-grade concrete and 12 centimeters thick alloy steel plates, along with shock-absorbent fiberboard, glancing at his naked body with only a small white square of fabric, feeling a bit tense. Confronting the strange up close wasn't a smart choice, not to mention their bizarre and misshapen limbs. Even the contaminants in their blood could make one wish for death. Without armor or weapons, let alone firearms, he had to be fully alert if he encountered the strange. After a moment of standoff, Fang Ye noticed the wall remained intact, and he slightly relaxed. What's going on? Why are there strange things inside the base? Has it been breached? Am I surrounded by them now? Fang Ye's face gradually turned pale, feeling a chill all over that he quickened his pace, trying to piece together his fragmented memories. He had a faint impression of the place. At the end of this path, if I turn right, it seems to lead to the outer area of the military research base. There should be warehouses, bathing areas, dormitories, and a cafeteria there, and the door to the outside is right there. But is there strange activity next door? Has the door been opened? Fang Ye jogged to the gate, pressing his ear against the gap, hearing a continuous roar and the sound of something violently banging against the wall. Only one. Fang Ye's mind began to race. The gate leading to the outer area had both manual and electronic locks, with a green light at the top indicating that the electronic lock was off. He just needed to press the correct combination on the password wheel to open it. 12,407. No, 12,409? Not that either. Right, 12404. Fang Ye successfully unlocked the gate, holding his breath and carefully pushing open the heavy door. There was no harsh sound of friction. The door's sound dampening was perfected, moving quietly. A wave of blood scent hit him, and drops of blood dripped from the door. Fang Ye was startled, suddenly realizing something, and pushed the door open forcefully, taking in the horrific scene behind it. This sight was not unfamiliar to him during his past as a paratrooper. He often saw the relatively large, strange beings smashing and tearing apart humans on battlefields, with blood gushing like exploding fireworks, staining everything around in a vivid red, both tragic and horrifying. Fang Ye looked down at the gruesome scene before him, and before he could feel sorrow, he felt a tingle at the back of his head. He decisively ducked, avoiding the elongated claws that swept over his head, then kicked sideways into the chest of the nearby, strange being, sending the grotesque creature flying. This was a strange creature about 3.5 meters long and 2 meters tall, with a body resembling a snake, its skin gray and black, thick veins writhing beneath. It had 5 arms, 3 on the left and 2 on the right, with elongated arms extending nearly 1.5 meters, and at the top of its torso was an ugly, hairless head with a mouth split down the center, several black tendrils writhing out from its sharp teeth. This was the strange being chaotic growth of flesh, twisted and deformed joints, and one of its origins was humanity itself. Fang Ye's kick dented the chest of the strange, but he didn't rush to pursue instead. He dashed closely against the wall. He quickly scanned the hall, realizing this area was a buffer zone with no weapons, and he needed to head to the more outer warehouses. But before Fang Ye could run far, a sharp pain struck his back. With his heightened senses, he instantly leaned back and jumped, his strong physique allowing him to easily clear the 4 claws behind him. Midair, he twisted his waist and turned back, delivering a kick to the head of the strange. Accompanied by a subtle cracking sound, the neck of the strange twisted in an incredible way. Then it fell sideways, several claws scraping loudly against the floor, leaving a series of scratches as it barely stabilized itself. This time, Fang Ye didn't run. He looked at the back of his right foot, stained with the strange blood, and his expression changed subtly. He had kicked so hard he crushed the strange skull, resulting in a large spurt of blackish blood. The dark blood looked abnormal, yet his foot felt completely thin, no sharp pain or swelling. It even felt comfortable. What the hell? What kind of surgery did I undergo while I was unconscious? Unable to fathom it, but no time to think further. Fang Ye looked up at the strange that had climbed up and was lunging at him again, revealing a fierce grin. Idiot, it's a shape-shifting attack. This time, he no longer cared about contamination, skillfully weaving through the claws from various angles, his left hand firmly pressing down on the strange's head, while his right hand grabbed its chin, dodging the tendrils that shot out from its mouth, exerting force with both hands. With a crack, the strange resistance suddenly became chaotic, like a spasming reflection of light. To still be able to jump around after breaking its cervical vertebra, this strange has quite the vitality. Fang Ye pressed down on the strange shoulder with one hand while gripping its head with the other, exerting a slight pull, and with a strange sound, he tore the strange head off. Amidst the rain of blood, Fang Ye stepped back, shaking off the blood-stained hands, and carefully felt them, noticing there were indeed no signs of contamination, and he let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring the headless corpse that was still twitching slightly, Fang Ye made a few rounds in the outer area of the base, confirming that there were no hidden anomalies. After that, he found a pit below the washing area where the bathhouse was located. This anomaly had evidently broken through the relatively fragile drainage system to sneak into the base. In addition, Fang Ye changed into a black logistics uniform in the warehouse to cover his body. He also found the notes of the last remaining personnel in the base, but unfortunately, the fragmented phrases were too disjointed, and for a moment, Fang Ye couldn't sort out the convoluted details. He tucked the diary close and headed to the base's main entrance. There's power, but no access card. I have to go back and find it. Fang Ye had no choice but to return to the bloody buffer zone, rummaging around for a long time before finding the card holder that had fallen in the corner of the wall and pulling out several access cards from it. After trying all the access cards, Fang Ye finally opened the base's main door, feeling anxious and tense as he watched it slowly swing open. Warm sunlight poured down from the sky, shining on Fang Ye through the crack of the open door. However, the moment he looked up at the sun, his expression became blank. He silently took out the access card, reclosed the partially open door. Until the surroundings turned into a deep blue again, Fang Ye still stared blankly at the direction of the sun. There was no need to go out. Earth was doomed. So the so-called eyes of the sun watching the Earth in the notes is actually meant literally. Fang Ye pondered, sitting down in the buffer zone where the lighting was relatively intact. Ignoring the strange corpse beside him, he flipped through the notebook bit by bit. Half an hour later, Fang Ye closed the notebook. His confusion dissipated. I see. His blank memories had been filled in 0.8 years ago, when he boarded a transport ship heading to the front lines. They encountered a bizarre attack and crashed. Most of the over 100 gene warriors inside died, and the rest lost consciousness, contaminated by the anomaly. The military research base of Union 2, which secretly conducted controllable anomaly experiments on humans, decisively took over this batch of natural materials, seeking to suppress their anomalization process while preserving their own consciousness. However, the experimental results were not ideal. Most of the subjects died. Until 5 years ago, Fang Ye's batch of experimental subjects had only him left who had not shown signs of losing control. At this point, the Earth's abyssal state had become unsuitable for human habitation, and even the sun they relied on for survival had been distorted. Under its illumination, normal humans would soon show signs of contamination. Forced to act, the Union ultimately selected a batch of elites, abandoning the remaining half of the population that could not be taken, and fled the Earth. The plan for the second military research base was aborted, but Fang Ye, as an individual coexisting with the anomaly, ultimately remained inside the base for various considerations. Neither taken away nor destroyed, he only left behind a distinguished transport ship, the Dawn, and a voluntarily remaining researcher to look after him. In the 5 years that followed, the last humans on Earth quickly perished, and now the Earth was silent, filled only with the eerie howls of anomalies. Meanwhile, Fang Ye, whose state remained remarkably stable and whose brainwaves were increasingly active, became the only mental support for the remaining researcher. Originally, once he woke up, the two of them were supposed to embark on a journey to find the legendary new world that was not plagued by anomalies. Unfortunately, a respected scholar, a lovely lady, Fang Ye tucked the notebook away and followed his fragmented memories to the base's lower levels. He had always been an optimistic person no matter what. There was still a group of wandering compatriots in the starry sky waiting for his good news, and that was enough. Half an hour later, the military research base trembled and split apart, and a massive transport ship painted in blue slowly rose from the ground. Dressed in military uniform, Fang Ye stood confidently in the captain's room, looking up at the sun in the sky through the porthole. That star, which once nurtured all beings, now only twisted and malevolent, coldly stared at Fang Ye without making any other move. Dawn, initiate dimensional deep dive. Set off towards the new world. Fang Ye leaned back, and the anti-gravity chair automatically supported his body. The floating Dawn silently coated itself in a layer of film, and then the scenery outside the porthole rapidly faded and distorted. It seemed motionless, but on the projection screen in front of Fang Ye, a number representing the deep dive index was quickly rising. Eventually, the deep dive index settled at a mathematical symbol representing infinity. Outside the porthole was no longer the Earth riddled with wounds, but a bizarre realm where all sorts of things that broke the limits of human imagination floated, all normal rules. Twisted, not far away, a gigantic worm with tentacles let out a strange shriek, its sticky liquid threads connecting it to a pile of crimson eyeballs that opened from the void, parasitizing. That colossal creature. There were many other spine-chilling things, and Fang Ye glanced at them briefly before retracting his gaze, focusing on the control panel. General Fang Ye, please confirm a navigation route for the Dawn. The cold, synthetic voice echoed in the captain's room. Fang Ye swiped the touchscreen and found several targets. Where are these? Possible coordinates for the new world? In a sense, you could understand it that way. The ends of these routes are beacons left by the Watchers who once spanned endless worlds. Perhaps there will be information related to the new world among them. Moreover, worlds with beacons often possess the technology and knowledge left by the Watchers, making them optimal choices for repair and resupply for the Dawn. Fang Ye pondered. So the explosive growth of Union technology is not only due to the survival instinct during a crisis, but also because we found the beacons left on Earth? Yes, General Fang Ye. 7 years ago, the Union discovered the beacons hidden within Earth's anomalous space, obtaining gifts from the Watchers. Technologies like dimensional deep diving are products of this gift. The New World is also a presence mentioned among the beacons. Fang Ye thought for a moment and casually selected a light point. Then let the first target be this one. It's closer. By the way, what exactly are the Watchers? Is there relevant information on the Dawn? Database search completed. I'm sorry, General Fang Ye. The Dawn's database has backups of beacon information, but your access level does not allow you to view it. According to the Federation Council's preset procedures, you can increase your permissions by retrieving beacons. Fang Ye chuckled dryly. I have to level up my permissions bit by bit. It feels like playing a game and doing quests, by the way. Can you contact other fleets? Now Fang Ye's motivation to move forward was entirely dependent on another group of compatriots deep in the starry sky. Sorry, General Fang Ye, the Dawn does not have the ability to contact other fleets. All right, speaking of which, a big soldier suddenly becoming a Union general who would believe it's unrelated to my constitution. Don, help me do a physical examination. Let me know the results when they come out. Also, I leave the navigation to you. It'll go explore other areas of the Dawn for a bit. After the physical examination, Fang Ye excitedly wandered inside the Dawn. This was his first time owning a ship, and the novelty would not wear off anytime soon. Until he had run through the entire Dawn, the physical examination results also came out. Fang Ye glanced at them and had Dawn erase the data. Even someone as optimistic as Fang Ye, having prepared himself mentally, felt a bit complicated about the results. Having a blood feud with the anomalies, one day he would actually become half human, half anomaly truly. The world is full of uncertainties. While Fang Ye was lost in thought, the alarm suddenly blared in the captain's room. The Dawn is under attack. Entering escape mode. Dawn's voice was cold. Fang Ye came back to his senses, looked up at the screen in front of him, and suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Large eyeballs that previously parasitized that planet had somehow stealthily followed the Dawn ship. Silken threads extending from the eyeballs were trying to penetrate the membrane of the Dawn ship, weaving into a net that firmly attached itself to the Dawn ship gradually. Pulling closer, wanting to affectionately wrap the Dawn ship inside. In terms of size, the Dawn ship, which could support the normal lives of tens of thousands of people, was less than a quarter the size of that group of eyeballs. What the hell is this? Is it weird? Isn't it a bit too big? Fang Ye Taichit. Wasn't it chewing on that worm earlier? When did it catch up? Level 2 escape status activated. Entering beacon radiation range. The Dawn ship is beginning to ascend. Fang Ye watched helplessly as the liquid threads outside the porthole wriggled and pressed against the membrane, causing it to sway precariously. The sudden ascent caused those threads to gradually become sparse. Did we shake it off? How do we shake it off? Fang Ye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked. Hostile units are permanently stationed in the deep submersion area, but the life energy level radiation has not reached demigod standards to the ascent speed of the Dawn ship in level 2 escape status. If the hostile units continue to pursue, it will lead to their own collapse, Dawn explained in a formal manner. Fang Ye felt confused, wanting to ask more, but knowing he lacked the authority, he finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Oh, the energy of the Dawn ship is about to be depleted. After reaching the beacon world, General Fang Ye is requested to search for usable energy while retrieving the beacon as much as possible. Just as Fang Ye was beginning to relax, Dawn coldly reminded him again. Weren't you saying that the energy of the Dawn ship was enough for multiple deep submersions? How could it be depleted after just one? The energy consumption during the escape status of the Dawn ship is 10 times that of the normal state. A few minutes later, the Dawn ship finished ascending, exiting deep submersion status. Before his eyes was a planet similar to Earth, yet somewhat different. The planet was almost entirely black and blue, with only a small amount of yellow-green representing land. Waterworld? Fang Ye recalled a children's book from many years ago. Could it be that the intelligent life on this planet is all mermaids? Or are they just fish? He zoomed in on a corner of the light screen and saw a satellite belt similar in height to Earth, but it seemed abandoned. The technological level is similar to that of the pre-human Union era, so the beacon wasn't discovered. Then I still need to find a way to dig out the beacon. I won't have to die, will I? Fang Ye felt heavy-hearted. He had a fear of deep seas. Scan complete. This planet is an Earth mirror world, a broad parallel world. The calculation results show that the original terrain of this Earth was consistent with that of the human Union Earth, but glaciers have disappeared. The magnetic field is unbalanced, and over 90% of the area is submerged in water. In a stage of civilizational apocalypse, Dawn calmly revealed the cruel facts. The estimated population of this Earth is less than 100,000, and there's a large amount of abyss energy radiation in the ocean. It is expected that human civilization on this Earth will be completely extinct in 3 to 4 years. Abyss energy radiation? Does that mean the ocean is full of strange creatures? Fang Ye was taken aback, unsure whether to be more troubled by his deep-sea phobia or by the tragic fate of this Earth that mirrored that of the human Union. Ultimately, the Dawn ship hovered over a cluster of buildings above the sea, maintaining an optical stealth status, and dropped Fang Ye down. Fang Ye complained about the human Union higher-ups who left the Dawn ship without weapons and equipment. Eventually, he found a few pieces of steel in the production area, fashioned a standard alloy long knife using a machine tool, then took a communication wristwatch, some survival. supplies, a breathing device, and jumped down from a height of over 10 meters, landing on a rooftop. The height of the building was an unknown, but there were only a few floors above the water surface. Fang Ye glanced at the wristwatch, which indicated that he was very close to the beacon. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly froze. Did that red representing the beacon just flicker? The beacon moved instinctively. Fang Ye looked towards the top of another building not far away and saw a small head suddenly retract. Chapter 2. The Beacon and the Girl. Hey, uncle, raise your hands. Fang Ye was still pondering why that little creature, who thought it was well hidden, was connected to the beacon when the little creature jumped out on its own, aiming a shotgun at Fang Ye's head. The language was one of the two major languages of the human union, Longxia, and Fang Ye happened to be of Longxia descent, so there was no misunderstanding due to language barriers. But uncle, does he really look that old? Fang Ye raised his hands with some exasperation, not out of fear that she would accidentally shoot him at a distance of 30 meters. The damage from a shotgun wouldn't be lethal unless a slug hit a vital point, which had a slight chance of instant death, but Fang Ye's reflexes were fast enough to dodge the moment the little creature pulled the trigger. That he raised his hands simply because he didn't want to argue with a child. I'm only 22, Fang Ye corrected seriously, firmly refusing to admit that the 8 years of sleep had pushed him close to 30. Moreover, with the theoretical lifespan of a gene warrior over 150 years, he still considered himself young. You should call me big brother. That I'm only 15, you're 7 years older than me. Rounding up makes it a full 10 years. Is there a problem with calling you uncle? The little creature bared her teeth, steadily aiming the shotgun at Fang Ye's chest. She was about 1.45 meters tall, with messy black long hair tied into a long ponytail, thin eyebrows, delicate features, and most striking were her lively eyes. However, her face and body were dirty, overshadowing her decent appearance. She wore a somewhat tattered brown canvas vest, a short-sleeved shirt that had turned yellow from not being washed for too long, brown canvas shorts, and leather pieces tied to her feet with rope. That how you use rounding? Fang Ye said, both amused and annoyed. Were you adults? The little creature raised an eyebrow. Are you looking for trouble, uncle? My stupid parents. TSK. None of your business. Seeing your skin so clean, I know something's off. What's your name? Where are you from? If you can't answer in 3 counts, I'll shoot. My name is Fang Ye. I'm from over there. I only have food, water, medicine, and some tools in my bag. Fang Ye tossed the bag aside, also placing down the military knife, indicating he meant no harm. After doing all this, Fang Ye took a couple of steps back. What's your name? The girl didn't relax her vigilance. Instead, she hid half her body behind the railing. My name is none of your business. How did you get here? Seeing the prickly little creature, Fang Ye's patience was wearing thin. He sighed softly, lowered his raised hands, and slightly bent forward at the girl's warning. With a loud bang, the girl really fired the gun, decisively and fiercely. Although the recoil made her grimace, she gritted her teeth and pulled the bolt, preparing to fire a second shot. But when she aimed again, her pupils trembled slightly, her body leaned back, and her legs weakened, nearly collapsing. Hey! With a bang, Fang Ye crouched on the deformed metal railing, stabilizing himself after unloading the force, and bent the shotgun barrel with one hand, revealing a bright smile too. The girl's expression was extremely rich. She looked at the shotgun barrel twisted into a corkscrew, then at Fang Ye, who had sprinted 30 meters with a smile on his face, losing all her previous arrogance and fierceness. She quickly hugged her head and squatted down, shouting loudly, "Big brother, don't kill me. I can have your babies." Fang Ye couldn't help but snicker. You smell like you're about to ferment. I'm not a pervert. Not to mention reproductive isolation. Ahem. In short, I'm not at the point where I need a little brat to have my babies. The girl suddenly widened her eyes and straightened her smooth chest. I can still grow. Don't kill me. If it really doesn't work, how about I take a shower and you bear with it for a bit? Fang Ye laughed loudly, and when the girl's calves trembled from his laughter, he comforted her. What an interesting little brat. Don't worry, I'm not a psycho killer. As long as you don't act recklessly, I won't hit you. By the way, can you tell me your name now? My name is Luna. Luna frowned, her mind filled with Fang Ye's exaggerated act of jumping over 30 meters. She secretly glanced at him and realized that her shot had only grazed him, making her legs feel even weaker. Fang Ye raised his hand to check his watch, confirming that the beacon was indeed on Luna. He scratched his head and looked Luna up and down, who was squatting down and covering her head. "Can you get up and take a few steps?" Luna looked up in confusion, unsure of the deeper meaning behind taking a few steps, but she obediently stood up and shuffled a few steps toward Fang Ye, asking like this. Fang Ye jumped down from the railing, startling Luna, who immediately knelt down. The two stared at each other, and Fang Ye couldn't help but laugh again. Luna noticed that Fang Ye seemed different from others she had met, and she gradually relaxed a bit. She patted her uncooperative legs a few times, changing from kneeling to sitting on her knees, looking up at Fang Ye, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and pouted, "Big brother, what kind of deity are you? You actually jumped over from there. Name unchanged, surname unchanged. Fang Ye." Fang Ye joked with Luna, circling around her, puzzled. "Do you have any pendants, rings, or anything else on you?" When Luna took a couple of steps earlier, the red dot on his watch had moved accordingly, clearly indicating that Luna was indeed related to the beacon, and this was the only possibility Fang Ye could think of. Luna looked at Fang Ye curiously. "Big brother, why do you want those? Jewelry is worth less than a piece of bread right now." "Don't ask about that." Fang Ye waved his hand. It was not the right time to explain about the beacon, so it was better not to mention it. Luna thought to herself, then wiggled her finger in front of Fang Ye, turned all her pockets inside out, and pulled down the collar of her clothes. Finally, she crossed her hands in front of her. "No, I don't have any of the things you mentioned." Fang Ye frowned and tapped on his watch. The beacon could be a person, or maybe a gene fragment, or a chip implanted in her body. A line of small text appeared on the watch. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The beacon obtained by the Human Alliance is a ring, and the internal information does not mention the form of the beacon. What I'm tracking is just the special signal waveband that all beacons possess, which transcends the barriers of worlds. Fang Ye felt a bit helpless, looking down at the oddly gazing Luna, and hesitated for a long time before saying, "How about you come with me?" Luna's expression changed, and she covered her chest with her hand. "You said you're not a pervert. You're quite knowledgeable for your age. Can you think of anything other than lewd stuff?" Fang Ye suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Besides finding this little brat interesting, he had a second thought. This little brat needs some discipline. Forget it. I still need to search for energy. We could talk about the beacon later. As long as I keep an eye on this little brat, the beacon won't escape. Fang Ye rubbed his temples. He had a premonition that the beacons he was about to look for would likely be a big trouble. Speaking of which, Fang Ye turned to Luna. "How did you survive here alone? There's no food or fresh water, right?" Luna looked left and right, finally unable to withstand Fang Ye's death stare, and pointed down. Okay, he'll tell you. This is the Panacea United New Energy Research Park. The entire building can be partially sealed off. After the flood, although some areas were submerged, 80% of the area is still normal and has plenty of supplies. But what? Fang Ye it. But I don't know how. But a monster got in here and has been roaming the building, and oh, one knows when it will run into someone. And only the rooftop can be accessed through the lift. If I don't lower the platform, it can't come up. But last month, it seemed to discover that I was here and has been lurking under the lift. I used to take risks to go downstairs to get some things, but now... Luna looked at Fang Ye and suddenly clapped her hands. "Oh right, big brother, can you beat it? As long as you can kill it, we'll have electricity, food, and water. We could even watch TV. A single energy crystal from my dad can power a big city for 6 months. If it just supplies us too, we could live forever." Energy crystal? Fang Ye's heart stirred, and he stroked his chin. "Have you shot that strange creature, the monster you mentioned?" "What happened?" Strange creatures vary in strength, and Fang Ye didn't think he would be invincible just because he had surgery. He had seen giant worms and big eyeballs in the deep-sea realm that could drown him with a single spit. Moreover, with his fear of the deep sea, Fang Ye wasn't planning to stir up trouble in this world. Get the beacon, get the energy, and then run away. Going to a relatively normal world and scheming with the locals to snatch beacons was 100 times better than being in this strange water world. The fear of the deep sea, along with knowing that the water was full of bizarre creatures, put psychological pressure on Fang Ye comparable to facing the eye-possessing sun on Earth. Speaking of which, Fang Ye looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun in this world didn't seem to have any issues. I fired a shot. Luna thought about the situation of Fang Ye getting shot and the monster getting shot and said firmly, "Big brother, you're much tougher than it. I hit it, and it explodes. I hit you, and it just grazes. Does it have corrosive blood? Or is it poisonous? Shouldn't be. How big is it? Tentacles over 5 meters long, Its head is about the size of a small car, and it looks like an octopus with hair. Fang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Sounds good. Luna perked up. Then let's hurry. It'll operate the lift. Not so fast. We need to prepare well before facing the boss, especially when dealing with such a soft creature. A knife is better than a fist. Fang Ye turned to the rooftop where he had come from, took a small step back, and got into a sprinting stance. I'm going to get my knife. Chapter 3. To the bottom of the sea, the lift slowly descended from the rooftop. Luna stood in the corner of the lift, her gaze darting back and forth on the 1.5-meter-long sword that Fang Ye was holding, estimating that it might be taller than herself when stood upright. Just as the lift doors opened, a thick red tentacle surged onto the lift as if it had gone mad, just as Luna had said. That strange creature had been guarding the lift all day. Fang Ye swung his sword, easily slicing through the tentacle, reaching for him. Just as he wanted to dodge the splattering blood, he remembered that Luna, unlike him, was immune to the strange contamination. So he stood still to block the large splash of blood, then grabbed the collar of Luna's clothes and flung her back to the rooftop, saying loudly, "Wait until I kill this creature before you come down. Be careful of its blood." Luna scrambled back up, squatting beside the lift and looking down. "Be careful. Don't mess up." When Fang Ye was more than 3 meters above the ground, he jumped down from the lift, not looking back as he shouted, "Stay out of it, rookie." He saw the true form of the octopus monster that Luna had mentioned and estimated that it was likely a polluted marine creature. Fang Ye dodged the foot of the strange creature that came crashing down, taking a wide stance and positioning his sword at his waist. As the red foot swept in from all directions, Fang Ye let out a low, urgent shout, and his long sword instantly sliced through the air, creating a line of white mist, followed by a loud bang that dissipated several meters away, stirring up a whirlwind in the entire elevator room. With one swing of his sword, he casually flicked off the blood and found that the creature's massive head, which was as tall as a person, had been split in two, blue-black blood gushing out. Just like that, Luna, who was crouched at the stairwell, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Fang Ye. Really just like that? Fang Ye shook off the blood on his sword and looked at Luna, speechless. What else do you expect? Should I fight it for 300 to 500 rounds before taking it down? What's the point of wasting energy with all that flashy fighting? For any gene warrior with a bit of strength, as long as they have a military knife, dealing with this level of creature is usually a one-slice affair. At most, the foot would block them and require an extra 2 slices. If it were truly troublesome, the creature that had just awakened could easily take down 3 or 4 octopus monsters. Its body strength could withstand several shotgun blasts to the face. For gene warriors, among enemies with a not-so-great strength gap, the troublesome creatures are only of 4 types. Those that are particularly small in size, but numerous. Those that are huge and difficult to damage. Those that cannot be completely annihilated with pure kinetic destruction. And those that exist in a mental state. Coincidentally, this octopus monster was not only slim, but also not too tough, and the strength gap wasn't too great. In a sense, it was actually quite significant. Luna was at a loss for words. Was her own strength limiting her imagination? No, this guy in front of her was definitely not human, right? That was the sound of a sonic barrier being broken, right? It must be. Fang Ye ignored the dazed Luna, walked out of the elevator room, and entered the spacious, circular floor. In the center of the floor was a 10-meter diameter void, looking straight down to the bottom. Where's the energy crystal? Fang Ye fell into contemplation. You're looking for the energy crystal? Luna, who had just come down from the lift and jogged to Fang Ye's side, was a bit surprised. My dad only made a few finished products. He hasn't had the chance to officially promote them yet, and the machines on the market can't directly use them. The research institute was just remodeled before the Great Flood. It wouldn't mean anything for you to take them. Fang Ye leaned against the railing, turning his face to look at Luna. Sounds like your dad is impressive. Tell me about him. Huh? You don't know my dad? No way. My dad is the chief scientist of the Xia Alliance. The kind that appears on TV a lot. Lu Xiaoming, you don't know this name? Luna looked at Fang Ye with a condescending expression. But after a moment of pride, she quickly became a bit disheartened. He was the smartest person in Xia, but also the dumbest. Luna lowered her voice and said, before the Great Flood, there was a period of abnormally high temperatures worldwide, remember? My dad predicted the Great Flood back then. In the final decision, he finalized the planetary escape plan deciding to let a small portion of humanity escape Earth. But Xia's aviation technology hadn't reached the point of interstellar colonization. So my dad came up with multiple solutions, one of which was the energy crystal created for this plan. It's a groundbreaking product. A piece the size of a palm can support the energy consumption of a first-tier city for half a year. She scoffed, but the world doesn't revolve around him. The apocalypse has come, and with everyone in a panic, who would believe he could solve decades of technological barriers in just a few months? On the day of the energy crystal launch, my dad prepared a speech intending to give a shot of adrenaline to a desperate world. But ironically, not a single desperate worker bothered to look or listen, drowning in their own sorrow, and one bullet took my dad's life. Fang Ye listened silently, feeling that this was truly ironic. My mom knew what my dad wanted. She didn't cry. She just went on stage, took that blood-stained speech, and read it to them in a hoarse voice. But the venue turned chaotic. No one wanted to listen anymore, and in the chaos, someone fired a second shot at the stage, so she died too. Luna shrugged. That's the story. Respectable scholar, lovely lady, Fang Ye said. This was the eulogy and honorific used by the Human Alliance for female researchers who had died, but it didn't seem out of place here. So, what do you need the energy crystal for? No one knows how to use it now. Moreover, the energy crystal is in the lowest level of the research institute, and getting there requires passing through an area that has been destroyed, which is full of monsters. For marine creatures, human buildings are natural habitats. Just like how octopuses love bottles, the moment the barrier is breached, the powerful water pressure will leave you powerless. And there will definitely be monsters in the surging seawater. Luna repeatedly gestured, trying to stop Fang Ye from seeking death. It might not be impossible. Fang Ye's tone was firm. The energy crystal is a guarantee for the Dawn to continue moving forward. Without sufficient energy, if the Dawn dives again and encounters a creature at the level of that big-eyed one, it would be doomed. He couldn't just stay here forever because he still needed to find a second home for his compatriots. Is there a building layout? Fang Ye's tone was not overly forceful, but Luna saw an unarguable determination in his eyes. Idiot. You're all idiots. The building structure model is hanging in the hall on the 9th floor. Go ahead and find death if you want. Luna ran towards the rooms in the corridor without looking back, repeatedly muttering about idiots. Fang Ye watched her back, shaking his head slightly, not intending to preach any grand principles. Upon reaching the 9th floor of the Research Institute building, Fang Ye saw the 3D printed model of the building and the sectional structure diagram hanging in mid-air in the center of the hall. In the lowest level, or rather the underground level, was the true core part of the Research Institute, somewhat resembling the underground parking lots of some public buildings. The whole area was divided into 6 parts, with the Energy Crystal Laboratory clearly marked as Zone 3. The goal was clear, but how to get to the underground laboratory? Moreover, even if he obtained the energy crystal, returning was also a problem. Directly letting the Dawn come down? No, that would be too foolish. The Dawn was on the brink of stalling, and the abyssal progression of this world was no less than that over there. Given the size of the Dawn, if it attracted the real big guys from the sea, thinking of the many marine anomalies that had rampaged on Earth and destroyed numerous legendary battleships, Fang Ye dismissed that idea. The Dawn is just a transport ship, not only lacking onboard firepower, but its force field shield is also weaker than that of a battleship. Its only advantages are speed and the ability to jump across maps. While Fang Ye was pondering, he suddenly heard a strange buzzing sound. Following the sound, he saw a half-meter tall probe vehicle coming towards him. Under Fang Ye's gaze, the probe moved straight ahead at a speed of 3 meters per second and then bumped into Fang Ye's knee with a thud. You idiot! Rushing off to find energy crystals without even asking how to open the door. How are you going to get to the Research Institute? And do you even know what energy crystals look like? Do you know the password for Zone 3? The repeated complaints of Luna came from the probe's loudspeaker, her tone irritated and full of resentment. The relentless bumping of the probe against Fang Ye's knee made him chuckle, reminding him of the Teddy he once had. Yes. Luna is the smartest, so how do we get underground? Fang Ye slightly bent down and poked the probe's camera. What do energy crystals look like? And what is the password for Zone 3? He had thought of these questions. He just hadn't had time to ask before Luna ran off on her own. However, Fang Ye indeed had no intention of pursuing it further. During his military career, His captain had said 3 things when he enlisted. A man should not bully women and children. Soldiers should not bully their fellow citizens. Shed blood more often while defending the homeland, and do not cry when the nation is destroyed and the family is gone. In these times, soldiers risk their lives every day, and in the process, they forget they are human, staring at each other's necks, feeling an itch at the sight of knives. Eventually, others might wonder why these strange beings look so much like humans. I don't know what other commanders say, but in my squad, every day we line up and shout, "Dad, Mom, I love you." Fang Ye's optimistic personality is closely related to his captain's influence. By the end of the war, only Fang Ye's team in the entire Special Operations Division could still communicate rationally and possess the empathy of normal humans. The other Jin soldiers charging at the front lines had all become cold and violent, losing themselves in blood and fire, turning into emotionless killing machines. Fang Ye could sense Luna's negative emotions, so he chose not to disturb her, planning to give this still very young child some calm space. But unexpectedly, Luna didn't leave to vent her emotions. She went to the main control room of the Research Institute building. Put on the headset. The internal network of the Research Institute is still usable. Don't lose it. Also, take this probe robot with you. Luna's tone was impatient. Now follow my instructions. And be careful not to get yourself killed, idiot. Chapter 4. Deep Sea Fear. Fang Ye finished checking his equipment and took out a transparent mask. This was a life support device he had brought down from the Dawn, capable of covering the user's entire face. The frame was made of black alloy, and the mask's body, resembling a layer of glass, was composed of multiple filtering structures, suitable for various environments. However, compared to filtering air, its effectiveness underwater was significantly diminished. While it could extract oxygen from water, it ultimately could not provide a fully sealed and perfect filtration. Over time, seawater would seep through the mask's filters, and relying on it for operations underwater could only be done by genetically enhanced warriors with superior physical strength. An ordinary person's cardiopulmonary function would not be sufficient to continuously intake enough oxygen in such confined space. That said, the mask was only intended for emergency use under extreme conditions. Under normal circumstances, the battle armor of genetically enhanced warriors was already equipped with excellent life support devices. And, given their physical capabilities, they could manage to breathe underwater for a short time, albeit painfully. There was oxygen in the water, but an ordinary person's lungs lacked the power to expel the water they inhaled. Fang Ye estimated that as long as he could endure the discomfort, he could already operate in the water without relying on these devices. But the unfamiliarity of breathing underwater would affect his performance. Moving in the eerie depths of the sea was already like dancing on the edge of a knife. There was no need to make things more difficult for himself. "I'm ready." Fang Ye turned to glance at the probe vehicle beside him and patted the thick wall in front of him. He had reached the first floor of the building, which seemed normal on the surface, but multiple sealed spaces were already filled with seawater. The entrance to Area 3 of the research facility is behind the 3rd partition wall directly in front of you. That wall has been damaged. I will get you through the 1st partition wall, open the 3rd partition wall, and fill the space between the 3rd and 2nd partition walls with seawater. Then, I will close the 3rd partition wall and open the 2nd partition wall, allowing seawater to flow into the space between the 1st and 2nd partition walls. We will repeat this process until the seawater fills the space between the 3 partition walls, so you won't have to face the direct impact of the seawater. Luna's voice came from the probe vehicle. "That's all I can help you with. The rest is up to you." Fang Ye gave an okay gesture to the camera. In fact, this was already a significant help. Otherwise, just the sudden opening of a hole in the 64 square meters of dry space, nearly 200 meters underwater, could unleash a torrent of seawater capable of shattering an armored vehicle. Luna fell silent, and through the 2 partition walls, Fang Ye could hear the terrifying sound of the rushing current striking the walls after the partition door opened, causing the entire wall to tremble. "The 1st partition wall has been opened. Are you ready? The surveillance behind the 2nd partition wall has been crushed, and I don't know if anything has gotten in, so be careful." Luna's voice rang out again. Fang Ye steeled himself and gripped his military knife tightly. "Got it." The partition wall in front of him slowly rose, and Fang Ye donned the mask and stepped into the space behind the 1st partition wall. After he entered, the 1st partition wall slowly descended again. "Open the door." Fang Ye's muffled voice echoed beneath the mask. Accompanying his words, the second partition wall gradually lifted, and water surged in through the gap. However, due to the third partition wall being down, it was only a few dozen cubic meters at most. Fang Ye stood firmly in place, unyielding as the seawater crashed against his legs, merely diverting to the sides. Not bad. I haven't seen anything strange for now. Fang Ye scanned the seawater, and until the water level reached his shoulders, he did not detect anything unusual. The probe vehicle spun around in the water, and after confirming that nothing had entered, Luna became a bit excited. Great. I'll do it again. This will be the last time. After this, the second and third partition walls will both open. Fang Ye responded with a sound, quietly waiting, his long knife held in front of him, ready to strike at any moment. He had experience in underwater combat. Beneath the surface, stabbing was always more effective than slashing. However, thanks to that battle, he was left with an indelible psychological shadow. The partition wall rose once more, and this time, Fang Ye caught a glimpse of a white shadow. His eyes narrowed, and he nearly lunged forward with a stab. It's a fish. Fang Ye glanced at it and lost interest. Even in this eerie ocean, the proportion of strange creatures was only about 1/5. Being contaminated did not necessarily mean it would immediately become strange. It could also be in a relatively deformed state but still within the biological realm, taking a considerable amount of time to become fully contaminated. Strangely, the fish eggs they produced during this process remained normal. While the behavior of these polluted creatures had changed dramatically, their instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm still existed. This fish showed no intention of approaching Fang Ye, darting around erratically in the water. By this time, the seawater had filled 3/4 of the space, and the pressure difference between inside and outside was no longer significant. Open the door. Fang Ye was enveloped in the cold seawater, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. But he quickly regulated himself, suppressing his wandering thoughts and speaking in a low voice. Thus, before him, 2 partition walls simultaneously rose, and seawater surged in once more. This time, it was clearly not comparable to the previous minor disturbances. The seawater crashed against the first partition wall with a loud bang, creating chaotic currents throughout the space. Fang Ye was caught off guard and lifted off the ground, spinning uncontrollably until he crashed against the wall, a wave of pressure sweeping over him, causing him to momentarily struggle to breathe. Fortunately, the undercurrent dissipated in the end. The feeling of compression came quickly and left just as fast. Fang Ye adjusted his state, swiftly swimming like a fish toward the entrance of Area 3. However, just as he started, Luna's somewhat awkward voice came through his earpiece. Could you help me flip the probe vehicle? It just got overturned." Fang Ye silently turned back and saw the probe vehicle on its back, its 4 wheels in the air, twisting but unable to roll over. It resembled a turtle. Fang Ye squatted next to the probe vehicle and glanced at it before suddenly asking, "Can you detach the camera? I might as well take it with me." Maybe. It has a built-in battery." After a brief silence, Luna replied hesitantly. Fang Ye rolled his eyes, found the camera's connection port, detached it, and clipped it onto a small fixed clip on the forehead of his mask before turning back to swim toward Area 3. Once he passed the range of the third partition wall, the area in front of him brightened slightly. The wall between the third partition wall and the next partition wall had been collapsed by something, allowing him to see several blurred buildings a few dozen meters away. In this light green world, Fang Ye's heartbeat became erratic again. For those who have never been diving, it might be hard to imagine the sounds he could hear underwater. The superior conductivity of water allowed him to hear a series of dense, strange noises, some sharp and prolonged, others short and dense, accompanied by the muffled sounds of seawater pressing against his eardrums, lingering persistently. After the transformation, the frequency range Fang Ye could hear was no longer the normal human range of 20 to 20,000 hertz, making him more aware of just how many things were hidden within the seemingly quiet buildings around him in this dim light. Calm down. Calm down. Fang Ye silently adjusted his heart rate, but he found it difficult to suppress his emotions. His fear of the deep sea was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Even after nearly 10 years, it had not improved. But reason told him that if he did not control his heartbeat, he would be detected by other creatures. Fang Ye's heartbeat was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and his strange hearing was also superior to that of typical marine life. The more he deliberately endured, the heavier Fang Ye's heartbeat became, and his breathing became disordered. In the hazy distance, it seemed like he saw a pair of enormous eyes slowly opening in the darkness. "What's wrong with you? Hey, hey. Fang Ye suddenly jolted awake, slowly exhaling the air that had been trapped in his throat. Had he started hallucinating? This damned underwater world. Once he finds the energy crystal, he'll confront Luna. Fang Ye unconsciously rubbed his temples, but said, "It's nothing serious. Just recalling some things from the past." His heart rate quickly stabilized, and his body slid along the ground as he used his hands to push against the floor, arriving at a black metallic disc that was clearly different from the surrounding white tiles. "The password is 203-30606, my birthday. My dad basically sets all his passwords like this." Luna's voice came through the headphones. "This thing is similar to the lift platform. Just stand on it and enter the password." Fang Ye looked around, slightly frowning. With the scale of the underground laboratory, the noise from opening it would probably be quite substantial. "What else? I told you, but you didn't listen." I was already surprised that the 3 times I opened the sluice didn't attract any monsters. Fang Ye remained unfazed, brushing away the mud and various organic materials from the lift platform, and pressed the numbers on the secret lock that was still functioning normally. In the next second, the lift platform descended, and at the moment Zone 3 was released from its sealed state, Fang Ye suddenly knelt down, his head hitting the lift platform with a bang. The mask slightly dented. He desperately supported himself with his hands to avoid being pinned down, but the headphones instantly fell off and smashed against the lift platform. Seawater continuously flooding into the laboratory through the gaps, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Creak! The platform beneath Fang Ye gradually emitted a creaking sound under the burden. The harsh noise of metal deformation was extremely loud. At the same time, the air in the laboratory rushed out wildly, turning into numerous bubbles around Fang Ye, rising in a dazzling manner. Finally, the brittle sound of metal breaking made Fang Ye's heart tighten, and the unbalanced lift platform was spun around by the water pressure, pushing Fang Ye into the interior of the laboratory. With a muffled bang, Fang Ye leaned against the wall, his feet on the lift platform struggling to support himself, and he forcefully kicked away the solid lift platform that nearly crushed him into a pulp, tearing off the dented mask, enduring the discomfort of water flooding his lungs. Fang Ye scanned the laboratory, but found no sign of his target. The safe that Luna mentioned, which contained the energy crystal. Where's the safe? Fang Ye's pupils contracted. He had taken such a great risk to dive to the seabed, only for the safe containing the energy crystal, right? According to Luna, there should be safes holding 5 standard units of energy crystals in the laboratory, but there was none here. Fang Ye scanned the edges of the laboratory, even glancing underneath the lift platform, but there was no trace of the half-height silver safe. Fang Ye gritted his teeth in frustration, deciding to leave first. The commotion he had caused was too loud, but before he could swim to the opening of the lift platform, he suddenly saw a massive crimson eye slowly pressing against the opening, red blood vessels spreading like a spider web from the pupil, enveloping the black iris. Fang Ye's upward motion froze, his heartbeat momentarily stopping before accelerating wildly, the silhouettes of the past intertwining once again at this moment. He tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression grim. Truly, what bad luck. Chapter 5 Baptism in True Form. When Fang Ye looked up and saw the massive blood-eyed creature, his heart twitched slightly, and the scene before him began to overlap with a memory. Fang Ye tapped his involuntarily twitching arm muscles, tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, and told himself that the strange entity in front of him might not be as terrifying as the one he remembered, and that his strength was no longer comparable to that of a rookie. Perhaps he wouldn't lose. Fang Ye's gaze was fierce, ignoring the discomfort of underwater breathing. As he quietly stood at the bottom of the laboratory, he did not take the initiative to attack. If this strange entity was not interested in him, provoking it would be somewhat foolish. The standoff, or rather, Fang Ye's unilateral standoff, did not provoke any reactions from the entity. The massive blood, I stared at him for a while, before slowly moving away from the cave entrance. Was it not interested in him? Though dismissed, This kind of contempt was just as this thought crossed Fang Ye's mind. His expression changed again. The blood-eyed creature left. But other strange entities drawn to it were very interested in him. A long, sea serpent-like entity with 6 heads drilled in from the cave entrance, and, upon seeing Fang Ye, launched an attack immediately. The black and white intertwined serpent heads opened their slightly decayed mouths, exposing sharp teeth as they lunged at him. This time, Fang Ye was no longer hesitant. His gaze locked onto the connection point of the 6 heads of the entity and charged forward. Swish! The military knife cut through the seawater, creating a splash of white foam, easily slicing through the sea serpent's neck joints, causing the 6 serpent heads, which were about to bite Fang Ye, to break off simultaneously. Black, viscous blood, like oil, spread out in the seawater, forming a shocking veil. Fang Ye instinctively held his breath. While he wasn't particularly afraid of contamination, inhaling this into his lungs would still be quite disgusting. Sweeping aside the corpse pieces in front of him, Fang Ye swam towards the cave entrance. Just as he emerged from the cave, he felt the darkness before him and decisively raised his hand to block with the knife. A figure shot through the water like lightning, charging straight at him, with a massive mouth aiming to bite down. Fang Ye's military knife just managed to block it in time, barely stopping the bite. But he was still struck in the chest by the conical nose, sending him flying for over 10 meters before crashing violently into a barrier wall, stirring up a cloud of mud and sand. This was a nearly 10-meter-long contaminated creature, not a strange entity, and he could vaguely make out its original form. A great white shark, one of the ocean's dominant predators that had been contaminated, and even in its polluted state, it was already far stronger than many complete strange entities. Its massive head and gaping mouth almost exceeded the limits of Fang Ye's knife defense, although its size had only increased by about 30%. Its greatest advantage lay in its exaggerated strength and bony exterior compared to a normal great white shark. The muscles of this great white shark were far more grotesque than those of a normal one, almost seeming as if they would burst out of its bony shell. The abnormal bulging and muscle tissue looked horrifying, resembling tumors at first glance. Its originally gelatinous skin was now wrapped in a layer of grayish-white exoskeleton, with many places sprouting diamond-shaped spikes. Its sharp teeth had regrown, each at least 15 centimeters long, with the longest exceeding 20 centimeters, visibly piercing through its own upper and lower jaws, with rotting flesh and blood clinging to them. The part of the shark that many considered its weakest, the nose, was completely encased in chitinous plates, resembling a large blunt cone. When Fang Ye was hit, he almost thought his sternum had cracked. At this moment, the hard military knife made a cracking sound as it scraped against the great white shark's teeth. While it had not yet been bitten in half, it was slowly but surely bending. Fang Ye was pinned against the wall, forced to wrestle with this massive creature. But the difference in strength was quite evident. Fang Ye's hands trembled under the pressure, while the great white shark thrashed its head, repeatedly slamming Fang Ye against the wall. And soon he could taste blood in his mouth. Fortunately, although the space above laboratory number 3 had collapsed, only one wall was damaged, while the other partition walls remained intact. In this relatively confined space, the struggle was somewhat favorable for Fang Ye. If it had been in open waters, he felt he would have been quickly killed. But continuing this way was also a dead end. Fang Ye spat out a mouthful of blood, and a surge of anger rose up from his heart. If he continued to be slammed against the wall, either the knife would break, or his internal organs would rupture. Both would mean death. Fang Ye's greatest disadvantage was that he had no room to maneuver underwater. His agility was insignificant compared to fish. Let it hit. Fang Ye became furious, and, after being slammed against the wall again, suddenly released his grip on the knife, wrapping both his arms and legs tightly around the great white shark's head. He recalled someone saying that many animals have an exaggerated biting force, but in contrast, their ability to open their mouths is quite pathetic. Fang Ye wasn't sure if this applied to great white sharks, but he had no choice now. Once he secured the great white shark's head, Fang Ye pushed his legs against its lower jaw, pressed his left arm on top of the shark's head, and firmly locked its mouth. His right hand reached for the knife handle, but after 2 attempts, he couldn't pull it out. It was firmly wedged between the shark's teeth. Seeing this, Fang Ye decisively abandoned the idea of retrieving the knife, closed his fingers, and then thrust them into the great white shark's eye socket, piercing its eyeball and delving deeper inside. Warm, dark red blood gushed out, instantly staining a large area of seawater, and the intense pain triggered a violent reaction from the great white shark. This massive creature struggled several times, unable to open its mouth, and began to thrash wildly in the narrow space, repeatedly slamming its head against the wall. At this moment, Fang Ye, who was holding onto the great white shark's head, felt immense pain coursing through his body. In the disorientation, he felt as if every part of him was about to shatter. Since he was holding onto the shark's head, his chest pressed against it, and after several collisions, his sternum had genuinely cracked and pierced his lungs in the subsequent impacts, causing excruciating pain to fill Fang Ye's body. Yet, he did not let go. Disregarding the possibility of his broken bones damaging his heart and not caring about the bone spikes of the great white shark piercing his left arm and waist, his right hand resolutely penetrated deeper into the shark's brain. The final frenzy arrived. Fang Ye endured the most intense collision since the attack began, which rendered him completely stiff, unable to maintain his grip on the great white shark. A large amount of blood spilled from his mouth and nose, further staining the already blood-red waters. Exhausted, Fang Ye glanced at the rampaging great white shark, breathed a sigh of relief, shook his right hand, which was entangled with blood and brain matter, and struggled to swim towards the surface. His lungs had ruptured, and he could no longer breathe underwater. He had to risk surfacing. If the headset were still intact, he could have had Luna help him open the door, but it had broken earlier. Fang Ye soaked in the dark red blood water, slowly making his way to the surface. The spreading smell of blood greatly stimulated the entities in this sea area. As Fang Ye ascended, the various sounds that had been somewhat unsettling in his ears now erupted like a boiling pot, reaching a deafening peak. More terrifying and chaotic shrieks accompanied by severe tinnitus echoed in Fang Ye's mind. Fang Ye's brain felt a bit hazy, and he vaguely saw that day of despair again. So familiar, almost identical. Fang Ye snapped back to reality. He was very close to the surface now and could see the hazy shimmering waves above, with a faint golden glow that was enticing. However, after glancing at it twice, he no longer looked back, staring blankly below him. The once silent building had become chaotic, with countless shadows surging out from the darkness, some following the scent of blood to feast on the great white shark's corpse, while many more pursued Fang Ye's blood trail, rushing towards him like a black storm. The ugly, twisted entities and various contaminated creatures all had a single thought: to tear him apart. No escape? Fang Ye sighed, silently, and reached for the watch on his left wrist. Today had already been unlucky enough. Shouldn't he get a bit of luck? That blood-eyed creature had shown no interest in him just now, and it would be best if it didn't take an interest in the dawn either. The size of that blood-eyed creature. Even if it wasn't as big as an orca, it probably wasn't far off. Although he didn't know where it was hiding given its size, there was no doubt it was lurking in these waters. If an orca could smash a battleship with a complete force field shield, then it would be easy for the blood-eyed creature to destroy a stationary transport ship. Fang Ye didn't press the distress button. He silently raised his right hand and suddenly realized that, at some point, his right arm had become thicker than his left. A layer of pale bone plates wrapped around his arm, the bone structure slightly deformed, with barbs tearing through the skin of the joints. It looked somewhat familiar. No, very familiar. Fang Ye tore open his ragged shirt, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. His body was visibly becoming stronger at an alarming rate, with layers of keratin growing from beneath his skin, protecting the fragile skin underneath, and broken bones were regenerating. Fang Ye lightly scratched his forehead with his hand. The sharp nails didn't tear the skin, but rather scraped against a thin layer of exoskeleton, producing a clear grinding sound. What is this? I've been contaminated? No, that's not right. My current state is almost fully bizarre. ISNT it? But my thoughts haven't been affected, right? I was originally half human, half bizarre. So, does this mean I'm completely bizarre now? Fang Ye slightly sensed his condition, his eyes growing even more puzzled. Has my physique increased by more than double? I could probably lift a truck with my bare hands now. This state of mind must be bizarre without a doubt. It resembles the advantages of that great white shark in some aspects. I wonder if having the bizarre part exceed the human part will pose any risks. I should hurry back to the Dawn for a checkup. Fang Ye shook his head slightly, no longer lingering, choosing not to confront the bizarre creatures despite his healing injuries and surge in strength. He would never return to these waters inhabited by blood-eyed creatures. Fang Ye quickly swam to the surface. Along the way, a few bizarre creatures caught up, but he didn't even dodge their attacks, wanting to test his exoskeleton's defensive capabilities. The results surprised him. The bites from a few bizarre creatures barely broke through his defenses, and after swatting them aside, his exoskeleton slowly began to self-repair. Fang Ye approached the windowsill of the research building. Although the iron plates were still lowered, the support at the windowsill remained. With his terrifying physical qualities, he jumped and climbed his way up to the balcony. Once at the top, Fang Ye turned around and looked down at the surface of the sea. To hell with this water world. Fang Ye silently flipped at the bird. Chapter 6 New Goals. Fang Ye retracted his middle finger, or rather, his middle claw. He looked at his elongated hand, wrapped in grayish-white exoskeleton, and fell into silence. Although he had known for some time that he had become a half-human, half-abnormal creature, seeing his strange form in person was still hard to accept. After all, nearly a quarter of his 22 years outside of the 8 years of sleep had been spent fighting against the abnormal. It was strange to think he could easily accept being turned from a genetically modified warrior into something that had deep-seated enmity against humanity. It was fine when he maintained the appearance of a normal person, but now, he didn't even know if he would scare Luna to tears if he went to see her. With a crack, Fang Ye broke off a hangnail at the joint of his finger, gradually peeling the exoskeleton off that finger, along with some flesh. The sharp pain made his movements tremble, and blood dripped onto the ground. At least, the blood was still red. Fang Ye lost interest in his finger, and the exoskeleton that had only been half peeled off quickly grew back, healing at an observable rate, completely regrowing in about a minute. Just as he was conflicted about whether to find Luna in this state, Fang Ye heard a cracking sound coming from his face. Fang Ye froze for a moment and reached to touch his face, but before his hand could reach his cheek, another crisp sound came from his hand. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout his body, with broken bone fragments falling to the ground, while his deformed body slowly returned to normal. Soon, Fang Ye was completely back to his usual state. All the exoskeleton had fallen off by itself, accompanied by an intense feeling of hunger and weakness. The previously heightened physical condition diminished with the shedding of the exoskeleton. Fang Ye wanted to ponder his physical condition, but his brain had no room for thought. All he could think about was one word: eat. Driven by hunger, Fang Ye used his remaining strength to jump off the lifting platform and shouted into the building. "Luna!" The little girl curled up in the control room, stared blankly at the ceiling, but upon hearing his shout, she sprang up and knocked over a chair, falling to the ground in a scramble. However, she didn't care about her scraped arm. Her eyes lit up as she rushed out, shouting, "Here, here. Big brother, no. You idiot, you're not dead after all. No, I'm about to die from hunger." Half an hour later, after gorging himself, Fang Ye still felt a bit weak. At this moment, his intellect finally kicked in, overturning the instinctual dominance of his mind, and he began to speculate about his situation. Fang Ye had been gravely injured and close to death, yet after becoming abnormal, he rapidly healed. He felt that he wasn't violating the law of conservation of energy. So where did the energy for his self-healing come from? It must have drained the vitality from his body, fat, heat, cellular activity. So after shedding his abnormal form, Fang Ye's body desperately needed to replenish energy and in large quantities. That's why he had eaten the equivalent of a day's worth of food for 5 adults in half an hour. And even with his digestive capacity, his stomach was painfully bloated before he stopped eating. In fact, he was just stuffed, not satisfied. You can really eat a lot. I feel like the reserves in the research facility wouldn't be enough for you for half a year, Luna said, staring blankly at the empty boxes on the ground, unable to accept it for a moment. En exception, en exception. Fang Ye coughed lightly a couple of times, and then fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly said, "There's no energy crystal safe in Area 3. Luna turned back, somewhat sluggishly repeating Fang Ye's words. A few seconds later, Her face turned pale, and she looked at Fang Ye in a panic. How could that be? I didn't lie to you. After my parents died, Uncle Zhang said he would. I believe you wouldn't lie to me, but there really is no safe in Area 3. No, I should say, Area 3 has almost been emptied. Only some experimental equipment and empty containers are left. Before the research facility was flooded, someone took away all the items in the laboratory. Fang Ye said, stroking his chin softly. Her explanation halted abruptly, her eyes gradually widening in disbelief. How could that be? The energy crystal is a real and useful thing that hasn't leaked out. Only I, my mom, Dad, and Uncle Zhang know that the energy crystal is. Fang Ye pondered. Then things get interesting. There are 3 possibilities. First, the Uncle Zhang you mentioned is suspicious. He took away the energy crystals. Second, under some unexpected circumstance, the news of the energy crystals got to someone or some group of people, and they took the energy crystals after your Uncle Zhang. Third, and the last possibility, the news of the energy crystals hasn't leaked, but someone took away all the valuable items from the research facility, including the energy crystals in Area 3. The third point cannot be confirmed for now, as I don't plan to dive back in to check the situation of the other laboratories. But if it's one of the first 2 points, it's possible. It's possible that your parents' deaths were not an accident, but Fang Ye looked at Luna, whose expression was gradually stiffening, and said the words she least wanted to hear, a planned murder. Fang Ye had previously felt that Luna's story was a bit peculiar, but without any evidence, he and T made any wild guesses. However, upon further reflection, how could someone have brought a gun into the venue where Lu Xiaoming, the chief scientist of Zia, was giving a press conference? Even more absurdly, after Lu Xiaoming was shot dead, someone fired a second shot in the crowd, killing Luna's mother, which indicated that a second gun had bypassed the venue's security checks. Is this the level of security that a chief scientist should have? That worker, of unknown origin, might have brought a gun into the venue by coincidence. But for 2 guns to bypass security checks consecutively? It's hard to believe that it's just a coincidence. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly clever. If the captain were here, he would definitely be able to figure some things out. Fang Ye thought about it, considering various possibilities, but there was no way to reach a definitive conclusion. But this wasn't surprising. Although genetically modified warriors had brains that were more developed than ordinary people, that didn't mean they were all exceptionally intelligent. The level of brain development doesn't equate to logical thinking. The former is just a better condition and foundation, while the latter is truly honed through cultivation and learning. Fang Ye, who had spent his days in training or on the way to fight against the abnormal after graduating from high school, was a typical example of someone with high combat IQ but lacking in other areas. The fact that he could think of these possibilities was already influenced by the captain. At this moment, Fang Ye looked at Luna, whose emotions seemed a bit off, and shook his head slightly. Don't overthink it. It's just my speculation. The truth of the matter will be revealed once we find the person who took the energy crystals, right? You just want the energy crystals, don't you? Luna said softly, it doesn't matter anymore. It's been 2 years since they died. If you want to find them, go ahead. If Zhang Huaying isn't lying about this matter, he should be in the last continent now, with a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. How are you going to get there? It has nothing to do with her anymore. Does the truth really matter in this world with no future? After all, we're all going to die, aren't we? Luna raised her head, ready to put on a carefree expression. But a large hand pressed down on her head and rubbed it vigorously. Don't think too darkly of everyone, little ghost, Fang Ye said sideways to Luna. I will get the energy crystals, and I will uncover the truth of the matter. Luna shook her head, trying to shake off Fang Ye's hand, and shouted in exasperation. Don't mess with my head. Stop talking big. There's no way to even get to the continent. What are you going to do to find out the truth? Luna grasped Fang Ye's arms with both hands, gradually stopping her struggle, lowering her head, her voice trembling slightly. Who do you think you are? Stop meddling in other people's business. Do you know how annoying it is to act on your own? I'm nobody special. I'm Fang Ye, from Longsha District, a soldier, a good person recognized by others, Fang Ye said seriously. Back in school, I confessed to my crush, and she said, I'm sorry, you're a good person, I don't deserve you. Luna fell silent, not understanding what kind of nonsense Fang Ye was saying, but somehow, the feeling of almost crying a moment ago disappeared, leaving only a subtle, indescribable sensation. Fang Ye felt a bit regretful. The mirrored world didn't mean the culture was completely the same. It was a pity that this joke made his teammates laugh, but Luna couldn't understand his humor. Of course, Fang Ye didn't know that this old joke from the last century could amuse his teammates, who were simply being polite and awkwardly laughing to give him an out. His humor was often just for his own amusement. Forget it if you don't understand. Let us start over. I'm Fang Ye from the United People's Alliance. Currently a general in the military and the captain of the ship Dawn. In a sense, I guess I'm an alien? Well, or rather, a person from a parallel Earth. Fang Ye laid his cards on the table with Luna, regardless of whether she agreed or not. He was determined to take her onto his ship. After all, under the watch of the wristwatch, her position perfectly matched with the beacon. Alien? General of the United People's Alliance? Captain of the Dawn? Luna muttered these three keywords, looking at Fang Ye with an increasingly strange expression. Want to say something, but stopping short. It was a look mixed with helplessness and pity. Don't worry, I'm not one to put on airs. Luna tiptoed and touched Fang Ye's forehead. Oh, you have a slight fever. No wonder you're talking nonsense. Wait a moment, I'll go get some medicine. Fang Ye watched Luna's retreating figure, feeling speechless. Although he had been wandering in the starry sky after waking up, with feelings of loss and loneliness lingering, it wasn't entirely true that he wasn't happy being a mere soldier promoted to general and owning his own ship. Yet now, he truly felt quite bored. Fang Ye simply grabbed Luna by the collar and threw her over his shoulder, striding towards a rooftop despite her screams. What are you doing? What else could I be doing? Kidnapping you to find a new world with me. He lightly tapped on the wristwatch, and a faint airflow gradually appeared at the top of the rooftop, intensifying until it became difficult to stand. A massive ship emerged from full stealth into semi-stealth, slowly hovering above them, causing their clothes to flap in the wind. Luna's eyes widened as she looked at the enormous, shadowy figure that could block out the sun. Her small fists that were pounding on Fang Ye's back stopped. What the hell is this? Fang Ye smiled broadly, his hair wildly dancing in the wind, his tone filled with pride and a hint of loneliness for being far from home. This is not a ghost. This is my interstellar voyage ship, the Dawn, a distinguished transport ship of the former United People's Alliance. Chapter 7. The fishing team. That's how things are. The Dawn has come to a standstill in this world, with only 4 energy left, insufficient to support my continued journey. I must search for usable energy as much as possible to get back on the road. Fang Ye and Luna sat face to face on the artificial beach of the small ecosystem at the top of the Dawn, with a light blue dodecahedron the size of a human head placed on the sand between them. This was the last remaining energy crystal installed in the Research Institute building. Fang Ye laid everything out for Luna, except for the beacon, revealing that another world and the Xia Alliance had both chosen to seek hope in the starry sky. But the outcomes were vastly different. Luna's expression visibly fell. The human union is much stronger than Xia, Luna murmured, her small face slightly puffed up as she rolled her eyes at the blue sky above. They both chose similar plans at about the same time. The human union successfully ventured into the stars, while Fang Ye didn't feel overly proud, shaking his head slightly. They're not that strong either. Years have passed, and I have no idea how they are doing now, nor do I know if I'll ever have the chance to meet them again. The future is uncertain. Besides, the human union ultimately can't take everyone with them. For those who are left behind, the time after the human union's escape must be unimaginably desperate. At least it's better than Xia dying altogether. Luna made a face and jumped up from the sand. I'm going on an adventure. Call me when you reach the continent. Her enthusiasm for exploring the Dawn was high, and Fang Ye understood it well. He had also wandered around the Dawn for a long time when he first got it. Watching Luna leave, Fang Ye picked up the energy crystal from the sand and casually tossed it into the air. A drone quickly flew over and caught the energy crystal, heading towards the energy room. In front of Fang Ye, the light screen of the Dawn projected itself. You've given her a health check, right? What exactly is the beacon? Prediction result 3. This beacon is an artificial gene fragment containing a wealth of scientific knowledge. But the difficulty of reading is much greater than that of the beacons obtained by the human union. The human union and Xia are mirror worlds, but there are significant differences at the genetic level. Deciphering the genetic code written by the Watchers based on this will take some time. Fang Ye chakit akardi. What if the situation isn't an exception? Wouldn't I be turning into a human trafficker? He suddenly recalled an old two-dimensional character collection game where players also played as captains, which made his expression even stranger. So, what are my own health check results? Is there any change compared to the last check? Fang Ye quickly shifted his focus back to himself. After returning to the dawn, he had given himself a health check, and now it had been nearly half an hour. The results should be out. The dawn displayed the results of the two checks side by side, highlighting several data points in red. Body data averaged a 12 increase, but genetic stability had dropped by 8. So, humans ultimately cannot coexist with the bizarre perfection. Fang Ye calmly turned off the light screen, not too anxious about it. He clapped his hands, and a drone flew over, dropping a brand new notebook, which was a copy of the deceased female researcher's notebook. Inside, the female researcher mentioned that during the 8 years Fang Ye was asleep, ordinary humans who had not undergone genetic adjustment surgery would undergo some peculiar changes under certain special conditions, producing an unknown factor in their bodies and gaining superpowers, which were later officially referred to as extraordinary beings. This factor was also called the extraordinary factor. According to the investigation, extraordinary beings had significantly stronger resistance to pollution than ordinary people and genetic warriors. The principle was not fully understood due to limited conditions. But Fang Ye felt that the answer to solving his body's accelerated deterioration lay with the extraordinary beings. Fang Ye carefully flipped through the notebook, searching for text passages related to the extraordinary. The final result left Fang Ye somewhat silent. Genetic warriors cannot become extraordinary? Why is that? Fang Ye frowned and thought. The notebook didn't explain. Had there been no answers found? He looked at the dawn and asked his question, is the extraordinary a phenomenon unique to the human union world? Is there any description of the extraordinary in the beacon? Searching. Search complete. There are contents related to the extraordinary in the database, but there are no explanations of the principles or relevant technologies. They are merely mentioned as references to certain technological products. The above indicates that the extraordinary and the extraordinary factor are clearly marked entities in the knowledge of the Watchers and are not unique to the human union. Fang Ye felt invigorated and handed the notebook to the drone to be sent back to the archives. There is always a way out. With the capabilities of the Watchers, the extraordinary should also have been thoroughly researched. The beacon should contain some knowledge related to the extraordinary. As long as he is a bit lucky and becomes an extraordinary being before a complete imbalance occurs, perhaps he can solve the issue of genetic stability. Although the balance of his body composition subtly showed signs of imbalance, as long as he did not undergo a second bizarre transformation in the short term, his genetic stability would not fluctuate. With a goal, there was motivation. Fang Ye decisively locked himself in the production workshop to prepare with various military materials. Unfortunately, the Dawn was one of the oldest batch of meritorious transport ships, almost retired. Even during the time before his sleep, the latest transport ships had intelligent production lines. He could only slowly assemble parts according to the design blueprints. Not to mention power armor. He couldn't even manage exoskeletons smoothly. Fang Ye muttered to himself while polishing parts. He wondered what those who left the Dawn were thinking. Even if they didn't leave the finished product for themselves, they could have at least upgraded the production workshop while modifying the Dawn. In the end, Fang Ye only managed to assemble some old firearms that had become training equipment in the human union, along with some simple weapons and light armor that did not require advanced technology. Days later, the analysis of the energy crystal in the Dawn's energy room was completed. As a technology of the Watchers, many similar technologies share common principles. The Dawn analyzed the production principles of the energy crystal in the human union's beacon database, but producing a new one requires technicians to adjust it according to the underlying physical rules of the world. Fang Ye watched the energy gradually filling up in the Dawn and stroked his chin. He had underestimated the energy storage of the energy crystal. One energy crystal could almost fully recharge the Dawn. In other words, Fang Ye could completely abandon the energy crystal here and go to the next world to find more convenient energy without having to toil in this uncomfortable water world. But in the end, Fang Ye decided to see it through to the end. A man should keep his word. Fang Ye looked at the continent that had appeared at the edge of his vision and turned to head towards the production workshop. The gear he had been assembling for several days was about to be put to use. In just a few minutes, the Dawn had arrived at a small offshore gathering point not far from the continent. Fully armed, Fang Ye stood at the edge of the porthole, silently watching the huge red platform below where gunfire flickered, using welded containers as a foothold. Don't they fear being smashed by some big guy? Fang Ye recalled the bizarre blood-eyed creature he had encountered underwater, and felt that these people were lucky to have survived until today. Dawn, tell Luna to stop playing games. It's time to set off. Fang Ye estimated that the distance from this offshore platform to the continent was less than 1,000 meters and decisively decided to land here. On the platform built with containers, gunshots and screams echoed, and the flames spitting from the gun muzzles flickered unpredictably. Scarlet blood splattered all over the platform. Fortunately, there were railings around the platform, preventing the blood from flowing into the sea, where it would likely attract a lot of big creatures. Joseph, surrender. I admit that you are among the best in the fishing team, but there are only 5 of you. No, there are only 3, while we have more than 20 on our side. You don't stand a chance. I promise you, if you surrender, I won't kill you. A tall, thin man with a battered ear crouched behind a container, shouting hoarsely, if you want to fight us to the end, I guarantee you will all die. His name is Moji, the deputy manager of this offshore platform. Moji didn't dare to peek out. The man opposite him was much more accurate with his gun, and the muzzle was always searching for him. If he casually poked his head out, he would probably die a heroic death. Moji's subordinates frantically pulled the triggers, using a chaotic but dense barrage to pin down 3 injured middle-aged men in a narrow corner, their expressions excited and frenzied, almost like they had gone mad. Moji, we still have family. Maybe we will die continuing to fish on the seabed. But if we resist Bay Boney's orders, it won't just be ourselves who die. An elderly man named Joseph shouted loudly, we have no room for compromise. They are asking for it. Kill them. Moji spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes dark and sinister. Let's turn them into reserves and head overseas. Behind the container, Joseph, who had nowhere to retreat, lowered the magazine from his handgun, seeing the last few bullets clearly, closing his eyes and remaining silent. How many do you have left? The scruffy man with a broken leg looked at Joseph, shaking the gun in his hand. I have 8 bullets left. With a bit of luck, maybe I can kill 8. I have 6. I can kill 5. Joseph glanced at the scruffy man, then at the taciturn young man with a buzz cut. Don't waste the bullets. Save the last one for yourself. The young man turned to look at him, revealing the other side of his rotten face, mixed with red and gray. Joseph and the scruffy man ignored this horrifying scene, listening to the approaching footsteps, their hands gripping the handgun slowly tightening. However, in the next moment, there was a downward airflow in the sky, followed by a loud bang. Joseph and the others felt the platform beneath them suddenly sink inward, vaguely showing signs of breaking, as if something had hit it. What's going on? The scruffy man gasped, struggling to drag himself up from the ground with his broken leg. Did a meteorite hit us? If it were a meteorite, this small platform would have collapsed long ago. Joseph rebutted loudly. Then he heard short, violent gunfire, with shells clattering to the ground and screams rising and falling. The 3's expressions turned uneasy. Strange. Moji's scream vanished just as it began, leaving only a dead silence. The 3 exchanged glances, holding their breath, not daring to move. But they suddenly noticed a shadow squatting on the container in front of them. Joseph slowly looked up and saw a smiling face looking down at them. I want to learn about the mainland. Do you know anything? Chapter 8, New Capital. That's its name. It was originally a plateau, and after the Great Flood, this area was the only one that wasn't submerged. Marshal Baboni was originally one of the 3 great marshals of Shia. When the disaster broke out, he was the first to flee the front lines with his private army, and then he executed other council members and generals on charges of treason. After Marshal Baboni effectively became the ruler of New Capital, he divided it into an upper area and a lower area. Even in the outer city, as worthless lower-class people, we could only join the fishing teams if we wanted our children and families to live in New Capital. What do we fish for? Sea fish. Sometimes we would also dive to search for supplies in the submerged city, like medicine. The sealed packaging allows them to be preserved well. Sea fish. A significant portion of sea fish are contaminated. Can this stuff be eaten? Moreover, the seawater is also polluted, and diving without sealed equipment accelerates mutation. Pollution? You mean sea toxins, but there is nothing else to eat. The food from the new capital plantations is only supplied to the nobles and the rich in the upper area. The lower class and the displaced can only eat sea fish, at least to avoid starvation. As for mutation, it has long ceased to matter. It's already terrible anyway. Who cares how they die? Fang Ye nodded slightly, no longer asking further questions, gazing at the distant mainland, and changed the subject. How do you send the salvaged items back to new capital? Joseph pointed to a corner of the platform, the hinge. Whenever we need to dock. The winch pulls the platform closer to the mainland. Then let's dock. Fang Ye ordered, then turned to look at the excited yet nervous Luna. Stay close. Don't run around. If you encounter any problems, hide. If you can't escape, press the distress button on your wristwatch. Do you understand? I understand. I'm not a child. You're so talkative. Luna impatiently covered her ears and took a couple of steps away. Fang Ye clicked his tongue quietly, muttering under his breath. Rebellious little brat is really annoying. As the winch turned, the hinge connecting the mainland and the platform was continuously retracted, and the platform slowly moved closer to the mainland. Fang Ye played with the bullet casing in his hand, gazing at the shore of the mainland, and gently exclaimed, "Why are there so many corpses and severed limbs on the shore? Can you see that far?" Joseph was somewhat surprised. He looked at the distant land and quickly withdrew his gaze. Those are the bodies of the displaced. They were blocked outside by the walls of New Capital and could only receive very few supplies. Close to the coast, there's some shellfish and other edible things. So the displaced would often go to collect seashells at first. But over time, those shellfish and sea crabs became monsters, and they started to attack the displaced. Gradually, some monsters that could come ashore would even attack the sleeping displaced at night. Joseph spoke in a flat tone, carrying an inherent numbness. Moreover, with frequent consumption of sea toxins, some of the displaced have become monsters wandering along the coast. At first, some people would clean up the bodies of the murdered, but gradually no one cared anymore. When the platform gets close to the coast, it's actually more dangerous than drifting at sea. The monsters there are more aggressive than those in the deep sea. Fang Ye nodded slightly, cursing the damned water world for the umpteenth time in his heart, while pulling out the short knife from his calf, just in case. Joseph glanced at him, his gaze lingering on the firearms on him, and suddenly spoke, "You'd better find a way to hide the guns on you. If the soldiers at the gate see them, they might fabricate some charges against you, like murder and gun theft." Huh? Gun theft? Fang Ye looked back in surprise at the corpses on the ground and the firearms piled in a corner, which didn't seem rare to the soldiers. A bullet can sell for 50 dinas in the black market of the lower area, while 10 dinas can feed a family of 3 for a meal. Joseph lowered his head and touched the handgun in his holster. Selling arms is a capital offense. For the soldiers who don't need to fight, their bullet count can't decrease. It's easy to tell if the numbers are right or not, and they can't make extra money. But if they confiscate guns from outsiders, they can sell them freely. Fang Ye remained non-committal, the firearms and ammunition still prominently displayed on him. Seeing this, Joseph didn't continue to persuade him, silently staring at the sea, as if lost in thought. In the silence, the platform reached the shore. Without saying a word, Fang Ye picked up Luna and threw her over his shoulder. Amid her protests, he slightly bent down, then leaped, landing heavily on the shore after crossing over 10 meters, crushing a section of the container. "Can we switch to a princess carry next time?" Ugh. I wanted to say this last time. As soon as Luna hit the ground, she bent over and gagged, her little face pale, tears welling in her eyes. "You bumped into my stomach. If it happens again, I'll just throw up on you. It was a mistake. When teammates were injured before, without a stretcher, we would carry them directly on our shoulders. This way, we could still fight with one hand free. Sorry, I forgot you were an ordinary person and couldn't handle it." Fang Ye chuckled awkwardly, patting Luna's back to help her calm down. An ordinary person's stomach can't take a hard hit like that. Anyone would struggle, especially 15-year-old Luna. Joseph didn't come ashore. He loosened the winch on the platform. It was the day for the fishing team to return yet. If he went ashore too, it would be hard to explain. The scruffy man who had been playing dead and the young man with a buzz cut stood beside Joseph, watching Fang Ye's back. He is more monstrous than the monsters. It's none of our business. We don't know anything. Joseph turned back and walked toward the chaotic center of the platform, a hint of ruthlessness appearing on his aging face, and whispered, "Let us take out the salt. If we don't deal with their bodies, there will be a plague. But disposing of them will attract monsters. We'll just consider it curing meat." The scruffy man didn't speak, but he didn't move either. The buzz-cut youth glanced at Joseph, then turned to the storage compartment. "Are you really planning to eat cured meat?" The scruffy man asked quietly, his expression shifting. Even if it's out of hatred or more considerations, it ultimately cannot make him break his bottom line. Although he had seen the displaced on the coast forced by hunger. No, after curing it, we'll send it back to the shore to the soldiers if that man didn't kill them. Joseph pulled out a small bag of tobacco from his pocket, picked one out, and slowly chewed it, his gaze indifferent. "It's not that I like to eat it, just giving it to them as a way to recycle waste. We've added a lot of salt. What is wrong with that? Now it doesn't feel wrong anymore." Fang Ye walked with Luna toward the new capital, a full kilometer away from the coast. The walls of new capital separated the inside from the outside into two worlds. Outside were piles of corpses in dark red, sandy wilderness, and in the simplest of shacks hid pairs of numb eyes. And inside the high walls, as Joseph said, the night was as bright as day, filled with song and dance. "This place doesn't resemble what the broadcast said at all." Luna tugged at Fang Ye's sleeve, carefully stepping around a skeletal figure that had been gnawed down to remnants of flesh, somewhat disappointed. "I used to hear their broadcasts saying that the people in New Capital were well-fed and clothed, painting it as a paradise on earth. I was so frustrated for a long time because I wanted to go, but couldn't." Fang Ye pondered, scoffing lightly. In a sense, they weren't lying. If in New Capital, the definition of a person is those nobles in the upper area, I'm sure they are well-fed and clothed. Nobles. I had only seen this term representing class privileges from the barbaric era in the history textbooks of the United Nations. My birthplace, Longxia, abolished all class privileges even before the establishment of the United Nations. I didn't expect to witness it here. I want to see what exactly makes these so-called nobles so noble. A person's birth cannot truly be equal. But if someone consciously feels superior because of the advantages that come with their birth and promotes the superiority of lineage and noble families, they are the most ridiculous. In this world, there are no born nobles. It's just that when everyone is still at the starting line, a few individuals have jumped ahead, and thus the nobility is born. In a world on the brink of collapse, to still create nobility and class, to reverse history. This Marshal Baboni makes Fang Ye feel ridiculous. The upper district barely turns off its lights at night, and the hedonism is even more exaggerated than before the Great Flood. This level of energy supply is not something the new capital's power facilities can achieve. Unavoidably, the energy in new capital comes from energy crystals. As Fang Ye thought of this, his face suddenly turned a bit green. How many energy crystals are there in total? With such extravagance, how much energy reserve will be left when I get the energy crystals back? This is all my property. Fang Ye's pace suddenly quickened, mumbling some incoherent words. And Luna, not understanding why, could only jog to keep up. "Slow down. Why are you in such a hurry?" The two quickly arrived at the 5-meter-high wall of the new capital, walked along the wall for over 500 meters, and found the main gate. Two guards, who were dozing off, yawned and asked listlessly, "What is your identity number?" "Let me check. If you are lucky. As long as the number you provide is in the correct format, they will let you through. This is Moji's number." But the little girl next to you definitely can't get through unnoticed because these scumbags are very interested in every woman who enters or exits. You could say she was caught by the fishing team on a boat, ready to be presented to Mr. Moxophyte in the upper district. Moxophyte is a council member and a disgusting pedophile, and if you're lucky, you can smoothly blend into the upper district. Fang Ye recalled Joseph's words and looked at the two guards. "My number is D221147 from the fishing team. This is someone we caught on a boat at sea. It seems she came after hearing the broadcast, and I am preparing to present her to Mr. Moxophyte." In fact, Fang Ye didn't look like a person from the fishing team at all. His clothing and skin were too clean. But as Joseph said, the guards, who have long used drugs for pleasure, are no longer the iron wall at the front of their former home. They're now just hollow shells lost in hedonism. The fishing team, huh? No wonder they are armed with guns and knives. I just saw a fishing platform returning to shore. TSK. This little girl looks really good. Too bad she belongs to Mr. Moxophyte. You're going to hit it big. One guard stared at Luna, unabashedly revealing his vile gaze, his eyes lingering on her chest and waist. A vein on Fang Ye's forehead throbbed, and his forced smile was starting to crack. He could only try hard to restrain himself, and said, "Can I go in?" Luna lowered her head, looking disgusted, closing her eyes to avoid seeing the guard's disgraceful behavior. Sigh. What is the rush? It's not like I can touch. You have to at least let me have a good look. Let me vent a bit. That guard, with his disgraceful demeanor, grinned as he reached into his pants, and Luna couldn't help but grab Fang Ye's arm, her whole body covered in goosebumps. Fang Ye took a deep breath, grinning at the two guards. You really don't know how to appreciate a favor, do you? Didn't your mothers teach you what it means to take a hint? He suddenly lunged forward, gripping the guards' throats with both hands, twisting with force, snapping their fragile necks. Disgraceful things, huh? Fang Ye threw the two twisted, terrified corpses onto the ground, then stared at the door that required a password to open, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luna, with her hands behind her back and head down, gently kicked Fang Ye's heel with her toes. I can actually endure it. It's not like I was really. Well, I might as well pretend I didn't see it. Fang Ye glanced at her. Don't squirm when you're secretly laughing. Stop trying to play innocent after taking advantage. Luna stopped pretending, grinning as she shook Fang Ye's arm. Big brother, you're the best. I'm just worried about delaying the mission. Forget it. Let us climb over the wall. Fang Ye took a step back, then crouched down, looking at Luna. Climb on my back, hold on tight. Here we go. Luna wrapped her arms around Fang Ye's chest and her legs around his waist, cheering, take off. Fang Ye chuckled, and with strong legs, easily leaped over the not-so-tall wall. Chapter 9. Fang Ye walked along the streets of the upper district with Luna and spotted a refined lady with her hair in a bun, crouching down while holding a freshly unwrapped sausage to feed a chubby Pekingese. The lavishness of the upper district was evidently showcased in this random corner, and Fang Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's quite amusing that dogs eat normal food, while humans indulge in contaminated things. He wondered if they were using such extravagant wastefulness to drown themselves in the illusions of the past because the apocalypse was irreparable, or if they truly had no sense of crisis at all. Luna looked around for a long time, eventually feeling a bit deflated. The last beautiful illusion has shattered. This place is nothing like they promoted. Fang Ye chose not to comment, knowing that unless death was imminent, these self-deceiving people would continue to live in a dreamlike stupor, as no one could wake a person who pretended to be asleep. Taking the energy crystals and killing the tyrant Benboni would cause the already crumbling order of new capital to collapse entirely. They might sprout new shoots of civilization amidst the ruins, but they could also fall into despair and hasten their demise. Would you stop me? Fang Ye turned to Luna, saying that if she thought it inappropriate, he would adjust his plans accordingly. However, Luna showed no hesitation, tightly holding Fang Ye's hand. Take them all. Whether they think I'm heartless or a traitor. Xiao once had a chance to be saved, but they extinguished that hope with their own hands. If it were Dad making the choice, even if faced with betrayal, he would surely choose to forgive them at this moment, but I am not him. I have a narrow heart. She shook her wristwatch and smiled brightly. Besides, what do children know about great love and selflessness? I stand by whoever treats me well, right, big brother? You won't abandon me, will you? Fang Ye couldn't help but pat her small head, saying earnestly, of course not. It's very lonely to wander alone. Fang Ye was a good person, but not a fool. The alliance of Xia and those who raised him was never a multiple-choice question. Perhaps taking the energy crystals might seem like a robbery from Xia's perspective, but what did Fang Ye care about their opinions? Killing the tyrant Benboni was already the extent of his goodwill. This world is beyond saving. Collapse is imminent. It won't be long before the bazaar will surpass the limits of life, sweeping across the entire planet, dragging everything into an indescribable vortex, turning it into a hell on earth, much like the twisted, filthy sun with eyes that hovered in the sky above the Alliance, a sun devoid of any vitality. A few energy crystals cannot prevent that day from coming. The moment Lu Xiaoming died and the migration plan failed, Xia had already begun its countdown to extinction. The collapse of a dimensional world takes time. The abyss often starts to erode dimensional world from locations densely populated by intelligent beings. If Xia could escape into the starry sky and keep moving, they would still have time to climb the technological tree and seek a way out of their original world. This was also the driving force behind the Alliance's eventual departure from their homeland. Therefore, Fang Ye did not believe that new capital could truly rise again. Whether the energy crystals were kept or not, Wu Ti changed their fate of destruction. As they no longer had a way to venture into the boundless depths of space, the end was close at hand. As for Fang Ye allowing the remaining people of new capital to board the ship, he wasn't a complete fool. He wouldn't pay the price for Xia people. If they were citizens of the Alliance, he would definitely take them all away. If he couldn't take them all, he would try to save as many as possible. But they were not citizens of the Alliance. The Dawn theoretically could provide living space for tens of thousands. But he hoped to reserve that space for those who could be of help to him or those he truly recognized. Let us go find Mr. Moxifit and ask him for a little favor. Fang Ye swept away the trivial thoughts in his mind and led Luna to ask the few laughing ladies walking their dogs for directions. Upon hearing Moxifit's name and looking at Luna, the ladies all appeared to have an epiphany. Go towards Ben Boney Avenue. He lives at number 17. There was no hint of disgust at this action. Instead, they seemed reluctant to get too close to Fang Ye. Fang Ye suppressed his inner disgust, nodded in thanks, and followed the signs to a beautifully crafted villa. He quickly walked up to the door, showing no intention of ringing the bell. Instead, he reached for the door handle, twisted it forcefully, breaking the lock in the process. With his left hand pressing against the door, he pushed hard, and with a dull thud, the door opened. Fang Ye and Luna slipped into the villa and closed the door behind them. It seemed there was no maid in the house, which made things easier. Fang Ye surveyed the layout of the house and listened to the sound around, eventually catching a faint noise from the ceiling. He casually took an apple from the fruit bowl on the living room table, munching on it as he walked upstairs. Luna followed suit, grabbing an apple and crunching on it, trailing behind Fang Ye as they climbed the spiral staircase to the second floor. Soon, Fang Ye stopped outside a door on the second floor, staring at it for a moment before telling Luna, "Wait for me outside for a bit. What comes next is not suitable for children." As he spoke, Fang Ye pushed the door open, then pressed his hand against Luna's small face, pushing her back when she tried to sneak in, and then he closed the door with a thud, blocking her curious gaze. The woman's scream that escaped when he opened the door made Luna realize what was happening inside. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Tisich, it's just rolling in bed. Who do they think is a child?" Feeling bored, Luna bit into her apple and wandered around the second floor, pushing open one door after another to peek inside. When she opened the westernmost door on the second floor, her eyes widened gradually, and the apple in her hand fell with a thud onto her shoe, rolling forward until it crashed into a huge glass jar, finally stopping. Luna's pupils reflected the familiar face submerged in the jar, her vision blurred by the tears that began to overflow. The girl opened her mouth but could not speak, unable to utter those two words, only letting out short, trembling gasps that conveyed her sorrow at this moment. "Who are you?" Moxifit was quite annoyed by the interruption to his enjoyment of life's beauty, but did not panic. He calmly continued his task, expertly muffling the woman's mouth with a towel until her jaw dislocated, then picked up a silver knife from the counter and gently sliced her wrist. The sharp blade easily cutting through flesh and blood vessels, causing blood to flow freely. Moxifit inhaled the metallic scent of blood, placing a wine glass beneath the woman's wrist to catch the dripping blood. The glass gradually stained red as it filled with the essence of madness and savagery. It was not the lewdness that Luna imagined. The room was filled only with the horrifying acts that trampled on human morality and twisted their principles. Fang Ye slowly bit down, his teeth cutting irregular pieces of apple, and when his teeth suddenly closed, the crisp cracking sound made Moxifit momentarily pause his movements. An unexpected guest. Was it a bit inappropriate to intrude uninvited? Moxifit stared at Fang Ye, whose calm demeanor was chilling, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Fang Ye was also observing Moxifit. The man was probably in his 30s. Although not particularly handsome, he was fairly tidy and refined, with brown curly hair, brown eyes, a prominent nose, and a faint circle of stubble. In front of him was a counter equipped with kitchenware and a stove, a dining table covered with a dark red tablecloth, and a massive dissection table. If your impression of women is as ingredients, then little girls are the more delicious kind. Fang Ye opened his mouth wide, biting off more than half of the fruit flesh, chewing as he walked towards Moxophyte. Moxophyte calmly placed his hand on a dining knife. If you're also interested, I think this ingredient is enough for both of us. He couldn't finish his sentence, as Fang Ye's left hand clamped down on Moxophyte's face like a vice, slowly tightening his fingers. The excruciating pain prompted Moxophyte to retaliate. He suddenly gripped the knife and stabbed towards Fang Ye's spleen. Where did this understanding of human anatomy come from? Upon reflection, it was truly nauseating. Unfortunately, Fang Ye had no interest in dodging, expressionless as he watched the knife tip pierce the plain blue-gray coat into the vest underneath, and then there was nothing after that. The highest quality materials can provide extremely high levels of protection without needing sophisticated craftsmanship. Two people? Why would you think that? Fang Ye chuckled lightly, pressing Moxophyte's fingers together inch by inch, making Moxophyte feel as if his head was about to be crushed, with faint sounds of his skull cracking echoing in his cranial cavity. Wait, we've never met before. Why are you? Moxophyte was no longer calm and collected, gripping Fang Ye's wrist with both hands, struggling to see through Fang Ye's fingers, catching a glimpse of those eyes that hid raging storms beneath their calm surface. But Fang Ye ignored him, talking to himself. There's only one person in this room. Interestingly, you and I together only count as one person. Moxophyte couldn't understand what he was saying, only repeatedly promising benefits and money, trying to sway this madman who appeared out of nowhere. And what's more interesting is, my body is mostly composed of the bizarre, but I genuinely want to be a person, while you, though your body is human, your heart is even more disgusting than the bizarre. Fang Ye slightly raised his head, looking at the ceiling as if reminiscing, and after a moment, he smiled at Moxophyte. You are the second cannibal I've encountered in my life. Can you guess what happened to the first one? Moxophyte let out a vague sound. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his jaw and cheekbones were already shattered. Next would be his skull. Don't want to guess? That's fine. I can tell you. I covered it in molasses, tied it up, and tossed it into a nest of carnivorous ants in the tropical rainforest, and even gave it a shot of a special stimulant designed for people like me, so it wouldn't pass out, and thus it could only watch as it was slowly devoured by the ants. Fang Ye used it because he didn't think such a thing that tramples on human bottom lines could be called by him. Fang Ye's smile vanished, and before Moxophyte could react, his left hand closed in. I'm in a hurry, so I'll make your death quick, cheapening your kind. Fang Ye indifferently dropped Moxophyte's nearly crushed head, finished the last bites of the apple in a few mouthfuls, stuffed the core into Moxophyte's hand, and wiped the blood from his left hand on Moxophyte's exquisite white suit. He glanced at the woman curled up on the dissection table, still in shock, scoffed, and turned to leave. At the door, he adjusted his facial expression, and Fang Ye pushed open the door with a cheerful demeanor, only to instantly break character. He looked at Luna, who stood at the door with tears in her eyes. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? I didn't bully you. Big brother. My dad. Luna choked, her icy little hand pulling on Fang Ye's hand, dragging him unsteadily to a door. Fang Ye, puzzled, opened the door, and what he saw was a dismembered corpse. His gaze quickly locked onto a jar containing a human brain. The label on the jar had 3 words. The death of Lu Xiaoming. Really has something fishy about it. Fang Ye fell silent, crouched down, and gave her a tight hug, allowing her tears and snot to smear on him. He wasn't really good at comforting others. After a long while, when Luna's mood had somewhat calmed, Fang Ye stood up and walked around the room, picking up a journal placed on a glass jar. He opened the cover, and the first line that caught his eye explained everything. The plan went smoothly. Lu Xiaoming was sent to me immediately. Marshal Bei Boney is quite formidable. If he slips up, he could be facing the world as his enemy. The effect of this tranquilizer was unexpectedly good. It kept him asleep for 2 full days. Now it's time to pry the information about the energy crystal from his mouth. Chapter 10, A New Journey. So it turns out, Lu Xiaoming's attack was premeditated, and he only pretended to be dead during the shooting. The real place of death was in Xindu. Fang Ye silently closed the journal and gently stroked Luna's hair. Some things were clear, while others remained unclear. For example, what role did Zhang Huaying play in Lu Xiuming's death? And who fired the second shot at the conference venue? But it didn't matter. It was no longer important. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll put an end to this, Fang Ye said as he tossed the journal into the trash can, instructed Luna not to run around, and quickly left Mosophyte's villa. Scholars and cannibals, both are doctors. Lu Xiuming toiled for Zera, while Mosophyte abandoned the dignity of a scholar in the face of natural disasters, choosing to degenerate and unable to bear to see others progress. His death was not a pity. Mosophyte and Baboni were truly two of kind. Fang Ye walked along Baboni Avenue towards the capital. He quickly sensed the prying eyes lurking in the shadows, grinning broadly, his hands resting on his thigh holsters. With a bang, a bullet shattered the concrete ground behind Fang Ye, sending debris flying, but Fang Ye shot forward like a ground-hugging arrow, covering over 100 meters in 5 seconds. Instantly, gunfire erupted around the capital's perimeter, a series of flames relentlessly biting at Fang Ye, yet achieving no results. While using the buildings to evade concentrated fire, Fang Ye continually broke through Baboni's protective circle. He rarely counterattacked, but each time he raised his gun and pulled the trigger, a fire point would fall silent. Surprisingly simple. The difficulty was comparable to when I once raided some terrorist hideouts. In just half a minute, Fang Ye rushed into the capital's interior, feeling somewhat astonished, then realized that Baboni's private army had long since turned into a mob, deaf to danger and indulging in luxury, while he had vastly surpassed his former strength. Naturally feeling at ease, Fang Ye barreled through, his excellent hearing catching the footsteps coming from above, decisively darting up the stairs, pushing off the wall, and using his right hand to pull himself up the handrail, effortlessly flinging himself to the second floor. In midair, Fang Ye locked on several surprised and angry faces, his fingers rapidly squeezing the trigger, gunfire erupting in a nearly continuous line, only to abruptly cease. As Fang Ye landed, spent shells clattered to the ground, and empty magazines slid off, contrasting with the lifeless bodies frozen in expressions, each with a precise bullet hole in their heads. Baboni? Fang Ye asked boldly, sizing up the balding old man he had left behind. It seemed he hadn't mistaken the person. Observing the old man's subtle expressions, Fang Ye understood, then without hesitation. He pressed the freshly reloaded gun against his forehead. Mosophyte left peacefully. On behalf of Lu Xiuming's daughter, I'm here to take you to see Lu Xiuming. Just as the gunfire rang out, the astonished Baboni would forever hold his tongue. I'm not some righteous messenger, and I'm not interested in your chatter. Besides, I'm sorry, but you've been expelled from humanity. Fang Ye wiped the blood splatter from his face and looked out the window. After he stormed into the capital, everything outside had quieted down. It seemed Baboni was not very well liked after all. Fang Ye leisurely exited through the main door of the capital, and indeed no one dared to lay a hand on him, as if the recent gunfire had all been a mirage. A time has come, and another has gone. Absurd yet ironic. The capital was just over 200 meters from the energy station. After Fang Ye shot down a few guards, he found Lu Xiuming's last legacy. He casually packed the energy crystallization into a box and hummed a tune as he walked towards Mosophyte's villa, all the while surrounded by gasps and gunfire echoing around him. The news of Baboni's death could not be concealed. Fang Ye's hardcore assassination had made too much noise, and those holding military power in Xindu had begun to test each other, even directly starting a shootout. Oh, humanity! Fang Ye sighed meaningfully. Big brother, are you hurt? Luna rushed up to Fang Ye upon seeing him, wrapping herself around his waist like a sloth, unwilling to let go. When Fang Ye left, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, worrying that he might have been injured or even killed in the capital, and fearing he might leave after obtaining the energy crystallization. Fang Ye was unaware of her thoughts and shrugged. You know how powerful I am. It would be strange if I got hurt. If they were an elite force working in unison, that would be one thing, but they were just ordinary people fighting individually, turning into useless beings in the comfortable environment of the upper district. It's not surprising I came out unscathed. In that earlier raid, the outer firepower protecting Baboni, let us not say it was completely uncoordinated, but they were all shooting at their own targets without any crossfire or multi-directional interceptions. It was as if Fang Ye were in a no-man's land. With the energy crystallization in hand and your father's revenge settled, now we should head to the next destination. Okay. A few minutes later, in the captain's room of the Dawn, Fang Ye sat at the command console, selecting the next beacon coordinates, while Luna leaned against the porthole, watching the world grow increasingly distant until that planet vanished from view. Are you reluctant? Fang Ye picked up a cup of tea, took a sip of coffee, and, through the steam, glanced at Luna. No, I was just thinking. If my dad hadn't died back then, would I also be standing on a long-range ship, watching Ziereth get further away? Luna pressed her face against the porthole, glancing at Fang Ye from the side. It feels quite subtle. Maybe. Fang Ye was momentarily speechless, then thought for a moment and deliberately asked her, compared to your parents, who would you prefer to travel with? Luna stuck out her tongue and made a face at Fang Ye. Guess who I'd choose? Do you think I can't guess? EW. What a sly answer. After leaving a certain distance from Zera, the Dawn once again entered deep dive mode. Luna, who had never experienced this before, squealed with excitement, while Fang Ye simply smiled and sat in his chair, savoring the taste of coffee, which was just instant coffee. But for someone who had been in a comatose state for 8 years, eating was currently a strong desire, even bordering on curiosity. For instance, when he saw some huge creatures in the deep dive realm, he couldn't help but feel hunger. Fang Ye suspected this was an instinct influenced by his true self hidden beneath an ordinary exterior. Days passed, and Fang Ye's life was quite regular. Aside from 3 hours of physical training and 1 hour of reading, the rest was spent playing games and watching movies with Luna. The Dawn's database contained nearly half of the cultural and knowledge heritage of humanity, whether it be music, art, games, movies, or novels. For Luna, it was novelty and joy, while for Fang Ye, it was a reminiscence of his homeland. Before he joined the military, his life was not much different from that of ordinary people. He had favorite games, favorite stars, favorite landscapes, and favorite animals. Now, they could only be recreated in projections. On the 4th day of deep dive, Luna suddenly missed home. She ran to Fang Ye's room in the middle of the night to sleep with him, clinging to him and playfully saying nonsensical things until she finally fell asleep. This feeling of taking care of a child was Fang Ye's first experience in life. He felt somewhat at a loss, but when the child wrapped her arms around his neck and acted spoiled, he couldn't help but want to indulge her. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be relied upon. On the 5th day of deep dive, the Dawn reached its new destination. The Dawn hovered outside a blue planet, and Fang Ye and Luna pressed their faces against the porthole to gaze out. It resembled the Zierra before the disaster. However, it should feel a bit more sci-fi. Luna couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was this place not affected by dimensional collapse? Fang Ye seemed thoughtful and snapped his fingers. Observation results indicated that this world was similar to the Human Alliance, with Xia having 75 similarity, categorizing it as a mirror world. High levels of abyss energy radiation were detected. The captain was advised to pay attention to personal safety during operations. Fang Ye and Luna exchanged glances. During this time, Luna had learned quite a bit about the special terms related to the abyss, so she naturally understood what it meant to detect high levels of abyss energy radiation. Xia's ghostly appearance was just a large amount of abyss energy radiation. Everything here looked basically normal, but the result, Fang Ye's eyes twitched slightly. This meant that the seemingly peaceful world below was not just bizarre, but that the human civilization, which remained unyielding under massive bizarre shocks, was even more exaggeratedly strong. Obtaining the beacon from them, the Dawn could not approach the planet, as there was a subtle energy radiation enveloping the planet's surface. It was recommended that the captain use the launch pod to reduce size and conduct ultra-long-distance airdrop. After thinking it over, Fang Ye finally gritted his teeth. Let's do it. 3 minutes later, the Dawn launched a sealed launch pod towards the planet. The launch pod, which was in a stealth state on various levels, bypassed the layers of monitoring detected by the Dawn, but as it broke through a special barrier, an unexpected event occurred. You should not get close. The beacon can serve as a reward, including what you desire. Does not exist within the ring. Time will deceive. Suddenly, a light curtain projection appeared in the empty captain's room of the Dawn, revealing a military uniform-clad girl with an expression of human-like confusion. On the captain's dedicated control panel, the time was 12:22:34 Human Alliance time, while on Fang Ye's wristwatch, which was synchronized with the dawn, the time was 12:21:34. What was most incomprehensible to the dawn was that the time on Luna's wrist was consistent with the dawn's system time. 1 minute less. A faint sound of the mainframe's heat dissipation during load calculations echoed in the captain's room. But the dawn was destined to find no answers. Why? Fang Ye's time was 1 minute less. Even more confusing for the dawn was that after a brief calculation, she discovered that this time, both Fang Ye and Luna's watches had simultaneously lost another minute. The planet's technology tree was slightly more advanced than the Human Alliance, and there was a risk of communication signals being intercepted, making contact with the captain impossible. Error, core rule number 4, all matters are based on error. The Dawn's mainframe became increasingly noisy, and logical conflicts caused her system to become chaotic. Finally, with a snap, the captain's room dimmed again. The Dawn's mainframe forcibly rebooted itself for self-protection. When the Dawn's projection reappeared in the captain's room, she silently observed the launch pod landing on the ground. No longer calculating the time, conflict issue. In the record of abnormal phenomena, the database was updated and included in the reminders. The Dawn summarized these incomprehensible points and planned to remind Fang Ye to check them upon his return. As a relatively advanced artificial intelligence, the Dawn had learned what it meant to pass the buck from the previous captain of the Dawn. At this moment, Fang Ye and Luna pushed open the doors of the launch pod and found themselves in a desolate mountain area. Did they really mix in? Fang Ye was somewhat incredulous. In his expectations, the launch pod should have been detected by the planet civilization's air monitoring. He had prepared to either flee or surrender, only to find that. Regardless, getting in was a good thing. Fang Ye shook his head, crawled out of the launch pod, and closed the hatch. Unsurprisingly, he would still need it to get out of this planet. Seeing Fang Ye preparing to bury the launch pod, Luna decided to head up the mountain path alone to see where they were. Someone had swept the fallen leaves on the stone path. Was there someone on the mountain? Curiously, Luna climbed the steps and eventually saw a strange building. What a strange style. What does that plaque say? Jing'an was the third character. She recognized the first two characters, which were identical to the language of the Eastern Yin people of Xia, but she had never seen the third character. At this moment, Fang Ye, who had hidden the launch pod, came to her side and looked up, slightly surprised. Temple. The Human Alliance doesn't have this character. I saw it in the information about the Watchers. It said it was a place where a group called monks lived. Some not-so-important information about the Watchers could be accessed without full permissions, and Fang Ye enjoyed reading such things. In an article related to the cultural geography of the Watchers, he had seen this character. Chapter 11, Executing Contracts Monk? Luna tilted her head, twirling the tip of her ponytail. What does that mean? A monk, also known as a SHNGRN, is a follower of a certain religious sect, but the deity they worship is called Buddha, along with bodhisattvas and arhats. And the doctrines have various sects, which are quite complex. However, generally speaking, monks tend to live a frugal life, do not kill or commit evil acts, and embody compassion and kindness. But doctrine is doctrine. One must understand a person from many aspects. Fang Ye recalled a bit and shook his head. Perhaps since he was new here, he could visit one or two. Fang Ye took a few steps forward, wanting to knock on the gate of Jing'an Temple. But the crimson wooden door creaked open by itself, revealing an empty space behind it. Fang Ye glanced at the ordinary wooden door, confirming that it was not some high-tech remote-controlled door. Who opened it? Surely, the wind didn't just blow it open? 2 visitors late at night. I wonder what brings you here. An elderly voice resonated in Fang Ye's mind, calm and steady, with a hint of curiosity. Transcendent. Fang Ye's heart stirred as he looked at the stone lanterns flanking the bluish-white stone path behind the door and stepped inside. Seeing this, Luna followed closely, her palms slightly sweaty. The sudden voice that had sounded in her heart startled her, making her feel a bit paranoid. Upon entering the door, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard. To the left, there were 2 acres of land planted with unknown crops and some flowers and plants. On the right was a small pond, home to a koi fish. Directly ahead were 3 side-by-side meditation rooms and a hall for worship. However, despite the similar layout. There were no Buddhist statues inside. An old monk dressed in gray and white robes faced away from the hall as in trance, hands clasped together, murmuring Buddhist scriptures. The accent was slightly different, and at first, Fang Ye didn't understand. After listening carefully to a couple of lines, his expression turned strange. How should I address this master? Fang Ye thought for a moment, pretending he heard the old monk's scriptures, and imitated the old monk's posture, gently bowing with his hands together. Where are you from, benefactor? The old monk shook his head slightly, exhaling softly, concluding his evening prayers, and turned to look at Fang Ye and Luna, examining them closely, then paused. We are. Benefactor, be quiet, the old monk said gently. Fang Ye doubted he had misheard, but Luna's eyes widened as she looked at him. Compassion and kindness? Cough. Ever since these ghosts and monsters have roamed the world, this old monk has had to break his vows and kill. The resentment is hard to dispel. In short, you two benefactors are not from my glorious federation, right? The old monk's expression turned serious as he pointed at Luna. This lady benefactor already told me the answer when I asked just now. Fang Ye's finger trembled slightly, instinctively pressing on the gun holster on his thigh. It's not some innate supernatural ability like mind reading. This old monk has simply cultivated his heart's perception, allowing him to catch some thoughts and feelings that benefactors inadvertently reveal. The old monk waved his hand. I mean no harm. You two benefactors need not be nervous. You may speak freely. Fang Ye pondered for a moment, then once again clasped his hands together. Then I would like to trouble the master to enlighten my sister and me. Half an hour later, Fang Ye selectively finished recounting the origins of himself and Luna. The old monk Zhu Ming assured the two that he would keep their secret, as long as you two benefactors do not engage in wrongdoing. This old monk will keep his mouth shut. Thank you, master. Moreover, are you a transcendent being? Could you tell me the definition of transcendent? What must I do to become transcendent? Fang Ye presented his second most important need after the beacon. This was a fundamental necessity for survival. Zhu Ming thought for a moment and asked Fang Ye in return, what do you think is transcendent? Faced with the old monk's profound gaze, Fang Ye fell into contemplation, while Luna, sitting cross-legged beside him, casually said, transcending the limits of ordinary abilities is transcendent, right? The old monk nodded slightly, looking at Luna and pondering for a moment. There's a slight deviation, but transcendent indeed has no absolute definition. Your understanding is not bad. He turned to the contemplative Fang Ye and pointed. You are transcendent. Transcendent is a path, one that contradicts collective evolution, a path of individual life elevation. Your physique far exceeds that of ordinary people. Isn't this already a step on the transcendent path? Fang Ye did not refute, eventually nodding slightly and changing the subject. Master, I want to know how to continue on this path. Besides technological transformation, the glorious Federation's transcendent beings originally had only one path, which was the mainstream ability. Fang Ye only knew a little about this path, currently. The technology that could make ordinary people's spirituality active and increase the probability of ability awakening was held by a very few forces. The other path was transcendent knowledge, also known as cultivation, which was announced by the transcendent organization formed by the Ember's glorious Federation. It stemmed from the deep exploration of the nature of transcendence by some special transcendent beings, giving rise to a stable evolution system. Fang Ye listened quietly, but felt something subtle. Was this old monk's tone a bit off? Both paths had their pros and cons. The advantage of ability awakening was rapid initial progress and a high ceiling. The advantage of cultivation was that as long as one's spirituality could be compatible with the cultivation system, one could steadily gain one or even multiple transcendent abilities through persistent practice. However, becoming stronger required a long time, and there were greater limitations. Zhu Ming paused here, looking at Fang Ye. Which path do you want to take? A person's spiritual traits are unique. Once an ability awakens, it becomes fixed. This means that if one awakens a useless ability, there is no way to enhance oneself through cultivation. Therefore, many choose to cultivate out of concern for their ability being too weak. You must choose carefully. Choose. Fang Ye frowned and remained silent. Even though Zhu Ming had summarized the concept of transcendence, he still did not have much of a tangible feeling. When it came to life and death choices, decisions became particularly difficult. Is it hard for the benefactor to make a choice? Why not see for yourself, feel the transcendent, and then make a choice? Zhu Ming suggested, if you don't mind going to the battlefield where the transcendent exists, then I believe becoming an executor of contracts is currently the most suitable choice for you. Executor of contracts? Fang Ye pondered this term. It sounded a bit like a mercenary. Zhu Ming thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Indeed similar, but the form is more intimate. The executor of contracts is a model of agreement between group forces and transcendent beings introduced by Ember, depending on the collaborator's overall level. There are 5 grades for executing contracts: S, A, B, C, and D, from high to low. The higher the grade of the contract execution, the more benefits one enjoys. As for the most suitable upper-level organization for the 2 benefactors, it was undoubtedly the White Spire. Zhu Ming introduced Fang Ye to information about the White Spire. This was a transcendent research group focusing on biotechnology and cutting-edge military industry, with plenty of tasks available. The equipment support, task rewards, and aftermath handling they provided were top-notch, with only the official organization Ember able to comprehensively outmatch the White Spire on these terms. But Fang Ye and Luna were black households. The White Spire was indiscriminate. Their strength was evident, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Ember, however, would thoroughly investigate the identity and background of collaborators. After all, it had an official background. Then it settled on the White Spire. By the way, Master, could you reveal the qualification standards for each rating? Fang Ye readily agreed. Zhu Ming waved his hand. This is not something that needs to be kept secret, even if I don't say it. The people from the White Spire will tell you these when you reach the assessment point. The rating for executing contracts has its own definitions in various forces, but generally, the differences aren't significant. This old monk doesn't know how skilled the benefactor is, but speaking solely of physical qualities approaching 10 times that of an ordinary person, you have already reached the threshold for a C-grade contract. If your skills meet the standard, you can directly join the White Spire with a C-grade contract. Zhu Ming paused slightly. This should give the benefactor a rough outline. Beyond this, the span becomes quite large. A simplistic description would be that a B-grade contract possesses destructive power such that the residual shockwaves from a confrontation could easily kill a weaker C-grade contract. A top-tier B-grade contract could effortlessly wipe out this small temple where the monk resides in an instant. Fang Ye couldn't help but be astonished. Zhu Ming mentioned that the small temple occupies nearly 300 square meters, which is about 3/4 of a standard basketball court. Wiping a 300 square meter temple off the map. What's the difference between this destructive power and that of a humanoid missile? Not to mention it can be done effortlessly. A-grade contracts are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 200 in the entire Radiant Federation. They represent true depth. Each one could flatten the 500-meter-high hill beneath the monk. As for S-grade contracts, Zhu Ming pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Perhaps there are 3, maybe more. S-grade contracts were once merely a concept until disaster struck and anomalies ran rampant, finally bringing forth extraordinary beings suspected to possess S-grade power. The monk had never witnessed an S-grade contract in action. He had only heard that during one conflict, a well-known extraordinary being among A-grade contracts was dismembered in a single glance by a masked man, and no one could discern what happened in that instant. Fang Ye listened intently, gradually building his understanding of the extraordinary. Ultimately, Zhu Ming prepared plain noodles for a late-night snack for Fang Ye and Luna, informing them that someone from the White Spire would come to pick them up the next morning. That night, Fang Ye and Luna slept in a meditation room. The bed was quite small, and the 2 of them were too cramped. Luna quietly murmured while looking at the meditating Fang Ye, "Big brother, do you think that old monk can be trusted?" Fang Ye opened his eyes and looked at Luna. "Why? Are you worried he might snitch? We are aliens?" After all, Luna scared herself, thinking that if others found out, they would be captured and dissected, right? Whether he believed it or not, Fang Ye closed his eyes again. "Because I can't defeat him." Whenever Fang Ye faced Zhu Ming, he unconsciously tensed up. The sense of crisis was not much different from being at the bottom of the sea in Xia. This old monk was at least a B-grade contract, and it was very likely he was an A-grade contract. Otherwise, how could he have someone from the White Spire come to pick them up instead of having Fang Ye find the White Spire himself? Even if the White Spire valued talent, it seemed too unrealistic. If Fang Ye were a B-grade contract, one could understand the effort, but a C-grade contract, forget it. So, Fang Ye chose not to dwell on these matters. He had no choice but to believe that Zhu Ming was a competent monk. Chapter 12 module. Early the next morning, Fang Ye and Luna boarded the aircraft with the White Tower logo that was there to take them to the White Spire branch. Welcome aboard Transport Module C. 1194, gentlemen. Would you like something to drink? Although it's nominally public, it's actually mine, so it doesn't matter if I put in some forbidden items. Therefore, there's no shortage of drinks and fine wines here. But it's early in the morning, so I suggest some fruit yogurt for breakfast. How does that sound? The person in charge of the manta ray-shaped aircraft was a very enthusiastic man, wearing non-prescription black glasses and dressed in a white suit. The slight pallor on his face couldn't hide his fatigue, making one worry he might collapse at any moment. He leaned over the cooler, picking and choosing, and finally excitedly pulled out 2 bottles of plain packaged apple-flavored yogurt drinks. Thank you. Fang Ye accepted the drinks, handing one to Luna, who was eagerly eyeing the red wine in the cooler, and warned, no drinking for minors. Luna puffed her cheeks, lightly huffed, then twisted off the cap and gulped down a big mouthful. Little girl, drinking alcohol affects your development. Are you 2 siblings? Sort of, Fang Ye said, glancing at the yogurt bottle and noting the brand name. He had just taken a sip, and the taste was surprisingly good. I want to know some things about the tests. After chatting with the man for a while, Fang Ye decisively shifted to the main topic. The man suddenly slapped his forehead as if realizing something, looking a bit regretful. Sorry, I forgot the purpose of this visit. My name is Du Hong, a researcher at the White Spire. Originally, I wasn't supposed to come pick you up. That was the job of the field service department. But coincidentally, my experimental group S project just finished, so I wanted to take this opportunity to test its capabilities. What is it? The Consciousness Homogenization Module, an existence that originally belonged to black box technology. Du Hong became somewhat excited when talking about this, a layer of flush appearing on his pale face. Believe me, its wonders are enough to make you doubt the reality of the world. Black box technology? Fang Ye's mind stirred. Could it be that the beacon is not in the hands of the Embers, but here at the White Spire? Black box technology refers to a ready-made technology where researchers know how it works, but not why it works, existing in an irreducible technological blind spot. This essentially means that this technology was not created by them. Due to confidentiality, I can't tell you too much, but you'll soon experience its wonders firsthand, because your contract assessment has already been confirmed to use the Consciousness Homogenization Module. When the time comes, you'll see for yourself. It's much more interesting than my dry explanations. After a while, Du Hong calmed down, smiled a bit sheepishly, and then explained the assessment content to Fang Ye. According to the regulations, each level of the contract assessment has 3 stages. The first stage is the collection of data related to your body and abilities. I don't need to elaborate on that. The second stage tests your combat IQ. It's not an intelligence test, but rather providing a complex environment and tricky anomalies. In situations where you can't directly attack the anomaly, your adaptability and strategic planning abilities will be tested, which is also very important. When Du Hong said this, he showed a nostalgic expression. In the beginning, our assessment mechanism was quite simple and crude. As long as you had enough strength, you could be promoted. This led to some contractors with overall abilities lower than their paper strength dying in missions. Reality isn't a fighting game. It's impossible for enemies to foolishly come at you for a 1v1. Fang Ye quite agreed with this. Indeed, among the countless anomalies he had slain, there were many cunning ones. They were not completely brainless. As for the final point, I can't give away any answers, but I can say there are many choices. As long as the entire process results in a net benefit, it's considered qualified. Du Hong took off his glasses to wipe them, put them back on, and then smiled and slightly bowed. We arrived. Welcome to the White Spire, Python branch. The aircraft's door opened. At some point, it had entered what seemed to be a hangar, with a tall DNA spiral building behind it. What a big twist! Luna exclaimed, dumbfounded, looking up at the building, expressing all like a foodie. Twist? What is that? Its design inspiration is the human gene spiral. ISNT, it's spectacular, but compared to the headquarters floating skyscraper, it's still far behind. When I went to the headquarters for further training, I was stunned. It was super cool. Du-hong didn't recall any flower called Twist from his memory, and looked at Luna in confusion. But seeing the shy blush gradually appearing on the little girl's face, he didn't pursue the matter further. He walked ahead with a cheerful pace, leading Fang Ye and Luna, occasionally turning around to walk backward, introducing the building and its interiors to the two. It seemed that the success of the consciousness homogenization module was truly a more fulfilling achievement for him than anything else, keeping him in a state of high excitement. I wonder what this thing is really useful for, and if it will help me. Brother, why do I feel like this person isn't very smart? Luna suddenly lowered her voice and whispered. Actually, I think so too. Fang Ye knew Luna was referring to Du-hong's somewhat naive personality. In the dialect of a certain place in Longxia, one might say, this kid has read too much and got silly. However, he didn't dislike such people. Under Du-hong's guidance, Fang Ye and Luna entered a dim indoor training ground filled with many newly installed circuits and components, as well as a large group of busy researchers. As soon as Du-hong entered, he shouted loudly, "How is it going? Can it run? I brought back the testers." "Shut up. This program is running." A female researcher yelled back without looking up, her voice louder than Du-hong's. "Let them wait. Group 1 reports the circuit status. Group 2 checks if data redundancy exceeds the limit. Group 3 checks for erosion at the interaction points." Luna couldn't help but shrink her neck, gritting her teeth and rubbing her ears. So fierce. Fierce? Not really. It seems most women in tech don't have the best tempers. I used to. I often got yelled at too. Fang Ye couldn't help but think of the female mechanic who helped him build Qiyuan. Every time he returned from a mission to maintain the armor, he would be scolded mercilessly. There were a few times when he nearly dismantled Qiyuan completely. Fixing it was harder than building a new one, and for those few days, he didn't dare to go find the mechanic for the armor, fearing he would be scolded. The female researcher before him, while a bit harsh in tone and loud, at least didn't use foul language. So Fang Ye felt her temper was quite reasonable. I wonder if she's among the migrating teams. Fang Ye's thoughts drifted slightly as he waited for the technicians to make adjustments. He casually walked to the outside of the laboratory, standing in the middle of the corridor looking up, where he could see the glass walkway spiraling through the center. 320 meters, a total of 80 floors. Du-hong walked up to him, smilingly asking, "Sister Qiao is doing the final adjustments, and you'll soon be able to experience the consciousness homogenization module. Are you nervous?" "Not really. I've seen a lot of big winds and waves, so I'm not nervous at all." Fang Ye shrugged. Du-hong thought for a moment, a bit uncertain, and said, "Maybe most of the risks can be resolved, but we're crossing the river by feeling the stones with this technology, seeking the process with known results. It's like the result is always 8. The original technology is 26, but our version is 44, which indicates a difference from the original version. In the operation of the original consciousness homogenization module, there is no data, redundancy, or erosion phenomenon, which is an unexpected situation we haven't fully grasped. Of course, safety can be guaranteed. As the source of technological differences, extraordinary abilities ensure that if any issues arise, interactions can be interrupted at the source by bypassing the out-of-control system, just like when encountering a hacker intrusion and being unable to control the computer. We simply pull the power. Du-hong's simplistic analogy helped Fang Ye understand the relationship. The consciousness homogenization module is likely the black box technology of the Watcher, while the White Spire, which cannot grasp the principles of the standard version technology, chose to take a different path, replacing the technological core with this unreasonable existence of extraordinary ability, bypassing technological barriers to create a counterfeit version. Although the intervention of the extraordinary has resulted in the so-called data redundancy and erosion phenomena that should not exist, because the technological core has been replaced with extraordinary abilities, it can be disconnected from the system, ensuring the safety of the experiment. Extraordinary, truly an incredible existence, Fang Ye pondered. He didn't expect that beyond combat, extraordinary abilities could also be used to cheat in research. Just as Fang Ye and Du-hong were chatting casually, A female researcher in the laboratory shouted. The one coming for the test. Get ready. I'm coming. Filled with curiosity, Fang Ye returned to the laboratory. At this point, the laboratory had quieted down. Sister Qiao glanced down at the virtual control panel in her hand and held up a finger to Fang Ye. You have 1 minute to adjust your state. Fang Ye did not refuse and quietly stood there waiting for a minute. We will leave the laboratory before the module runs, observing the internal situation through monitoring. If any unexpected situation arises, press this to forcibly exit the interaction state. The female researcher tossed a wristband to Fang Ye. Lastly, don't be overconfident. We Haven-T figure out how data redundancy will manifest. If you encounter any problems, exit in time. I can help you arrange your execution contract assessment separately. Data redundancy? This was the second time Fang Ye had heard this term. A system error occurring in the database would cause the same field to appear repeatedly in the list, leading to data anomalies and affecting the data arrangement of the entire list. How it would manifest in the world of the module framework is still uncertain. The female researcher said. Fang Ye still felt a bit confused and looked at the female researcher. Will my consciousness enter a virtual world? Strictly speaking, it is your body and spirit that become homogenized under the influence of the consciousness homogenization module, transforming from a real living being into a quasi-spiritual life form. The female researcher suddenly showed an expression of excitement similar to Du Heng's. The space within the influence of the homogenization module will detach from reality. But it is also not simply a spiritual world. It exists in the crevice between reality and spirit, simultaneously affected by two elements. This is its greatest flaw and also its greatest advantage. A purely spiritual world is illogical. Every strand of chaotic consciousness is reflected within, making it difficult to modify at will. A purely real world is rigid, and physical laws are hard to break. But by perfectly combining the two, we obtain a world that can be artificially edited. Within the module, we are akin to creators. Do you understand what this means? It means that within a stably operating homogenization module, we can simulate all the experiments that current technology cannot achieve, derive various unprovable formulas, and simulate the future of a society. So much. Fang Ye couldn't help but lick his lips. He wasn't foolish and understood the value of the homogenization module. This thing is a bit outrageous. If the finished product cannot be obtained, then the theoretical technology must be acquired somehow. It would be best to get both versions from the beacon and the white spire. Chapter 13. The Artificial World and Testing Put on the Headphones. When you can't distinguish between reality and illusion, we will appropriately speak up to provide you with a sense of mental disorientation, so you don't get lost inside the module. Although you can return to reality once the module stops operating, getting lost can easily lead to hallucinations or cognitive dissonance later on. After the female researcher tossed the headphones to him, she quickly exited the laboratory. Fang Ye followed her instructions and put on the headphones. Watching the one-way glass wall gradually descend, a sense of discomfort in the enclosed space swirling in his heart. He couldn't see outside, but he knew someone was watching him, which was not a pleasant thought. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The consciousness homogenization module is activated. Sister Qiao's voice came through the headphones, and Fang Ye subconsciously tensed his body. The various instruments inside the room emitted a subtle humming, and a ghostly blue light membrane expanded from one node to another, linking together into a massive physical network. The module is functioning normally. How do you feel? Fang Ye looked at his somewhat blurred hand, and after being enveloped by the light membrane, he faintly sensed something emerging from nothing, being delineated. The vast laboratory was being filled with something intangible to the flesh. Not good. I look like I've been pixelated, and my control over my body feels diminished. Is this normal? Yes, this is part of the homogenization process. Don't worry, your body is functioning normally. It's just that your mind and reality haven't fully synchronized yet. You can think of it as the camera being out of focus. Does that make it easier to understand? The response came from Du Heng, whose metaphors were always vivid and engaging. Perhaps he could achieve something in literature as well. Fang Ye silently awaited the synchronization to complete. The world before him gradually returned from a screen full of pixels to normalcy, but he could still catch many differences from reality. For example, the human field of vision is generally just 150 to 160 degrees, but now Fang Ye could see roughly 300 degrees. To be precise, it wasn't his eyes that saw, but rather all the surrounding information continuously flowing into his mind. The framework was complete, inputting parameters for World 001, correcting the mental radiation range, executing contract. Winter Wolf memory template has been uploaded. World parameters rewritten. Sister Qiao's calm voice came through the headphones, and Fang Ye silently observed this space. With the command, his vision instantly reverted to a normal state, and the quiet, dark space suddenly became incredibly vast. The silicon crystal floor beneath his feet vanished, replaced by a gray-white concrete surface, and numerous puddles appeared from nowhere. Unintelligible data streams fell from the sky, and when Fang Ye looked up, he saw layers of buildings being constructed from the sky in contradiction to cognition, expanding toward the ground within the framework formed by the data streams. With each breath, the components of the air changed, and the temperature, airflow, and humidity captured by his skin were all different. Plop! A drop of cold rain fell on Fang Ye's hair, gradually spreading and bringing a touch of coolness. The air's humidity rose, and the dim ceiling vanished at some point. Fang Ye saw an endless starry sky, shrouded in dense clouds. Suddenly, the dim world lit up. The lights on the top floor of a tall building switched on without warning, and then the entire world brightened, with darkness being torn apart by light. Even the lower layers of clouds, faintly tinged with pale white. The lifeless high-speed train jungle suddenly regained a hint of vitality. The module is functioning normally. World modulation progress is at 64, load status is low, but large-scale input of human parameters is not recommended. The intelligent simulation places a load on the module far exceeding that of inanimate objects. It is advised to only input humans appearing in the Winter Wolf memory template. Then let S proceed according to the memory template. Voices from the experimenters in the headphones informed him that this was not a hallucination or a natural phenomenon, but a genuine miracle, akin to a mythical creation realized through human intellect. Fang Ye silently watched as blurry outlines of fragments appeared around him, quickly solidifying into individual humans. Frozen in place, couples, solitary figures, mothers and children. They were either smiling and holding hands, or looking down at documents, exiting buildings and opening car doors, or running down the street with umbrellas, brows furrowed. Is this the technological level of the Watchers? The shock within Fang Ye was almost uncontrollable on his face. His perception was constantly receiving feedback from the outside world, continually telling him this was a 100 real world. But reason reminded him that he hadn't left that 200 square meter laboratory at all. Is it really only 200 square meters? The space before him was being expanded from nothing. This was an extraordinary feat. The conflict between perception and reason was disorienting, especially as those frozen humans began to come to life, no longer static. This confusion reached its peak. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you believe I want to run you over, standing in the middle of the road? The harsh screeching of brakes sounded behind him, pulling Fang Ye out of his daze. He instinctively moved aside and turned to see a young biker with tattoos riding a modified bike, locking eyes with him for a moment, filled with irritation. It looked almost real. Fang Ye murmured to himself as he watched the modified motorcycle speed away in the torrential rain. But fake is fake. Are you still sober? Sister Qiao's voice came through the headphones, tinged with excitement. Fang Ye calmed his emotions and replied in a deep voice. I just spaced out a bit. I'm fine now. It's normal. Neither pure reality nor the spiritual world would cause such a situation. Only in the gaps can one become lost and unable to distinguish between the real and the illusory because of conflicting feedback from the body and mind. Sister Qiao's tone was assured, making one feel at ease. Have you ever stared at a word for too long? Doesn't it sometimes feel like you can't recognize that word? Your body's feedback is like a part of the brain telling you that you don't know this word, while the spirit, responsible for memory, insists that you do know it. Of course, that's just a metaphor. The principles of the two are different. Du Heng interjected, showcasing his excellent rhetorical skills once again. Fang Ye nodded slightly. I roughly understand. So what is my assessment task? He still remembered why he was here. Don't rush. The essence of the world you are in is a segment of task memory from the quasi-C-level execution contract, Winterwolf. We have trimmed and perfected it as your assessment task. Sister Chiao paused briefly before continuing. The general background is that in the year 487 of the Common Era, a new type of drug suddenly appeared in the city of Tian, rumored to grant extraordinary powers. Due to its limited spread in the Black Zone, it did not attract the attention of the Emperor. In mid-October of 487 CE, the Labor Department outside the White Spire received a commission from a wealthy businessman in Tian City to hunt down the members of the mob who killed his daughter. Winterwolf took over this task, facing numerous challenges and near-death experiences, uncovering the hidden darkness of Tian City and applying for A-level contract support, guiding the Emperor to intervene, ultimately timely suppressing the crisis in Tian City, known as the Grey Blood Riot, which was rarely mentioned but later classified as an A-level incident by the Emperor. After introducing the task background, Sister Chiao returned to the main point. The above is the general background of the task. In fact, Winterwolf's survival relied purely on luck and his wisdom, as well as his instinct for crisis. Strength was secondary. After our adjustments, there will be no enemies above sea level in this task, but the final boss is still very close to a B-level contract, so please proceed with caution. Every step you take will affect the overall situation. The intelligence of humans in the mod world is consistent with that in the real world, so don't underestimate them. Lastly, being killed in the mod world won't lead to death, but the experience of dying is worse than in reality, and the after effects can last for several days. Fang Ye hummed in acknowledgement, and then felt a change in his clothing. He looked around and saw his blurred reflection in the glass door of the building. A man in his 30s with short hair, not particularly good-looking, but with a somewhat aged face that had a certain charm of a weathered man, was dressed in a gray coat with black trousers, wearing brown leather boots with leg bindings, and a neatly folded handkerchief half sticking out of the left chest pocket. He held a transparent umbrella in his left hand and a violin case in his right. Aside from the umbrella and the violin case, was there really a change in appearance? Fang Ye's fingers hooked, but he couldn't touch the hem of the coat. Was there really a violin inside the case? Fang Ye looked down at the red leather-wrapped violin case, gently weighted, feeling its heavy weight, and his mouth twitched. Which family's violin could weigh 200 pounds? Was the one playing the violin a proper musician? Fang Ye didn't even need to open the case to check. He didn't know if there was a violin inside. But there were definitely things that shouldn't be in a violin case. Speaking of which, it seemed like tennis bags and violin cases could hold anything in movies and TV shows, except for tennis rackets and violins. Fang Ye chuckled to himself, but then saw a line of small text appear on the glass door in front of him. Assessment Task 1. Meet with a wealthy businessman and obtain information about the gang organization. Follow the task guidance to go to Van Gogh and contact the businessman. Extra tip. You are currently in the line of sight of the Grey Blood. Proceed with caution to avoid engaging in combat with the Grey Blood prematurely. Task guidance? Fang Ye turned around and saw a giant blue arrow floating above him, along with the distance of 624 meters, feeling somewhat out of place. Why did it feel like entering a dungeon in a game? Fang Ye couldn't help but mutter. You can indeed treat it like a game. Aside from the pain sensation being at 200, everything else is essentially no different from a game. Du Heng's voice was lighthearted. And if we developed 2 games with this technology, it would surely sweep the entire game market. Provided there are mental-type extraordinary beings willing to serve as human servers 24 hours a day, which I think there aren't. Fang Ye thought about it. Indeed, the Modified Consciousness Homogenization module required a mental-type extraordinary being as a plugin, making game development quite unrealistic. However, the complete version didn't have this limitation. He wondered if the Watchers had used this technology to create something interesting. His thoughts slightly drifted, but quickly refocused. Fang Ye stepped onto the street, moving toward Van Gogh in the direction indicated by the arrow. Chapter 14. The rainy night hunt. Fang Ye pushed open the door of the club named Van Gogh, leaving his black umbrella outside. Do I need to change my shoes? Fang Ye asked the lady by the door, glancing at the club's mirror-like tiled floor and the bright red plush carpet. No need. The elegant and graceful hostess replied with a smile. In Van Gogh, there's only one rule to remember for members. What is it? Money is paramount. That's a pity. Fang Ye shook his head slightly and walked onto the carpet towards the club's hall, where his employer, Sero, was just 30 meters above him. Van Gogh Club was established by the wealthy elite of Tian City, where money could almost do anything. It welcomed all guests, but only those with a certain fortune dared to step inside. The extravagance here reached a level akin to a paradise on earth, where everything was top-notch, making ordinary people feel uncomfortable. Only a small number of those without money remained at ease, most of whom possessed power and influence more precious than wealth. Of course, there are also a few freeloaders who, in the face of money, rendered their dignity worthless. Those seemingly out of place in the noble Van Gogh were, in fact, highlighting humanity's thirst for wealth. Fang Ye was not touched by the gold-plated opulence of Van Gogh. For someone who had witnessed the rise and fall of two civilizations, money was truly the least valuable aspect of wealth. Resources, technology, extraordinary knowledge. If this place had those, perhaps Fang Ye would be more interested. Avoiding a drunken mess lying on the hall floor, Fang Ye took a glass of shimmering golden drink from a beautifully crafted crystal round table and took a small sip. Here, I can't eat. Fang Ye marveled at the wonders of the module, then downed the drink in one go, leaving the glass on the round table and continuing forward as directed by the arrows. Riding the exceptionally spacious elevator filled with sofas, sound systems, and gourmet food, Fang Ye reached the 8th floor of Van Gogh, now only 10 meters away from Sero. The elevator doors opened slowly, and melodious music seeped in from the floor, contrasting with the hidden scent of blood beneath the delicate floral fragrance. Winter Wolf? Sero. Fang Ye locked eyes with the gray-haired man covered in blood on the ring for a moment, then moved closer to check his injuries, all from blunt force. Wouldn't he die? Sero stood up from the mangled body of the man he had just beaten, limping down from the ring, ignoring the colleagues in the audience who were watching with great interest. You're a bit late, Winter Wolf. The nearly 50-year-old man removed a shattered diamond watch he had used as a weapon from his left hand, which had a broken finger, tossing it onto the table like garbage. Fang Ye could almost imagine the sound of the bones, the watch face, and that poor bastard's skull shattering together when Sero struck his opponent's head. Efficiency is what matters. Fang Ye placed the violin case by his feet and sat down facing Sero. Compared to that, taking some time to travel didn't matter, did it? Sero grabbed a wine glass with his relatively intact right hand, took a large gulp, and then his graying brows furrowed into a knot. When he set the glass down, a splash of blood mingled with the wine. How many days do you need to wipe out those bastards? Fang Ye glanced at the task prompt visible only to him and calmly replied with 3 words, 5 hours. Sero let out a cold laugh, the crimson blood between his teeth particularly striking. Very good. Annihilation of the gang. Progress 104. Fang Ye's expression remained unchanged, his gaze lingering on the glass before him. The golden liquid becoming increasingly beautiful under the warm lights, the dazzling specks of gold reflecting on the table. Captivating. I need intelligence and weapons. Fang Ye checked his violin case on the way. Inside was an energy sniper rifle, 3 specialized magazines, 5 explosive rounds, a battery, a violin-shaped disassemblable bomb, and 2 electromagnetic submachine guns. He hadn't tested the power, but he assumed it wouldn't be worse than the set he had previously used. However, relying on this gear to take down a violent gang, especially one with extraordinary beings, would indeed be quite difficult. Fang Ye's preliminary estimate of the gang's combat strength was roughly equivalent to a squad of about 50 Jin warriors. Of course, that referred to them without armor. If they wore battle armor, Fang Ye estimated that 10 fully armed Jin warriors could take him down. After all, when faced with powered battle armor, it was hard to say who was more dominant between D-level and C-level extraordinary beings. But there was no doubt that a D-level extraordinary being combined with armor would have the upper hand in a direct confrontation with a C-level extraordinary being. Given Fang Ye's physique, which had been rated as C-level by Master Zhu Ming, it was hard to say who was stronger between him and the power of battle armor. But it was certain that Fang Ye's body was definitely not as sturdy as battle armor. You can obtain what you need in Van Gogh. Here, any issue that can be solved with money is not a problem. Coincidentally, I have nothing but money right now. Sero looked at Fang Ye, his bloodshot eyes dark like a vulture. I hope to hear news of the gang's demise in 3 hours. You better live up to your words and not disappoint me. Fang Ye and Sero exchanged glances for a moment. You can prepare to celebrate the revenge. So, what exactly do you need? Locations where the gang operates, their bases, sources of funding, physical characteristics. Also, I need. A modern city at night is never tranquil. Perhaps the only moment of quiet comes at dawn, when nocturnal creatures begin to rest and diurnal ones are just waking up. But at this moment, at 1 a.m., the heavy rain did not extinguish the nocturnal creature's festive spirit, especially for those hyenas that hid during the day. The rain only excited them further. The gang was the fiercest group among Tian City's hyenas. They held no fear of the law, as they could cunningly keep their actions within the Ember's red line. And ordinary law enforcement robots could not capture these scum. But that didn't mean they weren't brutal. In fact, organ trafficking, rape, usury, forced prostitution. They never directly killed, but the number of people they indirectly killed could pile up into a mountain of corpses. Before provoking public outrage, the gang cleverly connected with many tycoons and wealthy individuals who controlled the economic lifeline of Tian City, using vast amounts of gifts to gain their protection. Until Sero's rebellious daughter was raped by a member of the gang and died from a fall while resisting. Sero was not among the top tier of Tian City's wealthy. So the gang, which had dealings with the elite, did not worry too much. However, they did not realize that the supremacy of money was merely a rule within Tian City's circle, while enforcing contracts was the rule of the entire Radiant Federation. These scum did not feel they were in danger, still indulging in their day and night revelry. For them, the rather primitive modified motorcycles were one of the best options for seeking sensory stimulation. Their racetrack was on the city streets, where neon lights and the gasps of passers-by served as the best stimulant, the adrenaline rush allowing them to forget the fear of death. In fact, with the medical standards of the Radiant Federation, as long as one did not die on the spot, they could always survive. Organ transplants were easy for those involved in organ trafficking. If simple organ transplants couldn't save someone, then attaching mechanical prosthetics was also a cool option for them. In fact, if it weren't for the recent rise of mechanical prosthetics and the relatively small audience, they might even discard their fragile flesh without needing to be injured. At this moment, the engine's frantic roar echoed once again on the streets, signaling the start of another match for the thugs. Fang Ye stood at the roadside with an umbrella, his violin case set down at another hunting ground. To deal with these street racers, a steel wire and an electromagnetic micropulse gun were more than enough. "Uncle, what are you waiting for by the roadside?" A young man in a raincoat casually stepped under Fang Ye's umbrella, grinning and asking, "I see you've been standing here for quite a while, huh?" Fang Ye instinctively touched his smooth cheek, suddenly realizing that in the eyes of these artificially created beings, he must appear as the somewhat weathered face of the winter wolf. "What am I waiting for?" "I'm waiting for my salary," he replied with a subtle tone. "As a worker, it's necessary to invest a bit of time and patience before receiving payment." "Waiting for your salary on the street. What job do you have?" "Uncle?" The young man looked puzzled, a bit confused. "Are you a janitor? Aren't robots cleaning up trash these days?" Fang Ye chuckled lightly. A janitor? Well, in a sense, I'm certainly a janitor, responsible for cleaning up the trash in this city. It's just that the trash I need to clear is a bit more dangerous." I heard something," the young man said, suddenly realizing something. "Heard something? What kind of sound?" He listened closely as the engine's noise, mixed with shouts, came from afar. Fang Ye smiled, bending down to pull a steel wire out of the water, then fastening it to a nearby pole, with the other end tied to a street lamp on the opposite side. The young man suddenly realized something and awkwardly exclaimed, "I don't really understand, but my friend is still waiting for me. Good luck with your work, uncle." He laughed stiffly and walked stiffly toward the corner of the street. But the moment he was out of Fang Ye's sight, he took off running. If he didn't understand what the so-called janitor and trash meant, then he was simply an idiot. Fang Ye had no intention of silencing him, while the young man was also not very honest. He was relatively harmless compared to the thugs and gangsters. Boom! The dull wave of the engine, accompanied by flashing headlights, appeared at the end of the street, illuminating half of Fang Ye's body. In the contrast of light and shadow, the illuminated half of Fang Ye's face revealed a smile. "Good evening, trash." The roaring motorcycle instantly covered a distance of over 100 meters, zipping past Fang Ye. A head rolled and tumbled in the puddle for a few rounds, coming to a stop not far from Fang Ye, its expression frozen in a wild grin, eyes filled with excited bloodshot veins. High on something? Fang Ye pondered, drawing out his electromagnetic micropulse gun from behind his waist and pulled the trigger at those who had lowered their heads, fortunate enough not to have their heads severed by the steel wire. Chapter 15 Crisis. The street was strewn with parts of modified motorcycles, and the engines of overturned bikes still trembled on the ground. Blood flowed from dismembered corpses, soaking into the puddles, the crimson hue almost stinging the eyes. Fang Ye held an umbrella, stepping through the scarlet water, wandering through this tragedy, calm and unhurried, as if merely a spectator of a performance, until he stopped before a dying actor, lowering his gaze to meet the terrified eyes that had awakened from madness and frenzy. Then, his line of sight was cut off by the muzzle of a gun, along with the confusion and fear buried here. Fang Ye put down the electromagnetic micropulse weapon, from which wisps of smoke were billowing out of the heat dissipation vents. The eighth one. There were still 96 left, and with 10 minutes to complete 6. The progress was promising. Fang Ye looked around. There were many eyes, both overt and covert, watching him, some with fear, others with vigilance. Gray blood. Fang Ye murmured this term in his mind, contrary to Sister Qiao's suggestion. In her view, the phrase close to be level was a strong warning enough to quell Fang Ye's reckless impulses. However, in Fang Ye's understanding, being close to be level but not quite reaching it meant that one could still be killed at sea level. Fang Ye would not overestimate his strength, but he firmly believed that as long as the enemy could not physically withstand bullets, they could be killed. This had been proven multiple times in his past battlefield experiences, the most typical being a feathered anomaly that reached subsonic speeds in normal conditions. Despite its power far exceeding Fang Ye's, the entire battle process lasted less than a second, and Fang Ye emerged as the final winner. Because its body was not tough enough at the moment it dove to attack, Fang Ye, at the cost of being eviscerated and lying in the repair pod for half a month, managed to send a penetrating spike into its brain simultaneously. Now, with an electromagnetic sniper rifle in hand, capable of penetrating depleted uranium armor on tanks, could it not deliver a fatal blow to a superhuman below B level? Fang Ye did not believe it. Perhaps the destructive power of the two was not that different, but in his understanding, most superhumans were no different from the fragile mages in games. Unless he was really unlucky, and the hidden boss of Grey Blood was one of those superhumans with both offensive and defensive capabilities, his odds were still 50-50. After pausing for a moment, Fang Ye left the scene to the approaching security robots. He was not particularly wary of monitoring or anything. After all, there were no civilian casualties, and when executing contracts that aligned with political correctness, as long as he did not overstep, the security department would give a green light. The Winter Wolf was hired to clear out the violent organization, which belonged to both retribution for murder and the eradication of urban tumors, fitting neatly into the realm of politically correct contracts. The commotion here would soon reach the ears of the members of the violent organization, and only then would the real hunt begin. The strength of the hunter and the prey was not vastly different, which excited Fang Ye a bit. In a club's ballroom, a scar-faced young man with long red hair, bare-chested and muscular, embraced two alluringly dressed girls, shaking his body to the explosive rock music, occasionally taking a swig from an expensive bottle of golden liquor, which flowed from his neck down to his chest, where one girl leaned down to kiss away the liquor, leaving sensual lip marks on his chest. "Oh yeah," the young man shouted excitedly, but after glancing around, he released the two girls, jumped out of the dance floor, and approached a relatively quieter booth. With his left hand in his hair, pressing against his neck, he grinned at the middle-aged man sitting there. "Uncle Kun, why are you sitting here drinking? Why not go down and have some fun? Hey, isn't that just liquor? Haha. Ache, Uncle Kun is getting old and can't keep up. Plus, the violent organization has been causing some trouble recently. I need to stay alert." The middle-aged man with silver-gray framed glasses shook his head slightly. "You can play a bit longer, but don't get too carried away. We need to talk business with those people later, so avoid women and drink less." His name was Chung Zikin, the leader of the violent organization, age 43, With medium-length hair that could cover his cheeks, his features were upright, and he smiled gently and harmlessly, with a faint stubble on his cheeks, dressed in formal attire that did not seem pretentious in such a place. Most striking were his deep eyes, subtly tinged with a grayish-red hue. Luo Ku tilted his head, revealing a puzzled expression. What business? What happened? Oh, you mean what Reapsun did? Don't worry, Uncle Cohen, he's just an old guy with a bit of money. What can he do to us? In the wealthiest circles of Tian City, Ciro didn't even rank in the top 50. What trouble could he bring in this money-centric city? Chung Zikan smiled and shook his head, lowering his eyelids to look at the drink in his glass. You don't understand, Tian City has never been the entirety of this world. He said meaningfully, in a city of 5 million people, do you think anyone would look exactly like you? Impossible, right? Similarity can be attributed to cosmetic surgery, but identical. That's too exaggerated, Uncle Cohen. Even twins have differences. Luo Ku shook his head repeatedly. Why are you saying this? Nothing, just an interesting thought. Chung Zikan's finger brushed over the back of his gloved right hand, the sharp pain making his smile even more eerie. Data redundancy occurred? Can you capture which group of data it is? Sister Chiao looked at the document handed by her assistant, her brow furrowed, immediately searching for duplicate data and checking if there was any erosion. It might be a false alarm. The preset alarm for the module was activated, but before I could check, the alarm ended. I conducted a search and found no duplicate data, nor was there any record. The male researcher responsible for monitoring data redundancy shook his head slightly. Du Hong pondered for a moment and raised another question. It seems that every time data redundancy occurs in the module, it is related to intelligent simulation. You all should know the folk scientists' conjectures about the unknown and closed systems, right? The box theory, brain in a vat. Silence fell. Don't think too much. They are ultimately not real people, just a virtual personality filled out by algorithms. From birth to death, their memories are crafted by us, and their thought logic is derived from our social models. So naturally, they would align with our modes of thinking. Sister Chiao scoffed disdainfully. They are even inferior to strong artificial intelligence. Du Hong nodded. Exactly, their memories are actually very vague. If we do not continue to fill them, given their weakness in knowledge, even if we grant them the ability to reproduce, they will gradually become rigid, forming a cognitive loop. But this does not prevent them from hiding and resisting once they realize they are in the role of guinea pigs. Du Hong's expression showed a hint of worry. We may need to find that adult. If that erroneous data redundancy is the result of realizing this and hiding, we could be creating a big problem. Unless we risk Fang Ye being deleted along with them, or pay another painful price to forcefully delete the data. In normal unmanned tests, they could delete data at will to ensure that no dangerous data remained, but this time, Fang Ye was the tester, active within the module. Du Hong did not know what the outcome of deleting the data would mean for a real-life person. If Fang Ye, in a quasi-spiritual state, were deleted, it might lead to his body returning to reality while his spirit perished, or he could simply evaporate from reality altogether. No deletion of archives. A data redundancy that might realize the truth of the world could escape to the depths of the database during the time the module's archiving is closed, and even change its own data after leaving the module world and entering the system, rooting itself in the system like a virus. From then on, all one could do is watch it contaminate the entire module. Seeking help from that Dream Master might resolve the issue, but she had some conflicts with Lord Truth recently. At this moment, the effort and responsibility are weighed on the balance. Luna, who has been snacking while watching a live stream of a role-playing game featuring Fang Ye, perked up her ears. She may be a bit naive, but she could barely understand what the adults were saying. After all, she is Lu Xiaoming's daughter and has been influenced since childhood, so she could understand some of it now. She keenly sensed a change in the atmosphere in the observation room. Some people were looking at her brother with expressions that slowly turned into a kind of unpredictable contemplation. What should she do? Luna kept chewing her snacks, but her gaze gradually lost focus. She needed a substantial counterweight, something to tip the balance in favor of her brother against that so-called error. But what did she have? Exposing her alien identity? That seemed unrealistic. Even if she saved her brother, there would still be a lot of trouble afterward. Suddenly, Luna remembered something Fang Ye said last night. Whether you believe it or not, you have to believe it. Because I can't beat him. Brother Fang Ye was preliminarily assessed as a C-level contract, and to make her brother give up resistance, it had to be at least B-level or higher. That cryptic old monk Zhu Ming might be her only bargaining chip. A B-level contract, according to the old monk, is a pillar of strength. Could his face tilt the scale towards Fang Ye? Closing her eyes to calm down, when Luna opened them again, she had returned to her carefree demeanor. She propped her chin on her hand, munching on snacks while mumbling, "Isn't brother pretty awesome?" Saying he can't beat that old monk Zhu Ming. He can't beat him now, but he'll definitely be able to later. In the quiet observation room, her murmurs were clearly audible, and in an instant, the already quiet room fell into an even deeper silence. Zhu Ming. Sister Qiao murmured the name, then shook her head. "Go ahead, send an email to headquarters and ask that lord to slightly exaggerate the seriousness of the issue, hoping she can let go of her grievances." Although Zhu Ming didn't reach the level of the 10 Masters, he had connections with the 2 10 Masters of the White Spire, truly. Luna let out a relieved sigh. A thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and her anxious heart finally settled. Her judgment was correct. This time, it was her Luna's victory. Sister Qiao glanced at Luna's smug little expression, but didn't say much. Her little thoughts were too obvious, but they were useful. Chapter 16. The Dream Master. The Dream Master requires a medium. The moment the results of the inquiry emerged, the oppressive atmosphere in the observation room quietly dissipated, as if everyone had tacitly accepted that the Dream Master could still work wonders even when faced with such a difficult problem. This piqued Luna's intense curiosity, as she quietly shrank back in her chair to watch the excitement unfold. "Let me do it. After all, I am maintaining the module. As a medium, perhaps the Dream Master can directly take over the module?" A man, wrapped tightly, whispered. At that instant, both Sister Qiao and Du Hong spoke simultaneously. "I'll do it." They exchanged glances and again spoke in unison. "Then let's leave it to Lacey." Lacey, the default extraordinary core of the module, accepted this arrangement and closed his eyes. He didn't need to do much. He just needed to call her name in his mind. The true name of the Dream Master is public, but no one dares to call it casually. The moment thoughts converge on the concept of Yilanxio, the resonance from the mental cluster can draw the attention of this extraordinary being, ignoring the thousands of kilometers of real distance, directly pouring their will into your mental world. Otherwise, Sister Qiao and Du Hongwu Ti use the title of that adult to refer to her. Even calling her the Dream Master is done with extreme caution. When actively calling the Dream Master, the stronger the mental power of the individual serving as the medium, the more will they can carry, and thus the more the Dream Master can accomplish. The extraordinary beings of the entire glorious Federation can sense the strong will that resides within the entire consciousness cluster of the Federation, as well as the feeling of unease that arises from just brushing against each other's thoughts. Therefore, they understand better than other extraordinary beings why the 10 Masters hold a position equal to that of the President of the Federation. That is an absolute individual power that surpasses collective strength. A perfect interpretation of the force in the word power. At this moment, using Lacey as a medium, he actively relaxed his defenses and called out the Dream Master's name. In an instant, he lost consciousness, and another will from the mental realm pierced through his mind, taking over his mental world. The Dream Master had already descended. After a brief moment of rigidity, Lacey's consciousness was kicked out of the mental world, or rather, he temporarily became an ordinary person, while the Dream Master took over his account to manage the consciousness homogenization module. However, this was exactly what Lacey wanted. So even though he was stripped of his mental power, he felt no anxiety and announced to his colleagues after opening his eyes, "The adult has arrived." The latter half of the sentence did not need to be said, as the alarms in the observation room had sounded one after another and then quieted down in sequence. Warning: unknown data loading into the module. Error recalculating. Correction complete. Data loaded successfully. Alarms lifted. Watching the constantly updating information on the system, everyone knew what had happened. The Dream Master had taken over the extraordinary core part of the module, even sending her data into the running module world. The adult said, "The system is running without errors. The issue lies with the world template. The memory of the Winter Wolf has encountered problem." Lacey suddenly spoke up, but she needs some time to investigate where exactly the problem lies. Even though Lacey had been hacked, he could still sense the mental power that originally belonged to him, allowing him to receive the information transmitted by the Dream Master. The source of the data redundancy issue is the memory template. Du Heng's expression changed slightly. Could it be? Monitor the Winter Wolf closely, keep someone on him, and don't let him slip away until the truth is confirmed. Sister Qiao decisively issued such an order. The bizarre can be born out of thin air. It can also transform from normal people and objects. Before the Dream Master's observational results come out, they cannot rule out the possibility that the Winter Wolf has already been contaminated but kept it secret. Being contaminated is no small matter. Even the 10 Masters, when dealing with the contaminated, often can only curb their contamination process, with complete reversal being a rare exception. Luna, who was observing in secret, suddenly felt overwhelmed. Why were problems coming one after another? Moreover, the issue this time was actually with the world that Fang Ye was in. She couldn't help but look at the screen, where a figure was running wildly between buildings with a sniper rifle on his back. Suddenly, Luna's eyes widened in shock. The screen, why has it disappeared? Bang! Fang Ye landed on both feet, bending down to absorb the impact. His shoes struggled to provide enough grip in the standing water, sliding out several meters before stabilizing his body at the edge of the balcony. During this process, the sniper rifle on his back was swung in front, the muzzle aimed at an alley hundreds of meters away. The bluish optical sight scattered a web-like light wave, then presented an analysis of the dark alley in Fang Ye's pupils, marking humanoid targets and the best shooting points on the mirror. Fang Ye's marksmanship could only be described as passable. In rainy weather, the limited visibility of the sniping environment was particularly challenging. However, with the customized electromagnetic sniper rifle of the Winter Wolf and the intelligence sight, Fang Ye had not missed a shot tonight. At this moment, he steadily held the gun, his pupils slightly constricted, his whole body as still as stone, only a small part of his muscles still active. With a hiss, the sound of electricity, processed to be silent, and the sharp, subtle sound of the bullet piercing the air occurred simultaneously as the bullet quietly left the chamber. Mission progress. 77-104, with the mission progress exceeding 70% and only 1 hour remaining. The Silo and Vanago continuously relayed the exact locations of the rioters to Fang Ye. He had no doubt that since he stepped out of the Vanago doors, this hunt had gained a group of spectators. They had used money to break down the doors of the city hall, and the city surveillance was at their disposal. They might bet between Fang Ye and the rioters, finding entertainment in guessing outcomes, or even actively leaking information to hunters or prey in the hunting ground, treating this revenge as their form of entertainment. The moment Fang Ye shifted his gaze away, it landed back on the mission progress. Mission progress. 78-104 mission progress. 81-104 mission progress. 85-104. Mission progress. 102-104. Fang Ye furrowed his brows at the content on the mission guide, feeling vaguely that something was off. However, very quickly, this sense of unease intensified. Mission progress. 101-104 mission progress. 92-104. The mission progress began to regress, turning back to 77-104. The system malfunctioned? Fang Ye thought for a moment, pressed down on his earpiece, and actively contacted Sister Qiao. What just happened? The mission progress. Before Fang Ye could finish his sentence, he abruptly ripped off the earpiece, a piercing shriek emanating from it, eerie and chilling, like a wail. I found you. Outsider. A voice, murky like a murmur, hid within the shriek, deep and cold. This shriek made Fang Ye feel nauseous. He vaguely sensed that a part of him hidden within was starting to stir. What is happening? Fang Ye simply crushed the earpiece. And it wasn't until the noise subsided for a while that his restless body calmed down, but his eyes, faintly reddened, became particularly conspicuous, emitting a faint red glow in the dark. While Fang Ye was still pondering, the city beneath his feet suddenly became chaotic, shifting from noise to chaos, with screams, cries of pain, and explosions. In an instant, the world seemed to change. Was that bizarre? Fang Ye suppressed the restlessness in his heart, locking onto a figure walking out of the sea of flames through the sight. Extraordinary? Is this what it means to be extraordinary? The man, covered in gray-red crystal clusters, laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide, and a wave thick as blood plasma radiated from him, extinguishing the flames formed by the explosion. Fang Ye clearly saw something writhing within the crystal cluster on his body, trying to break free from it. As a result, the crystal cluster on the man's body elongated little by little, nearly reaching its limit. Task change. The gray blood ride unexpectedly advanced. Survive until the module resets. Task. Instruction error. Correcting. Data loading. Current task has been cancelled. New task generated. Current task. Eliminate the source of the riot. Task objective. Unknown. Task guidance. The rioters have trade relations with the Gray Blood Organization. Continue to clean up the members of the rioter organization and identify the source of the Gray Blood riot. Task reward. Citizenship of the Radiant Federation. Failure penalty. The laboratory in the White Spire is missing a research subject that can coexist with a strange stability. Fang Ye se birit. Had his identity been exposed? What was going on? Did the old man Zhu Ming sell him out? After a long time, Fang Ye finally calmed down. It wasn't that his temperament was unstable, but that the fact he was half human and half strange couldn't be revealed, as the consequences would be very severe. At least the other party currently had no malicious intent. Fang Ye clenched his fists. From the task reward, it seemed that the White Spire didn't care about his alien identity, which was a good thing. Just as Fang Ye was about to move, the subtitles in front of him changed again. Tester Fang Ye, I am Qiao Bin. Your testing task has concluded. We will make an exception to sign a C-level contract with you. Please avoid trouble within the module world, as there are some issues arising inside the module. We are unsure if being killed by data redundancy will lead to some undesirable changes. Additionally, due to the replacement of the module's extraordinary core, the forced exit device previously given to you has become ineffective. But don't worry, the will of the Dream Master has taken over the module. This is our final communication. Just patiently wait for the Dream Master to resolve the issues. Good luck. Fang Ye frowned in contemplation, roughly piecing together the source of this series of prompts. The unexpected system error could not be rectified, so Sister Qiao brought in that Dream Master and issued him a task that kept him at arm's length. After the Dream Master took over the module, he noticed Fang Ye's tricks and secretly sent him another task without informing Sister Qiao and the others. The problem arose. The city's chaos stemmed from the data redundancy mentioned by Sister Qiao, while the system guidance came from the research team and the Dream Master. So, who was the owner of the murmuring voice in the headphones? Chapter 17 Prisoner's Dilemma. Luo Ku squatted in front of a man covered in gray-red crystal cluster debris, gripping his hair with one hand, tilting his head and sneering. Are you awake now? Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly? I won't dare anymore. Please let me go. The man, gasping and pleading in a weak voice, said, I am loyal to Uncle Kuan, but after the drug injection, I lost control. Cheng Zikin, completely unconcerned that he had nearly been attacked by his subordinate moments ago, silently sipped his drink while listening to the soothing classical music. The noisy club was now filled with a chilling atmosphere, the stench of blood overwhelming, with nearly half a centimeter of blood pooling on the floor and shocking bloodstains everywhere. Aku, let him go, it's really not his fault. Cheng Zikin glanced at the barely conscious subordinate and waved at Luo Ku. Luo Ku chuckled. All right, since Uncle Kuan is not holding against him, I won't either. He flicked his hand, using a burst of fire to dry up the bloodstains, then ran back to the booth, flipping himself onto the sofa, looking at Cheng Zikin with curiosity. Uncle Kuan, why did the Gray Blood send us the drugs? Although the Gray Blood agents have some serious side effects, the benefits are also considerable. Over 100 vials, so hard to come by. Hard. That requires a dialectical perspective. Cheng Zikin shook his head slightly. It's very precious outside. But inside, in this heavenly city, it is quite cheap with almost zero cost. However, for you, it is indeed hard to obtain because it is not an existing element. I don't understand. Uncle Kuan, you know me, I'm really not good at thinking. Why is this thing both simple and difficult? Is it hard or simple? Luo Ku was completely baffled, feeling he could discern the pronunciation of each word, but together, he couldn't understand. Cheng Zikin chuckled softly. All right, let me be more straightforward. Aku, how big do you think this world is? Hey, Uncle Kuan, although I did perform poorly in school when I was young, isn't it common knowledge how big the Glorious Federation is? Luo Ku protested, Don't joke with me, Uncle Kuan. Wrong, wrong. This world is only 1/5 the size of Heavenly City. Chung Zikin gently set down his teacup, revealing an intriguing smile. Do you believe it? Luo Ku immediately shook his head, waving his hands. I already said don't joke with me. I'm not a 3-year-old. He really not? Or rather, are you? The age of this world is actually only 2 hours and 23 minutes, younger than a 3-year-old child. Chung Zikin handed the juice in his hand to the frowning Luo Ku. Ah, Ku, what do you see in this cup? Luo Ku subconsciously looked at the cup in Chung Zikin's hand, which contained bright juice. Drink, huh? Luo Ku was stunned as he just answered. Leaning forward to bring his eyes closer to the cup, his mouth agape. It was clearly juice just now. He saw a cup of gray-red liquid, emitting a faint, strange fragrance. It was filled to the brim with the gray blood agent, at least the equivalent of 3 syringes. Are you sure it's the gray blood agent? Look again. Chung Zikin's tone was gentle and rich, like a guiding mentor. His eyes behind the glasses glimmering with a hint of darkness. This time, Luo Ku didn't rush to answer but stared intently at the liquid in the cup. It changed back to juice. What is going on? This time, Luo Ku saw clearly that the slightly rippling gray-red liquid faded at a certain moment, turning into a bright orange-yellow. Chung Zikin smiled. This is the truth of this world. Do you know the box theory? If you don't know, would you like Uncle Kuan to explain it? The dark red light waves washed over like flowing water, and the materials they nearly covered underwent subtle distortions. Fang Ye was swept by a ripple at his waist, causing his fiber suit to curl up, with the severely distorted central area directly corroding into a thick liquid. The pain of it dripping onto his skin felt like countless insects were biting. A monster, covered in crystal clusters and barely recognizable as human, roared loudly, using its hands and feet to climb on the walls, approaching Fang Ye, who was wandering through the streets of the city. This thing cannot get close at all. Fang Ye felt extremely frustrated, muttering, hoping that the dream master hiding in the shadows would do something. These guys injected with the gray blood agent were like moving nuclear waste. No. Even more dangerous than that. This feeling was almost like facing the bizarre, but not entirely the same. The nature and pollution had commonalities. If Qi Yuan were still around, it would be better. Fang Ye's breathing became slightly rapid. The heavy rain limited his vision and hearing, and he could only rely on the micro submachine gun in his hand and the electromagnetic sniper rifle on his back to attack. But these half-human, half-monster beings would not die even if their skulls were blown off by needle-like bullets. The lost bodily tissue was all replenished by the crystal clusters. Flesh and blood decreasing while crystal clusters increased. After half an hour of evading, the result was that the pursuers transformed from them into it. If it weren't for the increasing crystallization, their intelligence would decrease, and Fang Ye might have already died once. Fang Ye couldn't care less about the contract that prohibited harming civilians. He replanned his route because the buildings along the repeated path were nearly eroded to scraps by the waves of monsters, leaving him no room to maneuver. Perhaps dragging the security forces of Heavenly City down with him would be better. From above, in the dreamlike city illuminated by neon lights, a wave of red swept through, causing the originally glamorous buildings to lose their color and shatter into debris under the massive radiation of light waves. They themselves did not have much power, but had a no-angle radiation field, and their healing ability was extremely strong, making it very difficult for Fang Ye. With his singular means of attack, did Winter Wolf ever engage with these creatures? How did he handle them? While pondering how to break the situation, Fang Ye didn't lift his head, firing 3 shots with the electromagnetic micro-submachine gun, breaking the neck of a crystal cluster monster that was deterring. Gray-red blood mist-splattered, and crystal cluster debris was knocked off by the rain, the body separated from the head, crashing to the ground with a thud. Fang Ye turned around to take a look, and sure enough, the original head had been discarded from the severed neck. A large number of crystal clusters spread out from the flesh and blood, forming a bizarre semblance of a head. However, when the crystallized eyes opened again, the last shred of rationality vanished. In a sense, this ephemeral data life had already died moments ago, the body now just a hollow shell without consciousness. Did the healing speed seem to slow down, or could it be an illusion? Fang Ye noted the external characteristics of that crystal cluster monster. If the self-healing ability of the crystal cluster monsters had a limit, then he still had a chance to fight back. Fang Ye assessed his condition. An hour of high-intensity running and half an hour of extreme evasion had already consumed most of his stamina. Fortunately, he had finally reached the wealthy circle. Vanago must have private military forces. They must be dragged down, and this group of people is intricately entangled with the officials of Heavenly City. If Du Heng and the others could simulate this part, it seems they couldn't otherwise. How could there be such a huge commotion from the Grey Blood Riot without official forces intervening, relying only on a few security robots to showcase their presence? Fang Ye quickly wiped the rainwater off his face and sprinted toward the already visible Vanago gate. Even without official data, Vanago must have a large cache of arms. Otherwise, how could Sero manage to acquire so many specialized bullets for electromagnetic micro-submachine guns? He needed these things to wage a defensive battle over the stronghold. At that moment, Fang Ye's pupils contracted sharply, and a severe sense of crisis sent chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he chose to leap forward. A subtle arc of electricity flashed through the rainy night sky, leaving a faint glow. The crystal cluster monster behind Fang Ye was instantly torn apart at its waist. A massive cavity erupting with gray blood, the shockwave spinning it in midair before it was trampled by its fellow creatures behind it. An electromagnetic sniper rifle, and a rather high-powered one at that. In a flash, Fang Ye deduced the identity of the sniper. The wealthy people of Vanago didn't want to be dragged down with him. So, they aimed to kill him before he could get close to Vanago. Ha! Fang Ye gasped for breath, his already slightly reddened eyes becoming even more blood-red and terrifying in the dim world. After a brief exchange of glances with the sniper on the floor beside Vanago through the rain, he revealed a hint of violent expression. Just a group of data. He rolled up from the ground, turned, and charged toward the nearby high-rise. The sniper, startled by those eyes, snapped back to reality and couldn't help but frown. A monster. Can it really dodge this? Unfortunately, Vanago's private armed forces were already in position, with 3 snipers locking onto this man. He couldn't get within 100 meters of Vanago's front door, thinking of using the buildings for cover. But under the thermal vision system and the penetration power of electromagnetic weapons, what difference would cover make? The sniper calmed the slight turmoil in his heart, tensed his face, and entered the sniper state again. However, just as the crosshairs were hovering on the wall and Fang Ye was about to collide head-on, he suddenly leaned back, drew the electromagnetic sniper rifle from behind, and fixed his body in a sliding kneel, aiming the gun at himself. The sniper had just realized what was happening when his vision plunged into darkness. A headless corpse fell backward, and in that instant, Fang Ye took a gamble and fired, shattering its skull. Just half a second later, 2 needle-like armor-piercing rounds fiercely penetrated the 5-sided alloy wall, one grazing his right arm and disappearing into the rain, while the other shattered Fang Ye's left forearm. His palm hit the ground, and Fang Ye's face contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth, suppressing the muscle spasms from the intense pain, dragging his remaining half of a left hand to get up and run. 2 more to go. After a brief delay, the crystal cluster monster was now less than 10 meters away from him, the nauseating light wave less than 5 meters away. Losing part of his arm had a significant impact on Fang Ye. His body balance decreased, and the intense pain weakened his control over his body. The high-intensity activity caused him to bleed out faster, and even with his physique, he was now teetering on the edge of cliff. Chapter 18. Struggling Beasts. Living towards death, a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a sudden flash of fire, shattered the glass of the entire floor, smoke and flames gushing out and engulfing the street, creating a terrifying sea of fire. Was it a sniper on the high building who was stunned? Did he commit suicide? He witnessed the man dragging his severed limbs into the building, and in the moment they brushed past the workstation where the essence was prepared, he realized what was in the steel cylinder. A bomb head pressed into the chamber was quickly fired. Don't let your guard down. He might still be alive. A reminder came through the headset, but as the sniper focused his attention on the inferno, he suddenly felt a chill under the interference of high temperatures. The thermal imager could no longer capture the prey's silhouette. Amidst the sea of red spots, it was impossible to discern the opponent's location. Fang Ye had broken free from their lock. A sense of crisis surged over him, and the sniper instinctively shouted. The fragmented lightning that cut through the rainy night and the sea of fire vanished in an instant. The strange sound like a plastic bag filled with water being burst echoed in the headset. Out of the corner of his eye, the sniper caught sight of the window on the right side of the high building exploding into a blood mist, with severed limbs and an electromagnetic rifle falling from midair. Almost immediately, he wanted to get up and run, but just as he moved, a dense net of electric light descended upon him. The rooftop wall was easily pierced by needle-like bullets, and behind the shattered wall, only a bloodied corpse remained. Just a bunch of data. The broken whispers came from behind the breathing mask. The cracked and charred hand released the trigger of the electromagnetic micropulse rifle. In the instant the explosion struck, Fang Ye put on the breathing mask to protect his face, and was then blown away by the shockwave, slamming hard against the wall. His internal organs suffered severe trauma. His hearing was severely damaged, and then shrapnel from the steel cylinder pierced his body, with the most serious piece cutting through his left lung, making it hard for him to breathe. Immediately, the flames engulfed him, the intense heat quickly charring his exposed muscles. And the severed cross-section of his left arm had completely necrotized. The damaged fiber uniform could not provide much protection, and ultimately, Fang Ye's entire body was carbonized. The only consolation was that the massive blood loss from his severed arm had turned from external bleeding to internal hemorrhaging. Fang Ye, whose exterior was almost like charcoal, was left with only his face covered by the mask intact, but the inside of the mask was already stained red with blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose. Even so, Fang Ye adjusted his posture at the first moment, leaning against the wall, balancing the electromagnetic sniper rifle on the remaining short section of his left forearm, enduring the relentless burning of the flames as he searched for his prey. The fire obscured his vision. He could only vaguely deduce the opponent's general position based on the previous two shots, and eventually barely captured two blurry silhouettes. Fang Ye had to take down both snipers within a second. Otherwise, once the other sniper moved, he would lose this only chance to counterattack. This fire was a double-edged sword, obstructing the enemy's vision but also limiting his own. After finally killing one of the snipers, Fang Ye instantly discarded the sniper rifle, drew the electromagnetic micropulse rifle, and unleashed a barrage of bullets to suppress the other target. The effective range of electromagnetic weapons far exceeded that of gunpowder weapons, making it possible to use the micropulse rifle against the sniper. Thus, Fang Ye turned the tables in his dire situation. With this life-and-death struggle lasting less than 5 seconds, Fang Ye dealt with the obstacle ahead, but the pursuers behind him were even more deadly. He couldn't leave directly. They were closing in the elevator. Fang Ye barely discerned the direction within the sea of fire, staggering towards the elevator, each step pulling at his injuries. The continuous severe damage had brought his body to the brink of collapse, and he was still being roasted alive in this furnace. If it weren't for his will to survive, he would have already fallen. He was just a gene warrior, not a god. But Fang Ye did not want to die. Even if death in this damn module didn't necessarily mean true death, he still didn't want to try. The maglev elevator silently descended, and as soon as Fang Ye stepped onto the elevator, the ground shook violently. Even with his hearing almost at zero, he could faintly hear the howls of the crystalline monsters. Fang Ye numbly raised the electromagnetic micropulse rifle, pulling the trigger at the monsters rushing through the sea of fire. The electric flashes at the gun's muzzle flickered densely, barely holding back the pursuers. At the moment the elevator began to ascend, a claw of a crystalline monster narrowly scraped a series of sparks along the edge of the disc-shaped elevator, ultimately falling from midair. However, at such a close distance, the light waves radiating from the monster almost washed over Fang Ye entirely. Even if it was only for an instant, Fang Ye nearly fainted. The combined pain from the scorching burns and the radiation's erosion was overwhelming. After escaping the high temperatures, Fang Ye struggled to remove his mask and tossed it aside. He opened his mouth to help himself draw in oxygen. He did not roar, shed tears, or go hysterical. His crimson eyes were filled only with fierce determination. He reached for the tool bag on his thigh, revealing a stiff smile, and took out the rope gun. Though slightly deformed, it was still usable. The elevator reached the glass room on the top floor, and Fang Ye pushed open the glass door. The refreshing evening breeze sprinkled rainwater on him, causing steam to rise from the horrific burn marks on his body, which was now thoroughly blackened. The rain washed away the heat clinging to Fang Ye's body, and his scalding flesh gradually cooled down. He stepped through the puddles to the balcony's edge, gazing at the golden building of the Van Gogh Club several dozen meters away. If it were before, he could have crossed that distance in a single sprint. But now he wasn't even sure if he could withstand the impact of swinging over with the rope gun. With a whoosh, the gun head tugged the rope as it flew through the rain, accurately adhering to the glass curtain wall of the Van Gogh Club building. His hearing in the left ear partially returned. The howls from below were as unpleasant as maggots clinging to the bone. Fang Ye looked down at the crystalline monsters climbing up the wall, expressionless as he pressed the stretch button. The winch began to turn, and Fang Ye fell into the wind and rain, being dragged by the rope towards the glass curtain wall of Van Gogh. He quickly leaned out, biting the grip with his teeth, freeing his right hand to hold the micropulse rifle and pull the trigger, shattering the glass blocking his way. In the instant the glass shattered, Fang Ye crashed through the flying shards of glass and swept into the building. Releasing the last grip, he lay down on the smooth floor in the least stressful manner, sliding several meters before finally stopping. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ye couldn't help but bend over and cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his vision darkening. After a while, Fang Ye got up from the ground, looking around and finding that this floor was almost empty, with only one exquisitely dressed mature woman present. She did not seem overly panicked by Fang Ye's intrusion. After locking eyes with him, she calmly said, "I have been watching you. Your performance has captivated me. But now is not the time for socializing, unknown mercenary. The trouble you've brought will soon besiege Van Gogh." Fang Ye panted slightly, looking down at the woman sitting there, his blood-stained face pulling into a stiff, grotesque smile, his blood-dyed teeth resembling those of a beast that had just torn into its prey. "So what?" A dry, unpleasant voice emerged from his throat, devoid of any fluctuation. "The sniper's attack has nothing to do with me. It was orchestrated by those stinking men. In my opinion, the moment the gray blood riot broke out, Van Gogh was destined to be unable to escape the vortex. Don't just stand there, mercenary. Although it's unethical to drive the injured, I think you wouldn't entrust your life to those unreliable idiots." The woman walked towards Fang Ye, paused for a moment in front of him, and observed his condition. He looked terrible, but if he could still fight, then come with me. I have control over a quarter of the equipment in Van Gogh's private armory, including a not-so-new power armor. Fang Ye was somewhat surprised and stepped to follow the woman. A quarter? That's strange. Although Van Gogh was built by the elites of the Celestial City, the wealth of the 3 richest people in the city combined is more than that of all the others. The private armory probably reflects this most intuitively. I, Joe Lee, and he Leaf Man each take a quarter, and the rest divide the remaining quarter. The woman strode ahead, her left hand lifting the hem of her long skirt, her right hand slightly swinging an ID card, and she turned her face slightly to glance at Fang Ye. Van Gogh cannot escape the norm. Various standards are used to divide classes. This has been the instinct of all intelligent life since its inception. I can't agree. Perhaps it's only true for humans. I'm not an idealist, but judging the vast group of intelligent life from the limited perspective of humans is arrogance. Fang Ye scoffed at the woman's words. Huh. Rigor is also a virtue. Conflicts in ideology are harmless. The woman was not angry and did not dwell on this debate. She took Fang Ye to the elevator heading to Van Gogh's top floor. As the card was swiped, the elevator began to ascend. The woman took 2 steps forward, standing at the edge of the elevator to look down. She calmly watched the gray-red tide break through Van Gogh's doors and said in a joking tone, "It seems we need to consider both aesthetics and practicality when renovating the club. Perhaps building an anti-gravity sky palace will be better, just like the headquarters of the White Spire. It's just that the budget gap is a bit large." Fang Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth, but did not respond. Discussing the future and tomorrow with a bunch of data is meaningless. We're here. Oh, it seems our thoughts are in agreement. The elevator stopped ascending, and the moment the woman stepped out of the elevator track, she raised an eyebrow. It seems everyone wants power armor. Among the 5 elevators leading directly to the private armory, except for the one Fang Ye was in, The others were also carrying people. Kaphne, there's only one power armor. You don't think you can easily wear it, do you? A neatly dressed, middle-aged man glanced at Fang Ye behind Kaphne, or should I say, this culprit. Blood stained the white plush carpet, and a headless corpse thudded to the ground. Fang Ye expressionlessly pulled the trigger, and at such close range, he nearly instantly shot down dozens of wealthy individuals and bodyguards arriving at the private armory with the rate of a submachine gun, leaving behind a shocking scene of dismembered limbs. No, there was still one survivor. Kaphne touched the blood on her face. Looking back in shock, do you know what you've done? Fang Ye threw aside the empty magazine of the submachine gun, coughing continuously. His physical condition was still declining, and his control over his body had dropped to an unprecedented low, but he still faced Kaphne with composure. Of course I know, I'm saving time. He mockingly tilted his chin towards the corpses on the ground. When lives are at stake, are you still thinking about playing your little games? This is a battlefield, not your negotiation table, madam. Chapter 19 Heavy Firepower unleashed its right here. Kaphne used her pass to unlock the deepest door of the private armory. With Vanago's financial power, it wasn't really that expensive, but the Ember's wooden tea allow this level of military equipment to be privately owned, and major arms manufacturers wouldn't sell to individuals. Even what we managed to get was just a stripped-down model. Fang Ye remained silent, assessing the silver-black armored suit standing in the darkness. The lines, rich in violent beauty, were captivating. It stood 2 meters tall and had a fluid form that embodied the classic golden ratio of the human body. It has a built-in first aid system, right? Fang Ye chuckled. Of course, why else would I choose to collaborate with a dying person? Kaphne's lips curled upward. It's yours now, mercenary. She pressed her palm against the armor's support frame. The palm print verification was completed, and the frame instantly detached. The locked-back armor of the powered suit spread apart, and the internal systems began to operate. Without hesitation, Fang Ye entered the armor from the back. Upon detecting the user, the disassembled powered suit quickly reassembled. The delightful sound of metal interlocking invigorating Fang Ye. Fatal injuries detected. Emergency medical system activated. The cold alert sounded particularly welcoming to Fang Ye as he awaited treatment from the emergency system while familiarizing himself with the functions of the powered suit. User's body shows deficiencies. The intelligent assistance system has been activated. Fire control system unresponsive. Automatic interception system unresponsive. Deflection field unresponsive. A series of unresponsive alerts indicated how severely this powered suit had been stripped down, but its basic data still amazed Fang Ye. Qiyuan was far inferior after most of its functions were stripped away. Well, Qiyuan was an older model from before I was put in the tank. In the following years, human technology exploded. Perhaps new models could reach this level. As an unknown liquid was injected, Fang Ye's severely damaged body began to heal at a visibly discernible speed. But apart from the severed arm, it would take at least 10 minutes to escape the critical state. As a powered suit's first aid system, it was quite excellent, unfortunately. Your physical condition remains poor. Please wait patiently for treatment. As Fang Ye began to move, the armor's intelligence issued a warning. There's no time. Fang Ye sensed his body, and besides, there was no need for vigorous movement. The armor detached from the frame, and the heavy footsteps on the steel floor were reassuring. Fang Ye slowly stretched his body as the powered suit completed its final self-check. Take whatever you need. Kaphne leaned against a metal cabinet piled with magazines, shaking the card in her hand. I'll be locking the door soon. After all, you can't expect a regular woman to go in a battle, right? If the battlefield is in my bedroom, that's a possibility. Is that so? That's quite unfortunate. Fang Ye remained non-committal. He scanned the area, sweeping all the firearms and ammunition from a mobile weapon rack aside, then continuously loaded heavy firepower that fluctuated around the tolerance threshold of the embers onto it, ensuring plenty of ammunition. Eventually, the powered suit dragged a high stack of heavy firepower towards the armory exit, the heavy weight causing the weapon rack's rollers to emit a somewhat harsh rolling sound on the ground. This was enough to arm an elite team of dozens for a medium-scale armed conflict involving hundreds. And it would be Fang Ye's response to the crystal cluster monsters. Would a torrent of bullets and various bombs annihilate the monsters first? Or would they hold out until they ran out of ammunition? Fang Ye was looking forward to it. Good luck, mercenary. As the armory door locked shut, Kaphne's flippant voice came through. If you survive, would you be interested in following me? The powered suit moved steadily forward, ignoring Kaphne's invitation. What a cold man, Kaphne muttered, letting out a somewhat regretful sigh, then activated the projection device in the armory, connecting to Vanago's internal surveillance network. At this moment, the crystal cluster monsters that had been relentlessly pursuing Fang Ye had broken through the defenses at the building's base. Noticing that the person retrieving equipment from the armory had not returned, the wealthy patrons of Vanago realized something was wrong and began to retreat with bodyguards and waitstaff who were also combat capable. Faced with a horde of fearless mobile nuclear waste, the balance was precarious. Needle-like bullets tore through their bodies time and again, yet they could never deal a fatal blow. There were multiple elevators, but they dared not separate to evacuate. With the speed and number of the crystal cluster monsters, even a slight weakening of the firepower net could lead to a breach. And with their radiation radius exceeding 5 meters, one breach could deliver a devastating blow. If they could corrode and destroy buildings, how much more so human flesh? Due to their initial dispersal across the various floors, the wealthy patrons on the lower level had no chance to evacuate in a short time, forced to navigate between a few elevators. Which doggo mother said Vanago didn't need a backdoor? A near-collapsed wealthy patron couldn't help but curse. Shut up. If you have time to complain, aim your gun. It's almost pointing at the ceiling. Who are you shooting at? The air? Just as the wealthy patrons on the lower floor began to panic and despair, someone looked up in shock. The elevator that had yet to arrive finally descended. A powered suit? Could it be? However, the ecstatic smiles on the faces of the wealthy patrons froze as the powered suit silently looked down at them. The elevator stopping in midair. With a bang, the glass on the elevator track was shattered by a punch, and then the powered suit reached over to grab a heavy, Warhammer-like artillery piece from the weapon rack beside it. As the safety was disengaged, the solution in the mounted blue crystal tube rapidly vaporized, flowing through the conduits into the cannon barrel with a caliber exceeding 140 millimeters. A magazine containing 5 fist-sized shells was inserted into the side slot of the cannon, and then the barrel was angled down towards the crystal cluster monsters below. But this did not bring any sense of safety to the wealthy patrons. Someone screamed, "Stop! Stop! Do you want to kill us too?" The Titanium Series Military Defender single-soldier explosive artillery has a maximum range of 1.6 kilometers, with its special shells having a lethal radius of 30 meters and an effected radius exceeding 50 meters. As a single-soldier weapon, its destructive power was mind-boggling, even capable of tearing through the deflection field of relatively weak reconnaissance armor. What would happen to the crystal cluster monsters with this shot overhead? The wealthy patrons were not particularly clear, but they certainly would be knocked over or even stunned. Once the line became chaotic, it would be fatal. Fang Ye did not respond and calmly pressed the launch button. Is the life of Data worth serious consideration, worthy of equal respect? He had pondered this internally, ultimately concluding that survival comes first, then humanitarian concerns. The spinning shell flew from the barrel to impact in an instant, the blunt conical projectile directly shattering the crystal cluster monsters in its path. As the shattered crystal fragments scattered, the gray-red, oil-like viscous blood had yet to hit the ground, and the extreme heat and shockwave had already erupted, evaporating the blood and vaporizing the crystals. In the deafening roar, the floor of the club's second floor was directly blown through and collapsed, with undamaged sections already covered in cracks. The glass inside the floor was shattered in unison. The chandeliers on the ceiling either broken or extinguished, and the precious liquors placed on the crystal racks fell to the ground without exception, the liquid flowing freely. In such a terrifying explosion, several of the core strike targets, the crystalline monsters, instantly evaporated, while those nearby were almost torn apart, their bodies shredded and flung against the walls by the shockwave, leaving them charred and mutilated. Fang Ye glanced at the heavy cannon in his hand, realizing from its size that it was powerful, but he never expected it to be powerful to this extent. He cast a glance at the crystalline monster writhing on the ground, regenerating, and without hesitation, fired again. Shell after shell surged toward the crystalline monsters, and the frenzied explosions erupted continuously within the Vanago, momentarily making it seem as if the world was filled only with light, heat, sound waves, and shock waves. The second floor of the club was completely blown apart, and the wealthy patrons were caught in the blast, suffering heavy casualties. After emptying 2 magazines of 10 specialized shells, the relentless bombardment had nearly penetrated the foundation, leaving the ground charred and stained with red. The indoor temperature had surpassed 70 degrees, and the scorching air was hot enough to burn the respiratory tract and lungs. After this round of attacks, the number of crystalline monsters had sharply decreased, with nearly 60% lost. It seemed they were not invincible. I overestimated you. Fang Ye casually tossed aside the empty defender and retrieved from the weapon rack a similarly sized 5-barrel rotary cannon, opened an ammunition box, and pulled out a belt of shells to insert. Each bullet was the size of a baby's arm and could cause explosions with a radius of about 3 meters. The power was comparable to grenade launchers, but the rate of fire and kinetic energy were worlds apart. When the first round from the rotary cannon shot out of the spinning barrel, a metal storm formed instantly, firing dozens of times per second, with the fiery muzzle flash almost connecting into a long snake, and whatever was touched by that long snake was reduced to ashes in the continuous explosions. With the support of powered armor, Fang Ye felt almost no recoil and did not need to worry about the room temperature. He simply had to hold the trigger to deliver each round to the crystalline monsters. The crystalline monsters, unaware of death, did not even try to dodge, straightforwardly crawling toward the cannon's muzzle against the wall, only to be slaughtered by the whistling long snake. When the ammunition box was empty, all that remained below the second floor of the club were empty shells and swirling dust. The last crystalline monster, dragging its broken body, leaped from the wall but crashed into the intact glass barrier of the elevator track with a bang. Before it could slide down, a black metallic hand shattered the glass barrier, grasping its neck, while another hand pulled the safety pin from a plasma grenade. Then, with a fierce punch, it pierced through the monster's chest, leaving the grenade inside. The radiation from the crystalline monster was blocked by the armor, and the brief contact posed no threat. After completing all this, Fang Ye released his grip on the monster's neck, watching as it flailed its claws and fell from midair. Before it hit the ground, its chest suddenly exploded, blue high-temperature plasma completely incinerating its upper body, and the brilliant plasma liquid became its final farewell fireworks. Everything was finally nearing its end. Fang Ye looked at the module's prompt, and the task progress displayed before him was 102-104. Since the emergence of the mutation, this number had appeared once, when the thugs collectively became the host for the gray blood potion, causing the original task progress to rapidly rise from 77-104 to 102-104, only to quickly fall back again. Would the remaining 2 big fish be related to the module's anomalies? The extraordinary being mentioned by Xiao Bin, which was hidden in the task and was infinitely close to Class B. Could it be one of them? Fang Ye's gaze turned to the weapon rack behind him as he fell into deep thought. Chapter 20. Clouds of Suspicion. Final collision. When Fang Ye returned to the floor where the armory was located, Kaphne proactively stepped out, looking quite displeased. Mercenary, how long do you think it will take for the Federal Guard Army to react to such a big commotion in this golden city? She leaned against the armory's door, holding a portable computer, and waved it at Fang Ye. It's been almost an hour since this farce started, yet I haven't seen a single security robot approach. Medical, military, disaster relief. What on earth are they doing? This lady, who had always been calm and collected, finally lost her composure. Maybe they never existed in the first place? Fang Ye responded casually, neither affirming nor denying. What? Kaphne seemed to not understand. Just as Fang Ye was about to say something, Kaphne began to repeat their previous conversation as if she had lost a segment of her memory. Mercenary, do you think they will never come? Fang Ye lost interest in the conversation. The previous chase had already proven this point. In the memories of the Winter Wolf that did not involve the Gray Blood Riot, the Federal Armed Forces had always been in a state of invisibility, and Kaphne was ultimately just a simulated false personality. Those people and things that existed in her memories had never truly been born, forming a logical taboo that she could not cross. All the irrationalities of this fragmented world would not be correctly recognized by these people, and they would not even actively reveal the truth. What they received was merely a series of resets. The barrier of cognition appeared alongside their birth. Could there be exceptions? For example, this inexplicable gray blood riot. This was not a scenario that should exist in the script. If the modular world were a carefully written program, then could the current situation be understood as a coding error? I need the location information of the last 2 rioters. You have access to the surveillance in the Sky City or some other channels. In short, I need to find them. Fang Ye brushed past Kafni and walked into the armory. He needed something more suitable for long-range hunting than the Defender's rotary cannon. The original electromagnetic sniper rifle was quite good, but it had been severely worn and was discarded by him. All problems were related to the rioters, if possible. He didn't even want to come within 1,000 meters of those 2 escaped fish. With the terrifying range of a high-power electromagnetic sniper rifle, a shooting distance of 5 or 6 kilometers was not very difficult. Kafni looked in shock at the powered armor that was recklessly rummaging through the weapon racks. Are you crazy? The rioters can obtain such a large quantity of gray blood agents. Do you know what that represents? Just as she approached the powered armor, it suddenly turned to look at her, the cold mask with a metallic scent almost touching her forehead, the blue lenses reflecting her somewhat uneasy expression. The extremely indifferent, hoarse voice, after processing, carried a hint of hard metallic vibration. I don't know and I don't care. I just want to live and get out. So I have to kill them and anyone who obstructs me from killing them. Tell me, will you hinder me? Kafni's lips twitched slightly, but she ultimately gritted her teeth and said no. But don't forget that the powered armor you're wearing was borrowed from me. Don't you think it's a bit too much to turn your back on me? Bastard. Fang Ye straightened up, openly admitting his despicable nature. It is quite excessive, but I have never claimed to be a good person. He was not a bad person, but by denying his moral bottom line in the face of moral coercion. The issue of moral coercion would be easily resolved. You really are a scum, Kafni said indignantly. Yet she still picked up her equipment and began to browse the surveillance system of the Sky City. You owe me 2 favors, you know? You can think of it that way, but I can't guarantee that I'll repay them. Fang Ye pulled out an electromagnetic sniper rifle from box. The modified beauty gleamed with an alluring deep blue sheen, its deadly aesthetic captivating Fang Ye. This is no longer the standard of conventional military equipment, right? Paired with electromagnetic armor-piercing rounds, it can definitely penetrate 200 millimeters of high-hardness armored steel. Fang Ye checked the wild beauty in his hands and remarked, I thought you guys were really being honest, hey? Kafni looked puzzled at his words, raising her head to look at the electromagnetic sniper rifle in Fang Ye's hands. After confirming it carefully, she was stunned. Camus, 06 modified? Damn, this is a restricted military weapon for extraordinary beings. Its control is stricter than that of complete powered armor. If discovered, it could lead to a death sentence. She nearly jumped up. Who is it? Kafni hurriedly bent down to check the markings on the box, only to find that the box, which should have been engraved with a number upon entry, had no signs of any scratches. No number? Kafni quickly checked the adjacent boxes. From D to A04 to D to A05. Everything was normal, except for an unnamed weapon box containing the Camus 06 modification in the middle. What's going on here? Kafni raised her eyebrows. Fighting in the nest. It was probably meant to deal with powered armor, right? Fang Ye scoffed, but his laughter suddenly stopped. Fang Ye suddenly realized a problem he had overlooked. According to the task workflow of Winter Wolf introduced by Xiaobin, the Grey Blood riot in reality had not fully erupted. The main battlefield had nothing to do with the sea-level contract of Winter Wolf, and there had not been too much involvement from Vanago after Winter Wolf discovered the clues of Grey Blood. In the several hours of escalating reports, the entire incident had been taken over by the top contracts of the Ashes and White Spire. Winter Wolf should not have known what was in Vanago's private armory. No. He shouldn't even know who the wealthy people in Vanago Club were. This modular world, based on the memories and subjective cognition of Winter Wolf, was full of loopholes. Most of the people and things in the Sky City module were vague impressions left unconsciously by Winter Wolf during his passage, filled in by researchers from White Spire. The things that Winter Wolf brushed past during the mission, glimpsed out of the corner of his eye, were filled in to form the framework of this world, resulting in many textures being blurred. Those were the gaps in Winter Wolf's experiences. It was like an open-world game's background setting, where there existed some relic treasure that you could not access as you passed by because it was just a texture, existing to enrich the story's framework, as seen on the Sky City map, where citizens knew and could see it from afar, yet could not pass into other city areas. Because the range of Winter Wolf's activities in Sky City was only this big. So, why did Winter Wolf have such a clear understanding of everything about Vanago Club in his memory? He knew which floor Kaphne was on. He also understood the distribution of the armory's weapons, and he even knew that Kaphne was unaware that the Camus 06 modification was hidden in the armory. According to Xiao Bin's account of the Winter Wolf task report, he should not have had any further contact with the club after completing the task of hunting down the riders and fulfilling the commission for Sailor. Winter Wolf had a problem? Winter Wolf had a problem. Du Hong took off his glasses and kicked open the office door of the current deputy director of the intelligence department. His friendly smile vanished, replaced by a cold gaze locked onto the man in front of him. He issued a query from the disciplinary officer. Why was it you who conducted the mental check on Winter Wolf alone when the A0412 task file was archived? Regardless of whether it was to ensure the accuracy of the check or to prevent someone from plotting against the execution contract during the check, according to regulations, at least 2 reviewers must be present during the memory check of the execution contract. Behind Du Hong were 2 law enforcement officers cloaked in white laboratory coats. As notorious internal violence agents of White Spire, their presence already indicated the seriousness of the situation. The man sipping afternoon tea raised his eyebrows slightly, slowly set down the teacup, leaned back against the chair, and raised his hands to signal that he would not resist. Oh, you mean this? To be frank, it seems unnecessary. After all, the primary task at that time was to seal off Tian City and deal with the Greyblood organization. When the Winter Wolf made a request for assistance, we had already conducted an assessment of his status, which was quite normal, and he was under our watch for the following 2 hours. The deputy minister shrugged slightly, and 2 hours later, Tian City had already been taken over by the remnants. So I think there was no need for any further action. What else could happen? Moreover, at that time, in order to dig up the dark lines of Greyblood as much as possible, the entire intelligence department was almost mobilized, working with the remnants to block up all the rat holes in Tian City bit by bit. And that was it. Du Hong closed his eyes, and after a long while, he opened them again, revealing a somewhat grim smile, because of your momentary convenience. You let a ticking time bomb with an unclear situation roam freely in the Federation for years. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure. All right, just give me a number, and let us agree beforehand. If it exceeds... His words were cut off as a black steel pin pierced through his cheek, followed by a hand gripping his hair and forcefully slamming his face onto the table. Bribery of a law enforcement officer. Bang. Negligence. Bang. Flouting the law. Bang. Giving face, but not respecting it. Bang. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The dull sound of impact was accompanied by the man's muffled howls, each collision causing the ornaments on the table to jump. Du Hong pressed the man's head down with one hand, breathing heavily, with some blood splattered on his face. He reached out and roughly wiped the steel pen on the man's clothes before putting it back in his jacket pocket. You foolish thing. Do you think you know what you've gotten yourself into? You've committed a serious crime. Do you know that? Du Hong threw the semi-conscious former deputy minister onto the ground, wiped his hands, adjusted his demeanor, and returned to his scholarly elegance. Without looking back, Du Hong walked toward the office door. Passing 2 law enforcement officers, he softly said, "No need to talk about human rights. Let a mental type extraordinary split his personality, dissect his memories, and gradually restore all the erroneous details of 0412. If any suspicious targets are found, none will be spared. Same treatment. No need to worry about wrong captures. With the Dream Master present, even if consciousness is shredded, it can be salvaged. Better to kill the wrong than let one go. The more we investigate, the more we uncover the hidden tricks in the A0412 incident. If it weren't for the fact that Fang Ye happened to be a Class C contract, if it weren't for the fact that the modules test happened to choose an existing memory file as a template, if it weren't for the fact that it happened to select the representative A04 1-2 Winter Wolf memory file. If it weren't for the Dream Master's arrival to determine the root of the redundant data, upon discovering a large number of hidden tricks, Du Hong decisively changed into the identity of a law enforcement officer, replacing the original surveillance order with one for capture. At this moment, a Class B contract and 3 Class C contracts were fully armed and heading to the location of the Winter Wolf, hoping everything would go smoothly. Du Hong returned to the laboratory, where the atmosphere remained heavy. Xiao Bin was biting her thumb, staring at the central projection of the system model. And upon noticing Du Hong's return, she shot him a questioning glance. The more they investigated, the more problems emerged. The number of confirmed suspicious subjects had already exceeded 5, the highest in status being the Deputy Minister of the Intelligence Department, Fan Ye, who was so intricately tangled like tree roots that pulling one thread could unravel a whole bunch. Du Hong sighed slightly. The archival process for the A0412 mission files went smoothly, almost like child's play, which made him think twice. They had already arranged for law enforcement to capture the Winter Wolf, which would take some time. What about your side? Xiao Bin frowned, staring at the projection. Her tone equally heavy, not good. After we were unable to observe the internal real-time status of the module, we chose to focus on analyzing the memory templates. And the result? Du Hong already sensed where the problem lay. Surprisingly, Xiao Bin seemed unusually confused. She muttered, "I can't find the problem. This memory template has no issues at all. If it weren't for the Dream Master confirming that the problem lies with the Winter Wolf's memory, I would have even skipped checking the memory template to look for other interfering factors." Du Hong remained motionless, staring at the constantly changing projection. After a long while, he couldn't help but press his eyes. "So, this is the biggest problem." Xiao Bin didn't answer, but instead countered. "The Winter Wolf's memory shows no signs of modification, nor are there any abnormal gaps. Where do you think the problem lies?" Du Hong pondered for a long time, just as he was about to speak. A law enforcement officer's assistant rushed in through the door, urgently shouting, "Officer Du, there's a problem. The Winter Wolf killed the law enforcement officers sent to capture him, and is currently missing." The Winter Wolf killed the law enforcement officers? Fully armed Class B and 3 Class C? Du Hong was about to get up when suddenly, his eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at the silently rotating memory template data model in the projection. Could it be that we can only stay in this world? This box? Luo didn't know how to express his feelings, just staring blankly at the juice in his hand. Cheng Zikin chuckled. "Don't worry, Aku. Even if the world is just a box, it doesn't affect us at all. There's no need to worry about the future. Uncle Kuan has his own ways. All you need to do is one thing. Kill the person outside the box." Oh, he came quite opportunely, though the way of greeting was a bit unfriendly. Cheng Zikin slightly raised his head, his pupils beneath his glasses tinged with a gray-red hue, meeting the powered armor aiming from several kilometers away on the balcony railing. The next moment, the trigger was pulled, and electric light surged through the air. Chapter 21. Fallen Posture, Ruined Sovereign. That greeting is really rough. Cheng Zikin toyed with a needle-like bullet in his hand, chuckling and shaking his head before tossing it onto the table. "Hey, drink it." Cheng Zikin pointed at the drink in Luo Ku's hand, then gestured towards the direction where the power armor had disappeared. "Then go kill that guy outside the box." Luo Ku glanced at the liquid in his hand, which he could no longer identify, and without hesitation, tilted his head back to drink it. The next moment, he looked at his palm in disbelief. "This feeling is..." "No need to be surprised. I modified your settings. This action cannot directly affect impure outsiders, but for beings like you and me, who are essentially data, it's an almost omniscient ability. Even if the impact is small, purifying your abilities is relatively easy." Cheng Zikin chuckled lightly, stood up, and looked at the rainy night sky. "Experience it for yourself. Uncle Kuan is waiting for your good news. I'll guide you." "All right, I'm going to meet him now." The explosive wave of flames instantly shattered the wall, and amidst the swirling dust, a pitch-black armor darted out, closely followed by a man engulfed in a tide of flames. Are you puzzled as to why the bullets you fired instantly vaporized? The reason is very simple. My ability isn't just a common flame release, but rather it grants everything within my ability range a state of burning. Luo Ku spread his arms wide, and the flame vortex around him almost formed an eye of the storm. The massive combustion of gas created a vacuum that continuously drew in air from further away. The rain falling from the sky instantly evaporated into vapor, and the puddles on the ground dried up rapidly. High temperatures, flames, and even the wind vortex caused beneath it the kinetic energy from the explosion. These are merely byproducts of my ability. Of course, my original power wasn't this overwhelming, but Luo Ku's wild smile suddenly turned sinister. In this fabricated world, as an NPC, I can certainly modify my settings. Thanks to you, I can experience such wonderful power, and in return, I will turn you to ashes. Luo Ku's roar accompanied the sudden contraction of the flame vortex, and the condensed flames twisted everything inside them. The chaotic ripples reached a peak and suddenly froze. Then this energy, now detached from material form, was given the command to burn. In an instant, a terrifying explosion, accompanied by blinding light, engulfed the entire street. The unleashed shockwave made the earth tremble, and the ground around Luo Ku rolled like waves, then was pushed away dozens of meters in an instant. Fang Ye barely had time to curl up before he felt a blinding light and immense force crashing into him, flinging him away. The armor protected his hearing by isolating external sounds, but amidst the dizzying chaos, he heard the unsettling sound of twisting steel and the alarm of the system echoing within the armor. This was not the performance of something nearing B-class. It was undeniably B-class. And just as this guy said, this method was merely a byproduct of his true ability. Granting things a burning state is the most terrifying power. If he catches up to me, my armor would probably melt into molten iron in an instant, ultimately vaporizing. Moreover, the last two thugs were indeed related to the module anomaly. Whether it was breaking through cognitive barriers to reveal the truth of the world, or bypassing the system to modify their own data, they clearly shouldn't exist. But none of that matters now. The source has been identified. My mission is complete. Fang Ye had no interest in fighting that hanging loser. The extraordinary irrationality had refreshed his understanding once again. If he were to fight the real tough guy, and that one with cheats, he would definitely be killed in an instant. So, Fang Ye reminded the mysterious Dream Master that his task was already finished. The gray-blooded thugs were cleared out, and the source of the module anomaly was also clarified. The next matters should have nothing to do with him. However, Fang Ye suddenly saw a line of small text flash on the power armor system panel in front of him. Source not clarified, mission continues. However, given that you're close to the final goal, I will provide assistance. The opponent's data has reverted to normal levels. Energy level dropped to C-class contract execution standards. Ability purification effect revoked. Under normal conditions, the opponent's ability is less effective against living beings. It is recommended to disengage from the armor and fight him. Fang Ye's heart sank. The source is still not clarified? So where exactly is the problem? In the end, he still had to fight that man behind him. But at least this time, the gap wasn't so huge. The normal ability being less effective against living beings. No wonder he was advised to disengage from the armor. Without the cheats, this guy's real fighting method depended on the byproducts of his ability, and he almost got fooled. Fang Ye quickly realized that there was a fight to be had. Wearing the armor, Fang Ye would actually be indirectly harmed due to it. Being melted into molten iron would douse him all over, instantly turning him into charred remains. At the very least, it would be like being grilled on a hot iron plate, literally cooked to death. He could even ignore material barriers and ignite the air inside the armor. In that confined space, although disengaging from the armor would also be a tough battle, the scorching flames and the suffocating vacuum environment would be deadly. But he wouldn't be instantly critically injured. There are pros and cons, but overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. With a mind full of thoughts, only 2 seconds had passed in the outside world. The aftermath of the explosion slowly subsided, leaving behind a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters and Fang Ye half buried in the rubble. Luo Ku stood in place, staring back in shock, his expression uncertain. The sudden drop in his state left him somewhat at a loss. Fang Ye, however, had no more convoluted thoughts. After confirming that the only path was to fight for his life against the opponent, he discarded everything else and focused wholeheartedly on the upcoming life-and-death duel. The glossy black paint had been burned to a crisp, revealing a matte, rough charcoal black. This power armor had not fulfilled its expected role. but simply pulling Fang Ye back from the brink of death was already satisfactory to him. During this long time, relying on the armor for movement and constantly receiving treatment, Fang Ye had regained a significant amount of combat power. It's just that he wouldn't be able to grow back his severed arm. The power armor's back silently split apart, looking extremely battered, yet Fang Ye's gaze remained resolute and fierce as he stepped barefoot onto the still smoldering ground. Exiting the power armor, Luo Ku, with a sullen face, turned his gaze towards Fang Ye, but he suddenly stared blankly at the gradually transforming man. "Friend, dead matter cannot break through your abilities, so what about my fists?" Blood quickly spread in Fang Ye's eyes, his skin cracking little by little, then stacking up again. The carbonized old skin shattered piece by piece, and the emerging bony layer coalesced into thick, hard bone armor. The gentle lines of his face were covered by the hard, arc-like bones, and the slender cracks stretched into a stiff, terrifying grin, revealing sharp teeth that glimmered coldly. Not long had passed since he last revealed his true form and awakened this fallen posture, but it seemed some changes had occurred. The originally gray-white bone pieces were now stained with an eerie gray-red, yet between the joints, a dark red fluid flickered and moved. Feeling the surge of power and the rising violent killing intent from deep within, Fang Ye's smile grew increasingly terrifying and sinister. He tilted his head, his long, pointed tongue lightly licking his gums, as dry, mixed tones echoed in his mouth. "Surprised, are you, friend? Keek. Oh, it seems my laughter is a bit villainous." Clearly the frenzied figure lunged forward like a bullet, and with a stomp that propelled its body, the already battered ground beneath shattered instantly. It raced along the ground like a cannonball, crashing towards Luo Ku, its mad laughter ripped apart by the airflow. "I'm clearly a righteous person. How can you, with that appearance, have the face to call yourself righteous?" Luo Ku's face twisted as he looked at the brutish humanoid monster charging at him. Instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing a straight punch aimed at Fang Ye's forehead, distorted ripples manifesting on his body's surface. Boom! An explosion erupted once again, sending both figures tumbling backward, the shockwave lifting several square meters of ground. In midair, Fang Ye adjusted his body, his feet and right hand as claws easily embedding into the earth, carving out a trench over 10 meters long. He then surged forward again, laughing maniacally as he lunged at Luo Ku once more. What bullshit technique, what bullshit strategy. Influenced by the activated strange body, Fang Ye's rage had drowned out his reason. Tearing apart the trash before him that obstructed his survival was his only goal. Coincidentally, this mad, dog-like, brutal assault, combined with the strange true form hardbone armor, terrifying strength, and visibly rapid recovery speed. Even an uncoordinated fighting style was enough to make Luo Ku's scalp tingle. "What the hell are you? A hybrid of human and strange. What a joke." After being knocked back multiple times by Fang Ye, Luo Ku finally exploded in fury, fully committing himself to the fight. Fang Ye soared in, his right claw swinging fiercely towards Luo Ku's head. Luo Ku did not retreat an inch. This time, he aimed to crush this bastard. A blazing vortex formed again, and under Luo Ku's overdrawn eruption, its might approached the state he had when using external enhancements. At the moment Fang Ye closed in, Luo Ku detonated the vortex. The ground bore the brunt of a terrifying explosion for the third time, the scale of the circular crater expanding once more. Cracks had appeared on the walls of nearby high-rise buildings. Circuits were partially incapacitated, yet darkness did not envelop this area. The sea of flames left by Luo Ku almost bathed the entire block in a golden-red hue. Fang Ye, devoid of reason, was directly thrown nearly 100 meters away, his body shattering in mid-air, fragments of his bone armor flying off, and beneath the cracks on his surface. Black-red light spots floated like the blood of ashes after a fire, splattering down and instantly rising a cloud of black ash. It was only after smashing into a sports car, embedding his body almost within it, that Fang Ye finally came to a halt. Luo Ku, however, was not in a much better state. His explosive power beyond limits had become unmanageable, and he had also suffered significant damage. Though most of it had dissipated, he was nearly torn apart, resembling the state Fang Ye had been in after detonating the perfumed steel bottle. For a moment, Fang Ye remained motionless, embedded in the car, while Luo Ku lay on the ground like a dead dog, both silent. The noisy world abruptly fell silent. The city of Tian was noisy yet dead silent at this moment. Flames crackled as they burned, rain fell in a patter, and vehicles affected by the battle emitted sharp alarm sounds, monotonous and unpleasant. Yet, there were no human voices left. Suddenly, Luo Ku opened his eyes. His gaze gradually filled with a gray-red hue, and his body slowly began to heal. It was the gray blood medicine. However, after standing up, Luo Ku did not mock Fang Ye, but instead revealed a faint smile, his 10 fingers interlaced before his waist, leisurely looking up at the sky. "I know you're there, friend from the real world. Why not come out and chat with me? Or do you want to find the real me?" Luo Ku, or Chung Zikin, at this moment was actually extending an invitation to the Dream Master lurking in the shadows. There was no response. Chung Zikin felt somewhat disappointed. "I thought communication between intelligent people could be very simple, but now it seems that deceit and trickery are the norm. But now is not the time for that little guy lying there. Whether he is dead or alive is all in my hands. Even so, do you not intend to come out and communicate with me? Or is his value not as high as I imagined?" The Dream Master had been waiting for him to reveal a flaw from the very beginning, and in fact, he was also waiting for the Dream Master to be forced to appear. However, the other party's thoughts were too steady, and their pawn was too formidable. Since this little guy is already useless, then let him stay here. Chung Zikin looked down at the unconscious Fang Ye in the distance with a seemingly smiling expression. But the moment he saw clearly, his expression stiffened. At some point, a presence with an absolutely grotesque beauty stood behind him, silently looking down at him. Its face was enveloped in a pale gray mask, with several sharp angles branching upwards from its forehead, intricately forming its unique crown. A massive vertical eye split open in the center of its face, its black and swirling red starry pupil surrounded by a gray glass-like iris. On its upper body, bone armor faintly revealed numerous black-red patterns, and its once broken left arm had regrown into a beautiful gray-red crystal arm. A huge crack on its chest revealed a swirling mass of black vortex inside, with drifting red light spots resembling embers reigniting from ashes. From the waist down, the bone armor gradually twisted into a spiral, transitioning from bone to gray-red crystal, and further down, it fanned out like the roots of an ancient tree, replacing its feet. Under the gaze of those dim, cold eyes, Chung Zikin's smile finally vanished. "What exactly are you?" His question was not fully asked when the boss, having entered stage 2, spread its arms wide. The crack on its chest suddenly revealed a black vortex eye, and the annihilating black and murky gray quickly expanded into an extremely unstable energy sphere. In the next moment, a massive torrent of annihilation swept through the entire city of Tian, erasing a fan-shaped area with a diameter of over 6 kilometers at a 30-degree angle, leaving only a sky full of ash like falling snow. Chapter 22, Showdown. Fang Ye silently observed his surroundings. When a method of mutual destruction with Luo Ku hit directly after losing his sanity, he completely lost contact with the outside world. However, after a brief darkness, he heard a sigh, and someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Fang Ye did not turn around. He cannot turn around. The deceased is gone. Go away. A hoarse voice escaped his lips. "Did you kill them? Killing for a life seems fair enough. The sheriff will be here in a minute. Is there anything you need help with? Get lost." According to the ruling of the Supreme Federal Court, is sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve for murder. Any objections? None. Number 16, wake up. Is it time for the execution ground? There is something else. Come with us. You are hopeless trash that should die on the execution ground, but in the spirit of utilizing trash. I'm giving you a chance to kill the monster in this building. Those who survive will have their previous crimes wiped clean. It looks like this. Remember its appearance. All right, trash, get moving. In the pitch-black world, the conversation abruptly stopped. Fang Ye's vision gradually brightened. In the desolate ruins of the city of Tiandu, he saw a man with the right half of his face severely burned and the other half wearing a mask, standing coldly in front of him. Let us end this boring time. There is nothing worth spying in my memory. Actually, it's quite interesting, the memories of the Ash Lord. I assume no one would be uninterested. The man known as the Ash Lord suddenly revealed a fierce black-red remnant in his pupils. Reminiscent of the ashes left after everything has burned away, the last glow of material collapse, and a reflection of some power, known as ash destruction. Do you want to see? That would cost you your life. Don't get excited, it's just a joke. A blurred figure, resembling a pixelated man, stepped forward from the void, followed by a cold-faced, long-haired beauty. His tone was lazy and somewhat offbeat, but clearly as someone who could converse with the Ash Lord. He was also one of the 10 Lords. Hi, we meet again. I guess you're thinking, have we met before? I can only say, I've seen you. But you haven't seen me. Mr. Pixel waved at Fang Ye, introducing himself, the last seat of the 10 Lords, the Traveler. The 10 Lords, the Dream Lord. The woman beside Mr. Pixel succinctly stated, causing Fang Ye's gaze to flicker towards this exquisitely beautiful woman. Fang Ye remained silent. He didn't know what to say, especially after looking down and seeing his new form, which was even less human than before. He was worried that the three-peak transcenders in front of him might crush him to ashes if they had a disagreement. The Bazaar is the prologue to dimensional collapse, the mortal enemy of civilization, and his current state was even more bizarre than the Bazaar itself. No need to worry, outsider. Your presence is a good thing for us. I can't tell you the specific reason, but you will find the answer after leaving our world. Before that, before this modular world resets, you have 3 minutes to ask questions. A vague smile could be seen on the traveler's indistinct face. As for whether one can speak without a mouth, this is no problem for a mental-type transcender. Our current communication is essentially based on a mental link. Fang Ye tried to suppress his aversion and focused his thoughts. Can I change back to my original form? Yes. Your body almost possesses all the advantages of the Bazaar, especially regarding unshackled evolution. Besides that, you don't have the uncontrollable and irrational weaknesses of the Bazaar. However, if the true form of the Bazaar is too powerful while you are too weak, you will also be affected, and in severe cases, you may lose control. The traveler changed the subject, speaking lightly, but you don't need to worry about complete corruption in the short term, because after absorbing the blood of the Ash Lord, the true form of the Bazaar cannot fully suppress you on the level of life for a long time. The balance of coexistence remains stable. In fact, if you don't actively awaken the true form, or only occasionally awaken it, you can live to the end of your life in a human form. Fang Ye instinctively glanced at the silent Ash Lord. Source blood is something that transcendent beings produce after reaching the divine level. You can also call it divine blood or some other name. Absorbing source blood with excellent affinity can guide you to awaken related talents and powers. Coincidentally, the Ash Lord may be the most destructive among the 10 Lords, so you don't need to worry about awakening some weak ability. The traveler conveyed much knowledge that Fang Ye was unaware of. What is the divine level? Fang Ye asked. Is it S level? S level? That's our localized term. Using the universal system defined by the Watchers, the transcendent path is divided into 3 stages, from sequence 1 to 10. We simplify it to S, A, B, C, D, and there is no further subdivision above the S-level contract. You can also understand it as, the 10 Lords can be seen as S-level, but not every S-level is a 10 Lord. The traveler pointed to himself. It's just that many identities of the 10 Lords are not public. And there are quite a few like me who are elusive to the extent that many people even doubt that there are really 10 Lords. The divine level also has ranks. The weakest is the demigod, above which are the phantom god and the true god. As for moving up further, that is the 3rd stage, and our beacon does not record detailed information. Demigod? In a flash, Fang Ye suddenly recalled the attack the Dawn had encountered during its first dimensional deep dive, where the crimson eyeballs, which still left him with some shadow, were classified as divine beings that had not reached the demigod standard in the Dawn's assessment. If the starting point of the divine level is a demigod, then it means that each of the 10 Lords is stronger than those big-eyed creatures. Fang Ye took some time to digest this and suddenly asked, why did the Master of Awakening say it's hard to say how many S levels there are? I always felt he was intentionally emphasizing this to me. Given his status, he should be able to access information about you 10 Lords, right? This is a prohibited matter. I can only say that there are indeed 10 Lords, but what Master Awakening said is also not wrong. All right, you have 1 minute left. Ask something else. Make the most of your time. The traveler remained silent for a moment and ambiguously ended the topic. Fang Ye thought for a moment, not dwelling on the matter, and focused his mind on this last minute. When did I absorb the Ash Lord's source blood? We added some ingredients to the cell repair fluid in your power armor. How did you know I would use that thing? No comment. I need the coordinates of the new world. I don't know. Our beacon only mentions that such a place exists. Can I get a copy of the technical data for the consciousness homogeneity module? When you are about to leave, someone will package everything about the Glorious Federation's culture and technology for you. No malice. Fang Ye could only assume he meant no harm and asked his last question. Earlier, when I contacted the outside world, I heard a voice. Prohibited matter. No comment. Fang Ye fell silent. In the end, as the countdown was about to end, the traveler smiled and said, "No need to worry. We have no reason to harm you. This is a deal. Your arrival is an unexpected variable, and your departure is the beginning of the historical wheel turning again. The future of the Glorious Federation is unpredictable, and entrusting everything to you, a traveler far from home, may preserve the proof of this civilization's existence after the Federation's downfall. The new fire of civilization will be ignited by the ashes of the old era, which is the origin of the name Embers, and also the long-cherished wish of US 10 Masters to demand to the death. When the predetermined destruction arrives and the Embers are sent out, we will be able to focus on preparing for the tomorrow that is finally coming." The traveler said so, gradually becoming transparent, and the Ember Master and Dream Master beside him were the same. Roll away, outsider, roll out of this world before the final curtain. The farther the better. Just before the Ember Master disappeared, he left behind his indifferent voice. The world before Fang Ye suddenly flipped, and a strong sense of dizziness washed over his consciousness like a tide. In a daze, he vaguely saw a huge shadow embracing the sky in the gap between reality and the spiritual world when the module was lifted. What was that? Fang Ye's confusion vanished in an instant, as under the sleep of consciousness, his body quickly reversed with the fluctuations of its own state, concealing its true form. When he woke up again, it was already 2 days later. The unmasked Master of Truth gave him the green light, issued him a C-level execution contract certificate for the White Spire, and helped him keep the truth of his body a secret. This time it seemed that because his true form manifested in a quasi-entity spiritual life state within the module, his normal physical quality did not receive feedback after the evolution of his true form. However, Fang Ye was not too regretful about that bit of physical quality. This time's harvest in the Glorious Federation, just clarifying the extraordinary path and consolidating his own balance, was already enough to satisfy him. Moreover, if the 10 Masters did not deceive him, he had also gained a lot of important technologies on this trip. However, the last words of the traveler made Fang Ye a bit uneasy. The problem was not that the Glorious Federation's strength faced the danger of destruction under strange shocks, but rather, why was there a danger of destruction? Wouldn't fleeing into the starry sky when a chance to breathe? Fang Ye was unclear about the prosperity of the technological tree during the execution of the Human Federation's long voyage plan, but at least in the stage he remembered. If a war broke out between the Human Federation and the Glorious Federation, it would be completely destroyed within a day. The aerospace technology of the Glorious Federation definitely had the standard for interstellar voyages, but it seemed that several of the 10 Masters had no intention of migrating. So, was it that they did not want to leave their home planet, or were they unable to leave their home planet? A fleeting glimpse of the stunning sight before his coma flashed through Fang Ye's mind, and his brain suddenly throbbed with pain as a familiar cold voice sounded. "Don't think about that thing. It will sense you. As for your worries, there's no need. The traveler has already arranged everything for your deal, in a sense. The time you truly step into this world is in 100 years in the outer ring. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that as long as you leave before the final curtain, you will not face any danger." Fang Ye's expression became slightly unpleasant. "Have you been spying on my thoughts? Sorry, but it's very necessary. If I hadn't suppressed your thoughts just now and let you associate with him, you would have been distorted and polluted by him. In fact, all the 10 Masters have the mental shackles I left behind." The Dream Master's explanation made Fang Ye vaguely guess some truth about why the Glorious Federation was trapped on their home planet, but he ultimately did not think further. If even the 10 masters at the divine level were so wary of that he, then how powerful was the he mentioned by the dream master, the no comment by the traveler? For a moment, Fang Ye felt a heavy weight on his heart. In the end, he shook his head. Pressure is also motivation. He was getting stronger, and the dawn was getting stronger. One day, he would reach the divine level, or even a higher rank, find a new world, and then seek out his compatriots. You always say that I should leave before the final curtain. Then when will the final curtain arrive? Fang Ye got out of bed and walked to the window, discovering that he was now in a magnificent floating skyscraper. This was the headquarters of the White Spire. From now until the next 100 years, it was all before the final curtain. But I do not recommend you stay long. Leave this place of disputes as soon as possible, because the ember's fire will be taken far away by you. For both public and private reasons, I do not wish for you to continue staying. Is that so? Fang Ye leaned against the window, the breeze blowing through his hair, looking at the prosperous city beneath him. After a long time, he softly asked, I will leave tomorrow, but before I go, there is one question that needs to be answered. Can you tell me? Within the limits. Winterwolf, who exactly is he? Fang Ye was still somewhat obsessed with this matter. Winterwolf, or rather the master of the memory template. He was the key to the module anomaly, right? The investigation results have come out during your 2 days of coma. This memory indeed belongs to Winterwolf. But the one who submitted the memory template at that time was not Winterwolf, but the person who was residing in Winterwolf. Fang Ye smiled. It's Silo, isn't it? He finally understood. So that's how it is. Everyone had been played by him. This Mr. Silo, who directed and acted in a play to execute the contract and smartly break the gray blood right. Does he have any other identities? What is his purpose? He is called Yat, an A-level spiritual extraordinary of gray blood. Silo is just one of the hosts. He also has a subconsciousness named Chungzikan. The explosion that occurred after your loss of control in the module happened to eliminate both data redundancies simultaneously. The module anomaly was caused by the creation of 2 indistinguishable individuals that were completely identical at the data level. You can understand it as having 2 identical pieces of software in a system, after locking one and restricting its permissions. When locking the other, due to the system using the same path for locking, the former occupied the path, and the latter was not restricted, ultimately resulting in the system vulnerability you saw. As for Yat's purpose, no comment. Fang Ye no longer pursued the matter and quietly enjoyed this brief leisure. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened, and Luna, wiping her hands with a tissue, met Fang Ye's gaze. Oh, good morning, Luna. Fang Ye turned around, leaning against the windowsill, smiling at her. Big brother. In the girl's scream, the man's voice became tense. Hey, don't cry. Why are you crying again, little lady? The traveler looked at the large and small figures, softly sighing. How nice a touching sibling bond. If you could also rush into my arms and call me brother. How wonderful. I suggest you dream more. The girl in the wheelchair scoffed. Rush into your arms and call you brother? Well, has Lisu ever called you anything but get lost? I might have a chance of going crazy then. That might be a bit difficult. The traveler was silent for a moment, then softly said, The last 100 years have arrived. Everything is about to. The girl was silent for a long time, quietly watching the somewhat stooped figure of the traveler. The future should be debugged by now, right? The traveler asked, looking down. The module's improvement has completed the last piece of the puzzle. She now possesses a complete mind, and everything in the glorious Federation is in her database. Apart from strength, she is almost superior to me in every aspect, including appearance and personality. The girl paused slightly at the end. Do you think the future will be more outstanding as your sister? She won't talk back. She'll be gentle and obedient. And if you're willing to teach, this blank slate can be painted with the colors you like. Thinking carefully, such a sister would be quite boring. She might as well be taken away by that traveler for a long journey. The traveler chuckled. Sisters, if they're not Sundara, they feel soulless. The girl looked a bit cold. Are you sick? Maybe? The traveler smiled. Perhaps he had gone mad long ago in the long years. Who knows? Chapter 23. The siren's treasure of the Black Heron. See, the biting cold wind brought snowflakes and carried away warmth. But the old man wore only a gray coat and a deep brown sweater, trudging across the snowy expanse with the sled's reins in hand. His grizzled beard was covered in snowflakes, which melted slightly and then froze into tiny ice shards by the cold wind. His deep blue eyes scanned the surroundings, piercing like daggers. Grandpa Morois, Mr. Camber returned from Lucas Port the day before yesterday. They seem to have found some treasure. A cheerful voice came from the sled. It was a girl wrapped in a blanket, sitting on a pile of firewood, bundled up so tightly that only her red, cold-nosed, smiling face and a few strands of light golden hair were visible. It's the treasure of the Siren Boza. Only the bravest adventurers can salvage the sunken treasure from the storms of the Black Heron Sea. Gold coins, jewels, and the trident that can summon the winds and rain. The little girl made a fierce face, imitating the tone of a third-rate bard from the tavern, then giggled at her own antics. Moro smiled, his deep and powerful voice revealing a hint of indulgence. Yes, it's said that whoever wields the trident will become the favorite of the sea, and countless people will bring him wealth and fine wine, with endless supplies of malt candy and mushroom soup every day. Wow, endless malt candy. But Grandpa Moro has anyone really found the trident? Sana asked curiously from the sled, her little hands fidgeting. What does a trident look like? Is it heavy? Moro's pondered for a moment and replied seriously. It's said to stand 3 times your height, golden, with red gems embedded in the 3 prongs. But it chooses its master. Those destined to wield it can lift it effortlessly, while those without fate cannot budge it even with all their strength. As for whether anyone has found it, there are definitely those who have. Legends say that those destined to find the trident will receive divine revelations. What kind of revelation? Sana pressed, her curiosity completely piqued, showcasing a child's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Well, a meteor. A meteor will fall from the sky before them. And within the meteor are the messengers of the gods. They descend from the divine realm with the will of the gods, conveying the divine revelation to the one destined to receive the trident. Morois didn't believe in religion, but he had heard snippets of some doctrines and fables from the Church of Divine Grace. The frequency of meteors and divine messengers in those stories was as common as knights and princes in the mouths of drunken bards in taverns. Though Morois scoffed at such nonsense, children were always drawn to mysterious things. But it didn't matter. When Sana grew up, she would understand that these mystical tales were merely a facade. Before he wandered into the snowy land of Narya, the steam engines of the Privy Council had already been improved to the 2nd generation. Perhaps in a few years, he would see iron birds crafted by humans flying in the sky. What was it called again? Oh, magical mechanics, the talent of humanity, the power of knowledge. To hell with the god of light. Morohis's thoughts drifted until Sana's incredulous cheer brought him back to reality. A meteor. Grandpa, look, it's a meteor. Little Sana exclaimed joyfully, bouncing down from the sled, stumbling over to Morois, shaking his arm with her little gloved hands, trying to point toward the sky. Morois looked up in astonishment, his pupils reflecting a golden streak tearing through the clouds, heading towards him. Divine revelation? Is this divine revelation, Grandpa? Sana was so excited she was jumping around like a silly little deer. Damned divine revelation. Morohis's face contorted as if he had swallowed a fly. He grabbed Sana by the collar and pulled her into his arms, tossing aside the sled's reins, and drew his sword from the pile of firewood. All I know is that we might get crushed by it. Morohis sprinted away, and despite his elderly appearance, he moved like a wild bear, kicking up snow 1/2 meter high with each stride, moving so fast that he almost left an afterimage. After running several hundred meters, he turned back, his pace gradually slowing. Baruji, curse. Morois swore he had just made up a story to amuse Sana, but this coincidence was simply unexplainable. He gazed at the metallic container silently resting on the snowfield. It had fallen from the sky with such a grand momentum, yet it landed without a sound. The Privy Council's iron bird? This doesn't look like a bird at all. Morois still didn't believe this was any kind of divine revelation. But when the meteor slowly opened and a man and 2 women walked out, he became even more certain. The leading man wore a strangely styled black coat and appeared quite young, walking steadily. Morois sensed a familiar aura. They were fellow travelers. To his left and right stood 2 girls around 15 or 16 years old, one of whom was so beautiful she looked almost unreal, while the other seemed a bit less lively. Morois noticed their common features: black hair and black eyes. Black hair and black eyes. This was characteristic of the ancient Huaran from the Far East. The messengers of the god of light, Our three ancient Warren? What a joke. There was no room for the Church of Divine Grace in the lands of ancient Warren. The doctrines of the God of Light were worth less than scrap paper there. Otherwise, the Faller Empire would have attempted to spread their faith eastward, only to return in disgrace. This was something similar to the Privy Council's Ironbird, a new mechanism developed by the ancient Warren, but there was no doubt this was the wisdom of humanity, with no relation to the God of Light whatsoever. Morrowind wasn't sure what these three people arriving in a big metal box were here for. He needed to observe them a bit longer. Although the relationship between ancient Huaran and Narya was relatively okay, it didn't mean every ancient Huaran was friendly, especially since the man was a soldier. Morrowind gazed at the handsome Huaran man, who returned the look with scrutiny. Two battle-hardened butchers sensed the blood on each other. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Morrowind called out while protecting Sana behind him. He spoke in Huaran, a bit awkwardly but barely understandable. The response came from a man, his accent strange, speaking in the language of Narya. "Hello, how far is it from here to Lucasport? Everyone has secrets, since you're paying with gold. I want to ask where you came from, but let me make it clear, don't entertain any crooked thoughts." Morrowind weighed the unmarked gold bar in his hand, his mind racing, and finally took a deep look at Fang Ye, deciding not to inquire further about their origins. Fang Ye smiled slightly. "Of course, we're just passing through." In 3 days, he had learned several foreign languages, and even with his memory, it was a bit overwhelming. A month ago, Fang Ye left the Glorious Federation with a metal canister mysteriously sent by the Traveler, along with a few insignificant personal gifts. The moment the Dawn Dimension submerged, his memory was fully restored, and he finally recalled the Traveler's identity and the transaction they made in the time gap. In the minute he had lost, after reaching an agreement, the Traveler had hidden the fact that he and Luna entered the home planet of the Glorious Federation for the sake of avoiding certain existences. After leaving the Ember World, Fang Ye opened the metal canister, discovering it contained a girl about the same height as Luna, so perfect it seemed unreal, yet somewhat dull. After some communication, he learned her name was Future, a civilization library designed and manufactured by the 10 Masters of Truth, an unfinished strong artificial intelligence. The arrival of the Future has compensated for many of the weaknesses of the Dawn, using tools originally intended for self-repair from her own container. She has upgraded the production area of the Dawn, making daily progress. In addition, the Future has backed up her data into the mainframe of the Dawn. The two artificial intelligences, Dawn and Future, coexist surprisingly harmoniously, but Luna harbors an inexplicable hostility towards Future. After arriving in this new world, the Dawn hovered over this unfamiliar planet for 3 days. With Future's help, Dawn was able to observe and analyze the text it could scan, piecing together parts of the cultural history and language geography of this world. The location of the beacon signal is within the Black Heron Sea. Yes, someone with a poor affinity for the sea is going out to sea again. The abyss energy level of this world, which has no unified name, is incredibly high. While it doesn't reach the concentration on the side of the embers, it does exceed that of the Shia. However, it doesn't look too chaotic externally. Follow me. You can let those two kids sit on the sled with Sana. Morrow has hung his iron sword on the buckle at his coat's waist, took up the reins of the sled, and glanced at Luna and Future. Fang Ye did not refuse, signaling the two little ones to get on the sled, while he took up the other reins of the sled and spoke to the old soldier in front of him. "Hello, what do you go by?" "I am Fang Ye." "An ancient Huaran. Morrowind." The old man spoke in a cold tone, only stating his name without mentioning his surname. "Morrowind, do you live in Lucas Harbor? If we want to go to sea, do you have any suggestions?" Fang Ye's gaze lingered for a moment on Morrowizd's long sword before continuing to ask. Morrowind actually didn't want to have any connection with Fang Ye, but after accepting the heavy gold bar, he ultimately answered Fang Ye's question, though his tone remained somewhat brusque. "My tavern is on the outskirts of Lucas Harbor. A few days ago, a fishing boat encountered a storm at sea and was swept into the Black Heron Sea. They don't know what kind of luck they stumbled upon, as they not only return alive, but also unexpectedly salvage some very eerie things. Perhaps many ships will venture into the Black Heron Sea these days to try their luck." Morrow has hesitated slightly when mentioning those so-called eerie things. Sana, who was staring wide-eyed at Future, perked up her ears and shouted loudly, "I know. That's the treasure of the sea monster Boza." The sea monster Boza? Fang Ye looked at Sana curiously. "Can you tell me more about it?" "Just a maritime legend." Moro is interrupted Fang Ye and Sana's conversation, unsure of who first spread the tale, which has probably been around for over a decade. According to the legend, an adventurous ship bound for Holler encountered a massive sea monster while crossing the stormy Black Heron Sea. No one saw its true form, only large, terrifying shadows moving in the black water, along with many glowing red eyes. The adventure ship was easily torn apart, and only one sailor survived by hiding in an empty barrel, drifting to the Barrows Sea, where he was rescued by a passing merchant ship. However, he had gone mad, continuously screaming, "It's coming! It's coming!" The merchant ship did not understand what had happened and took him to Holler, a paradise for pirates and criminals, but friendly to merchant ships coming to sell goods. The merchant treated the sailor's tale as an amusing story and shared it with an old pirate he struck a deal with. But the pirate became serious and told the merchant to throw the sailor back into the sea, as the sea monster Boza was still watching him. The sea monster Boza? The merchant had come to Holler to do business multiple times, but had never heard of Boza's existence. The old pirate said, "It has always been there, just rarely seen. The sea god's trident pinned it to the ancient city that sank to the seabed, where treasures abound, and Boza lies on top of it." Morohis's tone became strange at this point. This was supposed to be just a legend, but the things that Cambert salvaged proved that certain things do exist. What did he salvage? Fang Ye felt a bit uneasy. The sea monster Boza? It could be a huge, strange creature from the deep sea. He seemed to have a natural aversion to water, and sensed that he was in for a thrilling and dangerous journey ahead. A book, a board made from polished shells, covered with unfamiliar characters. It cannot prove that Boza exists, but it does confirm that beneath the Black Heron Sea lies an ancient city. Morois couldn't help but snicker. But wealth is no longer the most attractive thing. The appearance of the shell book stimulated them, prompting them to salvage the truly precious treasure mentioned in the rumors. The trident. Could the beacon he was looking for be the legendary treasure that pinned the sea monster Boza to the ancient city? But if that were the case, then who pinned Boza to the seabed? And you? What are you going to see for? Is it also for Boza's treasure? Morois stared into Fang Ye's eyes. He had to think more. An ancient Huaran soldier, traveling thousands of miles to Lucas Harbor at this crucial moment. Was there some key information he didn't know? It couldn't really be just for the trident. Treasures that control the ocean are just too foolish. I don't know either. I'm just here to find something. It's somewhere in the Black Heron Sea, maybe in that ancient city, or perhaps in some other corner. Fang Ye shrugged, revealing a harmless, bright smile. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know. I don't even know what it looks like. Just consider me here to dig for treasure. Chapter 24. Is it Lucasport? I'll just assume you're here to hunt for treasure. Morohis's gaze lingered on Fang Ye's smiling face for a moment before slowly shifting away. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. From a different perspective, Fang Ye also couldn't believe that a foreign executioner would descend from the sky with some unknown object, claiming he was here just to search for a non-existent treasure. It was too absurd. Fang Ye didn't try to persuade Morohis with words. Over-explaining often backfires. And besides, even if he spoke eloquently, it wouldn't be as useful as that gold bar. For a moment, both of them fell silent, trudging forward with the sled, quietly observing each other. The scheming between the two adults didn't affect the tea party among the girls. Sana was getting familiar with Luna, who would be her future friend. There were very few piers for her to find in Lucasport. The temperature was extremely low due to its location on the edge of the snowfield, connecting Pangabed County and the Paswan Sea. It was damp and cold all year round, without the coal and other daily necessities brought by the Pangabed train. One could only trudge through the snow, risking attacks from hungry wolf packs, to search for dry branches buried under the snow to burn for warmth. Such harsh living conditions meant that not many people were willing to suffer here. The actual residents of Lucasport numbered less than 50, while the rest were crew members, navigators, or even pirates resting at the port. Your grandpa is impressive? Aren't you afraid of encountering wolf packs while gathering firewood? Luna asked in awkward Naria language, indirectly trying to gather information about Morohis for Fang Ye. In the end, the diligent little girl even cast a triumphant glance at the taciturn future. Stupid AI wants to compete with me for the big brother? How many episodes of palace drama have you watched? You're not qualified yet. The subject's emotions are erratic. Logic is chaotic, and there is a possibility of schizophrenia. Treatment plans are being integrated. Future ignored Luna's provocation and silently organized a treatment plan for her, deciding to suggest to the captain that she serve as Luna's primary physician at the appropriate time to treat her mental illness. Sana didn't notice the cross-server interaction between the two problematic children. Instead, she proudly placed her hands on her hips, tilting her little head. Of course, my grandpa is amazing. I've gone out with him to gather firewood many times. We've encountered wolf packs before, and he single-handedly took them all down. Chasing away a wolf pack? For an ordinary person, that is indeed an impressive feat, but for an extraordinary person, it seems like nothing much. Luna's eyes rolled, and she came up with an idea. She pretended to be indifferent and haughtily huffed. Isn't it just chasing away wolf packs? My big brother could do that too. Sana's little face scrunched up, and an inexplicable competitive spirit emerged. My grandpa can lift boulders taller than me. My big brother can too. My grandpa can jump onto the tavern roof in one leap. My big brother can too. My big brother can too. When Morpheus led Fang Ye out of the snowfield, Sana had already withdrawn into herself, her face tense, not wanting to talk to Luna. Future didn't like to talk. Sana didn't want to talk. And Luna had no one to talk to. The three girls sat in silence on the sled, each lost in thought. Fang Ye stood on the edge of Lucasport, facing the sea breeze that blew in, the damp cold wind seeping into his collar, suddenly making him feel a bit chilly. Fang Ye shook off the accumulated snow on his collar and touched his ice-cold face, faintly sensing a slight dampness returning from his fingertips. The humidity here. It's very damp here, quite different from the snowfield over there. Fang Ye placed his hand over his eyebrows, gazing at the port before him. About 60 or so buildings of various shapes were clustered together. The snow accumulation at the port wasn't very thick. Mostly just ice crystals that were constantly on the verge of melting and freezing. Some of the wood on the buildings was visibly softened by moisture, with a particularly spongy surface. Further out, there were many iron piles driven into the port, linked together with iron chains to form a fence that separated the dark sea behind. Several not-so-large ships were docked in harbor, having crashed through the ice layers of the Paswan Sea to create passageways as they entered the port. The broken ice chunks rose and fell with the waves, making a constant crisp cracking sound upon collision. It wouldn't normally be this damp. In the past, this was a frozen port where for most of the year, the surface of the Paswan Sea was smooth and flat until an adventurer accidentally discovered that the undercurrents encountered when departing from here were minimal, and it became lively. Morpheus was also examining this port where he had settled for over 10 years. When he first arrived, the living conditions weren't as harsh. However, there were also very few ships coming to rest back then, not as bustling as it is now. Because this place isn't too far from the Black Heron Sea, the weather isn't good for more than half the year. Whenever storms arise in the Black Heron Sea, the sky overhead would darken like it is now, making the other half appear dim. Morpheus looked up at the half-black, half-gray, oppressive sky, which meant that the storms in the Black Heron Sea would be fierce in the following days, aside from lunatics. No one would want to brave the storm to go out to sea, so your plans must be postponed for a few days. Waiting is fine. Fang Ye was not disappointed. Taking the risk of a shipwreck to go out to sea during a storm? He wasn't that reckless. Moreover, he was a man who feared water. A gold bar should be enough as lodging fees, right? Fang Ye pulled out a new gold bar and handed it to Morpheus, his smile particularly sincere. Gold is indeed a precious metal. Many precision instruments require it as a component, but the Dawn currently has a very ample gold reserve, and using a few gold bars as hard currency is not a burden at all. Morpheus silently met Fang Ye's gaze, and after a long time, he said solemnly, "Sometimes, wealth may not solve problems as you think. It can also bring greater troubles. Kid, this is Lucasport. Among those who mingle here, there are always a few who are darker and more vicious than you can imagine. Otherwise, why would he keep such a close watch on Sana?" Thanks for the reminder. Morpheus glanced back at Sana, then finally raised his hand to take the gold bar. "Follow me. I hope you won't bring me any trouble." Morpheus took a step forward, heading towards a two-story red-tile building at the far east of the small town. Opening a tavern in a place like Lucasport, which could be described as a godforsaken hole, is no easy task. Supply is difficult, yet there aren't too few customers. The folks coming from the sea are either adventurers or pirates. Even sailors are qualified drunks. The Pangabed County train only comes once a month, and they can't fill all the space with liquor, food, fresh water, clothing, and charcoal. Lucasport is severely lacking in supplies. Moreover, he also needs enough strength to deal with those who want to mooch off the drinks. It's unrealistic to expect scum who live by the sword to follow the rules if one's fists aren't strong enough. Fortunately for Morahius, these problems can all be solved. After running the tavern for over a decade, it has become a sort of neutral zone, where even the greatest grudges can only engage in friendly verbal interactions over drinks when enemies meet in the tavern. After all, once a conflict arises in the tavern, neither side will emerge as a winner. Over the years, enough tough guys have proven through action that the most formidable man in Lucasport is indeed worthy of his reputation. Today, the door opened a bit late. Moro is. Who is this guy? And who are the two unfamiliar little brats? As Moro is and Fang Ye pulled the sled back to the tavern door, a man in a dark green wool coat with a circle of stubble and golden hair walked briskly over. He paused for a moment when he saw Fang Ye. However, he only casually asked a question and, without waiting for an answer, urged Moro is, "I'm not short on money now. It's hard to come by a fortune. So how can I treat myself poorly?" Moro has fished out the key to the tavern door from his coat pocket, his gray-white eyebrows slightly raised. "Oh? It seems you sold that book. How much did you sell it for?" "Mr. Cambert, did you sell the treasure of Borsai?" Sana jumped down from the sled and ran to Cambert, a bit incredulous. That was the treasure of the sea monster Borsai. Upon hearing this, Cambert spread his hands slightly, looking indifferent. "So what? If I don't sell it, I won't even be able to drink a few cups." Little Sana, stories are deceiving. Only the gold coins in hand are real. He took out a few Narya Frostwolf gold coins, 2 centimeters in diameter and 2 millimeters thick, stamped with a wolf's head, and proudly shook them, his emerald eyes full of affection for them. "Look how beautiful it is, this pattern, this texture, this golden color. The sound it makes when it clinks. It's simply the most perfect thing in the world. If Borsai's treasure had this, I might be a bit more interested. Of course, considering that a broken book could be exchanged for 200 Frostwolf gold coins, I must admit I still quite like this story." After Cambert finished speaking, he couldn't wait to jog to the tavern counter and slap 2 Frostwolf gold coins on the table, shouting for 5 bottles of red agate. His proud smile was completely unmasked, clearly having fantasized about such a grand order of drinks for a long time, just now turning fantasy into reality. Sana stood there in a daze, seemingly struggling to accept Cambert's words. Fang Ye casually patted the little girl's hair to comfort her, then received a death stare from Morois. And it wasn't until he awkwardly withdrew his hand that Morois looked back at Cambert. 200 Frostwolf gold coins? A hint of mockery appeared on Morohis's aged face. "So many people came to ask you about the news of the board, and you sold it for just 200 gold coins? Cambert, your poverty is not without reason." Morois lined up 5 bottles of red agate in front of Cambert, 1,000 Frostwolf gold coins. "That board is worth at least this much." Chapter 25. Smell, is it worth 1,000 gold coins? But Morohis, not all gains are short-sighted. Perhaps it could sell for even more. But my life is only worth 200. Cambert, faced with Morohis's ridicule, did not fly into a rage. Instead, he humorously self-deprecated. "Believe me, Morohis, if I hadn't accepted those 200 gold coins at that time, I would likely be soaking in the cold sea now, being nibbled by fish. And I actually haven't lost anything. I was pushed into the Black Heron Sea by the undercurrent, survived the storm, and even fished out that book, returning safely in the end. Selling the lecture notes, which were worthless to me, for 200 Frostwolf gold coins means I lost nothing, right?" Cambert cheerfully twisted his body. Dancing to a rhythm he himself couldn't identify. Contentment brings happiness. Fang Ye, secretly coaxing Sana with a piece of fruit candy, glanced at him but did not comment on his thoughts. He walked into the tavern and found a long table to sit at, with Future and Luna on either side of him. "Big brother, are we just waiting at the port next?" Luna leaned closer to Fang Ye. After the initial excitement of seeing snow wore off, she had begun to feel cold. The temperature in Lucasport during the day was around -10 degrees, dropping even lower at night. Even with specially made clothing, it couldn't keep Luna truly warm. We can only wait. The lecture notes that man named Cambert fished out are key. If Moro isn't lying to me, the next period of calm in the Black Heron Sea will bring a lot of activity to Lucasport. Fang Ye noticed Luna's shivering form and looked up at Moro. Is there hot water? No, it's all cold now. I'll boil some water right away. You can let the two girls and Sana go upstairs. Their SA heating ritual, it's not too cold. Moro glanced at the shivering Luna. His expression softened slightly as he moved towards the door. Go on. There's not much we can do these days anyway. Fang Ye patted Luna on the shoulder. Don't catch a cold. If you get sick now, you'll just have to stay on the Dawn ship when we set sail. Luna tucked her hands into her pockets and stood up, running halfway to the second floor before suddenly turning back, grabbing Future, who was still sitting next to Fang Ye, and giving him an apologetic smile. Fang Ye didn't delve into the little girl's cleverness and wits, but leaned against the table, watching Moro unload firewood from the sled outside the tavern. Carrying a pile back inside, he lifted the curtain of a side room, and soon the sound of firewood crackling filled the air. According to this world's time, it was probably around 7 or 8 in the morning. Although it wasn't raining, the light wasn't particularly good. Fang Ye turned his head to look at the sea in the distance, where he could see several black whirlwinds connecting heaven and earth. This was a storm that could be clearly seen even in the starry sky, raging in the Black Heron Sea, blocking out the sun. Often, the wind blowing from the sea at this time would be stronger than usual. After watching for a while, Fang Ye took out a thin, paper-like folding computer, opened a folder, and pulled up a half-read novel. He wasn't too worried that this action would bring any significant trouble. After all, the technological gap was too great. Even if someone saw it, they would likely just consider it an artifact they had never encountered before. The world was vast, and this planet was almost two times the size of Earth. However, transportation development was relatively lagging, and there were significant barriers between countries. Just mentioning a specialty from a certain region could satisfy the curiosity of most people. Moreover, the path of technological development in this world seemed to have taken a strange turn after reaching the steam age, propelled unexpectedly by the extraordinary, leading to the emergence of many products resembling black technology. Sure enough, when Moro came out of the side room and saw the computer in Fang Ye's hand, he was only slightly surprised before looking away and returning to sit behind the counter to chat with Cambert about drinks. The sound of waves, flying snow, and the tavern. The crackling of burning wood, the cold wind, and travelers. Since joining the army, Fang Ye had been tense, but after experiencing yet another life-and-death moment, he finally learned to relax a bit. Doing the right thing at the right time helped alleviate his inner hostility, and a peaceful mindset allowed him to further stabilize his state. Perhaps one day he would become an indescribable terror, but his will would never succumb to the abyss. As noon approached, the number of guests in the tavern gradually increased, and Fang Ye occasionally glanced up in surprise. Not everyone could bring him an instinctive sense of oppression like Moro but he could catch one extraordinary trait after another in these patrons. The gravity in this world was slightly greater than on Earth, but not by much. Even Luna could adapt. So the average physique of the natives was superior to that of the human alliance. Yet it did not reach a level that would create a noticeable gap for Fang Ye. Breathing, heartbeat, clothing. The prevalence of the extraordinary was better than that of the Radiant Federation, and he felt he could truly experience what it was like to grapple with extraordinary beings this time. During the last fight with that Roke, he spent the first half running and lost his wits in the second half, resulting in almost zero real experience. In his thoughts, a bottle made of multicolored glass lightly landed in front of him. A familiar young man sat down opposite him, presenting a bottle of unknown liquor. "What do you have there?" The man asked curiously. "I haven't seen this in Pharaoh or Narya. You must be an ancient Huaran, right? Is it a magical machine unique to ancient Huaran?" His tone was somewhat flirtatious, but not frivolous. Fang Ye looked him over. The man was about 24-25, with golden, shoulder-length hair tied into a small ponytail at the front. He had slender eyebrows, slightly elongated eyes resembling warm jade, a high nose, a beauty mark on the left cheek, and a smile that was boyish and friendly. Yet, This boyish charm gave Fang Ye a sense of threat that was no less than that of Moro's. Fang Ye's gaze swept over the man's fur-lined cloak without stray hairs and his meticulously crafted blue-gray coat. After a brief thought, he flicked the bottle cap off, sniffed the faint fruity aroma inside, took a big gulp, and then spoke. "Where are you from?" He used Pharaoh language. "Not from anywhere in particular. I'm just a homeless person traveling through various countries. The high heaven of Narya, the sunken ancient city in the Black Heron Sea, the bright cathedral in Pharaoh. As a curious person, there are many places I want to go. I heard the legends of the Black Heron Sea might be true, so I rushed over from the Bama Mountains. I had originally planned to visit the high heaven first." Burin drank deeply from his cup, displaying a bold demeanor that didn't quite match the low alcohol content of the fruit wine. "Are there many people like you who come to join the excitement after hearing the news?" Fang Ye asked curiously. Burin pondered for a moment before giving an affirmative answer. "After I left the Bama Mountains, I took a train to Pongabed County from Winter Capital. Along the way, I met quite a few people discussing the legends of the Black Heron Sea. Many of them have come to Lucasport. Some say that the lecture notes even stirred the rebels." Rebels? Fang Ye became interested. "Rebelling against whom?" "You don't know. It seems you just came to the Western continent recently. The rebels rose up 10 years ago. After the Pharaoh royal family instigated the War of Light at the request of the Pope of the Church of Divine Grace, there were signs of uprisings among the people. After all, with the practical applications of steam engines and magical mechanical science, factories no longer needed so many workers, leading to a large number of unemployed and impoverished people. Moreover, to support the War of Light, the originally ample material reserves have become strained. If it weren't for Pharaoh's victory over Sabo and Banta, the uprising would have already erupted." Burin enthusiastically recounted that history to Fang Ye. After more than a year of continuous warfare, victory should have led to a period of rest and consolidation of spoils. But the Church of Divine Grace did not choose to withdraw. Due to Naria's geographical conditions being unsuitable for siege warfare, they set their sights on the colossal entity in the Far East. At that time, Pharaoh's application of magical mechanics was very successful, drastically changing the combat effectiveness of their army. Their consecutive victories inflated their morale. And coupled with the fact that Guhua did not prioritize magical mechanics at the time, Pharaoh chose to declare war. The outcome is something I don't need to explain. "You're from Guhua." Fang Ye could probably guess that perhaps initially they could catch Guhua off guard, but Guhua was simply too large. The detection results from the dawn indicated that as the dominant country in the Far East, Guhua's concentration of extraordinary factors was more than twice that of the entire Western continent. Given several more decades for magical mechanics to develop, perhaps the gap could be narrowed, but the nascent magical mechanics could not offset the vast disparity between extraordinary beings. The expeditionary forces strained the already limited reserve supplies, and at that time, prices in Pharaoh had risen to a level unacceptable to the common people. Families of unemployed individuals, already overlooked due to the mobilization for war, starved in large numbers and fell into a deep sleep during the subsequent harsh winter. By the later stages of the expedition, the resistance had already emerged, and as news of the expedition's failure returned to Pharaoh, the resistance gained a large number of supporters in a short time, eventually capturing Oviiflu, one of Pharaoh's 3 major industrial cities, in the following year. Burin repeatedly twisted the wine bottle in his hands, his tone somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, the belief of the Church of Divine Grace in Pharaoh was too firmly established. After several sermons by the Pope defining Gu Hua as heretical and covering up its own stains, the resistance gradually lost support and ultimately fled to other countries after being betrayed by an insider. They must have come for the trident of the sea god. Relying on luck? Pinning hopes of turning the situation around on an elusive legend is not a wise choice. Fang Ye shook his head slightly, lowering his evaluation of the resistance. There's no way around it. After the god of light from the Church of Divine Grace became the deity of belief for the entire Western continent and even a few countries in the Far East, the situation for the resistance worsened day by day. To resist this nearly brainwashing theocracy, the resistance must also seek a corresponding theocracy to counter it. The rumored trident, capable of commanding the sea, is one of the best choices. Burin shrugged, saying if I were the leader of the resistance, I would probably make the same choice. Fang Ye thought for a moment and did not refute. Indeed, for an era still under the rule of a dynasty, directly overthrowing the theocracy is almost equivalent to opposing the entire world. To break the situation of theocratic governance, one can only first borrow some other myth, and after successfully overthrowing the decaying rule, slowly implement reforms. But in this long process, who can guarantee that the original Dragon Slayer will always maintain their original intention and not be blinded by power? By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. What do you have in your hand? Has Gu Hua made any achievements in magical mechanics over the years? Or is it some other technology? Burin suddenly remembered that he was the one who had asked the question at the beginning. Fang Ye thought for a while and smiled as he revealed his identity. My name is Fang Ye, and like you, I am also a traveler, but my journey may be even longer and more distant. The Black Heron Sea is also a stop on my journey. As for what I have in my hand, it belongs to me personally. It's a small tool made by one of my companions. The future has brought too many benefits to the Dawn, and related modifications are still ongoing. The future, with a complete Ember technology tree, is gradually reproducing them on the Dawn. At the same time, she is also cracking the technical locks set by the Alliance for the Dawn, analyzing Luna's genetic information, and searching for beacon clues. Although the progress of these matters is not very fast due to the poor starting conditions, the Dawn has already been optimized much compared to the beginning. In fact, if Fang Ye did not interfere with the future's work, the optimization speed of the Dawn could be improved by another 20 to 30. But Fang Ye was not so profit-driven as to exploit a blank sheet child. The card placed in the future's container explicitly states that the future possesses a complete intellect and has the potential to become a true life form. And what the final result will be depends on how Fang Ye nurtures her. Fang Ye would give the utmost respect to every companion. Oh, Burin's eyes widened in surprise. So you have a scholar friend? That's really fortunate. I think so too. Fang Ye smiled, and just then, a commotion erupted in the tavern, disrupting the harmonious atmosphere of their exchange. Fang Ye and Burin both looked towards the source of the disturbance. The chaotic crowd clustered together, and from Fang Ye's perspective, he could only see a vague outline convulsing on the ground. However, he sensed a subtle scent, undetectable by normal people, as his nostrils flared slightly. It was a cool, slippery smell. Cool and slippery is not inappropriate here, as this odor indeed brings a nauseating sensory experience. Only extraordinary beings, and those of the same kind as the source of the smell, could perceive it. Strange. Fang Ye's gaze flickered, but after glancing at Moro his, who was walking towards the crowd from behind the counter, he chose to observe the situation quietly. Chapter 26. The Ancient Huaran Master and Apprentice. The form of the Eye of the Storm. Hey, what's happening over there? Burin stood up and walked toward the crowd. But Fang Ye noticed that his right hand's index and middle fingers were tucked into the sleeve of his left hand, clutching something. So, the bizarre here is not something rare. Perhaps there are differences in terminology, but the impression it gives is likely consistent. Fang Ye's left hand was wrapped around his front, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop, while his right hand instinctively hid inside the inner side of his coat, gripping the knife handle. Morohysis had just stepped outside the counter when suddenly a figure rushed into the tavern, violently pushing through the crowd. After clearing a space, the person unhesitatingly swung the chain in their hand. The silver chain seemed to come to life, wrapping tightly around the neck of a man on the ground, squeezing hard. "Come here," the person shouted, yanking hard with both hands, pulling the man out of the tavern door. The highly contaminated. There is no way to save him without divinity. Fang Ye confirmed the man's condition. Short, tentacle-like appendages burst out from his chin, his limbs becoming bloated and oversized. His body inside his clothes had expanded considerably, and a thick, gray-green liquid was seeping from him, indicating severe contamination. The original human body had been irreversibly transformed and eroded. Without divinity, removing the contamination with ordinary extraordinary factors would ultimately result in erasing both the person and the contamination. Extraordinary beings can remove the chaos left by the contamination, but cannot save the life that is falling into corruption. With this thought, Fang Ye's attention shifted to the suddenly appeared extraordinary being. It was a Huaran, the first extraordinary being to strike, along with her companions outside, were all Huarun. Black hair, black eyes, slightly yellow skin. If there is any difference between the Huarun and the Longxiao people of the Human Alliance, it should be that Huarun tend to be larger on average. For example, the woman who held the chain in one hand and a purple gold patterned staff in the other stood at a height of 187 meters, nearly matching Fang Ye's height. She wore a large red fur-collared coat, tied with a black belt with red patterns, and had a scar on the left side of her cheek, but did not detract from her beauty and charisma. With delicate eyebrows and peach blossom eyes that were somewhat alluring, her overall appearance was tempered by a refreshing demeanor. Her not very long hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she had a jade octagonal earring hanging from her right earlobe. Her companion was an old man with a blindfold made of black satin, his hair disheveled, standing nearly 2 meters tall, carrying a long box on his back, with both hands tucked into his wide sleeves. His thin, rough gray-white linen clothes fluttered slightly in the cold wind. Yet this somewhat ragged blind old man, when Fang Ye's gaze met him, seemed to sense it. He slightly turned his face, as if making eye contact with Fang Ye. In that moment, Fang Ye's hair stood on end, and his right hand nearly drew the knife out, a phantom pain flickering in his throat. Interesting. The old man smiled at Fang Ye before turning back to his companion. However, Fang Ye couldn't calm down. In that brief moment, he almost thought he was going to die, and even the dormant true form within him instinctively felt restless. God tier? No, not that high. But the extraordinary level was clearly at least 7, equivalent to an A-level contract. However, this old man was more dangerous than Zhu Ming. Even though he was dressed in a layer of linen in the sub-zero temperatures by the harbor, he remained composed, not giving Fang Ye's perception any threat feedback until he actively released a hint of malice, which instantly filled Fang Ye with a sense of danger. Zhu Ming was different. Although the old monk was calm, he did not conceal, or rather, could not completely mask his own aura. Fang Ye calmed his accelerated heartbeat, turned to look at Burin and Morohysis, only to find that their attention was entirely on the woman, completely oblivious to the old man's moment of malice. Finally, Fang Ye lowered his eyelids and directed his gaze towards the woman. After a brief shock, he collected his emotions. Although the old man in linen was terrifyingly powerful, he couldn't take his life. At this moment, the Huarun woman slightly rotated her wrist, and the staff in her right hand danced, ultimately resting the tip gently against the temple of the contaminated man on the ground. Everyone was watching her. Sensing the danger, he struggled and began to scream, but his muffled voice gradually turned into a piercing shriek that made those who heard it feel slightly nauseous. TSK. The woman clicked her tongue lightly, her long fingers twisting the staff, and a silver mist enveloped the staff. Then, as if playfully among friends, she lightly tapped the contaminated man's forehead. With a bang, the man's upper body instantly shattered into powder, a large amount of silver mist spilling out, erasing the blood mist and remnants. The extraordinary factors and bizarre contamination began to cancel each other out the moment they touched, as if they were antimatter, utterly incompatible. No, to be precise, the contamination was assimilating the extraordinary factors, but the extraordinary factors were also extinguishing the contamination. The efficiency of both was nearly identical. But if the source of the contamination were a high-level life form, the extraordinary factors would likely be assimilated in an instant. It's done. Why are you still looking at me? The woman stomped her foot, and the remaining half of the man's body was kicked into nothingness. Then she raised an eyebrow and glared at everyone staring at her. However, when her gaze met Fang Ye's, she paused for a moment and instinctively exclaimed, Huarun? Thus, Fang Ye also became the focus of attention in the tavern. A few minutes later, Burin, Fang Ye, and the two Huaruns sat together, the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Don't look at me. I was already sitting here. Burin felt uncomfortable under the woman's gaze, cleared his throat, leaned closer to Fang Ye, and his lips moved slightly. Hey, are all Huarun women this fierce? How would I know? Samara, this is an exception. Fang Ye smiled and managed to squeeze out a response. Hey, at least don't speak ill of people in front of them, okay? The woman, feeling called out, was somewhat angry. What good does it do to cover your ears and steal the bell? We're not even 3 feet apart. Do you think I'm deaf? Or that I don't understand Pharaoh? Burin awkwardly laughed and buried his head in his drink. Seeing that he was no help, Fang Ye straightforwardly addressed the issue. I am considered Huaran, but in reality, I don't know much about Huaran. If you came here hoping to meet a fellow countryman, I think you might be disappointed. However, the woman didn't mind. She pointed to herself. I'm called Nianhua, and this is my master, Zhang Sun. It's been 5 years since I left Huaran at 19, and I haven't seen many other Huaran. As long as they have black hair and black eyes. I don't care if I understand Huaran. After years of seeing blonde hair in Shilu, everyone looks the same, and I can't recognize anyone by just their faces. Seeing a Huaran is like a refreshing feeling, you know? But actually, we think you Far East people are also face-blind. Burin muttered quietly. Fang Ye thought about it, and found it to be true. In the past, in the army, he had comrades from various regions, and if his Western land region white comrades didn't frequently appear before him. He indeed found it easy to become face-blind and not recognize them. With his thought, Fang Ye nodded seriously. So what brings you to me? Isn't it just to make a friend? Nianhua interlocked her fingers and rested her chin on them. With a smile, her peach blossom eyes regained their original charm. The slightly upturned ends of her thin red eyes looking alluring. That's not impossible. You came to Lucas Harbor, also to go to the Black Heron Sea, the Trident, or the Lost Ancient City. Fang Ye was curious about why Zhang Sun had come here, given his strength. Neither. We came for Boza. The unexpected answer. Fang Ye frowned and pondered for a moment, not quite understanding the significance of actively seeking out a suspected top-level bizarre creature. Is there something special about it? What do you plan to do? It's nothing special, just a commission. After leaving Guhua, my master and I have been wandering around the Westland. To make a living, we registered with various branches of the Demon Hunting Guild in the Westland, clearing out demons to earn money while practicing. Last night, an urgent commission was issued at the branch in Falaludin. 50,000 divine grace gold coins, only needing to confirm that cyber is real. So here we are. Nianhua pulled a small iron plate out of his sleeve and waved it. 50,000. Baron suddenly looked up, astonished, and stared at Nianhua. 50,000 divine grace gold coins? Nianhua's attitude towards Baron was much harsher than towards Fang Ye. He dropped the smile and impatiently said, Are you deaf? Fang Ye, however, realized Baron's suspicion. Someone wants to stir the waters. Baron frowned. The intention was too obvious, but it worked. Especially since those who could register with the Demon Hunting Guild were either magicians, chi practitioners, totem guardians, etc., almost no ordinary people. And Lucas Harbor would likely be busier than everyone imagined. At that time, if you threw a cup from the tavern upstairs, out of 10 people, 9 would be extraordinary beings. So what? Those who didn't want to come wouldn't come from the start. And those who wanted to seek opportunities would go all the way regardless. I think we should be more stable together. Nianhua was not worried about the uncertain future. Instead, he encouraged Fang Ye to form a team. Fang Ye felt that this statement was very true, knowing there are tigers in the mountains. One still heads towards the tiger's mountain. If it's not seeking death, it must be for some benefit. He was here for the signal beacon, Nianhua for the 50,000 divine grace gold coins. But what about Baron? The sense of achievement of an adventurer? Fang Ye closed his eyes, thought for a moment, then slowly opened them, revealing a sincere smile. Okay. Nianhua's smile suddenly became exceptionally bright. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Everyone take care. I have something to attend to. I'll head out first. We can communicate gradually in the next few days. Fang Ye stood up to say goodbye to Baron and Nianhua, went to the counter to ask Moro's for the location of the town's restaurant, and bought a few bowls of seafood porridge to take away. Although Fang Ye didn't sense any pollutants in the Poseidon Sea, he still asked Moro to filter it with extraordinary factors. Then, under the other's speechless gaze, he took the seafood porridge upstairs. It seems the prevalence of extraordinary beings in this world is much higher than I imagined. Fang Ye recalled the exclusive cultivation method that was helping him adjust for the future. Perhaps it could accommodate more methods, reducing the difficulty of meeting the compatibility standards. It's necessary to inquire more about the extraordinary knowledge of this world. Perhaps among them are some extraordinary paths that will help kickstart his extraordinary journey faster. Chapter 27. Pollution and Song on a Snowy Night at Night. Fang Ye sat sideways at his desk, the heating ritual emitting a faint, warm, orange glow that illuminated his upper body. Classic songs from the Glorious Federation played in his headphones. and the unfinished novel was displayed on his portable computer. Outside the window, the cold wind of Lucas Harbor mixed with growing snowflakes, and the sound of ice pellets hitting the stained glass evoked an involuntary sense of solitude. "Big brother? I'm here." Fang Ye slightly raised his head to look at Luna, who was lying in bed with Future, her head barely visible. Seeing her silent, he continued reading. This brief exchange had happened several times, but Fang Ye was not impatient. Luna's dependency on him was increasing. It seemed the brief 2 days in the Glorious Federation had a significant impact on her. However, Fang Ye was not a psychologist, nor a mental-type extraordinary being, so he could only choose to accommodate and accompany her, hoping that time would help her mature and become independent. Future had suggested that she could act as Luna's psychologist, but Fang Ye believed that theoretical knowledge alone wouldn't suffice, and with Future's low emotional intelligence and gradually developing personality, she was not capable of handling this responsibility. Most importantly, with Luna's inexplicable hostility towards Future, if she found out that Future had become her psychologist, it would likely lead to a fierce confrontation, even though she would probably be the one getting beaten. At this moment, they were in an empty room on the second floor of the tavern, which originally belonged to Morohis's friend who had helped him start the tavern. He had disappeared in a storm in the Black Heron Sea during a voyage and never returned. Fang Ye did not need to sleep. His energy was so vibrant that without injuries, he could function normally for dozens of days with just half an hour of rest. It was supposed to be a peaceful night until the darkness deepened, and in the stillness of the night, a roar erupted in the snowy night, waking many from their dreams. Luna was no exception. She sat up in fear and instinctively shouted, "Big brother, I'm here, don't be afraid." Fang Ye frowned, put away the computer, and walked to the window, reaching out to open it. But after glancing back at Luna, he withdrew his hand and listened carefully to the noises in the night, aside from the wind, snow, and the sound of the sea. Chaotic, very chaotic. And there was also a faint, sorrowful singing that stirred Fang Ye's emotions, but it was quickly suppressed. His gaze sharpened. Maybe I should take a look. When a gunshot sounded, Fang Ye finally made up his mind. He walked to the bedside, touched Future's expressionless head, helped Luna fasten her collar, and said, "I need to go out and take a look. I have a bad feeling. There might be something big happening tonight. You two stay here and don't run around. I'll ask Morohis to keep an eye on you. Be good. I'll be back as soon as I can. MM." Luna held Fang Ye's hand and rubbed it on her head, then quickly dove back into the covers, a small hand holding an electromagnetic pistol poking out and shaking. "You can go, but remember to come back early. Captain, although the firearms in this world are primitive, they are surprisingly powerful. Please be careful." Future leaned against the bedside, looking at Fang Ye. Although her tone was somewhat cold, it was much better than at the beginning. "I will." Fang Ye took one last look at the two girls, gently closed the door, and then knocked on Morohis's door. During this brief wait, Lucas Harbor was once again disturbed by the gunfire, and soon the door opened. Morohis opened the door, his face dark as he glared at Fang Ye, holding a dagger against his abdomen with his left hand, then turned back to comfort Sana with a friendly tone. "Don't be afraid. I'll just talk to this young man for a moment, right outside." The moment the door closed, Morohis's demeanor changed again, fiercely grabbing Fang Ye by the collar. "What do you want now?" "I want to go out and take a look. The chaos might just be beginning. My intuition tells me that the person who was assimilated by the demon during the day was just the beginning. Tonight will be very chaotic, more chaotic than you can imagine." Fang Ye pushed aside Morohis's dagger and stuffed a gold bar into his hand, raising an eyebrow. "Help me look after those two kids. I need to figure out the core of the problem." Fang Ye forcefully pressed the gold bar into Morohis's hand, then coughed lightly. "This is enough to forge 50 Frostwolf coins." Morohis paused in his action of shoving Fang Ye, and after a moment, the old man, who bowed to money, begrudgingly accepted the heavy gold bar with some annoyance. "Damn it, if it weren't for this. Don't you fear I'd threaten you with those two little ones?" "Not at all, because we are of the same kind." Fang Ye patted the collar that Morohis had tugged out of shape, gesturing toward the outside. "And you should also want to know what is happening outside, right? I'll tell you the truth when I return." Morohis finally muttered a few curses under his breath. "Damn it, I hope you die out there." Fang Ye shrugged, unconcerned with the old man's anger, and quickly descended the stairs, leaving the tavern through the front door. As he pushed open the heavy door, Snowflakes and ice pellets hit him head-on. The moisture from the sea breeze during the day had frozen into fine ice shards, and the air's humidity briefly dropped to freezing point. The cold sea wind clawed at Fang Ye's warmth like a knife, trying to freeze him to death. And in his ears, besides the howling wind, there was an increasingly louder singing. Fang Ye gathered his previously carefree demeanor and gazed at the dark Bosswan Sea, the source of the song. The singing was beautiful and ethereal, but if one could not immerse themselves in it, they would feel an oppressive chill and nausea, as if their thoughts and body were wrapped in an indescribable viscous liquid, causing intense discomfort that could drive one insane. Fang Ye wanted to understand the content of the song, but upon listening closely, he felt it was not singing at all, more like hollow, eerie whispers, an unfamiliar type of eeriness. Fang Ye basically identified the identity of the singer, but in the completely dark sea, even with his not-so-weak night vision, he could not see far. 20 meters was already the limit. He relied on his sense of kindred. The singer was approaching Lucas Harbor very slowly, and it likely wouldn't reach the shore in a short time. Being of the same kind as this thing, quite unsettling, Fang Ye decisively focused on the chaos within Lucas Harbor. He looked toward the direction from which the gunfire had first come. It was west of the center of Lucas Harbor, a few hundred meters away. He could see some lights in the distance, but the illumination was still poor. Just a few scattered weak candle flames and oil lamps. However, it was evident that many more people had woken up, but most chose to secretly observe from their houses. Behind those windows, he could vaguely see some shadowy figures. The chaos had already spread to the streets. Fang Ye could barely make out some figures fighting and chasing in the darkness, until suddenly a flash of light appeared, and a gunshot fired deadly iron pellets from around a corner of an alley. In that moment, Fang Ye saw a woman, her body bloated and decaying, green pus oozing, her limbs deformed with tentacles sprouting. It seemed there was also a figure shrouded in a black robe fleeing. But Fang Ye did not pay attention to that. His focus was on the polluter. The characteristics of this polluted being were basically consistent with the one from the day, but the degree was more severe. The source of the pollution was. While pondering, Fang Ye drew a particularly thick short blunt knife from the inside of his coat, twisted the handle, and the tightly folded military knife suddenly expanded, transforming from a short knife that was 3 millimeters thick, 2 centimeters wide, and half a meter long into a blade that was half a centimeter thick, 6 centimeters wide, and 1 meter 40 long. He strode towards the center of chaos, shaking off his inertia with remarkable speed, his highly sensitive body senses capturing every slight disturbance around him. His target was not only the already mad, contaminated individuals. Within this distance, he was discerning the essence of every house, and having dealt with the bizarre for half a lifetime, even being contaminated himself, he would not miss any anomaly. After walking more than 100 meters from the tavern at the easternmost edge of Lucasport, Fang Ye suddenly turned his head, looking at the building beside him. Without hesitation, he leaped up, crashing through the glass and wooden frame of the second-floor window, accurately intercepting the source of the aura. "What are you doing?" A muffled scream came from a man wrapped tightly. Fang Ye said nothing, stepping forward, his long knife instantly drawing 2 wisps of white mist in midair, the airflow in the room stirring as a result. There was no need for him to gather strength. Fang Ye's normal strikes with the knife could already clearly feel the sound barrier, and when he gave it his all, he could break through the sound barrier with every cut. The man barely had time to let out a low growl before his arms burst open with bloodlines and fell to the ground. "Tell me, how were you assimilated by the bazaar?" "The demons." Fang Ye kicked the man over, his long knife piercing through his right chest and pinning him to the ground. "I don't know." The man struggled to squeeze out some sound from his throat, but Fang Ye sensed something was off and decisively withdrew his knife, decapitating him. The blood that gushed out changed from bright red to dark green, accompanied by a nauseating stench. In an emotional frenzy, this man unexpectedly jumped over the contamination process and instantly became bizarre. Even after being killed by Fang Ye in time, the headless corpse struggled and twisted for a moment, with a large number of fleshy tendrils emerging from its swollen, bloated surface, creating a horrifying scene. An unprecedented display. Fang Ye shook his long knife and leaped out of the room. He still had no means to clear the bizarre contamination and hoped no one would foolishly touch that corpse. He hurried along, occasionally breaking doors to kill the contaminated. Without exception, each one completely fell into madness shortly after being injured, and no one could speak the truth. Even if they tried to communicate, they would fall into madness just as they were about to reveal the truth. Fortunately, Fang Ye found that these contaminated individuals were all ordinary people, which was a slight relief. Finally, he stepped onto the snow-covered ground in the chaotic area. At this point, the affected residents showed signs of further expansion. He had already seen extraordinary individuals stepping in to clear the contaminated lurking in the darkness. The painting was among them, but the old man named Zhang Sun did not appear. Fang Ye moved forward silently. He had given up on finding answers. The singing grew clearer, and the singer was about to land. Regardless of whether it was the source of the contamination, it was evident that the threat level of the singer was much higher than that of these half-mad, contaminated individuals. A strange, sharp shriek came from Fang Ye's side, and a bloated humanoid monster lunged out of the darkness. Fang Ye's eyes shifted. Unhurriedly, he raised his knife, the tip entering from its mouth, piercing through the bizarre throat and exiting from the back of its head. Then, Fang Ye twisted his wrist, crushing the bizarre head. The strength of these bizarre beings was minimal compared to their ordinary selves, which did not align with the usual behavior of the bizarre, just like that abnormal speed of falling into madness. Fang Ye, you're here too? Holding a brass lantern, Burin rushed out from the same alley, chasing the bizarre. Seeing Fang Ye, a hint of a smile appeared on his handsome face. But then he became serious. Did you hear that? It's very close. Fang Ye and Burin walked side by side, continuously clearing the encountered bizarre, eventually meeting the painting. The painting was radiating silver, and with a sweep of his long staff, the bizarre that was struck instantly crumbled into powder, dissolving in the snow. Fang Ye? Indeed, that demon who's been moaning without illness has stirred you as well. The painting's eyes carried a trace of inexplicable killing intent, but his attitude towards Fang Ye was relatively friendly. He squeezed past Burin, resting the fish-patterned staff on his shoulder. Seeing that there were only a few big and small bizarre left around, Fang Ye chose to wait by the harbor for the final encounter with the singer. Let us go. The real trouble tonight is just beginning. We need to make that guy shut up. That superficially glamorous but internally disgusting song may be even more dangerous than imagined. The impact on his mind was already significant, and if ordinary people kept listening to its song, they would likely run into problems. The future was not an issue, but Luna was not okay. Her mental state was already quite unhealthy. In the darkness, the three of them arrived at the shore, where several extraordinary individuals were already waiting. Although they were likely all at sequence 1 or 2 levels, high-sequence extraordinary beings were not something you could find everywhere. Standing by the harbor, facing the unknown enemy in the endless darkness, Fang Ye felt a bit of pressure, gripping his long knife tightly, searching intently for any anomalies in the dark. The chaotic singing echoed from not far away. Fang Ye turned his head and noticed a short-haired woman wearing a veil raising her hand. A large amount of extraordinary factors gathered at her fingertips, which then transformed into fire elements, forming a fireball the size of an apple that hovered at her fingertip. Go! The female mage waved her finger, and the fireball immediately flew towards the depths of the sea, everyone focusing intently on the surface of the sea, illuminated by the fireball. Just after it flew over 100 meters, Fang Ye's pupils slightly contracted. The enemy had appeared. That fireball was caught by a pale, webbed hand, extinguished. But everyone saw its terrifying appearance. It was an entity resembling a human female. The upper body emerged from the water, a slender waist leading up to a bare chest. Its beautiful curves were not something anyone could covet, and at the top of its long neck was not a beautiful face, but a mass of flesh lumps barely forming facial features, with a huge gash at the center from which the song was emanating. Below its waist, instead of human hips and legs, a multitude of fleshy tendrils resembling octopus limbs spread out in the cold seawater. So ugly, the painting quietly said, stuffing a piece of malt candy into his mouth. Fang Ye did not care about its beauty or ugliness, nor did he care about its strength. He merely revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, switched the long knife to his left hand, and from his coat pocket, pulled out a red cylindrical object the size of a battery, pressed the button on top, and then charged and threw it. Shut up. Fang Ye shouted, and on the sea surface 100 meters away, a fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters illuminated a large area of the sea, and the deafening explosion covered that annoying song. Chapter 28. Chaos. The piercing flames on the surface of the sea stirred up a wave of icy water. The resonating sound and the subsequent slight tremor surprised and even alarmed everyone. What was that? Burin couldn't help but swallow hard. Something so small had an explosive power comparable to a small steam power furnace going out of control at the Privy Council. It's my friend's work, Fang Ye replied casually, his pupils reflecting the slowly dissipating flames on the sea surface. Burin didn't ask further, as the bomb hadn't managed to take down the enemy from the deep sea. That bizarre body leaned back slightly, its originally pale skin now scorched black and red from the high temperature. The numerous flesh tumors on its head were blown to a bloody mess, and its originally sorrowful, let's call it sorrowful, features had transformed into expressions of resentment and ferocity. Mouths filled with sharp teeth slowly opened, and the central mouth of the head opened wide, capable of swallowing a watermelon whole. A piercing, shrill scream erupted from the largest mouth, a nauseating sensation clawing at the heart and mind, causing Fang Ye's tense will to momentarily freeze. Then, the mouths of the other faces began to scream as well, their wailing cries overlapping, the sensation of being soaked in some disgusting liquid reaching a peak in an instant, and continuing to rise rapidly. With a hiss, a large amount of pitch-black smoke erupted from Burin, quickly coalescing. At that moment's hissing sound, the dark flames engulfed Burin. With only a pair of emerald eyes illuminated, clearly visible amidst the rolling black flames, no longer gentle but filled with frenzy and murderous intent. Fang Ye didn't feel any heat. This wasn't real fire but rather an explosion of some negative emotion affecting the mind. It seemed to be anger. At the same time, the previously thin aura around the ear painting began to boil, a silver radiance surrounding her as the air around her suddenly twisted and blurred, resonating at a high frequency. Fang Ye was awakened by two forces, and without realizing it, a sense of pride, seemingly provoked from deep within, surged in his chest. In his pitch-black pupils, flickering black-red patterns, like ashes being burned away, flowed within. Was it the source blood of the Ash Lord? No, it was the source of gray blood. It belonged to the high-level anomaly, seemingly angered by the pollution of the low-level anomaly, but was firmly suppressed by the Ash Lord's source blood, only able to convey that extreme rage. The true form didn't lose control, but Fang Ye was no longer affected by the bard's influence. However, the brutality was escalating, and, at that moment, Burin, highly sensitive to emotions, slightly calmed down due to the overwhelming anger that threatened to burn the heavens and boil the seas, casting a suspicious glance at Fang Ye, whose face was devoid of expression. However, not everyone had the ability to withstand that deadly scream. At this moment, several extraordinary beings in the entire harbor had already covered their ears with their hands, gritting their teeth. Those in worse condition had rolled their eyes back, standing still and twitching, the blood vessels around their eyes bulging, their bodies subtly distorting. Luna, Fang Ye muttered softly, the flame patterns in his eyes becoming increasingly vivid. He maintained a stern expression, disregarding the subsequent explanation issues. Pulled out an electromagnetic micropulse from the waistband of his trench coat, swiftly disengaged the safety, and without further ado, pulled the trigger at the bard. He wanted to give this noisy creature a taste of electromagnetic weaponry. Electric arcs flickered in the air as bullets crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, accurately hitting the bizarre head. The relatively low recoil of the electromagnetic micropulse barely moved as Fang Ye held the trigger down. The needle-like bullets, with their formidable penetrating power, easily pierced through the bard's head, which had only suffered superficial damage from blast, causing a massive eruption of dark green blood, with pockmarked wounds appearing densely on its head. With such continuous heavy damage, the bard finally could no longer continue its shrieking, letting out intermittent howls as it sank underwater. Losing its auditory positioning, Fang Ye, relying on kinship sensing, fired another 10 or so bullets at the surface of the sea until the bard sank deeper and deeper, finally folding the micropulse and putting it away. Burin and the year painting were shocked by the unprecedented items Fang Ye had continuously produced, but at this moment, they could distinguish the severity of the situation. Although Fang Ye had interrupted the bard's scream in the first instance, in just those few seconds, 4 of the extraordinary beings by the harbor had already been contaminated, falling into chaotic rampage. Burin, go clean up those few who have been assimilated by the demon. You're painting. Where is Zong's son? Fang Ye didn't feel joy at the bard's disappearance. The true form's fury was still ongoing. And, through the peculiar sense of kinship with the anomalies, he sensed an increasing number of them. At least over 30. The year painting wanted to say something, but ultimately only whispered. Master must be watching from the shadows, but it's hard to say when he will intervene. Do you think this isn't over? Far from it. Fang Ye returned the knife to his right hand, his tone serious. If you can't rely on your master, be prepared to be surrounded by anomalies. He needed to control the battlefield at the harbor. Otherwise, with the unpredictable methods of the anomalies, who knew what might harm Luna? If it really couldn't be held, he would immediately take Luna back to the landing pod and leave Lucas Harbor. Taking out the electromagnetic micropulse again in his left hand and gripping the long knife in his right, Fang Ye's gaze sharpened. He no longer needed that elusive sensing. His naked eyes could capture the many bizarre shadows appearing beneath the dark sea surface. They're coming. The moment Fang Ye spoke, a flesh-colored limb broke through the water surface, charging straight at him. The bard? Instead of retreating, Fang Ye advanced, stepping forward with his right foot, swinging the long knife with all his strength, shattering the sound barrier as he struck the limb, effortlessly severing the one trying to pull him into the water. Just as Fang Ye's old strength faded and new strength hadn't yet emerged, several limbs stabbed at him simultaneously. Clearly mindless creatures, yet they seized the best opportunity. Unfortunately, Fang Ye might make mistakes, but not now. This level of enemy was not highly resilient, and their speed wasn't at its peak. Apart from the bard's method, in Fang Ye's view, they were utterly useless. He did not retreat nor hastily retract his knife. While swinging it out, he extended his left hand, overlapping with his right arm, aiming for the bard's head that was surfacing from the water, trying to crawl up the bank. The rapid-fire sounds echoed like a stapler. The bard, which had just begun to heal, was once again focused on its head, and the tumor-like faces let out painful howls as the limbs that had aimed at Fang Ye fell back into the water. However, it had no chance to escape back into the water. At that moment, Fang Ye's right hand, which had slid down to his left side, calmly turned, gripping the long knife fiercely as he thrust upward, creating a white streak and a line of energy, instantly decapitating the bard that was toppling towards the water surface, sending its ugly, disgusting head flying high before it finally splashed down into the cold sea. Just as Fang Ye had just countered the bard, he caught a glimpse of a massive cow-like body leaping out beside him, with several long, thin arms, grayish-white body, and a spider-like head growing upside down on its chest, opening its mouth to bite at Fang Ye's face. There are spiders in the sea? Oh, it's a crab. Fang Ye remained steadfast, his left leg's muscles tensing as he prepared to kick this bizarre creature back into the sea. However, a fish-patterned stick, swirling with silver mist, had already thrust forward, piercing through the creature's chest and skewering it on the stick. Nianhua let out a light shout, spun around, and swung his stick to create a shadow of a wheel, smashing the strange creature on the ground into fragments. At the same time, he flicked out a chain with his left hand, the small lock at the end accurately hitting the head of a strange creature that had just crawled up, directly shattering its skull. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Nianhua smiled slightly, while Fang Ye remained silent and nodded in acknowledgement. They passed each other, and each launched an attack against the strange creatures that were beginning to come ashore in large numbers. At this moment, Burin had just dealt with 4 contaminated extraordinary beings and saw the situation. He called out to the other gasping extraordinary beings behind him. If you're not at the 3rd level, don't hold us back here. He then flew towards the strange creatures that Fang Ye and Nianhua had missed, drawing a short blade from his sleeve. The moment he came into contact with the creature, Burin unleashed a force equal to Fang Ye's, cutting the creature in half with a single blow. As he passed by, the black flames transformed into a golden thin veil covering his body. The next moment, something struck the golden veil, causing a small area to shatter into mist. but also blocked the attack from the invisible creature. Burin indifferently reached out his hand, gripping the crown of the invisible creature's head, and the golden thin veil transformed back into black flames. With a strong grip, the creature's head instantly shattered. He didn't waste energy cleaning up the pollution left by the creature. The total amount of energy was limited, and the creatures were continually assaulting Lucasport, crazily trying to break in. The defense battle was still uncertain in duration, and Burin had to conserve energy as much as possible. The three of them exerted their full strength while keeping their trump cards, barely suppressing the creature's offensive along the 200-meter-long coastline. The average strength of the creatures was slightly inferior to that of the chant singers, but with dozens appearing at once, the pressure increased, especially for Fang Ye, who relied purely on brute force to kill the creatures. To ensure a quick kill, his stamina depleted faster than Nianhua and Burin's energy consumption. A one-eyed giant spider, covered in armor, lunged at Fang Ye. Its mouth opened, and a mass of small, barbed, fleshy tentacles shot towards Fang Ye like shrapnel. Fang Ye had no time to dodge. He swung his blade in a circle, cutting through the tentacles. Then, he delivered a powerful kick to the spider's face. And with the sound of cracking armor, the giant spider was kicked away like a cannonball, crashing into another strange creature that had just leaped out of the water, sending both plummeting into the sea. However, after killing 12 strange creatures and severely wounding several others, the surface of the sea before Fang Ye was still filled with strange creatures continuously crawling towards the port. Finally, just as Fang Ye drove his elbow into the chest of one creature, taking a slight breath backward, an aged hand reached over him and pressed on the creature's crown. In that instant, Fang Ye's dynamic vision barely caught a glimpse of the elderly hand's muscles seemingly vibrating at high frequency. But in a moment, it calmed down and withdrew lightly. That strange creature exploded into a mist of blood with a loud sound. Both were forms of shock. If Nianhua utilized the properties of that silver energy, this old man relied on his own. Fang Ye was taken aback, took a step to the side, and looked at Zhang Sun, who stood behind him, slightly calming his breath and simply sheathing his weapons, stepping back to the side. Zhang Sun took action, and there was no need for him to fight anymore. Zhang Sun smiled and shook his head, cunning. He stepped forward, taking Fang Ye's position at the edge of the shore. Facing the fearless strange creatures charging in, Zhang Sun calmly flicked his sleeve, and the azure airflow, like a solid substance, slammed back the creature still in mid-air with a loud bang. He then lightly leaped onto the water's surface, and before the strange creatures could resurface, he stomped down on the water. Boom! Fang Ye watched in shock as the old man stomped down. Initially, the sea surface only had an inconspicuous ripple, but it was as if something was building up to an extreme point ready to explode. The sea surface within hundreds of meters trembled simultaneously, and a dull humming sound resembled a missile exploding underwater. It didn't create large waves, but Fang Ye clearly saw the water being evenly shaken into fine foam in an instant, extending down to an unknown depth, all in a misty state. The sea surface then emitted a layer of water mist less than 10 centimeters high, formed from the delicate shock wave turning into foam. As the muffled sound on the sea surface subsided, the port embankment of Lucasport also trembled, and the part close to the sea was cracked all over, almost collapsing entirely. Several ships, more than 10 meters high, parked on the water, had their ironclad bottoms instantly shattered, with even the upper halves of the ships flying out of the water 10 meters high. In an instant, the Poseidon Sea was quiet in every sense. Fang Ye, whose body felt a bit numb from the shock, licked his lips, dried by the cold wind, feeling both shocked and yearning. This is the power of extraordinary beings above Sequence 7, or A-class contracts. The combat power that could flatten a small mountain in an instant. As mentioned by the mage Zhu Ming, finally felt real to Fang Ye. His own destructive power had been rated as outstanding among A-class. But that glance in the tavern instinctively made him wary of Zhang Sun. This old man probably belonged to the top tier even among A-class. The last few creatures that had already come ashore were cleared out by Nianhua and Burin. Nianhua looked admiringly at Zhang Sun, who was slowly crawling back to the embankment like an ordinary person, while Burin felt somewhat restrained. A practitioner of this level was a dominant figure in the martial world of ancient Hua. Even contemporary emperors had to show some respect. He couldn't understand why he was wandering the western continent. If Narya knew such a person was active in her country, she would likely be horrified. Wait. Burin's expression suddenly changed as he looked towards a few extraordinary beings not far away, who also looked like they had seen a ghost, his brows slowly furrowing. This water is likely to get murkier. The tide of monsters, the unknown source of assimilation, the bounty commissions that stoke the fire, the resistance. Burin's eyes gradually took on a strange brilliance. After Zhang Sun returned to the shore, he looked at Fang Ye. I have been observing you for a long time. You're quite interesting. Take this within 2 days, cultivate the first wisp of energy, and I will accept you as my disciple. Disciple? Does it mean apprentice? Fang Ye caught the few sheets of paper Zhang Sun casually tossed over, feeling a bit tempted. Perhaps he could give it a try? Thank you for your guidance, master. Fang Ye quickly responded. Cunning. Zhang Sun chuckled softly. Chapter 29. The storm guard Fang Ye was not in the mood to study the breathing technique that Zhang Sun had given him. He rolled up the scroll and stuffed it into his pocket, put away his weapons, and hurried toward the tavern. When he returned to the tavern, the lights in the hall were already on, and Fang Ye's anxious heart relaxed a bit. There was no smell of pollution in the tavern, and Luna had not encountered any accidents. However, as Fang Ye stood at the foot of the stairs, he saw Moro his with a stern face standing at the hallway entrance. He stopped in his tracks and made eye contact with Morohis. I must admit your intuition was correct. Morohis's aged face showed a slightly strange expression as he leaned against the handrail, one hand resting on the railing and the other gently rubbing his chin, his tone carrying an imperceptible softness. I also have to thank that child named Future. Future? What did she do? Fang Ye asked, somewhat puzzled. Although Future was clever, she did not possess much combat ability. What did she give you? A pair of headphones? That's a strange name. But putting them in your ears can block out that song. Fang Ye suddenly understood. Unconsciously, he had been led astray by this world. Dealing with the seemingly uncontainable song could be resolved with a pair of full-frequency blocking headphones. Perhaps it was also because he did not pay much attention to high-tech tools apart from weapons and armor. Morohis was silent for a moment, his expression reluctant, but he still tossed a bone ring to Fang Ye. What is this? Fang Ye caught the ring and examined it closely in his hand. The surface of the grayish-white ring had been coated with a mottled yellow patina over a long period, smooth enough to reflect light. This is a fragment of a human vertebra, polished after the marrow was hollowed out. Fang Ye was quite sensitive to the texture and shape of human bones. Morohis's gaze lingered on the ring for a moment before slowly shifting to Fang Ye's face. It's the vertebra of Luzalin, the highest pass to the Sea of Thieves' holler. The calm period of the Black Heron Sea lasts only 2 or 3 days each time. Once you enter the Black Heron Sea, you won't be able to come out for a while. The only places to replenish food and fresh water are in Holler. This will allow you to come and go freely in Holler and avoid many troubles. This is the most useful thing I have for you, as a token of gratitude. Just as Fang Ye was about to express his thanks to Morohis, the latter spoke first. What happened outside? Pollution. Assimilation. Inexplicable demon assimilation. Almost simultaneously, demons came from the deep sea. They came from outside the Poseidon Sea, targeting some existence within Lucasport. Fang Ye briefly informed Morohis of the cause, course, and outcome of the incident. Both of them pondered, and in the end, they looked at each other simultaneously and said in unison, "That board book." In a flash, Fang Ye and Morohis both identified the most likely source of the problem. The shell board book that Camber had salvaged from the Black Heron Sea was the only mysterious side object that had appeared in Lucasport related to the deep sea. However, Fang Ye shook his head slightly. There's still some things that don't add up. We don't know if the demons from the deep sea were attracted by that book. But if the source of the assimilation in Lucasport really is that board book, then there's a major issue we cannot overlook. Camber, hasn't he shown any symptoms of assimilation? Moro has stroked his beard, but in the end, he could not provide a reasonable answer. However, he offered Fang Ye a compromise. Let the Totem Guardians of Narya handle the investigation. Such a big commotion in Lucasport cannot be hidden, at most by noon tomorrow. The Legion from the Winter Capital will arrive here, and they will sort everything out. Totem Guardians? Another type of extraordinary path? Magicians, chi practitioners, totem guardians. The extraordinary civilizations of this world may not be as advanced as the remnants with 10 masters, but they seem to be much broader than the glorious Federation. Then it settled. Fang Ye knew that continuing to waste brain cells was meaningless, and after exchanging pleasantries with Moroes, they returned to their respective rooms. Before pushing open the door, Fang Ye tidied up his appearance, straightening out his somewhat disheveled clothes after intense movement, then opened the door. As soon as he entered, Fang Ye saw Luna sitting on the bed with her legs hugged, eagerly staring at the door. Big brother, is it over? It felt like an earthquake. It scared me to death. Luna perked up as soon as she saw Fang Ye, her little feet pattering in the covers. Fang Ye couldn't help but smile, walking over to smooth out the corners of her blanket. It's all right now, no need to worry. He then looked at Future, who was quietly sitting beside her, her clear and clean eyes fixed on Fang Ye without blinking. Well done, Future. It's good that you could help the captain. Fang Ye took out his computer to check the time. 6:47 a.m. on the dawn and 2:20 a.m. in this world. You two should hurry and rest. Future, you should sleep too. Even if you don't get tired, you should learn to sleep and dream. He gently rubbed both girls' heads as he spoke. Luna yawned and crawled into the covers. She was indeed very tired. Future looked at Fang Ye, and a few seconds later, she obediently lay down to sleep. However, dreaming is merely a disordered reorganization of memory fragments. What significance does such an act hold for a digital life? Future's last thought carried a hint of confusion. The room quieted down, and Fang Ye returned to the table. This time, he did not read a novel, but took out the sheets of paper that Zhang Sun had given him. Fang Ye translated the somewhat difficult and obscure content word by word. Zhang Sun required him to cultivate qi within 2 days. So, was this the extraordinary path of a qi practitioner? He did not know what mysteries lay within. But judging from the performances of the 3 qi practitioners, the New Year paintings, Burin, and Zhang Sun, this extraordinary path had a very high ceiling and diverse abilities. What was the essential difference from the extraordinary paths of the remnants? In the calm winter night, Fang Ye slowly passed the time in his study. The next morning, Fang Ye looked at the dim light on the window that could almost be ignored, tossed the half-read introductory qi technique onto the table, and gently rubbed his temples. He had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of this material. It was convoluted, obscure, and significantly different from the daily vocabulary and sentence structures that Future summarized. Many words he could understand individually, but strung together, he could not translate them into coherent sentences for quite a while. It was like reading a heavenly book. However, from the preface on the first page, the principle of the qi practitioner seemed to be to activate one's own spirituality through meditation and visualization, gradually absorbing external source energy, thereby accumulating extraordinary factors within the body bit by bit, and dyeing these absorbed extraordinary factors with one's own spiritual qualities, achieving the awakening of abilities in an alternative way. The advantage of this extraordinary path is that it can coexist with spiritual abilities. Anyone can practice it. The downside is that the functionality and characteristics of qi are influenced by one's capabilities, making it less solid than the cultivation methods of the remnants that can stabilize several powerful, extraordinary forces compatible with each other. The former has a high ceiling and low floor, which is its greatest advantage. The latter has a high floor and high ceiling, and the inability to coexist with extraordinary abilities is its greatest drawback. For Fang Ye, having absorbed the source blood of the Remnant Lord, his awakened spiritual ability must be very powerful and cannot be discarded. Therefore, the extraordinary path of the qi practitioner, which does not conflict with spiritual abilities, is the optimal choice. Apart from the beacon, this new extraordinary path that fits him could be the second greatest harvest he gains from coming to this world. However, he couldn't understand it. Fang Ye was not a pedantic person. He directly tossed the papers onto the table, silently pushed open the door, and went out to buy breakfast for the 2 little girls. That introductory method, akin to a heavenly book, Fang Ye naturally planned to leave it to professionals to solve. Future was very professional. When he arrived in the hall, Moroes was already wiping down the tavern tables and arranging the furnishings. Upon seeing Fang Ye come downstairs, he nodded slightly. "Good morning, Moroes." Fang Ye stopped in his tracks, and asked Moro as if Lucas had any ancient Huahua books. I mean the kind with a more classical grammar. With reference materials, future translations would be quicker. She could remember the context of each word and phrase, summarizing its complete meaning and usage. A few more books, and in half an hour, he could become the person who understands ancient Huahua classical grammar the best in this world. Such materials are rare in the Western continent, and there was a grammatical reform in ancient Huahua long ago, making the translation of current ancient Huahua books easier and their content more novel and exciting. Morois, while dusting off the wine rack, gave a negative answer, stating that in Dongdu, or some more developed and prosperous key cities, there are people who collect ancient Huahua classics. But this is Lucas Harbor. Fang Ye had already set his expectations, so he wasn't too disappointed. He went to a restaurant in town to buy a meal, only to find the place in disarray, with a slight trace of pollution lingering. He suddenly remembered that the restaurant owner was just an ordinary person who seemed to have been contaminated during yesterday's singer's shriek and was then dealt with by other extraordinary beings. Fang Ye was momentarily perplexed and returned to the tavern to ask Morois, "If you're worried about the food, there's no need. I made honey tea and fried bird eggs and steak. You could take some of those too, kids. I will keep supplying you 3 meals until you leave." After last night, Morois had relaxed his guard around Fang Ye and was much friendlier. "Thank you." Fang Ye was unreserved. The 3 gold bars he had given were quite a sum. When Fang Ye returned to the upstairs with the meal tray, Luna was still asleep, while Future was already awake, flipping through the introductory method. Upon seeing Fang Ye enter, she tilted her head slightly. "Good morning, Captain." "Morning. Let us have breakfast." Fang Ye placed the meal tray on the table and then went to wake Luna. The drowsy Luna sat up groggily. "Big brother." "Morning. Morning, morning, morning. Let us eat breakfast first. You can sleep more after." Fang Ye took off his coat and wrapped it around Luna, then pulled her out of the blankets. After the 3 finished their meal, Luna went back to sleep, while Future and Fang Ye went to a quiet table in the lobby. This is an extraordinary path called Qi practitioners in this world, which suits me well, but I find it hard to understand the content above. Can you help me translate and optimize it specifically? Fang Ye propped his chin on his hand and pushed the introductory method toward Future, having just seen her reading the content. "Is there any difficulty in translation?" "There is indeed a certain level of difficulty. The grammatical framework of ancient Huahua in my database is not complete, but it's not impossible to translate. It should be done in about 2 hours. With the computing power of the Dawn's intelligent core, the process can be faster." Future gave a positive response. Future is really reliable. Fang Ye felt no shame in taking advantage of his little cotton-padded jacket. 2 hours isn't long. But Fang Ye also didn't know how difficult it would be to cultivate a wisp of qi within 2 days. If possible, he still wanted to learn some practical skills from Zhong's son. Future expressed a desire for a quiet working environment, returned to her room, remotely connected to the Dawn, and began to utilize the intelligent core's computing power for translation. Dawn did not join the translation work. She still needed to monitor the abyss energy level fluctuations on this planet and various important data changes. As Fang Ye sat in the lobby, preparing to read a novel on his computer, the figure of Nianhua appeared outside the tavern, quickly locking onto Fang Ye, her lips curving into a beautiful arc. "You're up early too." "Not bad." Fang Ye didn't explain that he had actually been awake all night, and he put away his computer. "Have you eaten this morning?" "Yes, the restaurant owner is dead, but the ingredients and seasonings are still there. So I made some food casually. I just had breakfast with my master." "Speaking of which, I just found out you're not a cultivator. How can you have such great strength?" "It's innate divine power." Nianhua sat down next to Fang Ye, curiously reaching out to pinch his arm. Fang Ye chuckled, casually swatting her hand away, not wanting to say much on the matter. "By the way, how did you find the things my master gave you?" Nianhua shifted the topic herself. Fang Ye showed an awkward yet polite smile. "I've read a third of it, but I can only understand a third. The introductory part at the beginning is somewhat coherent, but the later parts are completely incomprehensible." Nianhua didn't know the intricacies and was surprised and happy. "That is pretty good. You have talent. It seems that if all goes well, I might have another junior brother." Fang Ye's lips twitched, not explaining anything. The two then shifted their conversation to the chaos of last night, with Nianhua echoing Fang Ye's thoughts about Morois. That blackboard was likely the source of the problem. But why did Cambert return to Lucas Harbor safe and sound with the blackboard? Why wasn't he assimilated? This point was still puzzling. At this moment, a sudden commotion in the distance broke their train of thought. They both stood up and left the tavern, looking into the distance. The railway crossing Lucas Harbor was slightly vibrating, and on a snowy white field, a massive iron monster was speeding toward them, belching smoke. It was a magical steam train. Fang Ye didn't quite understand what the organic combination of these two was, but he knew this thing was fast enough to rival the high-speed trains of the pre-human era. Clearly, this was not the kind of energy a steam engine could provide. As the train was about to reach the station in the northern part of Lucas Harbor, a sharp bell rang. The glaring searchlight on the front of the train dimmed slightly, allowing a clear view of the flagpole at the front of the train. A blue flag, depicting storms and snow, belonged to the Storm Guard, one of the 3 totemic guardian troops of Narya. Moros had also come outside at some point, softly revealing the symbolic meaning of the flag. Dongdu has also intervened in this chaos. Chapter 30 The Curtain Rises. The Storm Guard Army, arriving via the county of Ponga Bay, has finally reached Lucasport. The blue banners flutter in the cold wind as the train pulls in. The black metal carriages open one by one, revealing not only the supplies transported here, but also soldiers clad in cold, imposing steel armor. This is full coverage armor, with a slightly trembling steam boiler embedded in the back, and the 4 metal protective shells on the exterior open up. As the carriage doors swing open, the iron shells close, for insertion pins pop out, and a large amount of scalding steam bursts forth. Afterward, the insertion pins lock back into place, and these silent killing machines begin to leave the carriages, forming ranks on either side of the train. On the steel blue visor, in the hollow of the eye sockets, are cold pupils shimmering with a blue sheen. The only exception is the young woman who steps off the train last. She is very young, not wearing the helmet of armor, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. Her hair is white, with a slightly long fringe parted to the side, and 2 long strands on either side of her face. The hair at the back is styled up, but would only reach her shoulders if let down. Her eyes are beautiful, adorned with a stunning burgundy eye makeup, and her ice blue pupils are as exquisite as the frost of Narya, slightly turned to the side as she casually gazes at the distant waters of the Boso Sea. Sheriflin Lanes, Valkyrie of the Snow Country, commander of the Storm Guard Army, and the youngest daughter of the current Emperor Lanes. Morahizi speaks with admiration. At just 19 years old, she commanded the Storm Guard Army at 15, suppressing a demonic wave that could have breached the defenses of the High Sky Seat. If it weren't for her ignorance of politics, Emperor Lanes would have wanted her to be the first heir. Fang Ye gazes at Sheriflin and the armor of the Storm Guard, somewhat surprised. These are... You don't know? This doesn't seem like anything new. Nianhua looks at Fang Ye strangely. At the end of the Light War, Pharaoh was defeated and chose to negotiate with Guhua, ultimately handing over the technical data on magical mechanics and steam mechanics. Guhua then shared this data with Narya, solidifying the defenses of the High Sky Seat. After all, once the High Sky Seat is breached, demons can enter the far east from the other side of the Bamun Mountains. Helping Narya is helping themselves, compared to the magical mechanics, which are limited to the unique knowledge of mages. Steam mechanics are more practical. After the Light War, Narya and Guhua each made breakthroughs in steam mechanics and localized magical mechanics, creating steam armor with their own characteristics. However, it remains unknown which of Pharaoh, Narya, or Guhua's armor is the best. Steam armor, huh? Fang Ye does not think steam mechanics are inferior, considering the train's unscientific speed. The technology in this world is highly intertwined with the extraordinary, with a higher integration than the Radiant Federation. This steam armor may not be much worse in performance than power armor. However, it is evident that the production cost of this armor is very high. Among the 200 Storm Guard soldiers, only 50 are equipped with steam armor, while the rest wear ordinary heavy armor. What concerns Fang Ye more is what Morahizi just mentioned, the High Sky Seat in the Bamun Mountains. Belen said she wanted to visit there, but it seems like a strange stronghold. Can one really go there? Interesting. Fang Ye smiles slightly. The small Lucasport indeed hides many talents. He watches for a while before looking away. There are many suspicions surrounding the outbreak of pollution in Lucasport. Where did the pollution start last night? Is Cambert still alive? Who did he sell the board to? Were the buyers the first group affected by the pollution? But Fang Ye's curiosity is not that strong. He does not need to get involved in the Storm Guard's investigation, as Nianhua will pay full attention. He could just ask her later to know the ins and outs of the matter. Right now, Fang Ye's mind is still focused on the entry-level spells. Morihise does not linger either, but he needs to go to the station to fetch wine. Although Lucasport has seen a drastic reduction in people after last night's riot, there will still be ships entering the port during the day, as well as speculators arriving through the snowfields. In fact, the strange news of the shock to Lucasport will only make them more convinced that the legends of the Black Heron Sea are true. Business won't decline. It will only get better. As Fang Ye expected, Nianhua went to the center of the small town of Lucasport to join the excitement. Back in the tavern lobby, Fang Ye sits across from Future, continuing to read while waiting for Future to finish translating. Time passes, the light outside improves somewhat, but it is still not very bright. Gradually, more customers arrive at the tavern. Morihise sells one bottle of new wine after another that he brought back on a cart. The customers continue to boast and chat loudly about strange tales they have heard from who knows where. It feels almost the same as yesterday, yet not entirely. Among the new arrivals, there are hardly any ordinary people left, only extraordinary demon hunters from all over the world. However, upon careful feeling, Fang Ye does not find any targets that make him feel dangerous. Fang Ye is not interested in socializing with these people, but sometimes trouble finds him. Just as he enjoys the rare peace while reading his novel, a drunken man reeking of alcohol spots the portable computer in Fang Ye's hand. A mixture of surprise and greed in his eyes. However, caution makes him size up Fang Ye first. A Guhua person, very young, seemingly lacking the energy fluctuations unique to Qi practitioners or mages. This situation either represents that the other party is extraordinarily powerful and can perfectly control their aura, or they are truly an ordinary person. The drunkard thinks it is the latter. After all, Fang Ye looks too young to possibly have the strength of a great Qi practitioner. Thus, the drunkard gains confidence and swaggeringly walks over to Fang Ye, pretending to be familiar as he reaches out to touch Fang Ye's computer. What is this? I've never seen it before. Where did you get it? This is a pharaoh person. Fang Ye feels somewhat displeased, but out of courtesy, he merely turns his right hand slightly, moving the computer away to avoid the drunkard's hand. It's made by my friend. Is there something you need? Nothing, just curious. I've never seen it before. Since it's made by your friend, why not give me one to play with? The drunkard grins and casually puts his hand on Fang Ye's shoulder, slowly applying pressure, intending to make Fang Ye take the hint. However, as he begins to exert more force, even using Qi, the drunkard's smile gradually fades. Can't squeeze it? Why can't I squeeze it? He feels like he's trying to squeeze a stone, gritting his teeth and applying force. The stone is fine, but his hand is starting to hurt. Fang Ye raises an eyebrow, slowly looking up at the drunkard. With his current physical condition, even a small caliber pistol would struggle to break his skin. A mere sequence too. What courage does he have? The drunkard's hand unconsciously softens, squeezing out an awkward smile. Ha. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Fang Ye also smiles, gently placing his left hand on the drunkard's shoulder and slowly applying force, as if a hydraulic press is exerting tremendous power on the drunkard's shoulder. Just as it begins, the drunkard feels his shoulder blade slowly crying out in agony before breaking, as if his muscles are about to be crushed. Stop. I was wrong. It hurts, my friend. I was wrong, I'm sorry. The drunkard's features contort instantly, trying to use Qi to brace against Fang Ye's grip. However, the conflict of the two forces doesn't improve his situation. Instead, as his Qi is crushed, the opposing forces nearly mutilate his shoulder. Spare me. I'm willing to compensate you. The drunkard screams, attracting the attention of the demon hunters in the tavern. Fang Ye slowly loosens his grip on the drunkard's right shoulder, then gently presses down on his left shoulder. Compensation? Let me think. Did you come by boat? Yes, I came by boat. The winter train was requisitioned by the Storm Guard, so I could only take a detour by sea to reach Lucasport, and it's currently docked at the harbor. The drunkard said hurriedly, the boat, isn't mine, but I can give up my spot. Tickets for the Gray Lady are transferable. The Gray Lady, how big is it? How many people can it carry? Fang Ye lightly tapped the drunkard's shoulder with his finger, causing him to shudder, cold sweat covering his body. It's quite large. It can carry over 100 people. And it has made 2 trips to the Black Heron Sea. Fang Ye's eyes lit up. He expected this troublemaking drunkard to bring him a surprise. If I want to take a few people on the boat, what should I do? Well, you need to ask Captain Closhy. He's a rather peculiar fellow. Tickets can't be bought with money. They can only be privately transferred. Perhaps you can ask other passengers of the Grey Lady if they are willing to sell their tickets, or exchange something that interests Closhy, like news or legends. The drunkard spilled out everything he knew, fearing that this man might crush his other arm if he displeased him. Bring the ticket here. Fang Ye extended his palm. The drunkard looked as if he had received a reprieve, smiling obsequiously as he quickly fished out a wooden plaque engraved with some kind of unfamiliar deer-like creature and handed it to Fang Ye. He then hurriedly dragged his injured right shoulder out of the tavern, needing to find a doctor to treat his arm. Fang Ye played with the wooden plaque for a while, then looked around. Some monster hunters avoided his gaze, some nodded in greeting, while others were indifferent. But overall, after showing off a bit of muscle, it seemed unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble again, allowing him to read in peace. The feather quill glided to a stop on the rough paper. The sudden commotion outside shattered the man's train of thought. He inserted the quill into his handmade pen cap and leaned his body toward the windowsill beside his desk. The man peered out the window. In the faint morning mist, a crowd gathered by the railway, looking into the distance, their faces marked with deep worry and unease. The noisy sounds were chaotic, but if one listened closely, they could make out bits and pieces. Conscription? The man recalled that there had been some news about imperial conscription in the newspapers, but it had little to do with him. Ordinary conscription wouldn't involve him. Only those civilians would receive conscription orders, parting from their families, waiting at the station for the train that would take them to hell. He left the window, sat back down in his chair, but as he picked up the pen, his thoughts became disjointed. After sitting quietly at the desk for half a minute, he closed the notebook, got up, and walked to the door, taking his top hat, coat, and cane from the coat rack. These would minimize unnecessary troubles. Both the cane adorned with golden medals and the specially made top hat and coat were symbols of the elite. Locking the door behind him, the man descended the somewhat worn staircase, the creaking sound making one worry it might break at any moment. But fortunately, it looked like it could hold up for another 2 or 3 years. "Good morning, Mr. Castellino." The innkeeper's daughter greeted him enthusiastically before continuing to hum a cheerful tune as she pushed a mop back and forth in the lobby on the first floor. This freckled blonde girl was always cheerful, but today she seemed particularly lively. "Good morning, Nisa. You look very happy?" Castellino responded to Nisa's enthusiasm, curious. Nisa struggled to break, and after steadying herself, she revealed a radiant smile. "Yes, I received a letter from my brother through someone, and it's so wonderful to know he is doing well. Thank the god of light." That was indeed good news. Castellino understood. He had heard Nisa mention her brother, a sailor who had recently left with a merchant convoy for the Black Heron Sea. He adjusted his top hat and walked toward the inn's exit, saying to Nisa, "No need to prepare my lunch. I'll probably return in the evening." "Not a problem. I'll prepare dinner for you," Nisa shouted. Castellino closed the inn's door, walking on the gray-white stone-paved street, unfazed as he stepped over an unknown mess. One couldn't expect much from the sanitary conditions of this era. Even in a prosperous place like Ladin, one would still encounter such filthy sights. "Hey, sir, would you like to buy a newspaper? Only 1 copper coin." Seeing the well-dressed Castellino, the newsboy selling newspapers by the roadside rushed over. The upper-class gentlemen cared more about what was written in the daily papers than ordinary folks, and were more willing to pay for it. After all, they would mind spending a copper coin. "Bless you, generous sir." The newsboy happily handed a newspaper to Castellino, then clutched the copper coin in his hand, looking for the next generous gentleman or lady. Castellino didn't rush to read the newspaper, as he knew not to look away from the road, lest he step in something unpleasant. He lived on the outskirts of Ladin, and to get to the Camus Privy Council, he needed to take the light rail train within the city, which would save him a considerable amount of time. The bell of the light rail train rang from a distance. Castellino arrived at the platform to wait for the train to stop. During the brief moment of waiting, he looked toward the long track on the other side, where a train carrying conscripts had already stopped. A slight wave of heat washed over him as the light rail train halted in front of Castellino, separating him from the world on the other side, seemingly reminding him that a scholar need not be burdened by the obligations of civilians. Castellino stood silently for a moment before stepping into the carriage. The train was sparsely populated. After all, not everyone was willing to pay a silver coin to travel. Castellino took one last look at the train that would soon take the new recruits away before retracting his gaze. The war was far too brutal. He was just a scholar and had no power over the Empire's expedition decisions. He handed a silver coin to the soldier, collecting fares, and sat down by the door, opening the newspaper to browse its contents. There wasn't much useful information, but what caught his attention most was the increase in imperial taxes. War. Castellino sighed slightly, folding the newspaper and stuffing it into his pocket. Prices were rising, tax rates were increasing, mass conscription was underway, and the mobilization for war had reached its final moments. Soon, the war between Pharaoh and Gran would ignite, and one couldn't rule out the possibility of another expedition to With. The painful lessons of the War of Light seemed not to have been remembered by those bigwigs. In just 10 short years, was the Second War of Light about to begin? Ultimately, Castellino collected his thoughts. He had more important tasks today. The lost ancient city in the Black Heron Sea was confirmed to be rising soon, with the date almost coinciding with the ancient inscriptions found beneath the capital of Sabo. The current most important task of the Privy Council was to finalize the last adjustments of the Sky Fortress and then tear through the storm of the Black Heron Sea to uncover the secrets hidden in the lost ancient city. Chapter 31 Ticket. The exterior of the Privy Council is a massive iron enclosure forged from steel, and every time the heavy gate opens, Castellino can feel the tremor of the giant structure moving slowly, the dozens of tons of steel plates rising from the ground, the incoming cyclone nearly snatching away his hat. This enormous iron building, standing deep within the Imperial Academy of Magic, is guarded by sentinels hidden in the shadows. Any unfamiliar face that approaches recklessly will face merciless eradication. With a clunk, a platform slid down the slope track from the entrance, and Castellino pressed down his hat brim as he stepped onto it. The platform started up. The sound of metal gears turning echoed in the passage, and the gate behind him fell once more, the thud of it hitting the ground reverberating through the corridor. Light illuminated the dark passage, emanating from the illuminated tracks etched into the steel plates on either side and above, allowing Castellino to clearly see his surroundings. With another clunk, the familiar sound of engagement was heard as the platform reached its lowest point at the end of a somewhat oppressive passage, revealing a vast underground space of over 1,000 square meters. Steel pillars were scattered throughout, and a gigantic, complex magical energy reactor was paired with a small array of steam pumps, countless tracks flowing with magical energy, converging towards the cluster hub below. This was the core area of the Privy Council, the origin of magical mechanics and steam mechanics. Here, there were various top-tier research equipment, materials, and resources. Nearly 1/10 of the taxes from the Pharaoh Empire and the Church of Grace were consumed by this insatiable beast, seeking the elevation of human intellect, challenging the skies that belonged to gods and birds with wisdom. Every time Castellino came, he would obsessively gaze at the most important magical energy reactor, which was the culmination of his dedication over the past decade, as well as the intertwined efforts of countless scholars from the entire empire. "You're late, Castellino." A hoarse, aged voice came from not far away. An old man with disheveled hair was squatting in front of an energy convergence track, holding a probe to test the track's power, looking sideways at him. "Van, Scholar Grick." Castellino hurried over. "I received the notification and rushed here immediately. I hope I'm not late." Grick shook his head slightly, pointing to a nearby steel rail. "Sit down. Although you're a bit late, it's not exactly tardy." Castellino complied, sitting down and placing his hat on his lap. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. "The Empire is conscripting again." Grick chuckled. "Isn't that quite normal? Ambitious people will always exist, but we can't give up on breaking the limits of human intellect out of fear of being used. We are born to do this, and we will continue to pursue truth and knowledge step by step until our hearts no longer beat, or until extinction comes first." Castellino pressed his lips together, not responding. "You know how urgent our need is for the elevation of human intellect, but unfortunately, we are lacking one thing: qualified vessels. Castellino lifted his gaze to meet Grick's eyes. The old man's eyes had fine lines at the corners, yet his pupils were brighter than the stars, his gaze penetrating through Castellino's eyelids, projecting directly into the depths of his soul. War cannot destroy humanity. Perhaps we have indirectly killed countless people, but before we atone and repent to them, we must focus on the impending judgment. Grick looked up at the enormous magical instrument track on the dome that emitted a faint glow, pointed to himself. Then to Castellino. Once there was a group of madmen who attempted to change the world. They tried to bring so-called hope to everyone, and then they failed. Castellino lowered his eyelids, exhaling deeply. Our intertwined thoughts are all serving the same mission. For humanity. For humanity. You want to buy 5 tickets for the Gray Lady on your first ride? Cloxy seemed to have heard a very funny joke and couldn't help but laugh. If it were someone else, I might consider it. However, this guest, if I may be blunt, you probably don't have anything that interests me that much. I have sailed the Gray Lady through the storms of the Black Heron Sea twice, mingled in the wasteland of Hala for half my life, and spent 99% of my time adrift at sea. I have witnessed many things and encountered numerous treasures. Trading tickets for interesting items has always been my style. After all these years, my collection shelves are nearly overflowing with those good things. Of course, I am willing to give you a chance. Cloxy leaned back slightly, looking up and down at Fang Ye. Let me see what good things you have that can earn you 5 tickets for me. Fang Ye did not mind the man's cold sarcasm, but carefully examined his appearance and attire. Cloxy was somewhat thin, with a slightly reddened wheat-colored skin, short and thick eyebrows, prominent cheekbones, and unusually bright and sharp blue-gray eyes. His body exhibited an unhealthy pallor, with somewhat deformed ribs, yet he was full of spirit, maintaining a calm demeanor even while tied to the chair, showing no concern for the fact that he was being kidnapped. Indeed, this somewhat famous maritime adventurer, the legendary captain of the Gray Lady, had been kidnapped by Fang Ye. This was due to Cloxy's refusal to meet and sell tickets. Although it was regrettable that Cloxy refused to meet him, Fang Ye still locked onto his target. Among the ships currently docked at Lucasport, only Cloxy and his Gray Lady had records of entering and exiting the Black Heron Sea twice, and, during the storm period, kidnapping was not easy and took Fang Ye a great deal of effort. Cloxy possessed formidable combat power and a beast-like sense of crisis. Fang Ye believed he had encountered an excellent opponent, so he took action while Cloxy was in the restroom. After some consideration, this middle-aged man, who could pose a danger to Fang Ye when fighting with his life on the line, chose to be tied up rather than fight while naked. How about this? Fang Ye took out a windproof lighter to demonstrate, then closed it and tossed it over. The lighter used antifreeze fuel, which could also be used normally at Lucasport. For this world, which could barely be considered part of the Steam Age, a lighter was certainly a novelty. Although mages could conjure fireballs at will, it could be determined from the fact that it posed a threat to him that Cloxy's extraordinary path was likely that of a chi practitioner rather than a mage. What is this? A fire ignition instrument? Cloxy grabbed the lighter with his bound hands, curiously experimenting with it. When he saw the lighter produce flames out of thin air without any elemental or magical fluctuations, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly amazing." How is this done? The lighter went out, then he ignited it again. After trying 3 or 4 times, Cloxy was convinced that this thing had no magical power or any other special force. It's called a lighter. Fang Ye displayed a half smile. So does it interest you? How did you get it? Cloxy readily admitted, I do like it. It's very interesting. If I tell you the principle, does that count as a second thing that interests you? The captain was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Sure, of course. Cloxy put the lighter into his pocket, smiling happily. I must admit my arrogance was somewhat unreasonable. You have surprised me greatly. Can you tell me its principle? Adding this lighter counts as 2 tickets for you. Fang Ye then took out another lighter in front of him, disassembling it while introducing its structure, including the manufacturing process and design ideas. Cloxy's expression grew more and more astonished. This was a completely unfamiliar technology. Everything Fang Ye described was both unfamiliar and shocking to him. He had never heard the terms Fang Ye used to describe the principle of this lighter. They seemed invented. He was even less certain whether the people in the Privy Council had the ability to replicate it, but he could clearly sense a certain unknown aura emanating from the lighter. However, Cloxy did not delve deeper. He was a man who understood the importance of restraining his curiosity. In his collection, there were too many things that could lead to his demise if he probed too deeply. But there are only 2 tickets so far. I look forward to what other surprises you can bring me in exchange for the remaining 3 tickets, Cloxy said with a smile, looking at Fang Ye. Fang Ye smiled back, took out a flashlight, and tossed it to Cloxy. Cloxy reached out to catch the flashlight and examined it closely. The material of this flashlight was quite strange, and its function was unclear from its appearance. However, with the lighter in front of him, Cloxy held high expectations for the flashlight. It looked sturdy. It would definitely be useful for hitting someone. But it surely wasn't meant to be used that way, right? Cloxy tried to figure out the flashlight's function. Fang Ye sat across from Cloxy, his fingers interlaced under his chin. It can provide light. Just press the switch next to you. Oh. Cloxy pressed the button on the flashlight, and instantly, it emitted a bright light. Cloxy was stunned for a moment, then pressed the button again. The light went out, and when he pressed it once more, the flashlight lit up again. What was its principle? Cloxy finally couldn't help but ask. 1 ticket. No problem. Eventually, Fang Ye and Cloxy looked at each other, having already obtained 4 tickets. For the last ticket, I will exchange it for a piece of news, Fang Ye suddenly said. Cloxy raised an eyebrow. I thought you would bring out something new again. Fang Ye did not respond to this, but continued on his own. The news hasn't spread yet. But by tomorrow at the latest, the new demon hunter will deliver the message that the war mobilization has begun, Mr. Cloxy. Cloxy suddenly looked up at Fang Ye. The eyes of this middle-aged man seemed to shimmer with a strange light. A deep struggle appeared in his pupils, as if he were considering something, slowly transforming into calmness, as if he had thought of something. All right, if the news is true, I will give you 5 tickets when we set off. Cloxy slowly exhaled, but how do you know? The source of the conscription news? I have my own channels for information. Fang Ye shrugged, stood up to tidy his clothes, and then left without looking back. Hey, you haven't unbound me yet. Cloxy suddenly shouted. Fang Ye ignored him and closed the door as he left. Feeling mocked, Fang Ye admitted that he held a grudge. However, in fact, it didn't require Fang Ye to unbind him. Cloxy could quickly free himself if he were serious. As for the source of the information Cloxy wanted to know, bringing another person, Fang Ye recalled the meeting with Burin at the tavern during lunch, where the latter exchanged some secret news for his help in obtaining a ticket to take a woman away from Lucasport. These lesser-known secrets as rewards made Fang Ye increasingly interested in this familiar traveler. Burin. Is Burin a false name? Fang Ye pondered as he closed the door to his room and looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Burin had just pushed open the door to the inn and caught a whiff of familiar tobacco smoke. In the empty room, another person was hidden. You're still injured. It's not suitable for you to smoke. Burin brushed off the snowflakes on his clothes, closed the door, and walked to the corner of the room, where a woman wrapped in bandages was sitting in the shadow of a clothes rack, holding a handmade cigarette and looking at him sideways. The woman had very fair skin, slightly red lips, and a cold gaze, yet possessed an overwhelming beauty. Burin reached out to touch the woman's chest. His emerald eyes held no ill intentions, only a hint of pity. Your right lung lobe was shattered by iron sand. The Holy Judgment can penetrate steam armor with its 3rd-generation magical energy firearm. Such penetrating wounds are difficult to heal. Moreover, the iron sand itself has a demonic suppression enchantment, completely suppressing the self-healing ability. You need to smoke less during this time. What? Can you get this iron sand out? The icy beauty replied indifferently. It can't be dug out anyway. This lung lobe will probably be removed, and it doesn't matter whether I smoke or not. Burin was silent for a moment and softly said, Don't say that. We can find a healing mage to treat you. It's meaningless. The icy beauty shook her head. I've already been marked. Hiding me here is very risky. She paused. You don't need to worry about me for the next few days. I'm used to this state. Once the blockade of Lucasport is over, I will find a way to leave on my own. Burin gently stroked the woman's hair. I can find a way to get a doctor to come help you. Can't you understand human words? The icy beauty frowned, her tone still as cold as ice. Burin silently looked at her. They have arrived. The icy beauty lowered her eyelashes and, after a while, said, They will have to go to the Black Egret Sea. Come with me to the Black Egret Sea, Burin suddenly said. It's the only way for you to survive. The storm at the Black Egret Sea will begin to weaken in 2 days, and we will set sail tomorrow night. Burin looked at her seriously. The Gray Lady has made 2 entries into the Black Egret Sea storm. It is reliable enough. And I have already traded for your ticket with Fang Ye. In the silence, the woman let out a laugh. So your wings have finally hardened, Burin. Chapter 32, the second night of the Eerie Tide. On the second night in Lucas Harbor, Fang Ye sat at the table, just like last night, holding 2 pieces of paper containing the introductory method for future translation. To his surprise, the content of the introductory method was much simpler than he had imagined. By maintaining a fixed posture and breathing rhythm, one could draw in the source chi from the external world, namely, the extraordinary factors merging with one's self, flowing throughout the body, stimulating one's spirituality with these extraordinary factors, and gradually imbuing one's own spiritual characteristics. This was enough to qualify as a formal chi practitioner. The real challenge was finding a state where the human body and the extraordinary tide of the world could resonate in harmony. In future calculations, the origin of chi practitioners was merely an instance where an ordinary person happened to find the rhythm that allowed their body to resonate with the extraordinary tide. Even the posture might not be necessary. In the future, results from research on the extraordinary factors within the embers would even optimize the meditation part of the introductory method. After several tests, they found the approximate fluctuation frequency of the extraordinary tide and summarized it. Fang Ye casually leaned against his chair, holding the papers and thinking. However, upon closer observation, one could see that his chest was rising and falling in a rhythm of 1 long, 2 short, 3 long, 1 short, 1 long. The parts of his body he could control were also subtly tightening and relaxing in the same rhythm. In the areas he couldn't control, tiny electrode patches were rhythmically releasing currents to stimulate muscle activity, tightening and relaxing at a constant frequency, with technology assisting his cultivation. If Fang Ye didn't prefer a hands-on approach, he could have fully relied on smart chips for training. This was a small advantage of the chi practitioner path. The extraordinary path of the embers was relatively idealistic, while the chi practitioners were the opposite. In the future, the customized resonance route for Fang Ye not only had a main resonance route in the chest and abdomen similar to the introductory method for chi practitioners, but also included a dozen or so secondary resonance routes, significantly improving the efficiency of drawing extraordinary factors from the extraordinary tide. In just 1 hour, the first strand of chi took shape. Fang Ye could always feel the immersive sensation of something emerging from nothing after moving at a specific frequency. And the wonderful feeling of resonating with the extraordinary tide was hard to describe in words. As the resonance time gradually lengthened, certain things slowly penetrated into his body, showing signs of activity in the ember source blood, but ultimately, it fell silent again. Was it because there was too little chi, or was there some other reason? As it was nearing midnight, Fang Ye did not immediately seek out Zhang Sun, not knowing the cause wasn't a problem. Continuing his cultivation could still yield results. At the very least, Fang Ye could feel the chi circulating in his body, and some of the latent injuries he had accumulated were gradually dissipating, making his body slightly warmer and more resilient. It was good to become stronger. While Fang Ye closed his eyes to rest and maintain the resonance, he intended to continue until daybreak. However, several extremely faint singing voices came from the distance. Here we go again. Fang Ye couldn't help but frown and open his eyes to look at the ceiling, his breathing rhythm returning to normal. Should the captain investigate? The future, which was in sleep mode, also picked up the approaching singing. Skillfully, it took out 2 headphones and plugged them into the still sleeping Luna's ears, then sat up and looked at Fang Ye. Fang Ye slightly turned his face, thought for a moment, and made a different choice from yesterday. Of course, I will go, but I will only observe from a distance. Narya's elite forces are here. They will deal with these noisy pests. As they left the room, Moro has happened to push the door open, his face exceptionally grim. This was the second time it happened. Regarding demons, I never hold any illusions. Once something happens a second time, there will be a third, fourth, and I will have to move Sanaa to another place. Moro has lowered his voice, his anger evident. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't. It's uncertain whether the Storm Guard will find that book and take it away. after which Lucas Harbor might return to calm. Fang Ye glanced at him, but if you really plan to leave Lucas Harbor, it's best to do it sooner rather than later. An informed, let's just say friend of mine told me that the punishment knights of the Divine Grace Church will soon arrive in Lucas Harbor. Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Morohis's eyes, his body tensing up like a furiously agitated tiger, his fingers clenched tightly, cracking at the joints. But ultimately, he calmed down, relaxed his fist, and looked deeply at Fang Ye. When did you find out? I didn't find out. My friend told me. Fang Ye replied with a hint of amusement. Indeed, as an adventurer, he knew quite a bit. However, I'm not particularly concerned about what identity he has, just as I don't care what identity you have. Although I am still quite curious, as a former Royal Guard Knight and a supervising officer of the Faro Expeditionary Force, why did you choose to defect? Fang Ye was genuinely curious. When Barun informed Fang Ye of this news, he was very surprised. After all, Royal Guard Knights of the Faro Empire are not ordinary soldiers. On the contrary, if Morohis had not defected, his status in Faro could almost be on par with some minor nobles. The rights that ordinary nobles possess. Morohis had everything but territory. The failure of the Light War would not actually fall on him, as Morohis was merely representing the royal family in a supervisory role. The true orchestrators of that war were the Divine Grace Church. Therefore, Morohis could still be a Royal Guard Knight upon his return without facing any blame. It has nothing to do with you, Morohis retorted. Fang Ye had some guesses, but ultimately said nothing more and turned to walk downstairs. Pushing open the tavern door, the wind and snow hit him again. Compared to last night, this time Fang Ye closed the door, hands in his coat pockets, walking steadily towards the harbor. The familiar, nauseating song came from the sea once more, but compared to yesterday, tonight's choral effect was even more exaggerated, 1 + 1 yielding greater than 2. Fang Ye stopped about 100 meters away from the harbor, where a circle of silent and deadly killing machines had already gathered in the biting cold wind. The one referred to as the Valkyrie of the Snow Country, Schaffelin, stood at the front in a gray-blue military uniform, wearing black boots, gripping an exaggerated knightly lance that looked as if it were made of ice, the tip angled towards the ground. Her shoulder-length silver hair was blown into a chaotic mess by the wind and snow, and her ice-blue eyes sparkled in the darkness, gazing at the enemies deep in the sea. All troops, prepare for battle. Schaffelin's cold voice echoed in the harbor, and in an instant, the Storm Guard acted with precision, responding to their undefeated commander with silent actions. Schaffelin suddenly raised her lance, pointing at the enemies in the sea. The violent cold currents clashed against the perpetual wind and snow of Lucas Harbor, and the crystal-clear solid ice responded to the Queen's command, forming on the churning sea surface, with splashing waves freezing into ice reefs. The tumultuous sea was pushed forward by Schaffelin's gesture, the dark surface of the sea rapidly covered in pale frost. In just a few seconds, the harbor area of Lucas Harbor turned into a silent expanse of ice covering hundreds of square meters. Advance! Schaffelin called out with a soaring voice, stepping forward. The Storm Guard immediately leaped off the harbor, landing steadily on the ice. The thick ice even withstood the impact of soldiers clad in steam armor, weighing nearly a ton, indicating that the thickness of the ice was beyond imagination. Fang Ye felt a slight restlessness. Schaffelin, truly deserving of the name Valkyrie. He was not only shocked by the opponent's strength, but even more so by their personal charm, creating land from the sea, carving out a place to confront the enemy on their home turf beyond the defense line. Such boldness even stirs his heart. Perhaps Fang Ye's emotional fluctuations caught Schaffelin's attention. She suddenly turned around to look at Fang Ye. Her eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she sized him up, quickly losing interest. Schaffelin did not personally attend the battlefield, and the average strength of the Storm Guardian army was around Sequence 3, which is to say, the lower tier of sea-level contracts. However, the 50 soldiers clad in steam armor posed a challenge comparable to the top-tier Sequence 4. This level of strength against the incoming bizarre tide was almost akin to a massacre, as the storm totems lit up on the surface of the sea, causing the snowstorm over Lucas Port to vanish in an instant, and the songs were shredded in the vortex forming on the sea. The Totem Guardians, another outstanding, extraordinary path. However, it probably wasn't very suitable for me. Fang Ye observed the battlefield until he heard the voice of Zhang Sun behind him. Not bad. It only took half a day to condense a wisp of qi and complete the initiation. You're a good seedling. Fang Ye's breathing slightly stagnated, and a cold sweat immediately covered his back. He hadn't noticed Zhang Sun's appearance at all. None of his senses had given him any feedback. If it weren't for the other party speaking, he probably wouldn't have realized until he turned around after watching the commotion. There's no need to be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to sneak up from behind. Relax. Zhang Sun slowly walked to Fang Ye's side, a slight smile on his face. Shafalin, I know this little girl. She is not on the path of the totem guardian, but rather on the method of the qi practitioner. Or rather, anyone with extraordinary talent would choose to become a qi practitioner. Fang Ye was slightly surprised, but did not respond. My expectation for you is to surpass Shafalin. Zhang Sun's words left Fang Ye at a loss for words. He didn't even know when he could catch up to Shafalin, yet Zhang Sun was so confident. Demons, since their appearance, have brought death and fear. Everyone hates them, terrified of their horror. However, while everyone focuses on the assimilation of demons and fears them like a tiger, I am wary of their lack of limitations in human cultivation. They have no bottlenecks. Zhang Sun suddenly changed the topic, and Fang Ye was once again shaken to his core. What is this implying? Chapter 33 Training. Are you curious? Do you not understand why I can see through the side you hide? Fang Ye said nothing, staring at the battlefield on the distant ice surface, where the storm guard had nearly eradicated the strange waves. In fact, he truly did not understand where he had exposed himself. If being exposed in front of the 10 Masters was due to a fundamental gap in strength and life levels, then being exposed in front of Zhang Sun simply made no sense. Every qi practitioner possesses divine powers, a talent bestowed by heaven, perhaps to compensate for my eyes. My divine power is, which means I can not only see, but also perceive more and deeper than ordinary people. When I first saw you, you were in human form, yet within you was a terrifying demon. I initially wanted to slay you, but upon closer inspection, the deepest part was still human form. Zhang Sun spoke in a calm tone, and Fang Ye did not show any emotion. Now that you have entered the door, I will take you as my disciple. Consider me half a master. Calling me Master Zhang wouldn't be unfair to you. Tomorrow, I will take you to learn the basics. Once you have a solid foundation, I will teach you more. Learn the basics? Fang Ye was not impatient to learn something profound, but respectfully called out, Master Zhang. No response. Fang Ye turned his head and found that he was alone. Seeing this, Fang Ye did not look back at the battle on the sea, which had already been decided, and returned to the tavern. The next day, Fang Ye sat early in the tavern hall, waiting for his senior sister to arrive. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Nianhua walked into the tavern with a smile, looking at Fang Ye with some amusement and teasing. Junior brother, aren't you going to greet your senior sister? Senior sister, Fang Ye called out generously. The other party was indeed his senior sister, and calling out was just the right thing to do, with nothing to be ashamed of. Haha, no more jokes. Master said that your half-master relationship won't last long, and you don't need him to teach you much. What techniques and movements are irrelevant to you? Just let me take you through the basics that Master taught me. Nianhua placed her hand on her hip, smiling brightly. When do we start? Now. Where's the venue? Where are we going? Fang Ye decisively stood up. Follow me. Right now the blacksmith shop in Lucas Harbor is empty, and you can practice there. Many basic training exercises can be done in the blacksmith shop. Fang Ye followed Nianhua to the other end of Lucas Harbor. Along the way, he saw the storm guards stationed throughout the harbor. This port, which was originally loosely controlled, had now become extremely strict, requiring identity verification for entry and exit. He didn't know if they would allow the punishment knights of the Divine Grace Church to enter Lucas Harbor. After all, there were some grievances between the two sides. We're here. Nianhua's voice pulled Fang Ye back to reality. He looked ahead. The blacksmith shop, covering nearly 200 square meters, was right there. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, the dimly lit blacksmith shop was filled with the distinctive metallic smell of iron. However, the blacksmith's furnace was still operating, and the burning instrument was still gathering fire elements. It only needed a bit of combustible material to quickly raise the temperature inside the furnace to the point of melting steel. What should I do? Fang Ye was unsure what kind of training he could get here, or rather, what kind of training needed to be done in a blacksmith shop. Nianhua smiled. You'll be forging iron. You need to hammer a steel ingot into a round steel ball. Fang Ye was stunned for a moment. I have never learned the craft of blacksmithing. This should be very difficult, right? For an ordinary person, indeed, it is difficult, but with your strength, it will be much easier for you. This training hones your power application techniques and control over strength, which is very important. Nianhua said very seriously, "You saw how my master acted at the harbor, right? That is the direction I have been striving for." Fang Ye immediately recalled the night 2 days ago, when Zhang Sun had struck twice. Indeed, during the first strike, Fang Ye had vaguely caught a glimpse of the special way the other S-palm exerted force, lightly slapping a strange creature into a mist of blood. The power of that kick was even more vividly etched in Fang Ye's memory. It seemed to stir no waves. But in that instant underwater, there probably wouldn't be anything with a diameter greater than 1 millimeter. I understand. Fang Ye no longer questioned unnecessary things. With Nianhua's help, he ignited the furnace, softened the steel ingot, fixed it on the hammering board with tongs, weighed the hammer in his hand, and then struck the first blow. Clang! The hammer fell, and Fang Ye focused intently on the steel ingot. The golden-red steel ingot exploded into a large spray of sparks after that strike, and the trapezoidal head of the ingot, fixed to the hammering board, bent slightly by a dozen degrees. It was tougher than he had imagined, but it was still easy to hammer it flat and round. Fang Ye began to strike continuously. Whenever the steel ingot showed signs of cooling and hardening, he would reheat it in the furnace. In just half a minute, a rough and irregular steel ball appeared. However, the real difficulty became apparent next. The steel ingot Nianhua had chosen for him was not large, about the size of an adult's thumb initially. Now, after being hammered into a spherical shape, it only had a diameter of 5 centimeters, while the surface area of the hammering face was about the size of a baby's palm. In this case, if the force was too weak, he couldn't move the steel ingot. If the force was too strong, it would create a small flat area on the surface of the steel ball, or even slightly distort the entire sphere into an oval shape. Fang Ye took only half a minute to transform the ingot into a sphere, but it took him 2 hours to make that sphere perfectly round. The closer he got to the target, the more perfect the shape of the sphere became, and the greater the damage caused by each strike. Especially in the low-temperature area of Lucas Harbor, the temperature of the iron ball dropped rapidly, requiring frequent reheating, which also caused its hardness to constantly change. If he couldn't immediately discern the current hardness after striking and adjust the force of the hammer accordingly, it would also lead to significant deformation of his sphere. Fang Ye did not lose patience. He focused intently on adjusting the force of each strike. It was only at this moment that he realized, after awakening from slumber, the dramatic increase in his physical quality had left him with far less control over his strength than he had imagined. The more detailed he tried to be, the harder it was to control. Zhang Sun's assessment was correct. For him now, what techniques and movements were meaningless. He had never perfectly utilized his own body, and the gap between theoretical data and actual performance was vast. Learning to use his strength and mastering his body perfectly would allow his combat power to experience a qualitative leap. Nianhua sat smiling on a piece of steel nearby, resting her chin on her hand, watching Fang Ye forge. Fang Ye's physical quality was too good when she had undergone this training. Swinging the hammer dozens of times would make her hands ache. Without exerting strength, she couldn't move the steel ingot, and under those circumstances, trying to forge a perfectly round steel ball was much harder than for Fang Ye. But it was okay. With great strength, the difficulty would increase significantly in the subsequent training. Outside the blacksmith shop, the cold wind howled and the icy sea roared, while inside the blacksmith shop, there were only 2 faint breaths, accompanied by the continuous sound of hammering. The red warm light cast Fang Ye's shadow on the wall. Time passed minute by minute, and when Fang Ye cautiously struck the last blow, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, using the tongs to rotate the steel ball in front of him for a careful inspection. It couldn't be called absolutely smooth, but it could be considered round and satisfactory. Is this considered a success? Fang Ye waited for the steel ball to cool a bit, played with it in his hand for a while, then turned to look at Nianhua, only to find her enjoying a bowl of thick soup. Of course not. You must strive for perfection. Although it only took 5 hours, which is much less than the time I spent on my first steel ball, the distance to success is still far. When you can finish it in 1 minute, You will have succeeded. Nianhua raised the half-finished thick soup in front of Fang Ye and shook it. Want to drink some? Fang Ye wasn't pretentious. He took the bowl and had a sip. Although the taste wasn't great, it wasn't bad either. 1 minute. It seems I still need a long time to hone my skills for success, but let's leave that for now. He downed the remaining thick soup in one go and returned the empty bowl to Nianhua. During this time in the afternoon, I planned to inquire about Cambert's news. Surprisingly, the Storm Guard did not investigate Cambert's secrets for some unknown reason, nor did they look for evidence, as if they were deliberately waiting for something. Upon reflection, Lucasport, being the only port suitable for entering the Black Heron Sea, has remained unregulated from the beginning, making Narya's attitude quite intriguing. Coupled with the current indulgent measures, it's hard for Fang Ye not to suspect that perhaps Narya knows some secrets about the Black Heron Sea. No, maybe it's not just Narya. Could the demon hunting squad's commission from Faraludin be issued by the Church of Divine Grace or the Feral royal family? The journey to the Black Heron Sea is becoming increasingly dangerous, and Fang Ye's sense of crisis is growing stronger. His goal is the beacon, while others' goals may not just be treasure. Who says the indigenous people wouldn't know about the existence of the beacon? Cambert. Indeed, he has a lot of secrets, but the fact that the Storm Guard did not investigate this matter gives me some speculation. At least I feel that their lack of investigation into the pollution source of Lucasport raises the possibility that they already know what the pollution source is. Speaking of Cambert, Nianhua is also a bit puzzled. Who knows? But the Storm Guard will not tell us the ins and outs. However, I need to clarify some key issues. Fang Ye looked out at the Black Heron Sea, the mysterious sea still enveloped by storms, which seems to be the center of this world. There are mysterious sea god legends, tridents and bozai, lost ancient cities and storms that never dissipate, and lurking strange waves. And the beacon is right there. Chapter 34 Final Preparations. Fang Ye's investigation plan ended in failure. Just as Fang Ye and Nianhua were searching for Cambert's residence, an unexpected event occurred. Someone had blocked the shipping routes outside the Sea of Paswan. Fang Ye intended to ask Moro his for Cambert's address, but upon returning to the tavern, he found the patrons filled with anger and outrage. He listened patiently for a while, and his expression gradually darkened. Dozens of ships loaded with cannons were lined up, nearly blocking the entire shipping route from Lucasport to the Black Heron Sea. The other party did not approach the Sea of Paswan, but anchored offshore, creating a long blockade line and firing on any ships attempting to take the safe route across the treacherous waters of the Black Heron Sea. They had already destroyed 2 small boats and a cargo ship, with no communication or warning. Any ship leaving the Sea of Paswan would be immediately fired upon. It should be noted that the currents in the Black Heron Sea are extremely dangerous. There were 7 barely safe routes departing from Lucasport, but now all these paths were blocked, making their departure problematic. Fang Ye never underestimated the terror of the ocean. With the surging currents around the Black Heron Sea that could easily tear apart cargo ships, being dragged to the bottom and losing consciousness was a simple matter. He couldn't risk his life by bypassing the shipping routes to the Black Heron Sea. Clearly, neither could Closhi. I have 2 tickets for the Grey Lady. Can you ask Master Zong? Fang Ye placed his bet on Zong's son. Nianhua, however, blinked and cheerfully pulled out a familiar wooden token from her pocket. I already got the tickets, she said, tapping Fang Ye's arm with the token. Don't worry, junior brother, with Master around, he can handle anything. Fang Ye nodded slightly. Got it. But after parting with Nianhua, he immediately found Luna and Future. They were telling stories to Sana, with Luna narrating and Sana cheering her on, while Future. Fang Ye didn't know what she was thinking. Unde Fang Ye? Sana exclaimed happily upon seeing him. Fang Ye rubbed her little head, and then called Future and Luna aside. What's up, big brother? Luna asked, a bit restless. Are we going to the Black Heron Sea? No, you both need to return to the dawn. Luna was stunned for a moment. Then her spirit drooped as she let out a lackluster "oh." She knew that something dangerous had happened, which was beyond her brother's control, so she didn't plead with Fang Ye to let her stay. After all, encountering danger would only hold them back. Is it because of the ships outside the Sea of Paswan? Future looked up at Fang Ye, her small face showing no expression. The Dawn detected them and contacted me, planning to inform you when a captain returns. I didn't expect the captain already knew. Fang Ye nodded gently, pointing to the ground beneath them. There are lucky ones who encountered the attack, but managed to return to Lucasport. They brought back this news. However, even if we know, it will be hard to deal with. They are most likely military ships that have already been processed, but we don't know which faction is behind it. According to the Dawn's monitoring results, the fleet had set sail from the natural harbor of an uninhabited island in the Pharaon Sea area. Pharaon? Again with the Pharaon? In the end, Fang Ye did not continue to speculate, but prepared to send the two girls to the landing pod. Even if they didn't return to the Dawn immediately, it was better than staying in Lucasport. At least they could escape at the first sign of danger. Upon learning that her two friends were leaving, Sana was very disappointed, but Fang Ye couldn't joke about Luna and future safety. It's okay. Besides the Black Heron Sea, you have many other options. I mean, if we get the beacon, we can also explore this world for a while. It's a deal, Luna declared, linking her pinky with his. The one who breaks the promise is a puppy. Fang Ye ruffled Luna's hair, making it messy, then smiled at her fierce gaze and said, "It's a deal." Future did not participate in their interaction, merely standing quietly to the side, but Fang Ye reached out and ruffled her hair as well. "You too." Future looked up at him, silent but not resisting. "All right, I'll take you back. Let's go." When Fang Ye returned from the snowy plains, he replenished some small supplies from the landing pod, and after passing through the storm guard's inspection, he decisively went to find Closhi. "I know this news too. It is indeed very dangerous." According to the descriptions from those lucky ones, the cannon fire was close to a kilometer away. This is beyond the reach of homemade cannons. "It's definitely military-grade equipment, and quite well-made," Closhi said, pouring Fang Ye a cup of hot water and sitting across from him. Playing with the windproof lighter Fang Ye used for exchange, looking thoughtful. "Then do you still dare to go to the Black Heron Sea?" Fang Ye gazed at Closhi. "Huh? Are you joking? Before you is the Grey Duke Closhi, the legendary captain of the Grey Lady. There is no place in this sea that I dare not go." As if angered by Fang Ye's question, Closhi scoffed disdainfully under Fang Ye's gaze. "Of course, I dare to go, but what about you? Today, more than one coward has given up the chance to set sail. I've issued 55 tickets, yet only 5 have come to confirm that the Grey Lady will still head to the Black Heron Sea on schedule. Now there are 8, Fang Ye said, a slight smile on his lips. "How do you plan to solve the problem of the naval blockade? Take a detour? No one can stop me from going to the Black Heron Sea, not even those hiding in the shadows of the Navy." Closhi threw the lighter into the air and caught it fiercely, a defiant expression on his face. "Those who dare to stand in front of the Grey Lady will only meet one fate: to be eliminated. What can you do? That depends on the situation. Whether to sneak up from a seabed, to sink it, or engage in close-quarter ship combat. I don't mind." Fang Ye and Closhi exchanged glances and smiled at each other. "Then next, we need to make more detailed arrangements." Fang Ye leaned slightly forward, intertwining his fingers on the table, staring directly into Closhi's eyes. "Is it still tonight that we set sail?" Closhi met his gaze without flinching. "That's right. Many people, in pursuit of stability, always think they can only set sail when the storm period in the Black Heron Sea is clearly weakened. In fact, the outer areas of the Black Heron Sea are more dangerous during the calm period than during the storm period. We need to pass through when the storm is at its weakest before the calm arrives and truly enter the Black Heron Sea. We will set sail as soon as the storm guard deals with the monsters, if they appear tonight." Fang Ye nodded slightly. "Then, if we run into a military ship head-on, what can you do? Or rather, what can the Grey Lady do? Does it have cannons to fight back?" Closhi pulled out a cigarette, preparing to light it. He glanced at Fang Ye, saw him shake his head, and then lit it himself, taking a deep puff and slowly exhaling smoke, obscuring his face. "Yes, although its range is not as good as military-grade cannons, it has a range of 700 meters. So we are not without the ability to retaliate. Moreover, besides me, there are 3 mages on the Grey Lady this time. I am at the 4th level, and the other 2 mages are at the 3rd level." Fang Ye did not have an accurate concept of the destructive power of mages, but in games, mages were always formidable in damage output. Of course, what mattered most was Closhi's confident expression, which gave Fang Ye assurance. If you are confident in your swimming skills, then coincidentally, there's a chi practitioner who also plans to approach from the sea. You can go with him and watch each other's backs. Closhi snapped the ash off his cigarette, looking intently at Fang Ye. "What do you say? I have no problem. Then let's attack from both ends." All of Fang Ye's questions were answered, and satisfied, he got up. Just as he was about to leave, Closhi suddenly called out to him. Fang Ye turned his head slightly and saw Closhi taking out 4 wooden tokens and tossing them over. Deduct your own ticket, and there are still 4 left. So I'm giving them all to you. By the way, you asked for 5 tickets in one go. Do you have 4 companions? Closhi asked curiously. Are they as capable as you? Fang Ye was speechless and chuckled. I even got one from a drunkard, so that's 6 in total. But plans change. I can only use 2 or maybe 3. Just right, I'll go see what kind of person my friend's friend is. Next, it was time to find that know-it-all Burin. See you at the port tonight. Fang Ye waved his hand without looking back and left. Finding Burin was simple. He just needed to walk a few steps in the town of Lucasport, and Burin would appear on his own. He walked to the port and gazed at the stormy sea. Before long, Burin showed up beside him. The sea outside of Boso is blocked. The Pharaoh Navy has revamped and sealed off all 7 routes. However, the Grey Lady will still set sail tonight, but it will inevitably clash with the Navy, risking shipwrecks. I wonder if your friend still wants to go out to sea? Fang Ye didn't turn around, still looking at the storm raging and the lightning flashing. His clothes had excellent thermal insulation, preventing the snowflakes landing on him from melting quickly. Although the air was humid, it gradually piled up some snow on his shoulders. Burin looked a bit more haggard compared to their first meeting. With his hands in his pockets, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Fang Ye, looking at the horizon. Of course, you wouldn't joke with your life, would you? If you're willing to go, it means there is still a good chance of getting through safely, right? Fang Ye thought for a moment and realized it made sense. However, he was relying on his true form and Zongsun to decide to go out to sea, which was slightly different from Burin's understanding. What about you? You're handing your friend over to me. Aren't you going to the Black Egret Sea? I remember you said that the Black Egret Sea is also your travel goal. Fang Ye was curious whether Burin would go to the Black Egret Sea. If he did, he could conveniently handle the tickets he had. Having a helper of the same strength would give him more confidence in the upcoming naval battle, right? Burin shook his head slightly, looking somewhat helpless. I really want to go, but the conditions don't allow it. Is it related to the Paladin? Fang Ye guessed casually. To his surprise, Burin fell silent. Fang Ye pondered. So, you're part of the resistance? He found this matter quite interesting. When they first met, Burin had been quite serious in discussing the resistance from the perspective of a passerby. Burin twitched his lips, annoyed. You're the resistance. Stop putting labels on me. Aren't you? What do you have to do with the Paladin? Fang Ye couldn't understand and eventually gave up on digging deeper. All right, since you're not going, then forget it. Let your friend know. We'll meet at the port after midnight. After saying that, Fang Ye turned and headed to the tavern. For the rest of the time, he planned to chat with Moro, read some books, maintain his condition, and wait for the night's battle. Back at the tavern, it was still packed with customers. Fang Ye couldn't find a seat, so he simply took a stool and sat side by side with Moro behind the counter. What about those 2 kids? Moro asked, recalling that Fang Ye had brought Luna and the others but returned with just Fang Ye. I sent them back. The danger level of going to the Black Egret Sea has increased several times. I worried about problems, so I decided to go myself. Fang Ye crossed his legs, resting his hands on the counter, playing with a cork from a wine bottle. Moro had naturally heard about the blockade of the sea outside Boso and said quietly, from their descriptions, that naval fleet is likely the former near-sea fleet of the Second Empire of Pharaoh, equipped with cannons and similar ship models. If the ship you're on also has cannons, aiming at 4 meters above the waterline at the back of the ship, it should be their ammunition depot. Fang Ye was taken aback. He hadn't expected that chatting with Moro would yield unexpected insights. The Second Fleet? Didn't the First Fleet retire? If the Second Fleet is made up of primitive wooden ships, the First Fleet shouldn't be of the magical steamship type, right? Not retired. The First Fleet was already wiped out. During the War of Light, part of the expeditionary army traveled by land and part by sea. The First Fleet reached the far east even earlier than the army and was then completely surrounded by the ancient Hua's Xianglong Navy. Moro spoke about Pharaoh's dark history without any shame, and Fang Ye couldn't help but wonder what experiences had shaped this royal knight into what he was. Fang Ye and Moro chatted for a while longer about Pharaoh's accomplishments during the War of Light until night fell. As the tavern's guests gradually dispersed, Moro finally prepared a dinner for Fang Ye. After serving a plate to Sana, the 2 sat behind the counter, eating and chatting. Fang Ye had requested high-fat, high-sugar, high-calorie food, so before him was a whole roasted piglet and rich cheese soup. They could provide Fang Ye with a lot of calories, beneficial for his activities underwater. After all, near Narya, the sea temperature outside Boso was frighteningly low. It seemed not to freeze, but was actually a mixture of ice water. As the last piece of pork mixed with the overly sweet cheese soup went down, Fang Ye couldn't help but gulp down a few big sips of fruit wine to wash away the greasiness. Moro is leaned against the counter, staring at Fang Ye. After we part tonight, it'll be hard for us to meet again. I'm also preparing to leave. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Lastly, this is my farewell gift. Fang Ye pulled out a small red bomb from his sleeve and handed it to Moro. It was a bomb with great power. After exploding, it could flatten the tavern. It was also simple to use. Twist the top once, then press the protrusion that pops out, and it would explode 2 seconds later. Maybe it will help you someday. Moro looked at the thumb-sized red cylinder in surprise and eventually carefully placed it in his pocket. Thanks. Fang Ye turned to look outside the tavern. The night had grown so thick that he could hardly see his hand in front of him. In about an hour, it will be midnight. Would the strange tide come again today? Chapter 35, Setting Sail, 6. For major revision, midnight quietly approached as Fang Ye closed the tavern door and stepped into the cold night. The mist from his mouth and nose was instantly torn apart by the biting cold wind, and once again the deep sea, where one could not see their own hand in front of them, echoed with that mournful singing. How punctual! Moreover, there was a singer every time, which was quite rare to see with similar appearances and characteristics. Fang Ye stuffed 2 white pills into his mouth. They could stimulate the brain's neurons to release the neurotransmitter dopamine, temporarily enhancing one's reaction time and making focus sharper. The side effect was that after the effect wore off, there would be a lingering mental disarray and low mood for 1 to 2 days, but for Fang Ye, as long as the interval was more than 3 days and he took no more than 3 pills at a time, the side effects could be ignored. Aside from his own resistance, the pills would officially take effect in about half an hour, lasting for around 4 hours. Half an hour later, the Gray Lady was set to sail. At the edge of the harbor, the storm guard was stationed here once again, but Fang Ye did not see that Valkyrie from the snow country. As he was observing the situation, he sensed someone approaching from behind, slightly turned to the side, and barely made out the newcomer. Belen, is this your friend? Fang Ye scrutinized the woman behind Belen, dressed in a black velvet long dress and draped in a fur coat. Her posture was awkward. Was she injured? It has nothing to do with you. The woman's tone was indifferent, her emerald eyes, similar to Belen's, devoid of warmth. Mind your own business. Fang Ye was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Living under someone else's roof, yet still so arrogant with a face that looked like it was about to die. Belen quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Huh? Don't mind her. She's Munsa. Her way of speaking has always been quite direct. She doesn't mean any harm, and besides, she's injured and in a bad mood. I went to look for Cambert's residence. There was no smell of blood, nor any signs of assimilation, and it seems he hasn't returned at all. Belen awkwardly shifted the topic, and Fang Ye was indeed more concerned about the issues surrounding Cambert, not dwelling on the woman's attitude. I entrusted him to help investigate yesterday afternoon when we parted at the harbor, and now there are results. But they are more perplexing than I expected. Cambert is definitely human. Fang Ye did not sense the aura of a kindred from him. But he wouldn't be an ordinary person as Moro had described. But Fang Ye did not feel any threat from Cambert. Was he too weak to be noticed, or too strong to be discerned? I will continue to investigate his whereabouts when I have the chance. Munsa, I'll leave that to you. Belen glanced at the storm guard, now engaged with the strange waves, and slowly retreated into the darkness. Fang Ye watched Belen's silhouette, paused for a moment, then turned to walk in another direction. Let us go. Ms. Munsa, the captain of the Gray Lady has already arrived. At the western edge of the harbor, the Gray Lady was quietly docked at the port. This legendary ship, which had crossed storms twice, though not among the largest, was still 80 meters long and nearly 20 meters high. The stern was broad as a castle, and a silver shield flag hung from a mast, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. At this moment, it stood still, unmoving against the pushing tides. Good evening, marvelous traveler from the ancient Huahua. That Valkyrie from Storm Guard froze my beloved Grey Lady in a block of ice last night, and it hasn't teeth thawed yet. I spent quite a bit of effort melting the ice to bring her here. Clashy had his hands resting on his chest, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Sensing the smell of smoke, Munsa's eyes moved slightly, and she instinctively took a deep breath, but inhaled a gust of cold wind that aggravated her injury, prompting her to cough softly. Is this your companion? Is she injured? Clashy instinctively looked at Munsa behind Fang Ye with some regret. It seems she could not fight. She asked, just an unexpected friend of mine. My teacher and senior will also come. Where are the other three? 2 mages and a chi practitioner. Where are they? Fang Ye scanned the harbor. Aside from them and the Storm Guard, there was no one else. They'll be here soon. Clashy shrugged. That's good. Fang Ye shook his head and looked up at the Grey Lady, hoping nothing unexpected would happen. They're all very strong. Clashy exhaled the smoke strings from his mouth, squinting his eyes, and moreover, our goals are very aligned. There's no doubt they're determined to go to the Black Egret Sea. Hearing this, Fang Ye smiled. It seems that there have always been those who are reckless. Undoubtedly, this is a good thing. Everything fell silent, and soon, 2 men and a woman joined Fang Ye and Clashy, silently sizing each other up. Fang Ye also observed them. Among the 3, 1 male was tall and sturdy, with naturally curly, slightly long black hair, and blue light sparkled in his eyes. Sea Ghost. The man spoke concisely. The other male and female had strange appearances. The woman wore a leather garment made from animal hide on her upper body, a deer hide skirt on her lower body, and was barefoot. The other male was dressed in a gray-white robe, with black wooden spikes piercing his upper lip, ears, and nose, his face covered in mysterious symbols. Xin. The woman pointed to herself, then to the man covered in symbols. Dan. Fang Ye mimicked, pointing to himself, and then to Munsa. Fang Ye, Munsa. Sea Ghost, Xin Dan. Fang Ye, Munsa, Clashy, and several sailors from Clashy's ship. This was everyone aboard the Grey Lady aside from Zongsun and Yinhua. Without the suddenly joined Zongsun, they would have almost no chance of successfully confronting one or even multiple warships, yet they still chose to set sail. Let us board. The Storm Guard is about to finish up, and it's almost our best time to set off. Clashy took a deep drag from his cigarette, crushed the last bit of tobacco between his fingers, and placed his left thumb and index finger together at his mouth, whistling. The clear whistle rang out for a moment, and the silent Grey Lady awoke like a fierce beast. A slight creaking sound came from within the ship, and then the sails of this massive vessel slowly unfurled. A long plank was lowered from the ship's body, and Clashy was the first to stride aboard. Fang Ye chose to be the last aboard. Keeping an eye on Munsa, her balance was poor, evident from her body's repeated tilting while walking, indicating her injury was quite severe and severely hampering her physical functions. Though her cold indifference was unappealing, Fang Ye had at least made a deal with Belen. Fortunately, Munsa safely boarded the Grey Lady. As Fang Ye stepped onto the Grey Lady, Clashy was already standing at the helm, issuing commands, energetically slapping the helm, preparing to navigate the Grey Lady away from the harbor. Just as he was proudly introducing his beloved ship to Fang Ye suddenly withdrew his gaze from the Grey Lady and fixed it on the shore. A tall man, shrouded in a black cloak, was sprinting from the small town. In the darkness, his figure was not distinct, but the murderous intent in his eyes, visible beneath the hood, shone like 2 small, incandescent lamps. Is it a person? For some reason, Fang Ye felt a subtle repulsion towards that brightness, and the true form that had just settled down a few days ago began to stir once more. However, it was not the chaotic agitation experienced when tainted by the singer 2 nights prior. Fang Ye activated his electromagnetic microcharge, now replenished with ammunition and a new battery. Locking his gaze firmly on the figure. At a distance of over 50 meters, it was not particularly far. Fang Ye could leap over with a sprint, and if the figure attempted to pounce, he would not hesitate to shoot him down. But just as this unknown figure was about to leap, a shadow silently swept past in the darkness. The pitch-black flames swirled around him, and the long-ambushed hunter suddenly erupted to assassinate him. The extreme power brought about extreme speed, yet the prey was not so easily killed. Bang! The moment the dagger collided with metal, it shattered, and a large burst of sparks erupted from the torn cloak, illuminating a corner of the steam armor. No, it seemed not to be just simple steam armor. Burin? Then this sudden appearance must be the Punishment Knight? Fang Ye glanced at the gloomy-eyed Munsa. It seemed that Burin's sudden decision to stay was because he wanted Munsa to leave? But was it really necessary to engage in close combat with the Punishment Knight? There were 3 mages on the ship, and he also had an electromagnetic micro-launcher for long-range interception. What was Burin really doing by staying in Lucasport? Fang Ye took a deep look at Burin, who was entangled with the Punishment Knight. Suddenly, Burin's gaze crossed with Fang Ye's. Was it hatred? Fang Ye saw the fury filling Burin's clear eyes and fell into contemplation. He wasn't a rebel, yet harbored such hatred for the Punishment Knight. Who exactly was Burin? After thinking it over without any reasonable guesses, Fang Ye gave up on probing. Everyone had their own secrets, just as Burin didn't delve into his weapon and true origins. Digging too deeply into secrets unrelated to oneself would only lead to trouble. Fang Ye's gaze caught sight of a slender figure in a remote part of the port. It was a bit far, and he couldn't see her expression clearly, only noticing her arm raised high and waving. Fang Ye happily raised his hand and waved back at her. Zhang Sun and Nianhua arrived as promised. Zhang Sun, carrying a long box, didn't glance at the battle between Burin and the Punishment Knight, while the blind old man easily crossed the ship's board in the darkness and reached the deck. Nianhua stood in the middle of the ship's board, turned back to look at Zhang Sun, and whistled. Hey, need a hand? No need. All right. Nianhua scoffed, turned around, jumped onto the deck, and hooked her arm around Fang Ye's neck, pressing her weight onto him. Junior brother, can I borrow what you have in your hand to play with? Fang Ye thought for a moment, raised the electromagnetic micro-launcher in his hand, and aimed at the empty eye sockets of the entangled Punishment Knight. Under Nianhua's curious gaze, Fang Ye pulled the trigger. An electric arc flashed across the night sky. The needle-like bullet failed to penetrate the intended target, but hit the Punishment Knight at the temple, sparking a large burst of flames and leaving a very obvious scratch. Nianhua's eyes sparkled as she watched this unheard-of rare gadget, but since Fang Ye was busy, she had to suppress her desire. Just as Fang Ye was about to say something, a loud rumble came from the nearby inn. We need to move, friend. Clashy leaned against the helm, turned to look at the battlefield, which was already in the cleanup phase. The storm guard had dealt with the enemies. We don't have time. Fang Ye furrowed his brow, drawing his folding sword. Give me 50 heartbeats. Nianhua glanced at the Punishment Knight below, finally shrugged. I'll help you. She kicked off. The fish-patterned staff flew into the air, caught by her, and after twirling it, she jumped down from the deck before Fang Ye. Swinging her staff in a wide arc, a sudden burst of white mist smashing down towards the head of the Punishment Knight. All that could be heard was the sound of the Punishment Knight's helmet vibrating, becoming blurry, as a large spurt of blood erupted from the empty eye sockets. Dealing with this iron shell is my strong suit. Junior brother, go ahead and do what you want. Nianhua turned back and tilted her chin at Fang Ye. Fang Ye nodded in thanks, sprinting with all his might towards the inn, which was already engulfed in flames, faintly hearing Sana's cries and the sounds of clashing weapons. Morois! Fang Ye shouted, come here this way. Surrounded by searing flames, Fang Ye could barely open his eyes. Relying on instinct, he swung his sword at his side, colliding with a massive sword that had cleaved through the sea of fire. The overwhelming force nearly knocked Fang Ye to the ground. The golden-etched steam armor stepped out from the inferno, and Fang Ye's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand, unleashing a volley aimed at the helm of the steam armor. In the clanging of dense collisions, 2 bullets successfully penetrated the eye holes of the helmet, piercing the head of the driver inside. The burly knight slowly leaned back, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise amid the vibrations of metal friction, and only a vague outline could be seen sleeping within the flames. The steam armor allowed by the faith of Pharaoh was not the only one entering its territory. What was Narya thinking? Morohis's cursing voice echoed from not far away. Across the sea of fire, Fang Ye saw the old man wrapping Sana in wet clothes, tightly clutching her as they rushed out of the burning area. You! Morohis, who bumped into Fang Ye, clearly froze for a moment. Follow me. We're going out to sea. Fang Ye had no time for idle talk, tossing another bomb into the sea of fire, then charged with Morohis towards the Lady Grey. Morohis roared as they ran, Damn it. You want me to follow you to play with death in that situation at sea? You have no choice. Fang Ye shouted back. My teacher is on the ship. Nothing will happen. Explosions sounded from the direction of the fire, along with the unmistakable metallic ringing of large steel being shaken by shock waves. Moro has gritted his teeth, remaining silent. The two rushed onto the Lady Grey, and Clashy immediately gave orders. Hurry, hurry, men, set sail before those damned steel cans intercept us. What? You asked which way? Of course, both sides. The Lady Grey completely changed direction. The sails retracted, and sounds of mechanical parts gradually starting to operate came from the ship's hold beneath their feet. A steam engine? Fang Ye, sitting on the deck to cool off, was somewhat surprised. No need to be surprised. The technology of steam power furnaces is not a big secret. It was first made public by Guhua, and the imperial workshops could directly order it, which led to Pharaoh as the birthplace of steam mechanics, losing its market to Guhua, ultimately having to lift the ban. Xin, with purple powder smeared around her eyes, looked at Fang Ye with interest. By the way, what do you have in your hand? Fang Ye pondered for a moment and said seriously, a type of firearm. My friend made it herself. She's a scholar. Is that so? Xin was somewhat surprised. You actually have a scholar friend. You're quite the lucky man. Fang Ye didn't continue the topic, but went to the bow to gaze ahead. As they gradually left Lucasport, the wave's intensity was clearly rising quickly. After traveling 400 meters, the previously smooth status of the Lady Grey was also disrupted, showing slight swaying. Clashy firmly held the helm, making occasional adjustments. The fierce wind and snow hitting them couldn't make him appear flustered. Instead, it stimulated his emotions, and his enthusiastic demeanor slightly infected Fang Ye. Can you feel it? Clashy laughed heartily. The black egret sea is a fiery woman. Look, we're just getting closer to her. And even in the Bosswan Sea, we're already being swept up by those deadly undercurrents. A foolish idiot who goes straight would only have his ship's bottom crushed by the undercurrents or be pulled into the wrong course, ultimately sinking in the increasingly chaotic currents. But I am a man who has conquered her twice. This time will be no exception. Fang Ye suppressed the shadows of the sea deep within his heart. Things were different now, weren't they? He took out his headphones and put them in his ears, playing an exhilarating piece of music to further elevate his state. Under Clashy's command, the Lady Grey continued forward, subtly navigating towards the outer sea of Bosswan. Clearly, this was one of 7 safe routes. After personally experiencing the bumps of the Grey Lady, Fang Ye had to reach out and grab the edge of the boat to prevent himself from being thrown overboard. Meanwhile, Munsa was forcibly pushed into the cabin by Burin, lest she turn around and find someone feeding the fish in the turbulent sea. In such a harsh sailing condition, it was surprising that this was still a safe route, and that it was merely a segment of the Bosswan Sea, which was relatively far from the Black Heron Sea. Fang Ye finally had a tangible sense of the danger level of the Black Heron Sea. We had already reached the edge of the Bosswan offshore, and we were about to encounter a warship. The seawater here, due to the small number of ice fragments, had more intense undercurrents than those near Lucas Harbor. When diving, one must be cautious. If caught in an undercurrent, don't struggle randomly. Relax your body, and it will automatically toss you to the relatively calm seabed, as the vertical range of the undercurrent is only about 60 meters. About 3 hours later, Clashy suddenly spoke up, and Fang Ye, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately perked up. Let me confirm again. Are you sure you want to enter the water? You can't breathe underwater, and with the turbulence, it will be very difficult to switch breaths. Fang Ye's expression was slightly strange. It seemed there was a difference in perception of danger between them. Fang Ye's physique allowed him to breathe underwater, which he had confirmed, and he also carried a breathing mask. After adjustments for the future, using the breathing mask had become more convenient and improved the efficiency of exhaling waste gases. For him, the more deadly issue was hypothermia. Even he could freeze to death. Although his clothing was thin, it actually had very good thermal performance. Otherwise, he would feel some chill even if he were completely naked. Once he entered the water, being an excellent conductor of heat, would quickly strip away his body heat, even if he consumed a large amount of high-calorie food. Fang Ye estimated that his underwater activities could last at most half an hour. On the other hand, Qi practitioners had an advantage in this regard, as Qi could provide warmth and reduce the rate of heat loss, but they needed to think carefully about breathing, as they were not much better than ordinary people in that aspect. Unfortunately, Fang Ye felt a faint trace of Qi within him and felt a bit regretful. The amount was too small, with an effect close to zero. Chapter 36. The Broken Ship 6. 4 Update. The Gray Lady moved forward for another 10 minutes. The snow that had come down heavily transformed into ice pellets. Fang Ye took out his breathing mask and secured it on his face to prevent the ice pellets from hitting his eyes. The waves grew increasingly violent, with towering waves of over 10 meters crashing against the hull of the Gray Lady, producing a deep rumble as they lifted the ship up, only for it to drop from the height of the wave back into the sea, splashing up a large spray of water. Guys, we're only a short distance away from the waters off Boso. Keep an eye on the front. When the lightning of the Black Heron Sea appears, there will be a faint light. Use that moment to locate each other. Klashi roared against the wind. By the time they reached the waters off Boso, the storm was far greater than within the inner sea, and they could only rely on shouting to communicate. Otherwise, their voices would be torn apart by the gale, leaving only howls in the air. Fang Ye glanced at the monitor on his forearm to confirm that his brain was still highly active, so he refrained from taking additional medication, silently staring ahead at the sea. The storm in the Black Heron Sea was not simply a storm. It was mixed with heavy rain, thunderstorms, hurricanes, giant waves, and undercurrents. In this night, without any navigational lights from ships, the brief illumination brought by the lightning became the only means to capture the enemy. Their greatest advantage lay in the fact that the blockade fleet could not determine when opponents would approach, while the group aboard the Gray Lady had a clear target. The arrival of the thunderstorm was unpredictable, and the soldiers on the warship could not fully concentrate on observing the sea, where visibility was no more than 50 meters. Here they come. 2 of our underwater combat crew are ready to go. Follow the Gray Lady for 200 meters, and after entering range, we will use gunfire to illuminate their position, helping you identify directions underwater. Remember, after firing, quickly move away from the Gray Lady to avoid being injured by the blast. Klashi shouted. Be careful, junior brother. Mianhua patted Fang Ye's arm firmly. Zhang Sun remained silent, standing like a statue on one side of the deck. But his presence reassured both Fang Ye and Buren. Hai Gui and Fang Ye fixed their eyes on the front, as a massive bolt of lightning split from the rolling thunderclouds above, striking down from the clouds and illuminating a small patch of the sea. In the fleeting moment of lightning, a vague outline of a ship was refracted on the water surface. Fang Ye swiftly drew his military knife and leaped off the deck, plunging into the howling wind and splashing into the water. The cold seawater surged in through the gaps in his clothing, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The rising and falling waves crashed against him, and he quickly pressed tightly against the ship's hull to help himself stabilize. Those who have never been struck by towering waves will never know how terrifying it is to be hit by a wave over 10 meters high. Even Fang Ye was overwhelmed by the immense force, unable to grip the deck, and was almost effortlessly smashed beneath the surface of the sea, spinning uncontrollably before managing to steady himself. He felt a pull from below and realized it was the turbulent layer, quickly adjusting his balance and kicking to the surface. With a splash, Fang Ye emerged from the water and caught up with the Gray Lady again. Don't fight the waves when you see them coming. Dive to avoid the maximum impact, a muffled voice advised him from ahead. Hai Gui clearly had extensive underwater experience, far more reliable than Fang Ye's rudimentary skills. Living up to his name. Got it. Fang Ye remembered Hai Gui's advice and wanted to say something more, but Klashi's somewhat blurred roar came from above. Fang Ye exchanged glances with Hai Gui, and they both plunged into the water. Once again submerged in the cold seawater, Fang Ye's visibility was severely restricted. The dark underwater world provided no light, and all around him was darkness. In such an environment, time could easily distort one's sense of direction and time, and the cold water continuously drained his body heat, almost driving him to madness. But Fang Ye did not surface. Instead, he allowed the turbulence to drag him down. The power of primitive gunpowder weapons in this world was absurdly great, and Fang Ye wasn't entirely sure how powerful the cannons were. He knew that energy transmission in water was much more effective than in air, and the explosion's force could be amplified several times or even a dozen times. So the special turbulent layer became his best natural shield underwater. Fang Ye felt as though he were in a washing machine, successfully escaping the turbulent layer after a series of spins and arriving at a depth of over 70 meters. Just as a faint flash of light disappeared far above the surface. Determining his direction, Fang Ye adjusted his course and swam swiftly towards the blocking warship. Not long after, a burst of fire erupted above him as a shell exploded overhead. Fang Ye glanced slightly upward. Only a half-transparent, chaotic ripple obscured his view, but he vaguely sensed that the shell had missed the gray lady and detonated in the water, creating a massive cavity. The sound of the explosion and the shock wave were intercepted by the turbulent layer, not affecting Fang Ye. Seeing this, he wasted no time and sped towards the Pharaoh warship. The frigid seawater caused his breath to quickly fog up the mask, dampening his only dry facial area and further limiting his visibility, but he dared not remove the mask. If he did, breathing underwater would allow seawater to enter his lungs, further robbing him of body heat. Almost there, just ahead, the surface of the sea erupted with another explosion, confirming his position. The next step was to break through the turbulent layer, return to the surface, and then attach the bomb to the bottom of the Pharaoh warship to detonate it. Fang Ye stared at the turbulence above and under the effect of the medication. His physical sensations were exceptionally sharp as he sensed possible passages. After a few breaths, he suddenly dove upward into the turbulence, pushing through with all his strength. Disregarding his physical exhaustion, even in the chaotic turbulence, a relatively calm narrow passage would appear at some point. And Fang Ye was currently rising through the gap at the fastest speed. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The last 10-meter passage was severed. The channels formed by the collision of the turbulent layers disappeared, but before the new turbulence truly formed. Fang Ye had already swum out of the turbulent layer in a zigzag manner. The intense movement did not warm Fang Ye's body. In 0-degree seawater, his rate of heat loss was not easy to control. Unless Fang Ye's body temperature reached 0, he would be on the brink of death, forced to awaken his true form. The cannon fire from the Gray Lady had ceased, but Fang Ye did not believe the Gray Lady had sunk. Otherwise, the warship above should have stopped firing as well. Moreover, given the visibility, distance, wind speed, and turbulence levels, the possibility of mutual cannon fire was virtually 0. The cessation of cannon fire from the Gray Lady clearly indicated that they were not interfering with him and Hai Gui. Fang Ye looked up at the massive shadow overhead, pulled out 2 bombs from the inner pocket of his coat, and began to reach upward. Just then, a chill ran down his back, and his instincts prompted him to thrust his knife backward immediately. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed lowly at the bottom of the water, and Fang Ye was knocked into a spin. He took advantage of the momentum to adjust his body, his head facing downward in the water, and thrust his knife at the attacker. With a thud, Fang Ye's hands, already somewhat stiff from prolonged exposure to the cold, were jolted painfully. But the attacker was also pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ye created distance, his eyes locked on the opponent. The figure was clad in black steam armor, covered in golden inscriptions, wielding a sword as tall as a person, rivaling Fang Ye's former red abyss saber. Fortunately, thrusting underwater is more lethal than slashing. Otherwise, that last blow could have left a significant wound on Fang Ye's back. Can steam armor even go underwater? So this is the underwater defense power of the warship? Fang Ye had no intention of engaging with it at all. His underwater strength was less than 30%, and there was no way he could break through the turtle shell on the opposite side. Using a bomb would entangle him and could also affect himself. He swam upstream without looking back. Although this armored turtle was tough, it swam very slowly, so he could basically ignore it as long as he didn't engage in a fight. Fang Ye quickly felt his way to the bottom of the ship. Although Moroes had mentioned where the ammunition storage of this batch of Pharaoh warships was located, that was 10 years ago. It was safer to blast through the ship's bottom. However, this powered armor also had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if he got under the Gray Lady and engaged in a tit-for-tat, everyone would be dumbfounded. Fang Ye gripped his long knife and stabbed hard at the ship's bottom, then quickly pulled it out, revealing a small hole. Without hesitation, He activated 2 bombs and stuffed them inside, then inverted his body, pushing against the ship's bottom for leverage and kicked hard to swim to the side. Midway, the great sword of the steam armor stabbed fiercely at him. Fang Ye sneered and blocked the sword's tip with his knife, using the second burst of force to accelerate and shake off the great sword, escaping from that area. Just over 20 meters away, the steam armor, which was checking the cut near the ship's bottom, suddenly felt a blinding flash in front of him. A tremendous shockwave hit his face and chest, directly knocking him unconscious. Surrounded by a mass of bubbles and debris from the ship, he fell down, quickly getting caught in the turbulent layer and disappearing from sight. Fang Ye was struck in the chest by the shockwave, feeling somewhat dizzy and disoriented, but he quickly adjusted himself. Glancing at the dark, chaotic, turbulent layer, he unexpectedly found a surprise. After all, how could this iron-shelled turtle know that such a small hole could fit a bomb? Or rather, in its perception, bombs were not that small. Fang Ye swiftly swam toward the battleship, which was slowly tilting. He had been underwater for too long, and his limbs were involuntarily twitching, reminding him that his body temperature was approaching a critical level. Once on the battleship, he could at least find a foothold. Although the temperature was below zero, due to the storm, he could quickly dry off, and after a brief period of extreme cold, his body temperature would rise again. The sinking of the battleship wouldn't be quick. There would definitely be rescue efforts, and this foothold would likely last until the Gray Lady arrived. Fang Ye's whole body twitched slightly as he shivered while climbing up along the ship's hull, but he didn't go directly to the deck, as he wasn't sure if there were still steam armors above. In his current state, encountering this group of iron-shelled turtles would leave him with no option but to awaken his true form. It was better to quietly hang outside and wait for the companions of the Gray Lady. Chapter 37, Burial 6. 5 Revision. The tide was violently tearing at the beleaguered Pharaoh warship. Even though there were extraordinary beings attempting to repair it, they were powerless against this ocean that had devoured countless humans and ships. Fang Ye quietly hung on the side of the ship, as if the scene had nothing to do with him, even feeling a bit drowsy. He had somewhat overestimated his normal physical condition. This was his body instinctively wanting to go into hibernation after losing a significant amount of body heat. Fortunately, the effects of the drugs still lingered, allowing him to think about some interesting things to stay alert. The sea demons had already entered the ship's interior through the breach Fang Ye had created. He did not engage the Pharaoh soldiers directly, but instead hindered the mages attempting to repair the ship, while simultaneously killing those who fell overboard or creating openings for the seawater to deal with them. The sea demons were not stronger than Fang Ye, but they had a significant advantage underwater, being more agile than fish and unafraid of the cold. Before long, Fang Ye heard an explosion, his eyes slightly moving, and his left hand instinctively reached for his lower back. A firearm. With the warnings from the future, Fang Ye was wary of such things, especially firearms that used iron sand as ammunition. If they penetrated his body and reached his blood and organs, it would be quite troublesome. Iron sand was much more insidious than buckshot. Most buckshot contained steel balls or small projectiles, while iron sand was smaller in size, more numerous, and nearly impossible to locate within the human body without specialized instruments. As the gunfire rang out, it was like igniting a barrel of explosives, the booming sounds continuous. Fang Ye could not help but frown, thankful that he had not directly boarded the deck, but was hanging outside the ship. He pressed against the ship's side, slightly turning to look in the direction of the Lady Grey, which had already lit its lights, only about 300 meters away, and was soon to be alongside. Closhy held onto the wheel with one hand, while a ring of light appeared in the other, indicating that some dangerous changes were occurring. Behind him, a beam of light connected Xian and Dan, forming a magical array with floating red dots beneath their feet. Seeing this, Fang Ye was about to return to the water, swimming back to the Lady Grey, when he suddenly felt a deadly sense of confusion. Fellow beings, a large number of fellow beings. What is going on? Fang Ye's expression changed as he realized that something strange was approaching. He had been underwater, and there had been no anomalies in this area. He could not stay here any longer, but he could not drop into the water immediately either. Fang Ye flipped over and climbed onto the deck, making not a sound. He moved quietly, taking advantage of the darkness before the ship's lights were turned on, gripping his long knife and feeling his way forward. Not far ahead was the ship's cabin, where he could see faint light inside. This affected his infiltration, but there was no other choice. He was not in the best condition and did not want to awaken his true form. The only way to quickly eliminate the far larger group of anomalies than the ones attacking Lucasport was to detonate the ship's powder magazine beneath him. The sensing between similar beings became increasingly distinct, and this group of anomalies was approaching at a very rapid pace. Wait! Just as Fang Ye was about to dive into the cabin, he suddenly turned around, staring in shock at the shadows beneath him. Passing by? No, that's not right. Their target is actually the Lady Grey. Fang Ye rushed to the side of the ship, grabbing the railing to look down, were distorted. Bizarre shadows were directly crossing the Pharaoh warship, heading straight for the Lady Grey. Be careful. A large number of monsters are passing through. Fang Ye could not care about exposing himself anymore. If the Lady Grey was doomed, he would also have to awaken his true form. Otherwise, the vast ocean with no place to land would swallow him whole. He had no time to fight the Pharaoh soldiers, kicking over a guard who rushed at him and shouted in Pharaoh, "Monsters are underwater. Point your weapons at them if you don't want to die." The main battlefield could only be on this sinking warship. Fang Ye ignored the soldiers' reactions, took out an electromagnetic micropulse, and fired a burst into the water below. He wanted to attract the attention of these anomalies, diverting their target. However, these anomalies completely ignored Fang Ye's attack. He even saw one of the creatures with half its body blown apart momentarily pause, staring at Fang Ye with murky yellow eyes for a moment before continuing its swim toward the Lady Grey. Most anomalies lacked thought or will, relying solely on instinct to kill, pollute, and devour. If they were normal anomalies, the commotion Fang Ye had caused should have been enough to shift their target. However, the reality was that they suppressed their desire to attack Fang Ye and continued advancing toward the Lady Grey. Fang Ye had never seen a situation like this. No, perhaps he had. He suddenly recalled the wave of anomalies that had attacked Lucasport. Almost identical. The Lady Grey was not the target of the anomaly wave while docked, indicating that it did not possess the traits to attract anomalies. However, after the Lady Grey set sail, Klashi, the sea demon, Exen, Dan, Munsa, Zongsun, Nianhua, Beiren, and Moro had boarded. Nianhua, Zongsun, and the sea demon could be ruled out, leaving the issue with Klashi, Exen, Dan, Munsa, Beiren, Moro and Sana. Fang Ye caught a whiff of something unusual. Clues related to the secrets of the Black Heron Sea seemed to be very close to him. At this moment, on the approaching Lady Grey, Klashi and the other two mages heard Fang Ye's shout, momentarily stunned, and then their expressions turned grim. "We cannot let the Lady Grey be destroyed. She is our essential condition for survival." Who has an excellent affinity with the lightning element? Klashi immediately rushed to the edge of the deck. Seeing the terrifying silhouettes rapidly approaching, hurriedly turning back to ask, "We all have an affinity for the lightning element." Xin understood Klashi's thoughts, exchanging glances with Dan, and they both halted the magic array they were building midway, shifting toward the lightning magic array. A mage's affinity with an element determined their development direction. In fact, as long as a mage's affinity with an element did not reach the point of repulsion, they could learn the corresponding magic of that element. However, the worse the affinity, the lower the efficiency of the mage's commands for that element, leading to poor casting effects. Conversely, the better the affinity, the more convenient the mage's casting would be, resulting in superior effects. Therefore, without hindering their own learning speed, a mage would build their spell system primarily around the element with the highest affinity, supplemented by 2 or 3 other elements with good affinities, and finally select a few functional spells from other non-attribute spells and low-affinity elemental spells that might be useful in specific situations. Klashi himself had a very poor affinity with the lightning element. His spell system was primarily built around wind, with fire and earth as supplements. This was his capital for traversing the storm of the Black Heron Sea and his greatest reliance for daring to engage with the warship. After the Lady Grey opened fire, he had built a barrier that deflected every cannonball fired from the Pharaoh warship. However, in the current situation, to protect the Lady Grey, the rolls of wind, fire, and water elements were not significant. The lightning and ice elements were the most crucial. The wind vortex could only restrain the anomalies from climbing, but could not reach the ship's bottom. Throwing fire element magic onto the ship was suicide. Throwing it into the water. Closhi was anxious, but did not urge Xian and Dan, as a mage's casting required complete concentration. One moment of distraction could undo all their efforts. The anomalies finally reached the bottom of the Lady Grey, and grotesque, ugly monsters emitted terrifying howls as they began to climb the ship's hull, which was more than 10 meters high and was about to be crossed in the blink of an eye. Closhy's expression darkened as he narrowed the range of the storm barrier he was maintaining, using the storm to intercept the climbing anomalies, occasionally flinging those that managed to reach the deck back into the water. But only the relatively weak anomalies were thrown out, while the truly powerful anomalies had not climbed onto the deck, but had already begun to dig into the bottom of the ship, wanting to enter from below. At that moment, Xian and Dan completed their joint spell casting, and a nearly 30-meter diameter magic circle opened up, suspended directly above the Grey Lady. With a crackling sound, as the magic circle took shape, tiny arcs of electricity suddenly flickered in the air. At first, they were as fine as hair, but in the blink of an eye, the scene before them turned pale, and blinding electric light erupted with intense white noise. Countless lightning snakes, as thick as fingers, fell from the magic circle, striking the surface of the sea and exploding into numerous shards of lightning, creating a small halo. One bolt, two bolts. Hundreds of lightning snakes lashed at the sea near the Grey Lady, and the dispersing electric currents caused the anomalies to twitch violently, each flash leaving a bright spot in the eyes. Closhi had to close his eyes, and even so, he could feel how blinding the light was through his eyelids. The only sound in his ears was the rumbling thunder, and before his eyes was a sea of light, with the smell of electrolyzed air filling his nostrils. Closhi simply shut down the wind vortex, allowing the sea breeze to bring in fresh air, while enviously admiring the power of the lightning element boosted by the thunderstorms in the Black Egret Sea, praying that his ship wouldn't get fried and hoping the coating would be durable enough. The Black Egret Sea has year-round thunderstorms, resulting in the waters near it generally containing a large amount of lightning elements, second only to wind and water elements. In fact, lightning elements are the least abundant among the 6 major elements of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice, yet they are also the most destructive. At this moment, the abundant lightning elements were continuously materializing in the form of lightning strikes through the transformation of the magic circle, even eliminating the waiting time for the accumulation of lightning elements. Xian and Dan had no intention of stopping the magic circle, for safety's sake. They decided to bombard for 3 minutes and then assess the effects. A continuous bombardment for 3 minutes was just enough to drain the lightning elements within the coverage of their mental power, after which the magic circle would automatically disappear, allowing time for the lightning elements to replenish and checking for any anomalies that might have slipped through. So, this is what a mage is? Fang Ye squinted slightly, barely able to gaze at the Grey Lady, which looked like a scene of transcending tribulation hundreds of meters away, his lips twitching slightly. After all this, was he worried for nothing? A chill ran down his back, and Fang Ye snapped back to reality, turning around without hesitation and slashing with his sword. When a sharp metallic collision sound rang out, Fang Ye staggered slightly, but steadied himself. Opposite him, a steam armor smoothly straightened its waist on the deck, the valves behind it opening and closing, spewing out large amounts of steam, and a sword taller than a person was raised above its head. The next moment, it swung down towards Fang Ye. Chapter 38. Close Call 6-5. The massive sword, almost like a door panel, suddenly smashed down, aiming to cleave Fang Ye in half. The excessively heavy sword was not just about cutting damage. Its weight alone could cause severe injury if it merely grazed him. A direct confrontation was not a wise choice. Fang Ye slightly tilted his body and stepped forward, thanks to the light from the rolling thunderstorm surrounding the distant Grey Lady. He saw some soldiers armed with firearms rushing out of the cabin. The moment they spotted him, their guns were aimed in his direction. Fang Ye had to constantly adjust his position, using his steam armor to block the soldiers' shots while maneuvering through the narrow gaps. He twisted the grip of his long knife, retracting the blade to a shorter length, making it less likely to break upon clashing with the giant sword of the steam armor and more convenient for close combat. At the same time, he took out the micro-submachine gun hanging from the back of his trench coat and unfolded it. Most of the moisture on him had been blown dry, and his body temperature was rising. Although he was not at peak condition, he could still exert about 70 to 80% of his capabilities. At this moment, taking advantage of the brief stiffness of the steam armor after it swung its giant sword with all its might, he pressed close against it, raising his right hand high. The soldiers in the distance had already opened fire, but with the ship's deck behind him, all the soldiers were right in front of him. And relying on the steam armor meant that the ammunition from these firearms posed little threat to Fang Ye. However, he could hear the clattering sounds behind the steam armor, which made his heart sink slightly. It was iron sand, as he saw large sparks erupting from behind the steam armor. Fang Ye felt a deep sense of caution. He raised his right hand, using the knife handle as a blunt weapon, and struck it down at a 45-degree angle onto the steam armor's head with force. The craftsmanship of this world far exceeded that of the steam era, but it still could not achieve the seamlessness of powered armor. Fang Ye remembered seeing the Storm Sentinel in Lucasport, whose steam armor had a sliding lock around the neck. Indeed, the neck, as a moving part, was inherently difficult to protect. One had to sacrifice either visibility or defense. Clearly, no one would be foolish enough to sacrifice visibility. Therefore, even the defense of powered armor around the neck could not be considered outstanding. It was one of the few weak points that the Radiant Federal steam armor's deflection field compensated for. But the steam armor had no deflection field, no memory metal, and certainly no high-strength composite materials. Given the development of its mechanical engineering, it would take quite a long time to catch up. As long as it was not stable enough, it could be shattered. Removing the helmet of the steam armor or stabbing a deadly weapon through the eye socket could kill the soldier hiding inside. However, it seemed that to cope with the possibility of going into the water, the helmet of the steam armor in front of him did not have an eye socket. The pilot inside must have some special way of seeing. When Fang Ye's arm was numbed from the impact, the blow caused a slight dent in the helmet of the steam armor, and the hefty body of the steam armor staggered back a step, with a sound indicating something had deformed in the neck. But Fang Ye did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he quickly squatted down and rolled forward to dodge the sweeping arm of the steam armor, continuing to keep himself from being exposed to the firearms. At the same time, the muzzle of the electromagnetic micro-submachine gun emitted an arc of electricity, and amidst the flickering flashes, screams echoed and blood splattered. Just as he rolled back to his feet, the steam armor reached out to grab him, trying to restrain his movement. Fang Ye took a deep breath and grabbed the wrist of the steam armor in return. Weighing only 2 or 3 tons, it relied on its weight and defense, making it indeed tricky. However, in pure strength, it was still slightly inferior to Fang Ye. Caught off guard, Fang Ye suddenly thrust his knee into the space between the steam armor's legs, lifting the steam armor half a meter off the ground. The sound of the knee colliding with the armor was crisp. Although it did not shatter, it was still quite painful. Fang Ye remained unperturbed. After the knee strike, he caught sight of a soldier from Faro aiming his firearm and additional reinforcements still pouring out of the cabin. He clicked his tongue lightly and suddenly raised his foot to kick the steam armor in the abdomen. With no reservations, he unleashed all his strength, sending the heavy body of the steam armor flying like a cannonball towards the Faro soldier who had just raised his firearm to aim. The recoil sent him tumbling backward. However, Fang Ye did not resist. He allowed himself to fall toward the ship's deck, dropping through the air. Just before hitting the water, he stabbed his military knife into the ship's wall, securing himself firmly. Then he pulled out the short knife, biting it in his mouth, retracted the micro-submachine gun, and used both hands and feet to climb parallel to the ship's wall. He aimed to reach the dark side of the ship's hull, where he could dig a hole to enter the cabin, using the narrow environment and corridors to accomplish his goal. It would be best if he could bring the sea demon up as well. Thanks to the sea tide and wind, Fang Ye's climbing did not attract the soldiers' attention. By the time they reached the railing and looked down, he had already dug a hole on the other side of the ship's hull. It was not difficult, with his short knife extended to a longer blade. A stab and a slash cut out a square hole large enough for him to enter the cabin in just a few seconds. Fang Ye pushed the wooden block inside, then crawled into the cabin. The position given by Moro his was quite accurate. Fang Ye glanced at the scene inside the cabin and smiled. This was precisely the ammunition depot. The door was open, likely because the soldiers guarding it had gone to capture him or the sea demon. Fang Ye took out a bomb, set the detonation timer, and tossed it into the wooden box holding the shells. Then, with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he hid behind the door and listened for a moment to the sounds outside, confirming that no one was approaching before decisively leaving the ammunition depot and heading down the corridor to the bottom of the ship's cabin. The sea demon was still alive because the sounds of gunfire from firearms in the lowest part of the cabin were still ongoing. However, no one could say whether he would miss his shot with so many soldiers retaliating against him. Considering that the sea demon had previously shown him goodwill, Fang Ye thought it wouldn't hurt to save his life. As he passed a corner, a Faro soldier carrying a firearm turned sideways for an instant and caught a glimpse of the rapidly approaching black figure out of the corner of his eye. His throat slightly bulged, and before he could turn around, the long knife had already sliced across his neck. The spinning head saw Fang Ye step over his corpse just before consciousness faded. One could only say that no one expected someone to dig through nearly a meter-thick ship wall to infiltrate the cabin. Moreover, with the commotion created by Fang Ye and the sea demon, Fang Ye's stealth was remarkably smooth, encountering only 2 hurried Faro soldiers along the way. Soon, Fang Ye arrived at the gap leading to the lowest level but did not immediately climb down the ladder. He crouched at the square opening, looking down. The cabin already had about 1 meter and 40 centimeters of accumulated water, and over 20 people were standing in the half of the space closest to the opening. Looking tense, a few mages in white robes were cooperating to cast spells, trying to freeze the blasted opening. However, every time frost covered the sea surface, the next moment the ice layer would be broken, and the soldiers armed with firearms would immediately open fire at the center of the shattered ice, attempting to kill the troublemakers. Yet every time it was in vain. This situation had persisted for about 2 minutes. In fact, at the very beginning, if the mages had been allowed to cast their spells, there was a real possibility of saving the sinking warship. However, the disturbances caused by the sea demon led the mages to fail repeatedly. Once the ice surface cracked, a large amount of seawater would surge in. And with this cycle repeating, not only that area at the bottom of the ship was about to be lost, but this layer as well. Fang Ye silently curled his lips, aiming his micro-submachine gun at the head of a mage. However, the next moment, this mage surprisingly turned around and glanced at him. Such keen perception? Fang Ye was somewhat surprised, but it was just a momentary shock. The fragile physique of a mage was no different from that of an ordinary person, and there was no room to evade in the water that was almost up to his chest. The micro-submachine gun's bullets shattered his head, which bore a look of astonishment, and then Fang Ye pulled the trigger and swept his arm to shoot below. 2 seconds later, Fang Ye leaned back, pushed off with his heels, and executed a backflip to land safely, avoiding the iron shot from the musket coming up through the gap. Fang Ye folded the micro-submachine gun and hung it inside his trench coat, calmly waiting for the seawater to surge in. Below, it was the time for the sea demons to perform. Muskets couldn't fire underwater, and with no constraints on the sea demons, they would soon kill all the soldiers. As expected, as the seawater surged in, the upper bodies of the sea demons emerged from the passage, their bodies indistinguishable from seawater or blood. Indeed, it's you. Fang Ye smiled and pointed downward, saying, "Don't go up anymore. There's steam armor above, and a bunch of soldiers with muskets are guarding it. Besides, I tampered with the ammunition depot. It will explode in just over a minute. So let's go back from below." The sea demon paused slightly before decisively sinking into the water. Fang Ye rubbed his now warm palms, looked at the seawater that had reached his ankles, sighed lightly, took out a mask to cover his face, and then submerged as well. Once underwater, darkness engulfed him again. The lights from the next level of the ship had vanished. Fortunately, Fang Ye sensed the fluctuations in the water flow and groped his way out of the warship. When he reached the seabed again, Fang Ye felt a distinct chill. The previous food had been completely digested, and the energy stored in his body had been depleted significantly, but it didn't matter much now. The kindred he could previously sense had now vanished without a trace, leaving only a polluted area that the seawater was gradually diluting, presumably cooked by electricity. Fang Ye and the sea demon swam towards the Gray Lady. Midway, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, and the entire sea surface instantly turned golden red. The shock wave crashed toward them like a mountain, but Fang Ye felt joy instead of fear with such an explosion. There was no need to worry about what would happen to the other steam armor on the ship. He was doomed, no matter how tough that shell was. The shock wave could still kill him. Fang Ye was also shaken, feeling a tightness in his chest, and a faint metallic taste rose in his throat. After a moment of distraction, he realized his nasal cavity was warm and damp, with a bit of blood seeping out. However, aside from that, he was largely unscathed. Finally, it was over. Fang Ye accelerated toward the Gray Lady. There were no dangers left. The obstacle had been dealt with, and the strange waves that had suddenly emerged were handled by Closhi and others. The Gray Lady, aside from being slightly scorched on the surface, suffered no significant damage. At last, they could traverse the storm of the Black Heron Sea and head toward that mysterious ocean. Chapter 39, The Origin of Holler, 6. 5. When Fang Ye and the Sea Ghost returned to the ship, Cloxy threw a piece of jerky from afar while steering the ship and smoking a cigarette. The oil lamps and lighting instruments on the deck were fully lit, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the Grey Duke smiled brightly. "Well done, both of you. It's us who couldn't be of help." Fang Ye's face was pale as he gnawed on the jerky and waved his hand. "Just keeping the Gray Lady safe amidst the strange waves is enough. I need to rest for a while, so I want to be accompanying you on the deck." He pushed open the cabin door with his weary body. The significant physical exertion triggered drug side effects that shouldn't have appeared, making it hard for him to concentrate, his mind scattered. Exhausted, he needed to hold onto the wall to climb the stairs on a rocking sea to avoid losing his balance. It was strange. Although he had two appearances, they were essentially one, yet the disconnection between them was so clear. Normally, he would get hurt, get tired, and be affected by the external temperature and environment. Both his true form and normal state were composed of the bizarre pollution from Fang Ye's source blood. Or was it that his true form instinctively tempted him to abandon the weak parts of humanity? Fang Ye tried hard to focus, but the effect was less than ideal, making his thoughts even more sluggish. Eventually, when Fang Ye awkwardly walked into the cabin, a strange smell entered his nostrils, somewhat sour and stinky. Wait a minute. This young lady is seasick, and with the rocking, the vomit is everywhere. Ah! The sailor with a mop leaning against the wall had a pale face, struggling to wipe the viscous liquid spread across the floor. "Miss, who?" Fang Ye was momentarily dazed, and the face of Munsa appeared in his mind. Well, it might also be Xin or Sana. The new year painting shouldn't get seasick, right? However, Fang Ye didn't pay much attention. The smell of bizarre pollution was far more nauseating than this. So he had no particular expression as he casually found a cabin to walk into, closed the door behind him, and laid down on the bed expressionlessly. Thoughtful. The bed was tied with two slightly wider hemp ropes at the waist and chest positions to prevent someone from being thrown out of bed while asleep. It was like fastening a seatbelt. Fang Ye lay down silently, wrapping the ropes around his arms, then closed his eyes. Slowly, his consciousness became a little hazy, but some trivial images began to flash in his mind. "Friend, the captain asked me to bring you food." The wooden door was knocked, pulling Fang Ye from a half-asleep state. He opened his eyes, untied the ropes on his arms, got up, and opened the door. A sailor handed him a piece of fruit and jerky wrapped in oil paper. "Where are we now?" Fang Ye sniffed and stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. He preferred the fruit preserved in an unknown fruit, with a few grains of salt enhancing the sweetness, tasting somewhat like mango, but with light purple flesh. While eating, Fang Ye inquired. His watch told him he had slept for 5 hours, and it should be close to noon now. "We're still in the waters outside Boso. The waters outside Boso are vast and more dangerous than the inner sea, but if all goes well, we should reach the border of the Black Egret Sea by tomorrow evening. After that, it will be the real test." Sin Ziplit, struggling a bit with a piece of jerky, her words somewhat muffled. Fang Ye nodded slightly. "However, tonight is probably going to be lively, right?" Fang Ye observed Xin for a while, and when she noticed his gaze, she smiled back. "Is there something?" "Not really," Fang Ye replied ambiguously, chewing the fruit as he walked up the stairs. The side effects of the drugs had ended, and his thoughts became active again. Sin, Zan, Filosi, Mansa, Belen, Sana, Modohi. Bizarre. Who are they really targeting? This gray lady is indeed interesting. Although everyone was communicating in Narya, the accents were hard to avoid. Cloxy, the Grey Duke, had the purest accent, but it was too proper, just like the Pharaoh language they used when they first met. Dan was taciturn. Xian's accent leaned slightly towards Pharaoh. Munsa's accent was neutral. Belen's accent had a hint of Pharaoh flavor. Moro's was a knight of the Pharaoh royal guard, and apparently the captain, so his accent naturally carried some Pharaoh characteristics. As for Sana, let us just remove this kid from the list of suspects. The sea ghost's accent was flawless, more authentic than Moro's, who had lived in Narya for 10 years, but his eyes were bluish-gray. This was a characteristic of Pharaoh people. If he were Narya, his eye color would lean towards light blue or icy blue, not dull bluish-gray. While pondering, Fang Ye arrived on deck. The sky was not much different from night. Ordinary people still couldn't see their fingers in front of them, but the temperature had risen, and there were no more ice particles falling, just heavy rain that could easily soak clothes. Cloxy had already raised a barrier. The wind elements here were inexhaustible, allowing him to maintain his sensory perception without being disturbed by the strong winds and heavy rains. However, he couldn't concentrate all his attention on maintaining the barrier. More importantly, he needed to precisely control the navigation route. Fang Ye wiped the rainwater off his face and quickly squeezed into Cloxy's barrier. Just as he got closer, he suddenly remembered something interesting. Cloxy is a magician? No, a mage shouldn't give him a sense of crisis when close. Almost forgot how it felt when he kidnapped Cloxy, that prickling sensation on his back. He is indeed a mage, but he might be more than just a mage. It seems the Grey Duke has quite a secret. How was your rest? Cloxy asked without turning his head, his prolonged high concentration causing some blood vessels to spread in his eyes, and his face had an unusual flush. Not bad. Fang Ye licked his gums, his gaze directed at the not-so-distant storm in the Black Egret Sea. Can you tell me about the Black Egret Sea? Whether Cloxy was a target of bizarre attacks was unknown, but as a seasoned explorer of the Black Egret Sea, he must know many secrets that Fang Ye was unaware of, and maybe one of those could connect the disjointed clues into a main thread. You know nothing at all? Then why are you here in the Black Egret Sea? Cloxy was somewhat surprised at Fang Ye's words. Fang Ye did not hide his ignorance about the Black Egret Sea. I only know that the Black Egret Sea has mermaids, sea gods, tridents, holler, and a lost ancient city. But what the mermaid looks like, why it was pinned under the Black Egret Sea by the sea god's trident, how big holler is, how many people there are, what in the lost ancient city. I don't know any of that. I'm one of the Black Egret Sea, and even I don't know what I'm searching for. Cloxy couldn't help but scratch his head. That really. I don't know whether to praise your courage or say you're not afraid of death. Don't you do your homework? Aren't we doing it now? Fang Ye finished the fruit and started gnawing on the jerky, which was tough, salty, and hard to chew. Only Fang Ye's strong teeth could handle it, while someone like Xian would take half a day to chew on a piece as thick as a finger. All right, then I'll tell you about it. Let us start with holler. Cloxy thought for a moment and decided to set aside the legends and talk about holler-related matters first. Pirate nations on the sea, holler. Calling it a maritime nation is not an exaggeration. In the central western part of the Black Egret Sea, there was originally a ship graveyard, where ships were torn to pieces by storms, either unfortunate or arrogant adventurers. These wrecks and fragments slowly gathered together, forming the ship graveyard. A few lucky ones survived among the wreckage, but could no longer leave the Black Egret Sea. They struggled to gather the loose ship graveyard together and search for food and fresh water in floating cargo boxes and barrels. Every day, there are more or less shipwrecks drifting close to this place, and they gradually piece together the wreckage using interweaving ropes. Cloxy loudly recounts the origin of holler, while Fang Ye listens silently. To prevent their bodies from rotting in the water, they have constructed a foothold from the shipwrecks. The Black Heron Sea has always been cruel, and this fragile foothold has shattered more than once. But their will to survive is harder than steel. They have stubbornly endured through one storm after another, and, eventually, they waited for a relatively intact ship to cross the Black Heron Sea, and by fate's arrangement, it happened to meet them. It was a pirate ship, captained by the legend of the sea, Mogul Haller. Indeed, Haller is what he truly established. This former pirate, to evade the pursuit of the Pharaoh Navy fleet, forcibly broke through the storm during the stormy season. When he arrived at this ship graveyard, he was inspired. Thus, Mogul Haller had his men help these few lucky ones repair the ship graveyard, creating a platform that was stronger than before, with nails and anchor ropes. The subsequent story is about a man who knows the sea like the back of his hand, constantly entering and exiting the Black Heron Sea, gathering his scattered men from the Pharaoh Navy, purchasing supplies, and acquiring ships, making the ship graveyard larger and larger. 3 years later, the prototype of Haller had emerged, with hundreds of steel-clad, empty ships interspersed among the floating platforms, wooden boards nailed securely together with steel nails, giving birth to a small seaside town that could accommodate thousands of people to move freely. Mogul Haller also gained increasing fame by discovering 7 routes across the Black Heron Sea. He announced the existence of Haller to all pirates, outlaws, and adventurers, listing the rules belonging to Haller, and soon, Haller became a coveted lawless land. Initially, to attract population, Mogul Haller personally took on the role of ferrying ships, but later he entrusted this work to his trusted subordinates. Eventually, Haller, a refuge not governed by any nation, became the only sanctuary where adventurers could rest in the Black Heron Sea and no longer needed to actively recruit. People flocked to it. Clashy turned to Fang Ye. This is the origin of Haller. Today, Haller has grown to an unimaginable scale, covering an area no less than an industrial city, with nearly 100,000 people living there. Nearly 20 years have passed, and thousands of new lives have grown up there. Some people fear this sea kingdom that has sheltered countless thugs, but in my view, it is a symbol of humanity conquering this ocean. Indeed, Fang Ye felt a slight stirring in his heart when new lives are born and grow up in Haller. It symbolizes the indomitable human spirit that ultimately overcomes this hellish sea. Will those who have sailed toward the endless world also, like Haller, conquer the rugged path to the future? Chapter 40 Ghost Ship Dead? Living? 6. 5 Revision. Time. 21:37. 33 Fang Ye released his wrist, his right hand flicking a short blade, his gaze fixed on the enormous wind curtain ahead that seemed to separate the world. The towering waves, dozens of meters high, were a common sight, while lightning struck the sea, sometimes piercing through the giant waves, shattering them like a divine spear of judgment. Xin and Dan had to cling to the mast to avoid being thrown off, and the others were not faring any better, each supporting themselves against the edges of the ship to stabilize their bodies. All of this was caused by the Black Heron Sea storm that was about to subside. It was hard to imagine the terrifying scene one would face when entering the Black Heron Sea during its peak storm period. However, Fang Ye's attention was not on the hellish scene before him. He had learned about Haller from Clashy, who had also informed him of many of Haller's rules. But Clashy had never mentioned anything about Lucerne. In his pocket was a ring made from a fragment of the spine of the black mage Lucerne, gifted by Morois. According to Morois, this was the top-level pass for Haller, which meant there was an important connection between Lucerne and Haller. Yet, whether it was the origin of Haller, its development, or its rules and special decrees, Lucerne had not been mentioned. Was it ignorance, or... Additionally, the Black Heron Sea had a plethora of strange occurrences, but these anomalies rarely left the center of the Black Heron Sea until the slate was brought to Lucasport. If the slate was the target of these anomalies, then the lost ancient city possessing the slate seemed even more special. In the Legends of the Sea Demon Boza, there was no detailed description of the lost ancient city, only that it was pierced by a trident and nailed above the lost ancient city. Strange, lost ancient city. See Demon Boza, Sea God. Fang Ye vaguely grasped a thread, and the fragmented clues finally showed signs of connecting. But he still felt that a crucial link was missing. If only they could capture Camber in Lucasport, perhaps they could find the key to connecting the clues. It's coming? At that moment, Fang Ye's heart stirred, and he turned to look into the dark expanse ahead. The downpour, the waves, and countless disturbances in the darkness interfered with his perception, but in the next moment, a thunderbolt struck the sea surface above him, illuminating Fang Ye's vision with a pale light. "Hey, ship!" In silence, Xin struggled to squeeze out a few words. What is that? The ship was too bizarre. Pitch black all over, and when illuminated by the lightning, Fang Ye saw the terrifying cracks on its surface. It should have been shattered into pieces. Yet something had forcibly pieced it back together. Something seemed to be writhing within those cracks, and as it approached, a faint wailing sound slowly emerged. The ship's surface was covered with dense scratches, as if clawed by fingernails, and the bottom of the ship was completely destroyed, with some dark liquid oozing out from within. Xin did not have Fang Ye's sensitivity to similar beings, but the problems with this ship were blatantly obvious. I don't know. Closhi rarely admitted to not knowing about the sea. It has never appeared before. No one has ever seen such a thing in the Black Heron Sea. No. Perhaps someone has seen it. Closhi stared ahead. After the lightning faded, the world was once again shrouded in darkness. And that ship continued to approach silently. Closhi didn't need to finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. The reason no one had mentioned the ship was simply that those who had seen it were all dead. 100 meters away, very close. "See, Zhang," Closhi shouted. "Blast it! Can the extraordinary factor threaten it?" Fang Ye held his breath and focused, staring at the silhouette in the darkness. He had finally encountered another incorporeal anomaly. Not all anomalies had a physical form. Some were spiritual entities or existed in even more peculiar forms. Fang Ye had faced a spiritual entity anomaly before, which could not be directly observed with the naked eye, and its attacks would directly affect the mind. The Jin warrior squad, already mentally disturbed due to pollution and slaughter, was as vulnerable as infants in front of it. Fang Ye did not directly endure the attack from that anomaly, but he witnessed his teammates inexplicably turning into irrational polluters throughout the process, completely helpless. In the end, that anomaly was not resolved either. Humans selected 200 death row inmates, attracted the mindless spiritual entity anomaly to attach itself, and then sent them along with the anomaly into the endless deep space aboard a ship with a predetermined route. What about now? Would this ghost ship, seemingly sailing on the surface, yet having no contact with the seawater, be interfered with by extraordinary factors and have its golden body broken? Thunder rumbled again, striking the sea area in front of the Gray Lady, causing white foam to boil, and a large number of spilling arcs could even be felt on the Gray Lady. The humidity in the air facilitated electrical conduction, but fortunately, Xin and Dan were able to disperse and reuse these lightning elements. There was an effect, but no substantial damage. It seemed that the extraordinary factors of the mage path could not cause much interference with the ghost ship. Fang Ye felt somewhat disappointed and puzzled. He had learned some characteristics of mages from Xin and Closhi. Relying on mental power to drive elements meant the two could interact. However, the elements failed to cause substantial damage to the ghost ship. Why was that? If mental power was also an extraordinary factor, could it be that there are level differences among extraordinary factors? The information on the extraordinary in the Light Federation's beacon was incomplete. Now it depended on whether there was more relevant information in the special beacon of the Luna Gene. Let's bypass it. Spells can only affect its speed of advance and cannot cause substantial damage. Closhi also realized the tricky nature of that ghost ship, quickly turning the helm to steer the Gray Lady away from the ghost ship. Although the safe passage was narrow, it was still more than 200 meters wide. As long as they passed each other at a distance of 100 meters, it was achievable. Amidst the rampant thunder, the ghost ship's speed significantly slowed. The Gray Lady veered off course in the turbulence and quickly moved away from the ghost ship, about to separate from that bizarre vessel. Fang Ye gripped the ship's edge, enduring the blinding lightning as he stared intently at the ghost ship. The sense of crisis not only did not diminish but intensified. Even though it seemed to be moving slowly, he couldn't reach it at all. Suddenly, Fang Ye's pupils constricted slightly as the darkness beneath the lightning abruptly vanished. Where did it go? Ahead. Fang Ye's heart tightened, and he turned to look at the ghost ship that had appeared 10 meters directly in front of the Gray Lady. So close, the enormous gaping maw of the abyss split open from the ship's bow, and black, slime-like pollution stretched out in threads. The lightning could not illuminate the massive crack's interior, and as the two were about to make contact, elongated arms, stitched together from countless deformed, thin human hands, reached out, wrapping around the Gray Lady. These arms continuously secreted filth, dripping onto the Gray Lady before quickly dissipating. But soon Fang Ye sensed something was wrong. The Gray Lady was being assimilated? No. That pollution was a derivative of the anomaly's spiritual entity. It was trying to incorporate the Gray Lady into its spiritual domain. Once successful, attacks from the anomaly would come from all directions, endlessly. If they did not erase the ghost ship on a spiritual level, they would be trapped here, constantly enduring spiritual pollution until they became its nourishment and tools. Fang Ye sensed the weak energy within him that he could not fully control and felt once again the frustration of being powerless. After a brief moment of shock, Xin and Dan quickly adjusted the spell as target, calling down rolling thunder in an attempt to create a barrier around the Gray Lady to resist the attack. However, those arms slowly but steadily spread out in the lightning strikes, and it looked like they were about to grab the entire Gray Lady. Clashy became anxious. This sea rogue, who loved his ship more than women, had a fierce expression as he drew a rusty broken sword from his lower back. The intense malevolence emanating from that sword caught Fang Ye's attention. Malevolence is a kind of idealistic aura, and Fang Ye had it too, though not very prominently. In contrast, his fallen comrades who had succumbed to slaughter exhibited it more clearly. But for a lifeless object to emit such malevolence, there wasn't time to delve deeper. Fang Ye took out a pill and swallowed 5 in one go. The damage to his spiritual body affected his mind, and since he currently had no means to attack, he could only buy time on the defensive. If it really came to it, he could only awaken his true form and confront the ghost ship in a fallen state. The sea demon's combat power was maximized in the water. At this moment, his fighting ability on the ship was greatly reduced. Xin and Dan were exhausting all their strength to maintain the magic array, but it couldn't interfere with the ghost ship. Perhaps even Nianhua and Burin were at a loss against it. Clashy, holding the broken sword, approached the edge of the ship and swung the sword at those arms. To Fang Ye's astonishment, the broken sword actually struck the intangible spiritual arms. No, it seemed that it wasn't the blade itself that hurt it. Malevolence. Fang Ye felt like he was grasping something important, but it was still just out of reach. Just then, a chill ran through him, and he instinctively leaped back. Unfortunately, the Gray Lady had just been lifted by a wave and was now crashing down from the air. Fang Ye was thrown off, and with no leverage in midair, he could only watch helplessly as he flew out of the Gray Lady's deck range. This was bad. Outside was a lightning storm. Fang Ye's pupils contracted as he suddenly remembered that Xin and Dan were still maintaining the magic array. With a lightning strike of that magnitude, even if his physique were doubled, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the midst of this crisis, Fang Ye set aside his fears and principles. His dormant, true form stirred restlessly, and a surge of embers spread from the depths of his pupils. But just as he was about to enter his fallen state, a chain flew in and wrapped around his right ankle. Fang Ye hesitated for a moment, and the restless, true form inside him calmed down, allowing Nianhua to pull him back. Was Zhongshe not going to make a move? Fang Ye wondered as he grabbed the flagpole, steadying himself while calling out. He was waiting. Nianhua shouted amidst the storm. Now we have to think of a way ourselves. Just as Fang Ye was about to say something, he saw Munsao walking out from the cabin. Aren't you going to stay in the cabin? What use is that? Once pulled into its spiritual domain, it will be everywhere. Being with you is definitely safer than being alone, right? Munsao's tone was cold. Fang Ye looked deeply at Munsao. This woman knew about the ghost ship, or rather, she possessed some extraordinary knowledge of spiritual power, but the current situation did not allow him to investigate further. Fang Ye refocused on the opponent that had appeared. It was a body of a crew member, devoid of facial features, only a writhing mass of pollution. It was also a spiritual entity. This was the one that had suddenly attacked Fang Ye before. At this moment, half of the Gray Lady's hull had already been swallowed by the ghost ship's opening, and the light from the ship's bow could not penetrate the darkness within the ghost ship. Light was confined to the deck. Strange spiritual entities peeled away from the darkness, falling onto the Gray Lady's deck and scrambling toward Fang Ye and the others. Fang Ye's face was as calm as water, yet he did not dare to rush forward. Clashy was also being forced back by the continuous onslaught of ghostly crew members, gathering with Xin, Dan, and the Sea Demon. Among so many people, only Clashy had the ability to kill the ghost crew. The impact of the Sea Demon on the ghost crew was no different from that of Xin and Dan on the ghost ship. Are you not going to join the fight? Munsa glanced at Fang Ye. Its total amount of spiritual power is limited, and the spiritual entities it differentiates will also reduce its power when killed. Even if you can't cause actual harm, you can assist Klashi and let him be the main attacker. Fang Ye was silent for a moment before replying. I'm just a beginner chi practitioner. I rely purely on brute strength in fights. This time, it was Munsa's turn to be taken aback. You. Her featureless face couldn't help but show a moment of distraction. My chi has just been condensed. I can't even apply it practically, and I can't touch spiritual entities. Going up would only complicate things. If I lose control, everyone will be finished even faster. Fang Ye was not wrong. If he truly lost control, he would either kill everyone on the ship in his normal state or awaken his true form and in his fallen state. Take everyone on the ship along with the ghost ship. If Zhang Sun didn't make a move, Fang Ye was self-aware enough to know that in a situation where he couldn't help, he should just take care of himself and not drag others down. Munsa glanced at Fang Ye with disappointment. You're not as useful as Burns said. Hey, have some self-awareness when living under someone else's roof. Nianhua interjected unhappily. Maybe. But in fact, this trip to the Black Egret Sea shouldn't be this bumpy. Fang Ye replied evasively. He turned to look at Klashi and the sea demon, who were retreating step by step, and then at the ghost ship's opening that had already reached overhead. His thoughts, however, drifted in confusion. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a ghost crew member's body. After examining it for a moment, his expression gradually changed. That was this body type. It can't be wrong, I've killed him. Fang Ye almost instantly recalled that on the first night at Lucas Harbor, he had searched house by house for polluters to slay, and one of those polluters had the exact same body type as the ghost crew member before him. Height, body shape, clothing, bone size. What was this all about? More and more ghost crew members matched the polluters Fang Ye had killed that night. Fang Ye had never seen anything like this in his life, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Chapter 41. Breaking Through the Storm, 6. 7 Revision. On the ghost ship, inside Lucasport. Living dead? Fang Ye didn't know. He had already found a considerable number of individuals among the ghost crew that could match the polluters of Lucasport. However, the current situation did not allow him to continue investigating these matters. The ghost ship had finally swallowed the Gray Lady whole. At this moment, apart from the ship's pitching and the battering of the wind and rain, they could no longer observe the outside world. Light, sound, all disappeared. The sensation of his body was rapidly diminishing, and just as Fang Ye's awareness of the external environment was about to reach zero, lava-like patterns flooded his pupils. The monster sleeping deep within him stirred restlessly, as long as he released the last bit of restraint. A strange being carrying a powerful divinity would descend and tear the ghost ship apart, devouring it. Yet, he still did not loosen his grip on the reins, only attempting to manifest a small amount of his true form in a semi-activated state. Whether it was the true form or the normal state, it was still himself. Why couldn't he perfect the control? Fang Ye had never given up on the idea of perfectly mastering his true form, fearing degradation but unwavering in his desire to conquer. Suddenly, the bones of his 10 fingers on his right hand grew. The cracking sound of deforming bones echoed, and sharp claws measuring 30 centimeters emerged, clashing awkwardly with the other fingers. Next, Fang Ye's entire right hand became grotesque and terrifying, with fingers of varying lengths, a palm uneven in texture. And due to irregular changes, it even crushed its original bone structure, tearing through blood vessels and flesh. The mutation spread throughout his body. Half an hour later, Fang Ye exhaled a breath of turbid air, releasing a cloud of floating ashes. The veins on his neck had turned a faint black red, and every drop of flowing blood contained the aura of destruction. He still couldn't master his true form. His body was now a tangled mess, and his exterior was not much better. Large patches of flesh rotting, blood mixed with black-red patterns dripping down, enough to turn the coat that could withstand ordinary firearms to ashes inch by inch, the traces of incineration spreading like a snake. Fang Ye had no choice but to tear apart the coat first, discarding the equipment hidden inside, and felt somewhat uneasy watching his pants also disintegrate inch by inch. He couldn't always run around naked. He had to find a way to get a set of clothes that wouldn't be destroyed. However, his current state was unexpectedly good. Although his body was a mess, The first attempt to master his true form had not completely failed. Fang Ye could feel the strength of his physique at this moment. His senses were no longer obscured, nor were they limited by the light of the Black Heron Sea. After clearly seeing the scene before him, he felt a momentary daze. At this moment, the sea ghost was dead. The instant darkness descended. Several ghost crew members rushed into his body, and because there were too many, one or two couldn't squeeze in, leaving half their bodies hanging outside. The sea ghost lay on the ground, its face twisted, but its eyes were hollow. Its consciousness had vanished. Xin was dead. She had encountered an attack from the ghost crew, her body stiffened, thrown out in a failed attempt, and she didn't know where she crashed, her neck already broken. Dan was not dead, but he was close. The mage's mental strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, yet it could not reach the level of a ghost ship. A dozen ghost crew members were surrounding him, tearing at something on his body. The Grey Duke was not dead. He was frantically swinging a broken sword of unknown origin. Although his senses were sealed, he was still managing to wield the sword without a hitch for the moment. Munsa was well protected by Burin. His aura seemed to possess a killing power stronger than that of the New Year paintings against these ghost crew members. Moroas was still hiding inside the cabin. It seemed no crew members were attacking him. Fang Ye suddenly realized that he was like a transparent person at this moment. The ghost crew had no intention of approaching him, and even the New Year painting standing beside him was not attacked. To verify this, Fang Ye took 2 steps forward, approaching the sea ghost's corpse, and the monsters rummaging inside the sea ghost's body retreated as if encountering a cat, scattering to the sides around Fang Ye. Wherever he moved, the ghost crew would retreat in that direction. Was it because of the suppression from the higher bazaar? Fang Ye pondered, catching sight of 2 ghost crew members of the same size as the sea ghost suddenly emerging from the darkness of the ghost ship. He was certain that the polluters of Lucasport had actually all died on the ghost ship. If the adventure ship that Camber took truly met a fate of no survivors, then what kind of beings returned on that ship? And what about the only survivor, Camber himself? Camber bore no aura of his kind. Could it be that someone was impersonating him? If it was an impersonation, the entire crew of the adventurer ship would have died here before entering the Black Heron Sea, and the records would likely not have been salvaged from the Black Heron Sea. But if it wasn't an impersonation, some aspects of the situation didn't make sense. Just the presence of Cambert's companions here was enough to give one a headache. After thinking for a while and failing to make sense of it, Fang Ye decided not to waste any more time. The next voyage still required Closhi at the helm, and he could not die, no matter what. Fang Ye looked up at the spiritual realm of the ghost ship, then glanced at his still bleeding arm and made an attempt. He flicked a drop of his blood towards a ghost crew member. The ghost crew member had no time to dodge and was pierced through by the drop of blood. In an instant, its pitch-black body began to disintegrate at an incredible speed. With the divine nature of the Ash Lord's source blood and the corruption characteristic of the ruined monarch, indeed, he could now inflict damage on spiritual entities. Fang Ye slightly crouched to gather strength, then suddenly leaped up, lunging towards the intangible body of the ghost ship, his 5 fingers spread wide and with blood-covered hands. He swiped forward. There was no physical sensation, but the bloodied palm and the hidden properties within the splattered blood instantly caused the ghost ship, as dark as ink, to steam with a cloud of black ash. Severely injured, the spiritual realm created by the ghost ship immediately began to collapse on a large scale. Unable to perfectly isolate human senses, Fang Ye wildly flailed in midair, the splattered blood more terrifying than sulfuric acid, and the ghost ship experienced a massive loss of spiritual power, becoming much more transparent. Before more blood could make contact, the ghost ship vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already passed the Grey Lady and was sailing towards the other side of the storm, seeking profit and avoiding harm. Does it possess some wisdom? In midair, Fang Ye took one last look into the distance before plunging into the sea, immediately causing a burst of white mist to erupt beneath the surface, as if boiling. A few breaths later, Fang Ye, having shed his pseudo-declined state, burst out of the water, grabbing hold of the Grey Lady's deck. When he returned to the ship, everyone cast him ambiguous looks, except for Zhong's son. Fang Ye had no intention of explaining, taking advantage of the poor lighting of the Black Heron Sea to slip into the cabin, avoiding the bodies of the unfortunate dead sailors, and casually found a sailor's outfit that fit him reasonably well and put it on. After returning to the deck, Fang Ye looked at Dan's condition. Unfortunately, he was still alive, but had gone stupid. Fang Ye did not question Zhang Sun about why he didn't take action, nor did he answer the New Year painting's inquiries. It truly had been a series of twists and turns, but fortunately, luck had favored him this time. The ghost ship sailing through the storm. The legendary adventure stories of the Grey Duke and the Grey Lady had gained another exciting chapter. Clashy did not feel sad about the death of his companions. He was not a cold-blooded man, but neither was he easily moved. Briefly lamenting his survival, he began to excitedly prepare to face new challenges. Fang Ye remained silent, carefully selecting his important equipment and wrapping it in oilcloth, then quietly gazing at the thunderstorm above. Black Egret Sea, I have returned. The wild laughter of the sea wanderer cannot be masked even by the thunder. Defying the raging winds and giant waves, the Grey Lady pressed forward towards the deadly abyss. I thought that when we met again, you would give me a different answer. The old man sat at his desk, his head full of white hair and a thick long beard, his eyelids slightly drooping, his light blue eyes occasionally glancing over the documents, signing them. The window beside the desk had its curtains drawn halfway, and the sunlight slanted in, casting mottled shadows on the old man, adding a sense of age to him. Opposite him sat another equally aged man, but with a more imposing demeanor. At the brink of life and death, if we can only focus our energy on one plan. Then making a decision and sticking to that goal is the most correct choice, isn't it? If we hesitate, we will achieve nothing. Even if this path may be wrong and could doom the entire Pharaoh, until I see the results, I will not pessimistically regard it as wrong. Just as you, Friend and Rhine, chose to blockade the high heaven, I will also choose the path I believe is right. Ferendin, Rhine 6, ruler of Narya, was currently having a secret meeting with the Pharaoh leader, Lumen Charlie. But the so-called right path you speak of has not gone untraveled. Although the history of that time is already fragmented, it is still possible to piece together some fragments. Where are they now? In the trench of the Black Egret Sea. At the bottom of that abyss, nailed by the sea god along with Bozai in the perilous terrain. Now Bozai is still alive. What about them? Ferendin shook his head slightly. Do not go to extremes. Lumen, you are a ruler, a leader. Your decisions will affect the lives of millions. Every step should be grounded. Do not betray the trust they have in you. So you're preparing for a slow death? Lumen chuckled, leaning back slightly in his chair, looking coldly at Ferendin. Is the situation at high heaven good now? How many more years can you hold on? Those monsters are endless. Are your soldiers endless too? Ferendin remained silent for a moment, shaking his head slightly. I am not avoiding making choices, but currently, no direction can guarantee success. Bearing the responsibility of the Narya leader, I cannot afford to make mistakes. Doing nothing can sometimes also be a mistake. Lumen sneered. The prophecy is already coming true, isn't it? Where did those ghosts in Lucius Port come from? The Black Egret Sea. And you, what are you still waiting for? Time is running out. By the time you make a decision, how much time will you have left to prepare? Listen. Lumen stood up, pressing his hands on the desk, looking coldly at Ferendin. The stone tablet prophesied the fall of the sea god and the arrival of the final judgment. Bozai's escape is imminent. There is no time for your indecision. 2 days from now, the Sky Fortress will head to the Black Egret Sea. This is your last chance. Give me an answer in 2 days. War or cooperation? Ferendin's eyes slowly narrowed. Making your own decision while still wanting to drag others down? I have no reason to share the consequences of a wrong choice with you. You should look at that beast in the far east, just as the War of Light shook the foundation of the Light God. War will bring you trouble and nothing else. Then let us see the outcome on the battlefield. Lumen said coldly, then quickly left. Ferendin remained silent, sitting at his desk, continuing to review documents. After a long while, a faint sigh was heard in the study. The Black Egret Sea has entered another calm period, but this time the calm seems a bit different. This time, the storm subsided much faster than before, which is good news. Clashy happily smoked, resting his hand on his brow as he watched the sunlight gradually revealing itself above. It was already afternoon, but in the gradually calming storm of the Black Egret Sea, it was like the rising sun. the distinct light and darkness in the dim world giving an epic sense of beauty. Fang Ye recalled the many twists and turns along the way and felt a different kind of emotion for a moment. Isn't it magnificent? I crossed the storm time and again just to see this scene. Every time the sunlight pierced through the clouds and gradually illuminated this dark land, I felt life was so beautiful. The New Year painting also had a piece of jerky in its mouth, staring blankly at the gradually growing light. The surging waves gradually turned into gentle ripples, and the soothing sound of the sea tide was carried by the sea breeze. Suddenly, a very faint call of seabirds came from afar, melodious and prolonged. Are there actually birds here? Fang Ye was surprised. Why can't there be birds here? Clashy laughed heartily. My friend, don't underestimate the resilience of life. They always find a place to roost. Perhaps they came from Holler, or they simply made nests on some shipwrecks. But in any case, they survived. This storm period ended faster than before. We can bask in the sun for a few more days, and the upcoming journey will be relatively safe. Of course, there will still be some minor troubles. As a no-man's land, we might encounter some pirates. We are not a merchant ship. They wouldn't mind robbing us. But would you care about these minor characters? Pirates, huh? Then I'll take my leave to rest first. Fang Ye unhesitatingly left Clashy at the helm and returned to the cabin. Chapter 42 Hallie, 6. 7 Revision. What will he do? After another day of sailing, the Gray Lady was not far from Hallie, and standing at the bow of the ship. One could see the marvel on the sea. At a glance, the deep blue-black water ended in a reddish-brown line, perfectly dividing the sky and the sea. Boats of all sizes were anchored around Hallie, with masts rising everywhere. This was the miracle of the Black Heron Sea, a pirate nation that remained steadfast even during storms. Leaving him in Hallie was already a great mercy. Going out to sea was risky, and choosing to gamble with the Pharaoh Navy during a storm naturally meant accepting one's fate. Clashy glanced back at Dan, who was sitting dumbly under the mast, and felt no emotion. Too many had died on this sea, and he was nothing special. Fang Ye nodded slightly, no longer concerned about Dan's fate. They had encountered strange waves last night, not many in number, and since there were only a few remaining suspicious targets, identifying the strange ones became very simple. In his observations, the anomalies pointed to the target of the attack, Munsa. Some things were clarified, while others remained unresolved. Fang Ye was not in a hurry to expose her. Instead, he hoped to talk to Burin. They were about to dock, and everyone would go about their own business. If anyone wanted to take my ship back, meet at the port 3 days later at the same time. As Clashy spoke, Hallie was already in sight. The foundation of Hallie was built rather carelessly. Overall, it resembled a child's block tower or a crumpled piece of paper that had been spread out again. Bumpy and uneven. Especially near the edges, it was basically just random planks nailed together. The central area was much more level. According to Clashy, the entire Hallie was initially rugged. But as more people arrived, some craftsmen who understood construction made adjustments to the core parts, shaving down protruding areas and filling in depressions with appropriately sized wooden blocks. Gradually, the central part of Hallie became flat enough that one would not risk stepping into gaps between the boards. Wooden buildings were then constructed on these platforms, with iron sheets at the joints, and to avoid the wind, most of these houses were cylindrical. Hallie was no smaller than an industrial city. If it weren't for the harsh environment, factories could even be set up here, finally on solid ground. At least here, it was stable. Nianhua jumped directly off the deck, patting her shoulders and stepping firmly on the thick wooden planks beneath her feet. She looked back at the endless ocean behind her and gently clicked her tongue. After this, she wouldn't want to see the sea for a long time. Moro has finally brought Sana out of the cabin. The little girl was severely seasick and dazed. Now, with Moro carefully supporting her, she stepped onto Hallie's planks. Her unsteady steps gradually normalizing, and her eyes began to shine. The aging knight unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Burin tried to support Munsa, but was coldly pushed away by her, and he could only nervously watch as she walked from the long plank to the platform before feeling relieved. Zhang Shi. Fang Ye looked at Zhang's son, who had been standing in the same spot for 3 days. Well, let us disembark. Zhang's son and Fang Ye left one after the other, leaving only a group of crew members and the foolish Dan on the ship. Let's go. First-time visitors to Hallie. I'll take you to the tavern. Clashy lit a cigarette and happily walked ahead. The others exchanged glances and chose to follow. The tavern was an interesting place, in an era where news spread slowly. Taverns and tea houses were where one could gather a lot of information, whether hearsay or fact. Ordering a drink and sitting in a corner for a day could yield all sorts of truths and lies. Fang Ye was interested in many topics, especially as the Black Heron Sea was very lively recently. The lost ancient city should be a hot topic, and listening might yield some unexpected gains. Fang Ye stepped on the uneven wooden planks, following Clashy deeper into Hallie, observing the people and things around him. Due to years of drifting at sea, and the disproportionate ratio of stormy to calm periods, there was a lack of vegetables and fruits here, or rather, they were sold at a high price. The makeshift vegetable market, not far from the port, was mostly seafood, with a large quantity of cured meats, and vegetables and fruits made up a very small proportion. In such an environment, many of the true residents of Hallie had abnormally pale skin, and coupled with poor lighting conditions, their bodies were in a subhealthy state. Yet, despite their frail bodies, the eyes of these subhealthy residents were strikingly bright. Their weakness did not affect their spirit. This was because most of them were desperate outlaws. Clashy spoke of Hallie with heartfelt respect every time, but this did not prevent him from disliking its customs and culture. Children born here had a naturally weak moral compass. You absolutely could not get drunk here, nor could you trust those smiling little devils. Hallie had its own unwritten rules. But the laws of Hallie were set by a group of pirates and outlaws. A land of hardship only nurtured fierce wolves, and wolves eat people. Fang Ye also saw children born here, their skin rough, their faces pale, and their smiles carrying a wild, untamable quality. As they exited the port and arrived at the central area of Hallie, a few boys and girls were playing and ran past him, one of whom accidentally bumped into Fang Ye and politely apologized in Pharaoh. However, when he tried to dodge Fang Ye and continue running, Fang Ye reached out and pressed down on his head. Young as he was, the boy had already mastered the art of thievery. Fang Ye initially did not intend to cause a scene. He just wanted to retrieve the gold bar in his pocket. However, before he could speak, the little rascal suddenly pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it fiercely toward Fang Ye's spleen. He knows where to stab. Fang Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The boy looked only about 12 or 13, and he stabbed with such decisiveness and precision, even knowing the vital points of the human body. It had to be said that the influence of his upbringing was indeed significant. Unfortunately, the thin sailor's rough clothing was easily pierced by the sharp dagger, yet it failed to go any further. The boy's full-force stab felt like hitting an iron plate, and the tip of the dagger shattered with a crack. Fang Ye's tense abdominal muscles relaxed slightly as he pressed the boy's head with his left hand and extended 3 fingers of his right hand, pinching the dagger in between. With a slight force of his middle finger, the dagger was easily snapped. If you don't want to get hit, return what you took. Fang Ye spread his right hand in front of the boy while casting a glance at a few other little rascals who were preparing to return and support their companion. He did not want to hit a child, but if these little rascals were itching for trouble, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. In the end, Fang Ye retrieved his gold bar and let the crooked little boy go. Everyone is born a blank slate. Not every bad person is born that way. The source of the error lies with those who color that blank slate. Clashy silently watched everything, his gaze on Fang Ye's back carrying an inscrutable depth. Fang Ye sensed the gaze behind him and felt equally lively within. The few people, each pondering their thoughts, arrived in front of the tavern. Before they even entered, they could hear the noise inside, boasting and chatting, greeting female relatives, with coarse language that made a few women frown. Moro has even covered Sana's ears, casting an unhappy glance at the interior of the tavern. This is probably one of the few large buildings in Holler that can accommodate 200 people. Overhead, lighting tracks hang down, casting a warm orange glow that creates a rich atmosphere. The pungent smell of alcohol mixed with sweat forms an indescribably strange scent, quite intoxicating. The tables inside are all curved long tables, arranged neatly like a giant ring, with a second ring a few meters away, larger rings surrounding smaller ones, all leading to a circular bar and wine rack at the center, where a voluptuous and revealingly dressed landlady is flirting with several men whose faces are flushed from drinking. It can't be considered flirtation, as the landlady appears seductive, but is actually just selling drinks, remaining sober throughout. Many unfamiliar faces. What would you like? Grey Duke. The landlady leans forward, her ample bosom resting on the counter, extremely enticing, as she smiles at the group and finally locked her gaze on Closhy, her voice dripping with allure. Just anything. Closhy steps up to the counter, presses a gold coin down, glances at the heavy bosom, then lifts his eyes to meet the landlady's gaze, stating that he LL drink here. Hee, of course, good-looking and wealthy people have privileges. And those who are both good-looking and wealthy have even more privileges. Do you prefer light or strong flavors? The landlady's smile grows more charming as she reaches for a gold bar, her fingers lightly scratching Closhy's hand. Fang Ye, however, does not pay attention to the flirtation between Closhy and the landlady, instead concentrating on discerning the various conversations around him, sifting through crude language and boastful chatter to extract the information he needs. Just anything. Something with lower alcohol content. Give her some water. Burin pulls out a chair and sits down, while Munsa takes a seat beside her. With someone leading, the others follow suit and sit down as well. Nianhua sits next to Fang Ye, ignoring the lewd glances from around them, propping his chin up with one hand. I want something strong. Same. Munsa follows closely behind. Fang Ye turns to look. Nianhua slightly tilts his chin. You still want to drink in this situation? Aren't you afraid of dying? None of your business. Fang Ye expressionlessly shifts his gaze away, indifferent to living or dying. If he brings trouble upon himself, so be it. The landlady laughs heartily, her chest shaking slightly, causing the men who are just flirting with her to widen their eyes in surprise. However, the landlady continues to engage with Closhy and Fang Ye, which gradually irritates the men, especially Burin. The contrast between Fang Ye's distracted demeanor and their intense focus on the landlady only fuels their frustration. Finally, one man slaps Burin. Fang Ye's shoulder hard, evidently intending to nudge Fang Ye to be more perceptive. He had originally meant to slap Burin's shoulder, but for some reason, his hand landed on Fang Ye's shoulder instead. The crowd displays amused expressions, particularly the somewhat mischievous Closhy, who has begun whispering to the landlady while pointing at Fang Ye. Fang Ye looks at the hand on his shoulder, his brows slowly raising. This scene, does it seem a bit familiar? Are drunks not very bright? Fang Ye glances sideways, feeling as if he had just done this problem not long ago. The last time someone grabbed his shoulder, that drunk had handed him a ticket for the Grey Lady. Will these drunks have any unexpected rewards this time? While pondering, Fang Ye reaches out and grips the man's arm, his fingers swiftly closing around it, and in the calmness of his gaze and the drunk's terrified eyes, the arm bone is crushed. Wiping the bloody hand on the drunk, Fang Ye looks at the pain-stricken man and smiles slightly. Shut your mouth if you dare to scream. Next time I'll crush your skull. I don't know where this guy gets his confidence. Even at the bottom of the food chain, he is still so arrogant, being among the lowest in this tavern. Or does he think I'm an unfamiliar face and easy to bully? Indeed, brains aren't functioning well. After the storm period just stopped for a day, anyone appearing in Holler is someone who forcefully broke through the storm. And staying out of each other's way is the normal choice. Where do you want to go? Sit down. I have some questions for you. Fang Ye's gaze shifts to the other guys who are sensing trouble and wanting to flee. Reluctantly, the few drunks who have been startled into sobriety obediently sit on their stools, cursing the first man who acted. The landlady remains unfazed by the bloody scene unfolding, lazily resting her chin on her hand, while her left hand takes a cloth to wipe away the blood that splattered on the counter when Fang Ye crushed the drunk's arm. Speaking softly, you can ask me any questions too. I've been here for quite a few years, and if I say so myself, I'm quite well informed. Who knows? Maybe what you want to know is something I happen to know. Well then, thank you. The first question, what do you know about the ghost ship in the Black Heron Sea Storm? Fang Ye's gaze locks onto the expressions of the drunks and the landlady, listening to the changes in their heartbeats and breaths. Nianhua and Burin are now alert. However, the drunks look blank and clueless, while the landlady surprises him. Ghost ship, an unfamiliar term, but from your description, you must be asking about the Shadow of Desire, right? The landlady raises her eyebrows slightly, looking reminiscent. Not many people know about that. It was several years ago when I had just settled in Holler for a little over a year. A man named Luxino came here for a drink, and he was with a woman from Guhua named Ren Lianxiu. They mentioned that the shadows of desire in the storm shouldn't appear. I was quite curious and asked them what the shadows of desire were. That man Luxino said they were alternative demons born from mistakes, imprisoned in an ancient city, and should not appear. However, he wasn't interested in explaining much to me and left after finishing his drink. Your description is somewhat similar to what he mentioned about the shadows of desire. Although I don't know if you're referring to the same thing. That's all I know. The landlady shrugs. In fact, aside from Luxino and you, I've never heard anyone mention there is something in the storm. There were indeed some people who broke through the storm into the Black Heron Sea during the storm period. But I have only heard this notion from the two of you. Fang Ye ponders for a moment. He can roughly confirm that the shadows of desire and the ghost ship are the same thing. Do you know where Luxino and Renlianshio went afterward? Fang Ye really wants to find these two people, as they seem to know many secrets unknown to ordinary folks. I don't know, although I'm quite curious about them. They never returned after that outing. The landlady expresses some regret. Perhaps they died at sea? Chapter 43. Holler. The Living Dead, 6, 9 revision. Luxino, Renlianshio. The Shadow of Desire. As expected, the secret of the Black Heron Sea is not unknown to everyone, but unfortunately, the answer is only in the hands of a very few. However, Nianhua quietly kicked Fang Ye and whispered, since I left Guhua all these years. I heard that a female minister has been promoted in the court. Her name is Renlianshio. Fang Ye nodded slightly, but his heart felt increasingly clouded with suspicion. The second question, do you know the name Loose Line? Fang Ye set aside the ghost ship and the shadow of desire and inquired about another matter of concern. The Black Mage Loose Line, her spine ring, is the top-level pass for Holler. Yet Closhi has never mentioned this. How interesting. A loose line? The landlady was taken aback for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. To be frank, as the former saintess who betrayed the Church of Divine Grace and one of the initial spiritual leaders of the resistance, she should still be quite reputable. Didn't you know? The one speaking was Morohis, who was whispering to Sana, feeling the curious gazes of others. Fang Ye did not show any significant change in expression. Isn't it strange that I don't know? I don't even have much knowledge related to the War of Light in my memories. Loose Line is a saintess of the Church of Divine Grace? Or a spiritual leader of the resistance? Could it be that Holler is the stronghold of the resistance? No, that's not right. Burin's previous statements had differences in sequence. The resistance only became interested in the Black Heron Sea after the board appeared, and when Holler emerged. The resistance had no signs at all. Moreover, the spine ring of Loose Line as a pass seems to also not directly prove Holler's attitude towards Loose Line. It's not unheard of to use the body parts of enemies as symbols of identity. What does Holler think of Loose Line? Fang Ye pondered how significant this ring really is, and if possible, he wanted to leverage Holler's power to access the lost ancient city. During the previous voyage, Fang Ye confirmed the location of the beacon, which is not in Holler, but slightly south of the center of the Black Heron Sea, a position that roughly matches the legendary Boza, the lost ancient city. Fang Ye never believed in coincidences. With the current mix of characters, the mastermind behind the Liden monster hunters is still unclear. The resistance has intentions towards the lost ancient city, and the Pharaoh warships blocking the way also indicate their attitude towards the ancient city. Additionally, according to Luxino, the shadow of desire is an anomaly imprisoned in the lost ancient city, coupled with the large amounts of board emerging from the ancient city that attract anomalies. It basically confirms that the lost ancient city is no different from the abyss in reality, filled with anomalies. And the widely known Boza, it truly is challenging to obtain this beacon. What does Loose Line mean to Holler? This is not a common question. In fact, as far as I know, Mogo Holler and his confidants, which are essentially Holler's management, still respect Loose Line. After all, this saintess defamed by the Church of Divine Grace has broken free from the shackles of faith and is truly opposed to the war and the ideological confinement of the Church of Divine Grace. One should know that she is a powerful figure within the Church, second only to the Pope and the High Priest, a beneficiary of interests. The landlady's words clearly show her fondness for Loose Line. What ultimately happened to Loose Line? Fang Ye was somewhat puzzled. Who was it that polished Loose Line's spine fragments into a ring? And what was the purpose? The landlady shook her head, glanced at Nianhua, who had already finished 2 bottles of strong liquor, reached out to get her another new bottle, and said, As for the result, it is said that the Church of Divine Grace hanged her in the bright square of Leden. Fang Ye's right hand was in his pocket, rubbing the ring, lost in thought. Seeing this, the landlady did not say much, resting her chin with a smile, while the few quiet drunks nearby dared not even breathe, fearing to draw Fang Ye's attention. Just as Fang Ye was contemplating whether to privately ask Morohis about the ring, he sensed someone approaching, turned slightly, and soon, a delicate and graceful figure entered his view. A woman dressed in a black long dress walked in from the cabin door, her features beautiful, her figure exquisite, and her phoenix eyes carried an alluring charm. Her hairstyle was simple and neat, her features delicate and picturesque, making Fang Ye involuntarily amazed. Not to mention the few nearby drunks who looked at her pretty face, their Adam's apples instinctively bobbing. "Hello." The woman slightly bent her body, standing behind everyone, surveying them with an assessing but polite gaze. Burin's gaze paused on the woman's emerald green eyes for a moment, and he nodded in greeting. "Hello. May I ask if there is something?" The woman smiled slightly, her voice pleasant, and said, "My name is Mia. I am Lord Haller's personal attendant, summoned by his order to bring you." Hearing this, Fang Ye couldn't help but be puzzled. Lord Haller? It should refer to Mogo Haller, the builder of Haller, the pirate king, and the ruler of the sea country. Why would he summon them? Quite strange. However, he didn't think too deeply about it, as he felt no malice for Mia. Okay. The group exchanged glances for a moment and chose to go, relying on his true form and Zhang Sun as a backup. He didn't truly worry about it being a banquet of treachery. In contrast, he was more curious about why Mogo Haller wanted to meet them. Seeing this, Mia smiled slightly, took out a familiar ring from her pocket, and handed it to the silent Zhang Sun. "This is the ring the Lord asked me to pass on. Please keep it safe. It is equivalent to the designated envoy of Lord Haller." Listline spine ring. Indeed, Morohis's friend was not boasting. This ring is indeed Haller's top-level pass. But the problem is, "Mogo Haller, it seems my arrival has caught his attention. Good." Zhang Sun took the ring and then tossed it to Fang Ye. "Keep it." Fang Ye looked dumbfounded at yet another ring, instinctively pulling out his own. "I already have one. Just take it." Zhang Sun interrupted him impatiently. Fang Ye could only keep both rings. Nianhua, however, curiously poked Zhang Sun's arm. Master, do you know Mogo Haller?" Others also cast curious glances, especially Burin, who had witnessed the unimposing old man's strength up close, his eyes filled with curiosity. Just a brief encounter. Zhang Sun had no intention to elaborate, standing calmly. "Everyone, please follow me." Mia gestured for them to proceed, then turned and left the tavern. Fang Ye bid farewell to the landlady, who had been stiff since Mia appeared, and mixed into the crowd to leave together. Watching Fang Ye's departing figure, several drunks simultaneously sighed in relief, then looked somewhat fearful. Who on earth is that guy? To be summoned by Mogo Haller. The few began to chatter. Clearly, for this group of drunks at the bottom of Haller, Mogo Haller is a true authority that transcends all. Mogo Haller summoned me? What does he want from me? Fang Ye pondered while following Mia to the very center of Haller, which was a 3-story building occupying an area of 2,000 square meters, one of the few large buildings in Haller. The Sea Country Mansion, Mogo Haller's residence. What kind of image would this man, who first conquered the Black Heron Sea, present? A flash of curiosity crossed Fang Ye's mind as he followed Mia into the mansion, entering the interior under her guidance. This was Fang Ye's first time stepping into this building. It was quite strange that there were no guards outside the mansion, only a few servants, and the deeper they went, the quieter it became with fewer servants. The whispers of the crowd brought some life to this overly quiet mansion. Until she reached the end of Mansion Avenue, Mia gently knocked on the door that had a small flag hanging. "Sir, the people have arrived." "Step back, Mia. Let me have a private chat with these new friends and my old friend whom I haven't seen in a long time." A somewhat aged, yet strong voice responded, speaking a slightly strange Faroese that didn't resemble the known accents of any country. Mia respectfully withdrew, taking Munsa and Burin with her. Green eyes. What do they represent? Fang Ye retracted his gaze. Meanwhile, Nianhua curiously pushed open the study door and walked in first. As soon as he entered the room, Fang Ye saw a large map hanging on the wall opposite. It was a complete map of the 2 continents. A man with his back to him was carefully studying it, seemingly interested in the map. Hearing footsteps, Mogohar turned around, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person's face, finally settling on Zhang-sun. A warm smile appeared on his face as he greeted, "Welcome, please sit down and talk." He was an elder over 60, tall and energetic, with neatly groomed half-white hair, wearing a gray-blue robe that wrapped around his body but couldn't conceal his robust physique. "You must be Mr. Mogohar," Fang Ye politely acknowledged. "That's me." Mogohar nodded, his smile gentle. "We have no intersection, but I imagine you must be curious as to why I invited you here." Fang Ye slightly nodded. "I am indeed curious." "I'm not curious," Nianhua mumbled. "I'm more curious about how you all know each other." Mogohar smiled and said, "I know you. I should say your teacher mentioned you to me." "Mentioned me?" Nianhua was surprised. That sentence contained quite a bit of information. "Zhang-sun and I are old friends. We met when he was still Prince of Guhua, and later I became a pirate while he left his homeland, so it was hard to keep in touch," Mogohar said, tilting his body as he continued to look at the map. Zhang-sun was actually a member of the Guhua royal family, even a prince. This was a secret Fang Ye was hearing for the first time. Nianhua was also a bit dazed. The master hadn't mentioned his past to me. "Is that so?" Mogohar chuckled, not continuing with those old stories, but instead pointed at the map and said, "Let's talk about serious matters. This is a map of the Black Heron Sea from the past. What do you think the Black Heron Sea looks like?" His speech was very slow, each word distinct. Fang Ye focused on observing the huge map and noticed that large areas were marked in black, except for the central area and the two blank spots of holler. "Wrong. Wrong." Mogohar suddenly shook his head, reaching out to completely black out holler and the center of the Black Heron Sea, rendering the entire Black Heron Sea pitch black. "What does it look like?" Fang Ye looked at the dark expanse of the Black Heron Sea, feeling a bit confused. "Hee, what do you think of holler?" "Don't hold back. Speak boldly," Mogohar suddenly asked again. "Holler is a symbol of humanity's conquest of the ocean. But the life born here may not be benevolent." Klashi crossed her arms. "It probably doesn't need more significance." Mogohar laughed, a sound full of mockery. "Wrong, wrong. Holler has never truly fostered life. Humanity has never conquered the Black Heron Sea." He turned to look at Nianhua, his smile slowly fading. "Do you know what your teacher said to me the first time he came here and met me?" Fang Ye was a bit dazed by this seemingly disjointed conversation, but he felt he might have caught something, instinctively sensing danger. "Do you know? Everyone thinks this is an uncharted land, a place that devours people without a trace. In a sense, they're not wrong. Holler is indeed a place that devours people without a trace, because over half the people in Holler are actually dead." In that instant, everyone felt a chill. Nianhua also guessed what Zhang-sun had said to Mogohar. Someone with the ability to glimpse the essence of all things like Zhang-sun couldn't possibly be unaware of the underlying motives. The shadow of life. Fang Ye instinctively thought of the terrifying ghost ship in the storm, and then recalled Cambert and those things that appeared in Lucasport. The day I was forced into the Black Heron Sea by the Pharaoh Navy, I was the only one who survived on the entire pirate ship. Now, the servants you see in this mansion, except for Mia, are all dead. They aren't even corpses. They are mere illusions, the survival instincts before being assimilated by demons, creating a false existence. The maintenance of a shadow of life not only cannot tell them that they are dead, but also cannot leave the Black Heron Sea. The foundation of a shadow of life is related to the lost ancient city. Cannot leave the Black Heron Sea? Fang Ye suddenly interrupted. "No. I saw the shadow of life in Lucasport. Cambert and his crew. Damn it, clearly they are the same kind. The shadow of life in ghost ship form can sense him, but in the state of the living dead, it can't. Mogoa instinctivement retorted, impossible. As long as you leave the range of the Black Heron Sea, the shadow of life will immediately collapse, reverting to its original demonic form. I saw it with my own eyes, but that's how it is. Maybe it's related to that book." As Fang Ye spoke, another doubt in his heart suddenly unraveled. The certain element contained in the lost ancient city is the basis for maintaining the self-deception of the shadow of life, and the bizarre instincts left behind after leaving the lost ancient city desire to obtain the writings that have drifted out of the lost ancient city. The instinctual desire to live is why they repeatedly attacked Lucasport and relentlessly pursued those who held the writings. And most likely, The writings are on Klashi or Munsa in Burin. But there are some issues with this. The Grey Lady encountered a strange attack after entering the Black Heron Sea. In other words, Mogohar's understanding is mistaken. The shadow of life does not completely fall apart upon leaving the Black Heron Sea, but rather upon leaving the lost ancient city. In other words, there are things belonging to the lost ancient city that have drifted out on Holler. This is the truth. Do you know Luzanor and Renlianxio? Fang Ye suddenly asked another question. This is known to Fang Ye, one of the few who have seen and understood the shadow of life, even knowing its origins. There must be more secrets to uncover about the lost ancient city. Mogohar, who was shocked by the appearance of the shadow of life in Lucasport, came back to his senses, a hint of confusion on his aged face. Who is that? You don't know? Fang Ye slightly furrowed his brows. Could it be that Morohis's friend and Luzanor are not the same person? He took out the spine ring belonging to Morohis's friend and handed it to Mogohar. Is there a difference with Lusline's spine ring? Do you know who this ring belongs to? This is. Mogohar looked at the ring, seemingly having some impression. Glickfarian, Morohis spoke up. Chapter 44. The Dream of the Oracle, 6:14 revision. Glickfarian? Fang Ye pondered for a moment, confirming that he had never heard of this name before. Sure enough, it was him. Mogohar revealed a sudden realization. Facing Fang Ye's curious gaze, Mogohar didn't keep him in suspense. You know what its material is? Mogohar returned the ring to Fang Ye. After Rosalind's death, the Resistance only managed to retrieve part of her remains. Shortly after, the Royal Scholars Organization of Pharaoh and the Privy Council launched research on the solidification of secret power, aiming to develop a new technological route for secret power, which in a sense is a purified advanced technology of magical machinery officially named relics. And the person who brought this technology is Glickfarian. Fang Ye could understand part of this, staring at the two rings in his hand. So this is also a relic? Yes, it is also one of the earliest relics. Officially named the Sigh of Mercy. There are a total of 5, and the activation conditions are too harsh. It requires simultaneously meeting 3 contradictory conditions: believing in the God of Light, despising the Divine Grace Church, and truly caring for the people of Pharaoh to receive its protection. Mogohar shook his head slightly as he spoke. The Resistance cannot meet these conditions, and the Divine Grace Church and the Pharaoh royal family certainly cannot either. Which is why to this day, no one knows what the protection of the Sigh of Mercy actually does. Even Glick, as the designer, cannot assert it. Of the 5 rings of the Sigh of Mercy, 1 belongs to the maker Glickfarian, 1 belongs to me, and 3 belong to the Resistance. However, later the Resistance made some transactions with me, gifting 1 ring to me as a symbol of friendship. So, a set of relics ultimately became a symbolic item? But Morohis and Glick are friends? Didn't he say that his friend never returned after going to sea? Or is it that the ring belonging to Glickfarian was passed on to someone else? After all, Mogohar mentioned that Glick is now a royal scholar of the Pharaoh Privy Council, and it indeed seems odd for him to hold a symbol of the Resistance. His gaze shifted to the silent Morohis, but Morohis did not respond. Mogohar, does Bozer really exist? Yirhua seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been on her mind. And what about the lost ancient city? Oh, are you the kind of person with a strong curiosity? Hee, you don't seem like that in your teacher's words. But in fact, I'm also very interested in the lost ancient city. At least I want to find the truth of the shadow of desire. And the answer may be sleeping deep in the trench in that ancient ruin. Mogohar waved his hand, but the timing is not right. As you said, there are many who are interested in the Black Heron Sea. If we really want to explore the lost ancient city, our current manpower is insufficient. Counting you and your master, it's still not enough. You certainly Wu and Ti want to follow a bunch of shadows of desire to the lost ancient city, right? We should at least wait for more demon hunters to arrive. Let us turn a holler then. Before exploring the lost ancient city, you can stay here with me and wait for the Resistance and the demon hunters to arrive. Pharaoh's old fleet cannot stop everyone, nor do they plan to. This is a filtering checkpoint. Those who post bounties in the Leden demon hunting group are likely orchestrated by Pharaoh themselves. They are recruiting muscle to pave the way. So, Holler will soon become lively. Now, let me have a private chat with my old friend. Seeing Mogohar sending people away, Fang Ye did not linger any longer. After leaving Mogohar's study, he saw Mia waiting in the corridor. Where did Munsa and Burin go? Fang Ye did not see Burin and the burden he brought. So he asked Mia, who informed him that she was receiving treatment. His lung was pierced by iron sand? Was it a flintlock? Fang Ye suddenly remembered the booming sound of a flintlock that had appeared on the first night in Lucas Harbor. Another not-so-critical clue was pieced together. Cambert must have sold that book. Otherwise, his companions wouldn't have fallen and revealed their true forms. But the unfortunate buyer might not necessarily be Munsa and Burin. It could also be someone from Pharaoh. Burin and Munsa were probably just intercepting. Of course, it no longer mattered who the original buyer was. The significance of this clue had diminished. Fang Ye was not interested in wandering around, so he declined Yirua's invitation to stroll. He asked Mia for a room and then settled down to practice. His strength was still lacking. If his power had multiplied several times, he wouldn't be so helpless regarding the lost ancient city right now. The growth of his physical attributes had already entered a bottleneck phase. Without true form feeding back to the norm, it was almost in a state of stagnation, which is understandable. Just like fitness, once a certain level is reached, the speed of improvement in physical quality will gradually slow down until it comes to a standstill. Genetic limitations. In Fang Ye's current physique, already 10 to 20 times that of an ordinary person, is the optimal state of human genes. To further improve, he could only opt for secondary genetic optimization. However, secondary genetic optimization requires absorbing gene fragments from other species to combine into superior genes. The genetic modification of humanity has already reached the limit of human genetic optimization. Continuing would cause Fang Ye's body to exhibit characteristics of other species. Fang Ye did not want to abandon his human appearance, even if his true form resembled that of a monster. So what he could now pursue was the path of the extraordinary. Qi itself can amplify, combat, and also guide spiritual activation. Practicing Qi is currently the most effective means to enhance strength. In a last-minute effort, he hoped that by the time he reached the lost ancient city, at least he could mobilize his Qi. Even a little would always be useful. Where's this? Fang Ye looked up in confusion, seeing a crystalline dome above him, shimmering with colorful light, radiating a beautiful arc. He looked around and found himself inexplicably inside a large hollow crystal shaped like a diamond, with faint black mist and occasional flashes of red light visible outside. Not knowing what they were. This is my heart. A calm voice sounded, ethereal and indistinguishable in gender, speaking in human union language. Strictly speaking, it was Longxiao language. Don't be afraid, nor should you be suspicious. You can call me the sea god. Of course, even though I also wield a trident. I have nothing to do with that stallion from mythology. Fang Ye was a bit perplexed. Mythology? What mythology? Oh, it seems that the mirror Earth you are on is a bit far from the main world, and the cultural reflection is incomplete. Earth? Earth. Fang Ye finally determined the identity of the sea god. You are the Watcher. I am not. The sea god gently extinguished Fang Ye's hope of consulting about the new world. I am a creation under the Lord of the Divine Court, serving the Lord as a watchman. However, the Divine Court and the Watchers are allies. Turning and twisting, Fang Ye's mood rose and fell. But then the sea god added, but I am somewhat reclusive and have little contact with the Watchers. Fang Ye's expression began to strain. Don't be angry, Ye. The sea god was completely unaware of how unpleasant his personality was, speaking leisurely. Tell me about the current situation in the outside world. I am very curious. If I knew. Anyway, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Fang Ye could only selectively recount his experiences along the way. The Watcher has left? A new world? The sea god seemed somewhat unsettled, and the crystalline heart trembled slightly. Fang Ye then learned about the Divine Court. A new force allied with the Watchers. Are you all right? Do you know what the significance of the beacon is? Why do you call me Air? Seeing the sea god silent for a long time, Fang Ye couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, just a bit of disappointment. As for your confusion, the beacon was originally just a simple signal transmitter, used to locate the intelligent civilizations born in the infinite world, to observe and protect them, and to nurture civilizations that could resist the abyss, the extraordinary beings. Later, due to the increasing intensity of wars, and the inherent pollution characteristics of abyss creatures. The situation was at a disadvantage. The leader of the first generation of the supreme beings, the Watchers, decided to leave special knowledge in the beacons that aligned with the development trends of those civilizations, to promote their development and supplement their military strength. Since the makers of the beacons were different, the existence of the beacons also varied, and the individuals or civilizations that obtained the beacons were referred to as inheritors. The sea god pointed to Fang Ye. People like you belong to the inheritors. The signals emitted by the beacons can be captured across worlds. My original task was to carry a high-privilege beacon locator provided by the Watchers to observe various civilizations, but I encountered a bit of trouble here. However, the locator is not broken, and when I have nothing to do, I always observe the changes in the beacons. So when you came here with 3 beacons, I noticed right away. Wait, 3 beacons? Fang Ye was stunned. Dawn and Future only recorded beacon data and did not carry the physical beacons. Only Luna had the beacon hidden in her genes. 3? ISNT that, right? The 2 who came here with you each hold 1 beacon. And you have 1 inside you as well. I have 1 inside me? Fang Ye felt it was a bit absurd. That's impossible. Perhaps the beacon on Future was secretly placed there by the Traveler? But I can't possibly have a beacon on me. If I also have 1, what does the data backed up in the Dawn's database count for? Is it pointless? He refuted the sea god's words, and the sea god was not angry. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of Fang Ye, filled with numerous light points, each of which could be clicked on. As the sea god enlarged a certain area, Fang Ye fell silent. Outside this planet, there were 2 small points floating in space, undoubtedly the 2 girls who returned to the Dawn. And on the western land of this planet, over the Black Heron Sea, there were also 2 beacons. The only difference was that the beacon on Fang Ye was different from the other white light points. It was gray. The beacon on you is very strange. I have never seen it before. If detected only by the special frequency of the beacon, it cannot be discovered. In other words, you don't have to worry about other civilizations discovering the beacon on you. The sea god comforted. Worry? Why would I worry? Fang Ye's voice suddenly stopped, his face turning pale. Because not all civilizations are friendly. Before I came here, when the Watchers had not yet left, there were already phenomena of civilizations hunting each other. Civilizations that can discover beacon frequencies and learn to receive them, and can traverse worlds, will actively search for other civilizations. There are also some uniquely developed civilizations that will forge backward colonial planets to deceive other civilizations seeking beacons to come. The sea god revealed a corner of that cruel truth. Such situations are very common. Originally, there was a balance maintained by the Watchers. Wars would not break out due to vast disparities, and wars only occur between higher civilizations, which was a benign resource competition tacitly approved by the Watchers. But now the Watchers have disappeared, and the beacons contain treasures of the Watchers and many gods that were not originally there. The current internal wars of the endless world are probably. So this strange combination of yours has not encountered any problems until now, which astonishes me, to the extent that when I first arrived, I thought the current situation was still the same as before. Perhaps it is because you hold multiple beacons at the same time that many civilizations mistakenly believe you are powerful. The sea god's words made Fang Ye break out in a cold sweat. Truly a fortunate child. However, it's better not to act recklessly next. And certainly do not casually venture to other worlds, and, of course, do not dive again. The sea god warned that diving technology carries risks. If it weren't for your special state, with the aura of a fallen god tier on you, being active in the diving realm for a long time would inevitably attract attention. The whereabouts of the Watchers are unknown, which means that their maintenance in the diving realm has also been lost, and it is highly likely that they have re-established contact with the Abyss, where the peculiarities of the god tier are everywhere. Fangotia? Is that referring to the trouble encountered by the Radiant Federation? He knew that the diving realm was connected to the Abyss. It was a safety zone stripped from the Abyss. He had seen some popular explanations of diving technology, but he really didn't know that without anyone maintaining it, the diving realm would return to the Abyss, or rather, the people who left this technology didn't expect that one day the Watchers would leave. Fang Ye felt a bit lost for a moment. Not being able to go to the diving realm means that he can no longer actively cross the world barriers. Don't be anxious. What you should do first is to develop and grow as much as possible in this world to enhance your strength. If you want to break through the world barriers to find the beacons, you must be strong enough yourself. In this world, there are only a few civilizations. The vast universe has many resources that are not utilized. Why not transform the beacon technology you have obtained into your own foundation? The sea god saw Fang Ye's impatience and advised him, if you must go to other worlds to search for beacons, you can go alone. Go alone? The world barriers are almost insurmountable barriers for beings below the god tier. In fact, there are no strict boundaries. Crossing the barriers is more like the text on one page of paper moving to another page. But the premise is that the text itself must be aware that it is on one page of paper. The sea god said gently, the god tier is a necessary path for the sublimation of life. Only by reaching the god tier can one qualify to touch the real and the illusory. Generally speaking, only beings at the virtual god level can cross the world barriers. But exceptional demigods can also achieve this step. Although I am neither, my heart is very special. What do you mean? Fang Ye was a bit confused. My heart was dug out by the Lord from an enemy at the virtual god level many years ago, and I will give it to you. You can use it to tear apart the world barriers and go to other worlds. Fang Ye. Huh? Are you very surprised? I'm going to die. I'll one tea give you my heart. I'll keep it for the fallen god. The sea god said in a calm tone, making one's scalp tingle. You're going to die? Fang Ye's heart involuntarily raced. The fallen god mentioned by the sea god was probably Bozai. If the sea god was going to be killed by Bozai, then once Bozai breaks free. If I weren't dying, do you think my heart would look like this? Fang Ye suddenly looked at the hazy black mist outside the glass heart, the twisted and writhing shadows. He sensed that it had noticed I was awake. The sea god suddenly said. Fang Ye was taken aback. Before he could say anything, the world before his eyes seemed to drift away, leaving only a faint sigh. Poor and laughable creatures, truly unsightly. In the end, he said again, it seems there's no chance to chat with you again. My time is short. Within 5 days, you must come before me. Awakening from a dream. As if finally shaken from stupor, Fang Ye suddenly felt the world come alive. He gasped for breath, and though his body felt no fatigue, he couldn't stop the spiritual excitement, only able to keep gasping. The only 2 words left in his heart were dive. Chapter 45 Beneath the Deep Sea 8. 14 Major Revision. 9K. Going into the sea early. Fang Ye stood up and paced restlessly in the room. Should he go into the sea alone? Even if he went in his true form, he probably wouldn't survive. After all, he was going to be attacked by countless strange entities. Not to mention the possibility of encountering higher-level anomalies. He should ask Master Zong for his opinion. With this thought, Fang Ye pushed the door and left the room to find Zong Sun. He knocked on the door of Mo Guha Li's study, and soon Zong Sun's voice came from inside. Come in. Fang Ye opened the door and saw 2 people sitting at the desk, chatting about something. You suddenly came to find me. Is there something wrong? Zong Sun said without turning his head, but Fang Ye knew he was looking at him. Master Zong, I just dreamt of the sea god. Fang Ye organized his words. He wanted me to meet him. Mojia le casta paso glance. Stopping the action of drinking tea, the sea god? Yes, the sea god. Fang Ye relayed some information he had gathered from the sea god. I was originally going to meditate, but I inexplicably fell asleep and entered a heart that looked like glass, surrounded by darkness and crimson eyes. A voice said, he's the sea god, and outside the heart is Boza. But that is not important. What is important is, do you want to go? Zong Sun interrupted him. Mo Guha Li chuckled helplessly and looked at Fang Ye, who seemed to be confused. All right, young man, it seems you're not familiar with your teacher yet. He is much more arrogant than I am, and a lot more so. Fang Ye understood the subtext of Mo Guha Li's words and took a deep breath. Let us go. Ha ha, great. Then let us not wait for those demon hunters. We'll go ourselves and uncover the secrets of that ancient relic. Sir, you should wait a bit longer, facing it alone. Mia, who learned that Mo Guha Li was going into the sea early, tried to stop him. To her, this man represented the weight of a father in her life. But Mo Guha Li had always been someone who wouldn't turn back once he made a decision. He ruffled Mia's hair gently. Don't worry, child. I will come back safe. But, trust me, The three steady and powerful words were both comforting and a declaration of resolve. Mia silently stepped azide. But her worry remained unchanged in her eyes. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say anything and could only watch Mo Guhalu's departing figure. Burin walked past her, patted her shoulder, and then left the mansion as well. Outside, the sun was nearing dusk, and the sea tide was lapping gently. Closhi, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the wall and saw Burin come out, smirking. Aren't you going to keep an eye on your sick one? She doesn't need me to watch over her. What about you? Burin gazed at the horizon, his voice quiet. This time going into the sea might lead to death. Hey, do you think I'm standing here for no reason? Conquering the sea is the greatest romance for a sea rogue. Besides, I don't believe I will sleep here forever. Closhi said lightly, blowing a smoke ring towards Burin. My destination is not here, at least not now. How do we get to the seabed? Hold our breath? That's too stupid. Who knows how deep the lost city is? Nianhua emerged from the mansion, excitedly rushing to Mo Guhalu's side. Uncle, do you have a way? Mo Guhalu paid no attention to her title and laughed heartily in response to the curious gazes. Of course. He didn't explain further, just tilted his head. Follow me, kids. Let us go. Nianhua pressed down on Fang Ye's shoulder, pushing him forward. Closhi and Burin exchanged glances and followed the group. Under Mo Guhalu's lead, they arrived at a sea well on a platform, where a huge, oval object floated quietly on the water's surface within a neatly carved gap in the wooden structure. A submarine? The moment Fang Ye saw this object, a word popped into his mind. Upon seeing Mo Guhalu arrive, several sleepy guards perked up, greeting him with smiles. This is a haze? Closhi seemed to recognize the object. Where did you get this? He hurried a few steps forward, reaching out to touch the ironclad haze. Astonished and excited. This thing is prohibited military equipment. Military equipment? You mean this ball? Nianhua raised an eyebrow. It's already surprising that it's our tool to go underwater, but it's even military equipment? Mo Guhalu slapped the iron plate of the haze hard, producing a dull clang. Found it. The black egret can find anything. The waves brought it right next to Hala, so I had some guys drag the ship back and made some minor repairs, keeping it here for emergencies. Mo Guhalu's crew helped open the outer cabin of the haze, and Closhi was the first to dive into the outer cabin. After fumbling around for a while, he opened the inner cabin hatch. All right, you can come in. He crawled into the inner cabin, feeling around, and behind him, Mo Guhalu jumped in. His burly body made the haze rock slightly. Everyone took turns crawling into the inner cabin, discovering it was filled with intricate instruments, with the only helm also made up of such instruments. This thing requires a mage to operate, as the fully enclosed structure means you can't see the outside. Although visibility in the deep sea doesn't matter much, it's undoubtedly not a big problem for a mage. By sensing the distribution of elements with mental power, they can know a certain degree of external events, and the pendulum hanging on the wall helps the pilot determine the direction of gravity. As Closhi said, this thing was designed from the start for mages, specifically those with wind elemental affinity. Now we're about to dive. Closhi was full of enthusiasm, his voice rising uncontrollably. Everyone, take your seats. We're setting off. The inner and outer cabins were locked again, and the haze emitted distinct sounds of magical energy flowing. The illumination instruments dispelled the darkness. As the haze sank, the white noise of the water flow sounded somewhat distorted through the iron and wood, but unexpectedly soothing. Can you still hear the voice of the sea god? After a brief silence, Burin leaned closer to Fang Ye to ask, trying to lift the mood. Fang Ye shook his head. No, I can't. Unless he seeks me out, I wouldn't know how to contact him. He still couldn't understand how he had established contact with the sea god before, so he didn't know how to find him. You're looking for me? A familiar voice rang directly from his heart, and Fang Ye opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Is it strange? Decline is irreversible, but the end is slow to arrive. In a situation where I can do nothing, I can only gaze at the big wooden board above and the humans on it to pass the time. But I want to disturb them. The sea god seemed to have grown indifferent to his own life and death, his tone extremely calm. I certainly don't fear death, because I am a creation of the Lord, a part of him. As long as the Lord returns, he can pull me from the fate of death at any time. Death for me is merely a rest. The sea god chuckled lightly, There is no need to worry about me. While I may not be as powerful as the elite of those watchers, my greatest difference from them lies in this. They will completely sink due to death, and even that Supreme will cannot easily resurrect them. But the direct lineage of the divine court is nearly everlasting, because His Majesty the Lord once was, now, and forever will be. Fang Ye paused for a moment. Then why don't they return or retreat to the new world you mentioned? Of course, it's because the things in the abyss cannot be completely severed. Although I did not participate in the final battle, I once served as the vanguard for the king and fought against the fallen gods in the abyss. That battle lasted for 4,000 years, and nearly all of the divine court's elite were wiped out once. Even those disciples who had stepped into true divinity fell silent multiple times. The result was the death of 6 fallen true gods and the eradication of 1 fallen supreme being. But such a brutal war only briefly cleared less than 1/10,000th of the strange and fallen beings in the abyss. The sea god let out a very low sigh. The abyss is an existence far beyond your imagination. Never underestimate that seemingly silent darkness. No one knows exactly what lies deep within. Fang Ye did not feel much, as the gap was too great for him to comprehend. He only recalled his experiences along the way. The heaviness of the word abyss was vaguely felt. It originates from the mountain of corpses, the twisted and deformed beings, the desolate world, the crumbling order. From all the scenes that can be crowned with despair. You haven't reached the point where you need to bear the end yet. There's no need to be so oppressive. The sea god's voice lightened a bit. Confusion and despair are meaningless emotions. Live a little easier. Just move forward, upward. When you walk far enough and high enough, all the puzzles you want to know will be answered. So, how high, how far? If those existences are dragged down by the abyss, how far must I walk to have no more questions? Who knows? The sea god laughed. Anyway, until there is a satisfactory answer, just stride towards the direction you believe in. Of course, don't walk too fast. Wait a bit for those who are trying hard to keep up with you. Do I want to chat a bit more to catch its attention? The vague perception was cut off, leaving Fang Ye sitting silently in thought. Are you okay? Burin's cautious inquiry brought Fang Ye back from his contemplation, and he perked up. I'm fine. I just had a brief communication with the sea god. Inside the sea ship, pairs of eyes scanned over. Nianhua was a bit impatient and curiously asked, what did he say? Fang Ye pondered for a moment, somewhat subtly. Well, nothing particularly useful, other than praising the Lord of the Divine Court. All that's left is some motivational talk. While it is indeed valuable information, if you calculate carefully, there's really not much practical part. Well, I wish he could point us in a direction or something. Closhi flicked the pendulum beside him. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel bored. No sea breeze, no sound of the tide. It's far worse than the experience of sailing on the sea. What is the situation outside? Nianhua shifted focus. Did it attract the attention of the monsters? Not. At least not for now. After all, once the sea ship is closed, it's just a ball. Even under the sea, it doesn't stand out. This is the Black Heron Sea, where shipwrecks are common, and those monsters are used to it. Closhi slightly leaned against the instrument. However, the corruption of the monsters becomes more apparent the deeper you go. I've already seen many fish that have been transformed into monsters. Perhaps the turbulent currents and storms of the Black Heron Sea not only restrain outsiders, but also imprison the toxins of those monsters. Upwards from the turbulent layer, including the parts close to the turbulence, the seawater and fish are normal. This is good news, but it's also bad news. If that sea god falls, perhaps the storms of the Black Heron Sea will cease, but it doesn't mean that this sea will be a treasure of calm in the future. The toxins of monsters in the seawater and the corrupted fish will become a new crisis. Of course, the biggest crisis is naturally the great monsters that have been pinned down in the depths of the sea, remaining to this day. For Holler, this is undoubtedly a catastrophe that could lead to destruction. It's not an exaggeration, and it represents that from now on. The last pure land of freedom has also disappeared, even if the freedom of that pure land is the fruit nourished by evil soil. Time is running out. Closhi licked his lips. He was feeling a bit hot, his tongue scraping against his slightly cracked dry lips, pulling the cracks more apparent. A hint of blood lingering in his mouth and nose. It felt like some kind of omen. Holy Mother bless. Closhi chuckled softly. patting the hilt of the broken sword at his waist. "Buddy," he slightly raised his head to look at Fang Ye. "Almost there, but we've encountered a little problem. Can you ask that sea god how we should enter the ruins? After all, the situation is not too good." Outside the sea ship, the dark and deep abyss, the continuous architectural groups resembling desolate mountains and stone forests lay dormant here, with countless strange beings hidden within. The low murmurs of the sea monsters disrupted Clashy's mental perception, and the distorted forms lingering on the city roads sheltered under the sleeping ancient city. Beneath filth deeper than darkness, countless crimson eyes lit up from all directions, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Countless red-eyed beings silently turned, all gazing at the floating sea ship above, the hazy red light reflecting a blood-like thin veil on the ship's surface. The darkness quietly stirred, the red eyes gradually approached. Encircling the sea ship, a massive shadow large enough to cover a small continent became active, ready to welcome its guests. The silent, dead city suddenly erupted into noise. The sea monster singing turned sharply piercing, as if a call to war, and the seabed immediately stirred up large amounts of mud and foam. In the turbulent undercurrent, menacing silhouettes darted through the buildings, then they accelerated in unison, as if a black pyramid rising from the ground, beginning their own revelry. This is your so-called small problem. Once the overly concentrated strangeness became active, a certain kind of special fluctuation simultaneously affecting both mind and body radiated out, almost like a glaring death proclamation. Breathing became heavy and difficult, as if the air was filled with dust. A foul odor lingered around the mouth and nose. Thoughts slightly stagnated. If an ordinary person were here, signs of distortion would already be appearing. Not just a number, but there were also unprecedented monsters. Just getting close made one feel a sense of fear in their body. Mo Gu Holler's voice was low. Holler had been hovering above such things? "Old friend, we need to clear the way for the juniors." The moment his robust body stood up, it was as if a towering mountain had risen from the ground, his expression solemn. Not daring to boast of being invincible in the world, but Mo Gu Holler did not deny that he had already stood at the pinnacle of Valentine. Yet at this moment, he felt an instinctive fear. Zhang Sun pressed down on the long box at his feet, but did not respond, only gazing pensively at the side wall of the cabin. "Master?" Nienhua was a bit puzzled, but she didn't think Zhang Sun felt fear. "Bosai truly exists," which means the trident that pinned it down in the ancient city and its master also exist. Zhang Sun forced out a stiff smile. The master invites guests. Surely he wouldn't let the family's vicious dog block the way? As if to confirm his words, the cold, sticky breath lingering inside the sea ship suddenly receded. Almost audible shattering shrieks came from outside the cabin walls, thunderous roars embedded within, and then the sea ship shook slightly, as if it had bumped into something. Inside the sea ship there was silence. A few blinks later, Clashy wiped away the nosebleed that had flowed from the mental energy he had just projected, which had been washed away by the boundless thunder and strange pollution beneath the sea, enduring the buzzing in his brain, and cautiously projected his mental energy again. Outside. No straninis? No, not even water? Clashy rushed to the cabin door, opened the inner cabin door, pressed his hand on the outer cabin's valve, and glanced back at everyone. It's time to set off. Saying this, he turned the valve without hesitation and pushed the door open. With a bang, the hatch opened, and the flow of air rushed into the somewhat stuffy sea shuttle after a long period of confinement, refreshing everyone. Clashy climbed out of the sea shuttle, standing on top and looking around in surprise. Dark green seaweed clung lightly to the ancient buildings, pale beige stone walls and prisms, with faint water erosion patterns on the floor. A slight blue glow fell from the massive dome, becoming the only light in this dim hall. The ancient city, buried beneath the ocean trench for thousands of years, was still operational. Some unknown technology, similar to an instrument but clearly different, supported the brilliance that spanned time. Oh, this is truly... Clashy jumped down from the sea shuttle, walked a few steps closer to the hall's wall, observing the exquisite carvings that were somewhat blurred due to water erosion. Unlike any existing nation's unique style, the intricate, magnificent, and complex patterns clustered around beast sculptures and human figures. What a pity it can't be taken down for collection. This is truly a huge loss, Klashi murmured, gently pressing her fingertips against those beautiful reliefs. Pharaoh, Sabo, Banta. The various nations of the western continent share some ancient artifacts. And Sabo's capital even has a complete prophecy stone tablet buried underground, enough to prove that there was once a vast empire spanning nearly the entire western continent thousands of years ago. But what caused it to vanish, leaving only the legend of a lost ancient city? The legend states that the sea god used a trident to pin Bozai to the lost ancient city. But it doesn't explain why the lost ancient city sank into the trench. Did it sink for some special reason, or was it the sea god's doing? Is this the interior of the legendary ancient city? Nianhua picked up a rusty coin from the ground, but it seems to be a divine grace coin. She raised the coin under the beam of light refracted from the dome, and the pale blue light illuminated the coin, reflecting a golden blue halo. She was somewhat puzzled. Klashi, did you drop this? What? No, I only have Frostwolf coins. Klashi, who was studying the mural, instantly turned around to deny it. Someone else had been here before us. A large hand took the divine grace coin from Nianhua's hand and rubbed the rust on it. This divine grace coin was issued by Pharaoh during the Bright War when they were about to expedition to the eastern continent. The situation was special. Only 1,000 were printed before news of Pharaoh's defeat reached the front lines, after which printing stopped, and the upper echelons of Pharaoh even recalled and remade them. In other words, someone had been here in the past 10 years, and they must have had some status outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left behind a piece of Pharaoh's disgrace that should have been destroyed. Mogo Hao confirmed. The speaker was oblivious, but Fang Ye seemed to ponder over that coin. Could it be the Lu Zino and Run Lianxiu mentioned by the tavern owner? They seem to know quite a few secrets of the Black Heron Sea. One is an ancient Huaguan female minister, and the other? Forget it, that's not important. The rust on it indicates it has been here for a long time. Rather than investigating the past, it's better to focus on the relics themselves. Look, Belen understands this well. Klashi turned around and wandered in the hall, casually interjecting. Belen, who was quietly observing the mural, glanced back at him and then refocused on the mural, gently stroking the uneven wall, feeling the texture of the carved edges against his palm. Am I the only one who feels this place is very unsafe? Should we see the sea god and then slip away? Nianhua tucked the divine grace coin in her pocket and elbowed Fang Ye in the side. Hey, you go chat with the sea god. Ask for directions. Fang Ye thought Nianhua was right. This place was indeed very dangerous. After all, the scene seen in the heart of the sea god was already enough to make one feel uneasy. Fang Ye called out to the sea god in his heart, and after a moment, a somewhat weak voice echoed in his mind. You no longer need to hurry. All you have to do now is wait. Feel free to ask any questions. I will do my best to clarify for you. When the time is right, I will send you away. The sea god's voice was already weak and somewhat distorted. Fang Ye had an epiphany. Yes, my act of bringing you here caused Bozai's unease. It is now very irritable, but the trident can still bind it for a while. However, you need not feel afraid. Bozai's condition isn't much better than mine. When I came to this world, I happened to encounter the corruption of the fallen gods. Because fallen gods are generally difficult to eradicate, and I was heavily injured, I entrusted the beacon to a human group, then known as lanes, watching them develop step by step onto the right track. I sealed the fallen gods first, then fell asleep to heal. The sea god's tone gradually became one of resignation. When I was awakened from sleep by the aura of the fallen gods, I found that the consciousness of the fallen gods' remnants in the seal was nowhere to be found. And my cultivated lanes did not know what they did to create the fallen god known as Bozai. Although it is merely a divine life, it has no rationality whatsoever, but it is indeed a solid divine threshold, and it has even half a foot into demigod territory. At that time, my state was extremely poor. After exhausting all my strength to suppress it, I was contaminated myself. Originally, I planned to self-destruct before my final self was contaminated, destroying this planet along with it, erasing the fallen god's consciousness that went missing and preventing future troubles, but then you suddenly appeared. The sea god seemed to have a flash of clarity, and his voice became clearer, with a subtle tone, as if he saw some peculiar creature. You are very special. Humanity has reached an alternative balance with the bizarre parts, which reminds me of the lore of the time during that period, but fundamentally different. After careful consideration, I decided to give you a chance. My heart is given to you for use, and the locator is inside. It will monitor your status and determine when you have completely fallen beyond redemption, at which point it will self-destruct. Fang Ye finally understood why the sea god was so generous. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "The Supreme is a higher level than the divine tier. How powerful is it? Don't aim too high. The Supreme is indeed above the divine tier, and within that level, there are three most powerful existences. The original Supreme who opened the Supreme level, the leader of the Watchers, the second-generation Supreme, the Lord of Matrices, and the last Supreme, the Master of the Divine Court. The power of that level is difficult to describe. Language is insufficient to depict them. How is Bozai? It has already been knocked down to the divine tier. It is now barely maintaining its divine life state. Where's the beacon? It is within Bozai's body. Lanzalius is pinned in the Sky City at the bottom of the sea. It is a creation of Lanes. The Lanes people intended to use it to carry most of their people away from this planet, but for some reason, they created Bozai. Now Bozai is on the verge of merging the entire Lanzalius into its body due to long-term erosion. What exactly is the Bazaar? Before I became disconnected from the times, the Watcher's research results on the Abyss showed that the Bazaar is the endpoint. The endpoint? To put it in terms you can understand, it is entropy increase, of course. Not entirely the same. Hard to accept? Anyway, that's what they say. Everything goes from order to disorder. The horn of all things end, born to destroy everything, including themselves. In his mind, Fang Ye's communication with the sea god gradually broke off. After a brief silence, the sea god's voice sounded again. No more problems? Then, plan your direction for the future. Do not be reckless or fearful. Use this world as a true starting point to seek the so-called new world. If you meet the Lord, remember to help me apologize to him if you truly can stand before him. Fang Ye silently looked up. What happened? Hey. Nianhua waved her hand in front of Fang Ye. Facing everyone's gaze, Fang Ye slightly pursed his lips, letting out a short breath of hot air from his nostrils. His voice was very dry. The sea god is dying. He will send us away before his death. As for now, we can either wait here or explore the ruins that haven't been eroded by Boza. It's up to you. Although the adventure was tempting, Yanhua decided against digging for treasures in the ancient city, feeling that it wasn't as safe as she had imagined. She looked around and suddenly blinked. Has anyone seen where that little pretty boy Burin went? Hearing this, Fang Ye glanced around, realizing that Burin, who had been observing the stone carvings, had disappeared without him noticing. Klashi was also nowhere to be found. Fang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtfully gazing at the great hall's door, which had been opened slightly, revealing a deep darkness with flickering dim golden lights. I'm going to seek the truth of the shadow of desire, old friend. See you later. Mo Gihale waved to Zhang Sun and resolutely walked towards the door of the hall, widening the gap a bit before stepping into the darkness. And soon his footsteps faded away. 6 people went into the sea, and apart from Zhang Sun and Yanhua, the goals of the other 4, including Fang Ye, seemed to differ. However, at this moment, Fang Ye had little interest in pondering their secrets. He was more concerned about the dying sea god and the beacon swallowed by Boza. The beacon was located in an area assimilated by Boza in Lanzali's, and without killing Boza, it would be impossible to obtain that beacon. A long-term plan was necessary. Fang Ye's gaze slowly turned to the always silent Zhang Sun, and after a moment, he shook his head slightly. With that thought, Fang Ye sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Yanhua, who wanted to say something to him, could only sit beside him in a huff, taking out the divine coin to play with. Her master was a taciturn person, and she had finally gotten a junior disciple. But unexpectedly, time passed slowly, and footsteps were heard coming from the door. Yanhua leaned over Fang Ye and looked towards the door. Footsteps? Is someone coming back so soon? However, an unfamiliar figure appeared before her. A slender golden-haired beauty wearing a thin, long dress moved gracefully, her figure mesmerizing as she walked. This woman's clothes are too. Yanhua's mouth twitched slightly, Even the courtesans in the ancient Huagao would wear more than this. Noticing that Fang Ye had opened his eyes, Yanhua quickly pressed down on his eyelids. No peeking, dirty eyes. The woman seemed surprised to see someone, and after a moment of hesitation, she started to back away in panic. What is this woman? Yanhua frowned slightly. Is there really someone living in this ancient city? Is that possible? Or is it an illusion? Fang Ye said firmly. Her stance corresponds to one of the sirens I encountered in Lucasport. Her physical characteristics match. What does that mean? Is she dead but not dead? Yanhua wanted to say something more, but the already slightly tilted great hall suddenly trembled, the tilt increasing, and the bright light on the dome flickered a few times before extinguishing, the sound of the building cracking exceptionally harsh. Move forward, child. A gentle voice echoed from deep within, and Fang Ye felt a soft wind envelop him. Then the world before him was suddenly swallowed by darkness. He was wrapped in a bubble, abruptly appearing in the outer ocean, without the terrifying pressure, just rapidly floating up, vaguely seeing a few other bubbles rising alongside him. Fang Ye looked down, and the endless darkness was violently swirling, countless red eyes flashing recklessly at the abyss's bottom. Detaching from the sea shuttle, he could witness the enormous strangeness and boundless tide of red eyes covering the entire seabed, the suffocating sense of oppression nearly making him vomit. But what was more eye-catching was the light gradually bursting forth, deeply rooted in Boza's core. Endless divine light erupted with the revival of the trident, deep in the seabed. Thunder resonating continuously, weaving a vast web of light spots, whipping at Boza's body, the boiling seawater surging with dense bubbles, covering the entire seabed with a fine foam curtain. Following, there was a vortex gradually forming around the trident, a massive pulling force stirring the entire sea area, bubbles, whirlpools, and lightning painting the thunderstorm beneath the deep sea. Fang Ye could no longer see the situation inside the enormous underwater tornado. He could only see a burst of brilliance, but it vanished in an instant. A soft sigh sounded by his ear, and Fang Ye felt his heart suddenly ache. Then it turned icy cold, beating powerfully, the pollution originally from Boza completely isolated. Before Fang Ye could think, the light below flickered a few times before inevitably heading towards extinction. The clear sound of shattering had already revealed the answer. The trident had shattered. The protective bubble around Fang Ye quietly broke, and the cold seawater instantly submerged him. The sea god had thus taken his final bow. The darkness that had been imprisoned for thousands of years finally saw the light of day. The massive shadow broke free from its restraints, stretching its body freely, and its thousands of meters long tentacles rapidly tore through the seawater, heading straight for Fang Ye, the enormous red-eyed creature coldly staring at him, filled with intense malice. Fang Ye's pupils slightly dilated, and fine cracks suddenly appeared on his skin, his true form on the verge of emerging. But at that moment, a hand grasped his neck, forcefully tossing him back, a surge of energy propelling Fang Ye straight towards the ocean's surface, while the old man in plain clothes who replaced him to face Boza's tentacles, with his gray hair spreading in the water, finally opened the long box that had never been opened, grasping what appeared to be a simple iron sword. However, the moment it touched the seawater, threads of strange-colored blood seeped from the blade. Zhang Sun flipped the sword, slashing horizontally at the tentacle that was now within reach. A white line quietly swept across thousands of meters, delicate and silent. But just as the white line passed nearly 10,000 meters, a violent force suddenly erupted where it had swept, forcibly creating a waterless trench thousands of meters deep beneath the sea. The water on either side splitting into two flat surfaces. Even though it had just opened 30 meters under pressure, it was forcibly closed again, and with the push of hundreds of billions of tons of seawater, the two sides collided with a thunderous crash. This sword should definitely not be a masterpiece below the divine level. Yet, Zhang Sun broke this norm. In the tremor of colliding seawater, large amounts of dark blood gushed out, and amidst the surging currents, Boza's tentacle drooped helplessly, the horrific cracks slowly opening up, ultimately snapping apart. Even though Boza had thousands of such tentacles and could reattach them at any time, how could a life below the divine level injure a top-tier divine being? A hint of astonishment finally flashed in Bose's filled with malice red eyes, followed by extreme rage, wanting to pursue Zhang Sun, only to see him already turning to sheath the sword and retreat calmly. Chapter 46. New Cultivation and Settling. 8. 28 Cultivation. The solidified qi allowed Fang Ye to quickly break through the seawater and ascend. The condensed qi was almost like iron casting, withstanding the rapidly changing water pressure without showing any signs of collapsing. He leaped nearly a kilometer before quietly disintegrating. During this time, Fang Ye's true form was directly locked within his body by a casual pinch from Zhang Sun, abruptly interrupting his state of awakening. He also clearly saw the sword beneath the deep sea. The shock was immense. With the current shield level of the dawn, there was a risk of being shattered. Was this cheap teacher being a bit too ferocious? Zhang Sun, beneath the sea surface, regarded the seawater as nothing, quickly escaping the shadows below. He grabbed Fang Ye by the collar and swam across the seawater, retrieving another figure who was struggling upstream, and then they soared upwards, breaking through the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye, basking in the light of the sky. However, once Fang Ye could breathe, he squeezed his eyes and discovered that the golden-red clouds at dusk were slowly sinking, a massive object tearing through the clouds and gradually descending. Wisps of clouds swirling around the dark iron dome as the sea god fell. At the moment the Black Heron sea storm dissipated, a new storm was already approaching. Indeed, Zhang Sun stood on the surface of the sea, with no ripples beneath his feet, as if he were stepping on a steel plate. He looked up at the gigantic sky fortress and the surrounding circular floating platforms, not sparing a word of admiration for such a masterpiece of human intellect. Master what? What is that? The white jade capital? The reflection of the gradually glowing sky fortress was visible in Yanhua's eyes, and her facial muscles twitched unnaturally. Fang Ye thought of more. The storm had cleared, and the signal should have been restored. He took out the headset from his pocket. Thankfully, it was unbroken. Since the future Luna returned to the dawn, the headset had been disconnected because the original local network point was the future. After the future left, he entered the Black Heron Sea, and the signal isolation of the Black Heron Sea prevented them from communicating. But at this moment, as the sea god fell, the storm barrier imprisoning Bozai finally dissipated. Fang Ye silently put on the headset and powered it on. Almost simultaneously, communication was established. Captain, the communication network has returned to normal. Please leave the Black Heron Sea as soon as possible. Just 3 hours ago, a floating fortress array rose from the outskirts of Faraludin and is approaching the Black Heron Sea. It has now reached the Black Heron Sea. Furthermore, the energy level of the Black Heron Sea abyss is rapidly increasing, and a massive void has appeared in the center of the Black Heron Sea, with unknown units rising. Dawn reported the dangerous information in a flat tone, and after a brief silence, Fang Ye issued a command. I have seen the Sky Fortress. Dawn, cancel the original plan. We will be staying in this world for a long time. Redesign the plan. We may have to face a war or even multiple wars. No need to come find me. I can withdraw safely. Understood your orders. Ending the communication, Fang Ye glanced at Yanhua, who was eavesdropping beside him. But he ignored her and did not urge Zhang Sun to depart, since Zhang Sun, who had dealt with Bozai, was not in a hurry. He felt no need to be anxious. However, why did Pharaoh mobilize such a large force? For the legacy of Lanzalius? To eliminate Bozai? Or for the beacon? Or was there some purpose he did not understand? He gazed at the clouds, which were also looking down. The sea god had fallen, and the storm had dissipated. The third prophecy had also been fulfilled. Castellino stood at the edge of the sky fortress, looking down. Malicious, vague, and overlapping curses emanated from the deep-sea vortex. Yet there were also intertwined songs, which were then torn apart by the storm barrier of the sky fortress, leaving only broken and brief noise. He looked complexly at the twisted, chaotic red glow gradually appearing in the profound darkness, slightly tightening the hand that held the railing. That was the work of the former group of madmen. Perhaps the knowledge of the divine was more dangerous than imagined. Grick remained non-committal, his gray-white, disheveled hair dancing wildly in the wind as he coldly gazed down at the vortex. Madmen and geniuses are only a line apart. The difference is merely success and failure. They failed, and before the judgment came, they eliminated themselves leaving behind this mess. Hence they are madmen. But their thinking was correct, imaginative, breaking free from the limitations of divine knowledge, creating a living deity. But where the error occurred, we must dismantle and dissect it, exploring it bit by bit. Thus, we will grasp the turning point of history and continue the abruptly halted fate, moving from the present to the future. Let the battle commence. History will be written by us. The blood and bones do not necessarily build a graveyard. They may also become a bridge across the abyss. With Grick's command, the area beneath the sky fortress slowly unfolded, and a huge elemental conduction track locked on a Bozai, who was struggling against the sea god's trident. A massive mage collective cast spells together. They were all top-tier spellcasters who had received one-on-one tutoring from Bachelor. The vast amount of lightning elements still remaining in the Black Heron Sea was being collected at an incredibly terrifying speed, and with the aid of the magical instrument track. The casting time was shortened by nearly 80. From the start of casting to the completion of the magic circle, it took less than a second. The next moment, a massive lightning column, nearly 50 meters in diameter, descended like a judgment spear from the sky, directly piercing the vortex and striking down towards the gradually emerging Bozai. The sea area thousands of meters away was illuminated by the blinding lightning, making it appear pale and even far away in Lucas Harbor. The divine punishment of the Black Heron Sea was visible. It was no less than the thunderstorm strikes of the past in the Black Heron Sea, without any pause. Fang Ye and Yanhua had to close their eyes to avoid the current lightning. Zhang Sun's expression was inscrutable as he took his two disciples away from the area, not paying attention to the confrontation between the sky fortress and Bozai. Master Wei, Yanhua tentatively asked, returned to Guhua. A day later, Fang Ye set foot on the land of the eastern continent with Zhang Sun. The reassuring soil beneath his feet deeply captivated Fang Ye. He hated the sea. The ship stopped at Qingsheng port on the eastern continent, and with customs documents from Tianqing country, they could take the land route to Guhua. After a few days by horse-drawn carriage, they arrived in Guhua and settled in Shanyang Mansion. This was where Zhang Sun's dojo was located. The old man walked ahead with his hands behind his back, slightly hunched over, while Fang Ye and Yanhua closely followed. That heart of yours is indeed a great opportunity, but don't forget, external forces are ultimately external forces. To walk the path of great power, you must turn borrowed things into your own. Fang Ye chuckled awkwardly. You're overthinking it. It's just a key. This heart had none of the power he imagined. It was merely a key, or rather a converter. Fang Ye provided the power, and it converted it into a more efficient output method, achieving things that Fang Ye's current life level could not accomplish, such as crossing world barriers. However, relying solely on Fang Ye's own energy, opening a door to other worlds would take several months to activate. No, you haven't understood my meaning. You can use external objects, but you must make them your own. Fang Ye hesitated for a moment. You mean, the heart that does not belong to you? You must learn everything from it that you do not know. This time can be long, but the purpose must be clear. Zhang Sun showed some disappointment. You are a bit dull, entirely relying on talent without direction. Don't think that a martial artist is just a brute. Fighting also requires knowledge. Impetuous, foolish, wasting your great talent. For the time being, you're not allowed to go anywhere. The Western Continent Feral may stir up war again, but it won't result in a clear winner anytime soon. No matter what you are preparing to do, it will take half a year for the fire to reach Guhua. Use this half year to refine your mindset. Avoid arrogance and impatience, and be pragmatic with the basics. Fang Ye was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately agreed. Rest assured, Master has a good eye. Yanhua comforted. In fact, there was no other choice. If Zhang Sun didn't let him go, he couldn't leave either. Since Zhang Sun wanted him to calm down and cultivate, he would just follow his instructions. He indeed needed some time to settle himself. Improving his strength was beneficial and harmless. He would leave the matters of the dawn to the future and let dawn take care of it. Zhang Sun could see through Fang Ye's changing thoughts. But the old man said little, taking him on a brief tour of the Shanyang Mansion, eventually arriving at a remote small mountainous area. There were some plants resembling bamboo on the mountain, but they were solid and woody, bearing red fruits the size of soybeans, tasting like mulberries. Zhang Sun had a large Taoist temple in the mountains, with a mountain spring and a vegetable garden nearby, and downstream there was a lake. Your mindset wasn't as restless as it is now. I let Nianhua teach you blacksmithing before, but now it's not quite suitable, Zhang Sun said. Fang Ye couldn't keep up in the temple, and Zhang Sun threw him a fish basket and a fishing rod, then pushed him out. Go fish by the lake. Use the red mulberries as bait, and don't try to be clever. For the next few days, your meals will be fish. If you calm down after 3 days, I'll formally start teaching you. The door to the temple closed. Fang Ye looked at the fishing gear in his hands, and after a while, he helplessly took the fishing rod to the lake. The red mulberries were the fruits from those bamboo-like trees. Fang Ye broke off one lying at his feet, stripped off a dozen or so berries, and since he didn't have any bait for the spot, he carefully peeled the skin off the red mulberries, strung them on the hook, cast a line, sat down, and stared blankly. He stared at the slightly trembling tip of the fishing rod, waiting for a fish to bite. But his mind involuntarily began to reflect on the confusing trip to the Black Heron Sea, the death of the sea god, the lost beacon. But as he thought, Fang Ye suddenly became alert and began to feel anxious again. He couldn't calm down. Fang Ye, who couldn't control his thoughts, not only didn't settle down, but gradually became more irritable. Desperate, he decided to rely on external forces. He put on headphones and started playing soothing music, taking out his folding computer to search for psychological counseling knowledge related to self-regulation. Slowly, Fang Ye did calm down a lot. A day quickly passed, and as night fell, Fang Ye looked at the empty fish basket, picked up the fishing rod again, and looked at the mushy red mulberries, scratching his head in frustration. There were indeed fish in the lake, but why weren't they biting? Was the bait not to their taste? By the way, are there earthworms in this world? Fortunately, without exercising, he could sit in meditation and survive for half a month without food or drink. Moreover, although there was no meat, there were plenty of red mulberries. One red mulberry could bear hundreds of red mulberries. Anyway, Zhang Sun was checking his mental state, so whether he caught fish or not wasn't actually that important. With his self-comfort, Fang Ye fell asleep by the lake. That night, Fang Ye slept soundly, unusually waking up close to noon, and after waking, he continued to test his patience against the fish in the lake, without the desire for gain or loss. He didn't care whether the fish bit or not, even forgetting to bait the hook. In the afternoon, nearing dusk, Nianhua arrived. Dressed in a simple black and white long dress, she looked less rebellious and more delicate, carrying a food box and smiling as she approached the lake. I brought you something delicious. So, did you catch any fish? Nianhua pressed the food box on Fang Ye's abdomen, then bent down to peek into the fish basket, seeing it empty, and suddenly chuckled. Not a single fish caught. Fang Ye reminded himself not to be overly concerned about gains and losses, calmly opened the food box, looked at the dishes inside, and smiled. Very generous. Did you make this? Sorry, I don't have that skill. The food I make isn't even fit for dogs, Nianhua joked, not minding her poor cooking skills, then looked at Fang Ye, who was wolfing down the food, and jokingly said, of course, if you want to eat my cooking, I could consider learning. Flattered. Your mindset is much better compared to the last couple of days. The master places great importance on the cultivation of mindset. When I first followed the master, I was both angry and sad, scared because I was homeless, while also resenting my parents for their mistakes. Later, I was also left by the master to fish by the lake without food. I was very stubborn, like a little shrew. Nianhua sat with her knees together, arms wrapped around her legs, chin resting on her knees, smiling as she watched Fang Ye eat. At that time, I was just like you, couldn't catch a single fish and felt dizzy from hunger, but I refused to bow my head. What happened later? Fang Ye listened with great interest to Nianhua, recounting her past. Later, I couldn't stand the hunger anymore and honestly went to apologize and act cute to the master. And then he took me for a big meal, about the same as the food I'm bringing you. Nianhua extended 2 fingers, picked up a piece of belly slice from Fang Ye's bowl, and stuffed it in her mouth, beaming. Fang Ye's gaze lingered on her face for a moment and said, I feel like you smile more often now. It's not that I smile more. Our relationship has gotten better. Keeping a straight face is for the outside world, to show others I'm not to be trifled with. It's really boring to act like a dead person in front of acquaintances all day, Nianhua said, reaching out to pinch Fang Ye's cheek. I'm talking about you. Smiling more won't kill you. Fang Ye dodged Nianhua's hand, finished the last few bites of food. washed his face with a handful of lake water, and then continued his fishing endeavor. You're so boring, junior brother. Such a pretty face wasted. Most of my former comrades, friends, aren't as good-looking as I am. Fang Ye never took pride in compliments about his appearance. Genetically modified genetic warriors were all handsome and beautiful. Are you talking about that guy Burn? Such a sissy, not even as tall as I am. And he talks as soft as a bunny. You can't learn from him. Yinhua said. Fang Ye, Burin is a standard herbivore, okay? Being gentle doesn't equate to being a sissy. And you know the average physique of ancient Hua people is a level above others. Don't you have any awareness of that? You're nearly 1.9 meter height is far from normal. Huh? Fang Ye suddenly realized something, looking at Nianhua, who was smiling with her eyes narrowed, and after a while, he also smiled. Right? Fang Ye, you look so good when you smile. Uh-huh. I need to go back for evening lessons. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Nianhua tidied up the food box, brushed off the grass clippings on her clothes, and got up to leave. Fang Ye withdrew his gaze, set aside his tablet, packed up his headphones, and sat cross-legged by the lake, like an old monk in meditation. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts completely emptied, and in an unprecedented tranquility, Fang Ye's breathing became lighter, as if he and the surrounding environment had merged into one. On the third day, in the evening, Zhang Sun's voice awakened Fang Ye. Your talent is indeed outstanding. Although your mind is rigid and can't turn around, your body's instincts will learn and mimic. Master, Fang Ye stood up to prepare to bow, but noticed his fishing rod suddenly move. Fish? On the hook? An empty hook is on the hook. Do you know why you couldn't catch fish at the beginning? Zhang Sun stood beside Fang Ye, his eyes covered by a black cloth. But it didn't hinder his perception of the world. In fact, he saw things more extraordinarily than ordinary people. Fang Ye shook his head in confusion. Foolish. Zhang Sun couldn't help but sigh. What a waste of your talent. As expected, you depend on your body's intuition, rather than entering the game through thought and comprehension. Within 3 miles around this lake, under my resonance day after day, year after year, a unique force has formed. The wind rises when I breathe in, and the tides fall when I breathe out. It is a pattern that has already taken shape. Zhang Sun pointed to himself. The flowing wind and ripples here resonate with my body and the rhythm of my luck. Over time, this place becomes severed from the outside world, forming its own lineage. Those who come here and do not understand how to adapt to this force are like stones falling into a calm water surface, extremely eye-catching. Fang Ye listened as if he were hearing a heavenly book. The concepts of force and resonance were truly difficult for him, a tech-side individual starting from genetic modification, to comprehend. However, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. Breeding technique. He blurted out. Zhang Sun showed an expression of surprise. Oh? I thought you wouldn't be able to guess. The source energy of heaven and earth has its own veins. Ordinary foolish beings cannot resonate with it. I understand the trajectory of the source energy here. By meditating and guiding my luck, I can adjust and stabilize the force of this place, allowing all things to become spiritually connected. In the terminology of shamanism, this is called a feng shui setup. Of course, there is a vast difference between fields. My feng shui setup does not possess the mystical ability to change the heavens and the earth. At most, it can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing those with poor aptitude and no sense of energy to barely practice, while those with exceptional talent can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The more Fang Ye listened, the more shocked he became. Was this using inanimate objects to extract extraordinary factors from the extraordinary tide? Breathing techniques can be used anywhere, but the efficiency of gathering energy is not consistent everywhere. People believe this is due to differences in the concentration of source energy in different places. However, in reality, it's simply a matter of the differences in the spiritual energy veins in various locations and the varying degrees of compatibility of the breathing techniques. I do not expect you to immediately learn how to stabilize the force and set up a feng shui layout that requires fine control of energy, which is too far from you. Nor do I expect you to immediately comprehend the existing force and join the game without being out of place, resonating with the force. I just want you to experience the depth of this knowledge. What you see are mountains and rivers, but for me, it is the rhythm of all things. I call this cleverness the unity of heaven and man, with endless applications, and mastering it requires a long time. Fortunately, although your mind may not be very useful, your body's ability to imitate is impressive. Follow me. Once your mindset is qualified, it will be time to officially start building a foundation. Although Fang Ye was somewhat unconvinced by Zhang Sun's repeated comments about his intellect, he was even more eager to hope that he could master such techniques. When Zhang Sun called him foolish, he was strictly referring to his lack of sensitivity in martial arts practice. In reality, Fang Ye's intellect was superior to that of most people, but he was ultimately limited by his long-standing way of thinking. His combat intuition, data analysis ability in battles, and war command skills were all outstanding because these were areas he often engaged with in the past. However, as a gene warrior on the tech side, he found it difficult to quickly understand many of the esoteric terms from the extraordinary side. Once he roughly grasped some manifestations of the unity of heaven and man, Fang Ye immediately listed a series of applications for it. Just using changes in force to target enemies from a distance, ignoring obstacles and terrain without visual identification, could be considered a divine skill, and anticipating the enemy during stealth and assassination was even more crucial. There were many other changes to explore, and the feng shui layout was a strength accelerator. Zhang Sun further pointed out that this was just a part of the application of the unity of heaven and man. Come back to the dojo with me and spar with a New Year painting to recognize your shortcomings in controlling your body and to clarify the direction of your efforts. Chapter 47 Prologue 8:28 Revision Nisha? Nisha. Hey, when will this girl ever change her clumsy habits? The innkeeper put down the note he had pressed against the counter, somewhat helpless, leaned back in his chair, and poured himself a glass of apple juice. There weren't many guests at the inn today, or rather, the atmosphere in Pharaoh had not been good in recent days. The draft notice had forced those young lads to take that damn light rail train to a battlefield that was like a meat grinder, bleeding and crying. Look, it's only been 10 years, and they've already forgotten the painful lessons of the War of Light. It's really a case of healing scars and forgetting pain. Are those high and mighty parliamentarians filled with nonsense? Fortunately, before the draft notice was issued, his son had gone to the Black Heron Sea. As the innkeeper thought of this, he suddenly became worried again. He had heard that this time the Sky Fortress was going to fight against some sea monster at the Black Heron Sea. He hoped it wouldn't affect his son. Lost in thought, the innkeeper's attention was drawn to the commotion outside, and he instinctively looked out the window at the hurried newspaper boy. Extra! Extra! The Sky Fortress has achieved a great victory against the sea monster Boza. Reported from the first-person perspective by correspondent Daigo, only 1 copper coin. Hey, wait a minute, give me a copy. The innkeeper leaned out the window and waved to the newspaper boy, eager to see what the paper had to say. Generous, sir. Here is your newspaper. The boy cheerfully handed over a freshly printed newspaper that still had a faint smell of ink, then collected the copper coin and continued shouting as he ran off. The innkeeper spread the newspaper out on the table, sipping his juice while searching for the section he wanted to read under the sunlight. It was very prominent. Right on the front page, a full page reporting on the war between mortals and legends at the Black Heron Sea, along with a small hand-drawn illustration that was quite realistic. The important shadow in the picture sent a chill down the innkeeper's spine. He settled down and began to read from the beginning. Long ago, there existed a great demon named Boza at the Black Heron Sea, which destroyed a vast ancient kingdom. The god of light suppressed it at the Black Heron Sea, locking it away in a storm that never dissipated. Thousands of years later, we have fulfilled his expectations. Under the guidance of the light, we have used our own strength to defeat Boza. Castellino finished reading the last paragraph of the report in silence and returned Daigo's notes to him. What about the sea god? After a long while, he asked in confusion, who do you think this false history is deceiving? The scholar's question was met with Daigo's cold smile. The royal secretary softly said, what are you talking about, Mr. Castellino? Isn't it always the god of light? The sea god? What is that? A wild history made up by drunkards after meals? Is there any need for such things to exist? Daigo adjusted his attire and calmly walked towards the outside world. Forget about those boring things, scholar. Soon, we will return to Liden. Get ready to enjoy the warm welcome from the people celebrate this great victory, and then brace ourselves for the new war. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Castellino paced around the room, confused and angry, yet had no power to change the situation. Before long, Grick pushed open the door, his deep and calm gaze meeting Castellino's eyes, which were filled with fury. Relax a bit, or are you upset on behalf of the sea god? If it weren't for the sea god, we wouldn't exist today. Humanity's history would have been forever severed on that day. And now, a bastard is distorting history at will, which makes me feel ashamed, Castellino said indignantly. Grick, however, showed no major expression. Be rational, Castellino. The god of light is awakening. He is our greatest reliance to survive extinction. We are scholars, pioneers. So let go of useless sentimentality, and once we survive extinction, we can confess our bloody debts. In the silence, Castellino let out a silent sigh. The fragments of land seals had been counted. Thankfully, the heart crown was among the discarded body of Boza, but how to use it remained unknown. However, it was clear that the container of divine knowledge was now in hand. Let others interpret the remaining treasures of land seals. The technical principles of the shadow of desire might not be within land seals. The legacy of lands had scattered all over the world, and now most had been recovered, leaving only fragments in the hands of Neria, ancient Hua, and the remnants of the fallen kingdom, among which ancient Hua's legacy might be the most crucial. They have completely erased religious beliefs, which is indeed quite intriguing. Grick listed the numerous challenges ahead, and Castellino finally suppressed his dissatisfaction. Even if Boza fell from divinity, it was terrifyingly resilient. Even when the mages drained the entire Black Heron Sea and bombarded it for 4 days, they still could not inflict a fatal blow. Moreover, those shadows of desire were nowhere to be found under its cover. If we cannot find identification methods in time, it will be disastrous once they infiltrate the human world. Although the propaganda claimed they eliminated Boza, in fact, Boza merely escaped, leaving behind the fragments of land seals, whereabouts unknown. The day of extinction is drawing nearer, and our time is running out. Whether for the legacy of lands or the foundation of faith in the God of light, war is inevitable. All we can do is hasten the end of this war. The war has already begun. Castellino instinctively glanced towards Neria's direction, though he only saw the wall of the room. Once unable to capture Neria due to the terrain, could it now withstand the onslaught of the Sky Fortress and the Sky Combat Group while suppressing the High Heaven Seat? It's difficult. At least for now, Neria's young adult population has decreased by 6 percentage points compared to 10 years ago, with the total population not increasing but decreasing. A serious negative growth trend. According to information provided by the captain, this phenomenon was caused by the High Heaven Seat. With future analyses, the projection device on the table displayed a data chart. According to the newly interpreted Abyss knowledge in the Dawn database, the Bamman Mountain Range, where the High Heaven Seat is located, is a standard dimensional collapse zone. An area that sensory perception cannot directly distinguish is sliding towards the abyss, nearing the deep diving realm. It will connect the abyss with the world, becoming a reality of the abyss. The battered Fang Ye wiped his nosebleed while listening to the future analysis, looking all bloated. Under Zhang Sun's arrangement, Fang Ye had been engaging in friendly sparring with Nianhua, almost getting killed in the pursuit of practical combat. Although their paper data differences were not significant, in terms of combat routines and adaptability, Nianhua was still inferior to Fang Ye. However, in practice, Fang Ye felt almost powerless to fight back. He finally experienced firsthand the practical effects of precise manipulation, witnessing for the first time how a slap to the abdomen could almost 100 transmit kinetic energy to the internal organs. Release, leverage, penetrating strength, clear strength, hidden strength, shocking strength, made Fang Ye's body, which could withstand bullets, feel as fragile as paper. After the sparring ended, Zhang Sun's words deeply impacted Fang Ye. For a mortal whose strength could leave a mark on an old tree with a single punch, technique would surpass artistry, emphasizing moves and routines. If his strength is 1, the technique of exerting force might only be 3 or 4, not much different from 1. But for a practitioner capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, routines mean nothing. Who doesn't he have a few trump cards up their sleeves? For example, during the time of Zhang Sun's unity of heaven and man, all the vital energies flowed without concealment. Even if one played tricks, it would be useless. The unique abilities possessed by Luo Ku at the time left no room for tricks to be applied. Interestingly, skills that were useless against ordinary people proved to be immensely beneficial for practitioners of strength at level 10 or higher. Take Fang Ye as an example. In his previous confrontation with the steam armor, he didn't break through its defenses at all, relying solely on striking its weak points to win. Using tricks had no practical effect. If he had Zhang Sun's, no. Even just the level of usage of force found in traditional New Year paintings, he could have easily killed the soldiers inside the steam armor from a distance. Moreover, while Fang Ye was recuperating alone and reflecting on the lessons from that battle, he highly endorsed the concepts proposed by Zhang Sun in the future. Generally speaking, the physical quality of Qi practitioners does not reach the standard of 10. Compared to an ordinary person's 1, their physique hovers around 35. Therefore, the conditions for the practical application of this theory require that Qi practitioners be in a state where they can amplify themselves using Qi. After my simulations, Zhang Sun's theory also proves useful for other extraordinary factors. Thus, for the so-called great Qi practitioners he mentioned, competent micro-operations can often enable them to demonstrate tenfold or even higher performance of their own energy level theory. This conclusion implies that Fang Ye, whose physical body is growing stronger alongside the true essence, will experience a qualitative leap in combat capability under the micro-operation realm of unity of heaven and man, benefiting from physical body enhancement, Qi amplification, and a triple enhancement of Qi. Unfortunately, after 5 years of honing her skills, the traditional New Year painting is still at an introductory stage, only capable of micro-operations that rely on physical strength, and is still some distance away from manipulating Qi. Even with her spiritual qualities, which allow other objects to resonate at specific frequencies due to her mechanical talent, Fang Ye's actual mastery of unity of heaven and man remains far away. However, technology can be used to cheat. The relevant data for the Dawn subprogram is currently being integrated, and it seems possible to use biological chips to assist Fang Ye in achieving micro-operations. Although it will take some time for trial and error, Fang Ye will not rely entirely on external resources. External forces may help him temporarily, but cannot support him for a lifetime. He will not forsake the foundation for the periphery. While the chip is under development, he is also prepared to spend time refining his micro-operations. It can only be said that technology and the extraordinary have never been oppositional. If handled well, they can complement each other. It is probably difficult for Pharaoh to defeat Neria. I remember Baron once said that the loss of the high seat would allow demons to enter the eastern continent along the Baman mountain range, and Guhua would never allow Pharaoh to act recklessly. At this moment, Fang Ye, waiting for his body to heal, looked at the surveillance view from the small satellite left by the Dawn in space, pondering how long this war could last. Yes, in addition, the resistance will assist Neria in counterattacking. Although the performance of Pharaoh's Sky Fortress is impressive, its actual protective measures are not as perfect as imagined compared to the destructive power of the mage group. However, to be cautious, we need to have the capability to intervene in the war, and the beacon has also fallen into Pharaoh's hands. How is the factory construction coming along? Fang Ye suddenly shifted the topic to the factory. The Dawn had already landed in the easternmost desert area of the eastern continent, which was desolate, barren, and severely desertified. However, mineral resources and many special materials could be efficiently obtained. In the future, some rudimentary engineering robots were manufactured in the Dawn's workshop, and they began construction along with the Dawn. The site selection for steel mills and other factories had already begun, and with the optical camouflage of the Dawn providing cover, the progress of construction was very smooth due to its remote location. The first batch of factories is expected to be completed in 3 weeks and officially start operations. But large-scale production of military equipment will take some time. The initial productivity will tilt towards the expansion of the industrial zone and the improvement of the industrial system. Although we temporarily do not need to open up agriculture, housing, biomedical, and other livelihood modules due to the use of engineering machinery for outsourcing, it will still take about a month to have enough productivity tilted towards military supplies. The future said seriously, "This is the most efficient development model. Please make your decision carefully, Captain. If resources must be tilted in advance, I will follow your orders." Fang Ye quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. We will proceed at our own pace. Even if Neria is no longer there, Guhua can hold on, which is enough for us to develop to a point where we can compete with Pharaoh." Moreover, Zhang Sun said that the flames of war would not reach Guhua within half a year. Fang Ye did not doubt his view. In other words, at least for the next 3 months, Neria would not face any issues, giving them ample time. However, relatively speaking, facing the possible attack of a higher civilization, their time was quite tight. Holding the beacon would mean exposing themselves and could very likely lead to an attack from a higher civilization. Understood. Then I will continue to develop according to the original plan. After chatting for a while about some new achievements with the future and the dawn, Fang Ye ended the work-related small talk, thought for a moment, and said, "How is Luna doing?" The little girl was very dependent on him, and they hadn't communicated much in the past half-month. He hoped her mental state wasn't too bad. Soon, a pitiful little head appeared beside the future, looking at Fang Ye with wide eyes. "Brother, you finally remembered me." But then she froze, looking at the bruised Fang Ye in confusion. "Brother, what happened to you?" "Cough, it's nothing. I just had a spar with a senior sister from the same sect. It looks scary, but they're just minor injuries." Fang Ye Borni insisted. Even though the New Year painting had been quite ruthless, such injuries would have killed an ordinary person several times over. After Fang Ye underwent the Qi conditioning from the New Year painting, he would only need to lie down for 3 or 2 days to recover. "Really?" Luna looked at Fang Ye's face suspiciously. "Brother, you're bleeding from your eye socket." "Ha ha, it's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Fang Ye nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face, recalling the merciless beating from the New Year painting, and chuckled awkwardly. "Inwado, lichunlu." The current crown prince lay sideways on the long bench of the wooden pavilion on the top floor, propping his chin up with one hand while playing with tea fruits with the other. His somewhat effeminate face faced the sunlight, his eyes slightly squinted, and he spoke slowly. "Did Zhang Sun return last week?" "Yes. Prince Sun has returned to the Shanyang mansion and seems to have recently closed the door. Apparently having taken in a new disciple," a maid beside him whispered. "Don't tell me about that." The crown prince curled his lips slightly. "I can't stand hearing about those trivial matters." The maid fell silent. People are never satisfied. Once they become a prince, they want to be a crown prince. Once they become a crown prince, they want to be a regent. Holding power makes one desire to be invincible in the world. How pitiful! Like a floating weed, merely empty joy. The crown prince pressed the tea fruit against his tongue, rolled it into his mouth, chewed slowly, and finally frowned, casually spitting it over the railing, not knowing who it hit, causing a burst of curses. The crown prince picked up his teacup to rinse his mouth, looked at his slender, fair fingers, and suddenly laughed. "Lin Gu, do you think it's strange? When playing with women, the scent of rouge smells delightful. But once the excitement passes, it becomes quite annoying." The maid glanced at him, her voice cold. "The rouge matter is trivial." "Ha ha ha, you really understand me." "Indeed. The rouge matter is trivial." The crown prince couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he could hardly catch his breath. His loud laughter attracted the old maid waiting downstairs, who leaned in with a beaming smile and said in a flattering voice, "Your Highness seems to be in high spirits. Several top courtesans are waiting for you. Today, Your Highness hasn't visited Li Chunlu for a long time, and those girls are all vying for your favor." "Vying for favor?" The crown prince squinted at her. "Am I a prince or an emperor?" "Oh dear, Your Highness, you've been regent for many years. Who doesn't know that His Majesty has decided you will take that position? It's only a matter of time." The old maid smiled flatteringly, continuously praising him. The old maid thought to herself, since the current emperor has entrusted power to the crown prince, what other possibility is there for someone else to ascend the throne? However, secretly observing the crown prince's seemingly smiling expression, she gradually became a bit anxious, unsure where she had crossed the line. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood today." The crown prince waved his hand, and the old maid, as if granted a great pardon, hurriedly left. "The rouge is a trivial matter. The prince's smile faded as he turned to gaze at the palace city in the center of Wadu. Some things, once they become tiresome, remain tiresome. Some things, even if they are tiresome, must be endured. Are the barbarians of the western continent about to go to war? The prince turned his face to rest on the thigh of the female attendant, closing his eyes. The female attendant remained still, looking down at the prince's profile. Fang has always insisted on expanding the influence of the Divine Grace Church. While most of Lan Zhe's legacy lies in Nyria and our court. Once, due to natural defenses, Fang tried a few times and then gave up now. Now the terrain is no longer a problem. They really managed to achieve it. It reminds me of Baiyu Jing, but ultimately it is not. The prince's voice was indifferent, but Fang cannot win, nor will it. If Fang directly attacked Guhua, it wouldn't infuriate me so much. The High Heaven seat is being defended at the cost of life by Rianese. If Nyria collapses, the first to suffer will be the Eastern continent. The Fang people would not think that after the High Heaven seat falls, they can take over the responsibilities of the Nyria people. They would only attack Guhua while the demons rampage, and then come to clean up the mess of the High Heaven seat. But on what basis does Fang think they can take advantage of the chaos caused by the demons to capture Guhua? The final outcome will inevitably be Fang's defeat, Nyria's nominal existence, and Guhua taking over the High Heaven seat. In just a few years, the former Lan Zhe ruled the entire Western continent, but did not arrogantly attempt to reach into the Eastern continent. Yet a successor is so bold and reckless. Guhua already has a pit to fill with lives. The High Heaven seat should be left to Rianese. The prince opened his eyes and met the female attendant's gaze. Go tell Ren Lianxiu. No matter what schemes my father is plotting, whether I, the crown prince, am a temporary measure or truly legitimate, it is all a matter of my own respect. I acknowledge her. She is the female prime minister. If I do not want to acknowledge her, then she is nothing. Let her set her position straight. Chapter 48. General Fang Ye. 9. 2 Revision. The morning sunlight shone on the small path in the mountains as Fang Ye leisurely carried 2 loads of dough on his shoulders. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. He had been living a solid daily life. After his injuries healed, Zhang Sun sent him to a blacksmith shop in the capital of Shangyang Prefecture, where he worked for free, making steel balls for the shop owner. These steel balls could be used in some steam machines and traditional machinery. The traditional trades of blacksmithing and carpentry were declining, and the shop was left with only an almost 50-year-old master craftsman. The young apprentices had been persuaded by him to change careers, so, with a shortage of manpower, it was not difficult for Fang Ye to take up this short-term free labor position. In fact, due to Fang Ye's improvement in the technique of exerting force, he completed the order of 2,000 high-quality steel balls customized for the official workshops in Shangyang Prefecture in just 3 days, which would have taken the owner 2 to 3 months. Since the Light of Pharaoh War, the industrialization of Guhua had been underway, but it was comparatively gradual, providing a buffer for the blacksmithing industry. The output of modern industrial areas like the Huadu smelter still maintained the dumping levels of 10 years ago, while the remaining capacity was supplied to the military and construction. Thus, in the face of the announcement of industrialization from the official workshops, the public mostly held a friendly attitude, and the rest were largely neutral, with only a few individuals whose interests were directly affected being extremely resistant. For example, some corrupt officials whose exploitation of the people was reduced due to the decreasing tax rates as the dynasty's production capacity gradually exceeded that of the populace. Upon closer inspection, most of the individuals whose interests were harmed were low-level powerful officials, while the living standards of the common people had been steadily improving. With the emergence of many steam and magical machines, the prices of everyday items like fabric had decreased, and the cohesion of the dynasty was unshakable under the public support. Though it may not be as rapidly changing as Pharaoh, it excelled in stability. Once war broke out, if the situation became stalemated, the citizens of Pharaoh might develop a fear of battle, while the people of Guhua would fight to the last drop of blood. In simpler terms, Pharaoh was moving too quickly, risking a backlash. Of course, no matter how many changes occurred, Fang Ye had no interest in delving deeper into them. A few days ago, Pharaoh officially declared war on Nyria and simultaneously halted all trade between the two countries. Yesterday, the secretary of the former king of Pharaoh, now the speaker, Dai Gao Silent, gave a speech in Bright Square, announcing the wartime decrees issued by the parliament. That afternoon, the new recruits who had been training for half a month boarded the train in batches under the guidance of veterans to head to the border fortress of Kayahai. Fang Ye felt that Pharaoh seemed to be rushing things, as if they were in a hurry. However, there was a lack of information, and it was uncertain what West Lumen and his Imperial Council were thinking. At this pace, Pharaoh would likely launch a probing attack on Narya by tomorrow at the latest, which added a sense of urgency for Fang Ye, though he was not overly anxious, as the Dawn was also expanding its military capabilities. The planned industrial zone was nearing completion and would officially finish in a couple of days, a modern, intelligent, self-regulating industrial area in the Steam Age, set in a desolate wasteland, which felt quite out of place, but who cared? Based on Fang Ye's judgment, they did not need to assist Narya in the low-intensity friction of the war's early stages. While the Storm Guard army could easily handle a medium-intensity battlefield mixed with infantry and steam armor, Guhua was clearly not prepared to let Narya fall. After Pharaoh cut off trade routes, several large merchant associations with official backing brought massive supplies over the Baman Mountains and began trading with Narya. Although prices were slightly higher than normal, they were still acceptable, even in a world of the extraordinary. As long as there were no battles where one person could annihilate a nation, victory could still be influenced by factors outside the front lines. Fang Ye was not idle either. Just yesterday, a dozen modified explosive traversing machines had long-distance flown towards Pharaoh's core industrial cities. They flew with almost no noise and could optically cloak, representing a method of attack that was still unknown to Pharaoh. If all went well, their important logistics factories would have to temporarily go offline. Coupled with the likely emergence of rebel forces, Pharaoh's offensive would surely be thwarted. Afterward, he planned to find ways to smuggle newspapers about the frontline situation into Pharaoh's 3 major industrial cities and other key locations, planting biosynthetic beings to infiltrate and lie low. Using the pain of parents, wives, and children who had lost loved ones to awaken the shadows of the 10-year-old light war, guiding public opinion, inciting discord between officials and the people, and organizing protests and strikes. Although it was cruel, war was never a game. Facing Pharaoh, which was still relatively simplistic in tactics, Fang Ye, who had received strategic command education from the United Nations, would leave a deep impression on them. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, Fang Ye still had to honestly sell his dough. After 3 days of making steel balls, Zhang Sun's new lesson was for Fang Ye to knead the dough. Kneading the fermented dough evenly only took 3 minutes. If he succeeded, he would move on to the next training. If not, he would have to continue kneading the dough and rolling out to sell. Sometimes Fang Ye felt that he was not learning to fight, but rather learning a trade to make a living. And he was learning it quite uniquely, only making steel balls as a blacksmith and only waking and kneading dough as a cook. Compared to making steel balls, Fang Ye's progress over the past 10 days had been slow. He could at least knead for 5 minutes, sometimes even taking 10 minutes. After all, dough was opaque. Unlike steel balls, no one could tell if it was kneaded evenly after fermentation. Only feeling could guide him. Each time he finished kneading, he had to pull out a handful of rolled dough to check. And even if he thought he had done well, Zhang Sun would glance at it and tell him to keep practicing. Every morning, Fang Ye would go to the capital to sell the dough he had rolled out the day before, as they could not consume much of it. Zhang Sun even placed porcelain bowls filled with water on both sides of the carrying pole. When he returned after selling the dough, the bowls had to contain no less than half of the water. The 2 loads of dough were heavy on the pole. After taking a few steps, the pole would creak up and down, and it was already impressive that the porcelain bowls had not tipped over. Cheating was certainly not an option, as Zhang Sun could easily tell if the water was the original amount. So Fang Ye could only ponder how to walk more steadily. However, walking slowly would cause the water to evaporate naturally, putting him in a dilemma. Until a kind-hearted year painter demonstrated for him, telling him that the key lay in the constantly changing exertion of force while walking, which should be able to counteract the residual force applied to the pole from the previous step. To put it scientifically, it was about achieving perfect force balance. Of course, perfect was an exaggeration. It was sufficient if the remaining force after dissipating was not enough to deform the pole. Don't worry, Your progress is quite fast. The simplest task of making steel balls took me a month. Kneading dough and carrying water to sell goods are both exercises in exertion and perception training. It's not easy to master. Recalling the year painter's words, Fang Ye shook his head slightly and cautiously made his way down the mountain with the pole, heading towards the capital. Thanks to Zhang Sun's meticulousness, the dough Fang Ye rolled out was very delicate and had a great texture, making it suitable for boiling in soup or for cooking various dishes. Coupled with a whole day of grappling with the dough, he sold a large quantity of dough, and his business was quite good. Upon entering the city gate, people who had just eaten breakfast came to buy dough along the way. Once he reached the neighborhood, Fang Ye began to shout out to sell. He did not feel embarrassed. Being a traveling merchant did not mean he was inferior. Selling dough in the neighborhood was actually against the rules, but no one made a fuss about it. Some powerful figures from large mansions even tacitly accepted his shouting, and some of the elderly gentlemen would come out to chat with Fang Ye. Selling goods was supposed to be done at the West Street Market, but the year painter told him that if he wanted to sell his goods quickly, he should shout in the neighborhood, as it would be faster. Some busy people had no time to go to the market and would buy more if vendors came to their door. As for the breach of rules, no one stopped him because someone had once scolded the year painter for selling dough. At that time, the year painter had just started to venture into the streets and was thin-skinned and was scolded to tears by the sharp-tongued mistress of a large mansion. The next day, the owner of that large mansion moved away. After that, the New Year paintings in the city went smoothly. Is Fang Ye a disciple of Zhang Sun? The neighbors aren't very clear, but upon reflection, the dough skins made by ordinary people aren't as strong and delicate. Other chi practitioners wouldn't come out to sell dough skins just for fun. Thinking about it, a dough skin made by a big figure's disciple, a chi practitioner, is quite a rare thing. It can be said that a chi practitioner personally made the dough skin, which is quite impressive. So, Fang Ye shouted a few times in the neighborhood, and after a round, he sold out the hundreds of dough skins. Glancing at the porcelain bowl with less than half of the water left, Fang Ye sighed, returned home, and went back to the dojo to knead today's dough. The road ahead is long and arduous. It's tough. It is currently autumn, and the red maples on the back mountain of Chishan are as bright as fire, surrounded by some wild pines and mulberry trees. Looking far away, the green waves cover the red clouds, pleasing to the eye. However, after watching for a long time, it's not so stunning anymore. Su Mu Yun sat on the wooden chair in the Listening Pines Pavilion on the back mountain, closing his eyes to smell the gentle breeze and listen to the chirping of autumn insects. He did not get up. The surrounding disturbances gradually dissipated, and there was no more gentle breeze brushing his face. The faint sound of insects also gradually faded away, and in the back mountain, everything seemed to be frozen. The energy condensed in a form, manipulating objects in the air. Also suppressed by the invisible energy was Su Mu Yun himself. He applied the energy to himself, simulating external pressure on his body. Every inch of skin and every bone trembled slightly under this pressure. At this moment, An Lin was receiving a weary guest, the current female prime minister, Ren Lianxiu. She silently observed this woman who had once lured her senior brother down the mountain 10 years ago when Su Mu Yun entered the court to pay respects to General Xiang Xie. It was she who persuaded him with sweet words. Originally, her senior brother did not like to go out. He always stared at the sky, muttering strange things that were hard to understand, and then spent the whole day in cultivation. Her uncle knew some inside information, but had already left. When he was still around, he only said that Su Mu Yun was not an ordinary person and should not be scrutinized. Thus, this 10-year-long cultivation had been the same since she joined, unchanged by the passage of time. Until 10 years ago, this woman came up the mountain to talk about something with her master and senior brother, and her senior brother unexpectedly agreed to come down the mountain, which was truly unimaginable. He never cared about worldly affairs and did not mind the changes in the human realm, indifferent as if he had no emotions. Is Lord Ren here to lure my senior brother down the mountain again? An Lin was not very polite. Ren Lianxiu's arrival at this critical moment surely meant no good. It was heard that the two countries of the Westland were about to go to war. Would this force her senior brother to lead an expedition? Ren Lianxiu smiled. This time, please invite General Xiang Xie down the mountain for 3 to 5 days. and Master and Lin need not worry. Ren Lianxiu did not elaborate further, but changed the subject, asking where General Xiang Xie was now. Her senior brother is cultivating on the back mountain. If you want to see him, you need to wait for him to finish his cultivation. I can take you to see him. Although Lin did not like Ren Lianxiu, she did not show too much disrespect. After all, she was a prime minister. Second only to the emperor, and her senior brother also had an official identity. Therefore, she snorted and led Ren Lianxiu towards the Listening Pines Pavilion on the back mountain. Ren Lianxiu was also somewhat curious. The last time he resigned from office, Su Muyin was already at the 8th level. After 10 years of silence, she wondered how much he had changed now. It's just ahead. Remember not to speak loudly or get too close. And Lin brought Ren Lianxiu to the edge of the red maple forest, pointing towards the Listening Pines Pavilion. Ren Lianxiu looked in the direction of Lin's finger and was taken aback. She was astonished to see the scene as if frozen in time. Witnessing the fallen leaves suspended in midair, birds on the eaves seemingly trying to escape, yet they appeared as if trapped in amber. Her senior brother's ability to manipulate air was almost tangible, becoming heavier the further in one went. Lin looked at Su Muyun, who was lying with his eyes closed on the wooden chair, revealing a hint of pride. Ren Lianxiu was amazed and tentatively approached the area spread out by the invisible energy. Can I reach out to touch it? Don't go too deep. Lin did not stop her. In fact, after discovering Su Muyun in meditation, she had also reached out to test it, finding that the outermost layer felt like entering a curtain of water. Going in half a meter, the pressure clearly increased, and it was likely that even a 7th-level Qi practitioner would be crushed if they got too close to Su Muyin. Of course, a 7th-level Qi practitioner wouldn't even be able to get that far. After walking a few meters, they would feel as if they were covered in dough and struggling. Moreover, in Su Muyun's realm of manipulating air, everything moved at his will. How amazing! Is this the realm of manipulating air created by Prince Sun? I thought that apart from him, no one could achieve the unity of heaven and man. Having personally experienced it, Ren Lianxiu withdrew her hand. Just as her voice fell, she saw Su Muyun's chest slightly retract. A mouthful of turbid air expelled from his body. In an instant, the frozen world thawed. The invisible torrent lost control, spilling out in all directions. The startled birds cried out as they were swept away, tumbling to the ground and hurriedly flapping their wings to escape, while the leaves of the nearby red maples scattered in the turbulent energy, filling the view with red leaves like rain. Ren Lianxiu couldn't help but squint slightly, raising her hand to block the flying maple leaves, once again shocked by the scene. No wonder he is General Xiang Xie. At just 30 years old, he has reached the 9th level. Impressive. Master's great talent, the unity of heaven and man, the realm of manipulating air, concealing the trivial in the vastness. Taking finesse from the rigidity can be considered a peak skill. Su Muyun slightly raised himself, without any visible movement. A sparrow that had just flown out a short distance was pulled down and ultimately cowered in his palm. Ren Lianxiu was stunned. I thought it was dead. There was clearly no airflow, and that sparrow was less than 2 meters from Su Muyun, yet it wasn't he crushed? This is the subtlety, the finesse. It seems to be a seamless whole, yet in reality, there are undercurrents. Su Muyun played with the sparrow for a while before releasing it, turning to look at Ren Lianxiu, who appeared to be listening to a heavenly book, and asked, "You came to find me. Is there something you need? If it's about the Western expedition, then don't say anything. I want to engage in demonic matters. Naturally, it is not to force General Xiang Xie into the demonic path. I am entrusted by His Majesty to invite the general to explore the sacred land of Liaodong, seeking the opportunity to break through to the immortal realm." Ren Lianxiu smiled slightly, meaningfully saying, "His Majesty is visiting Shanyang Prefecture privately to reminisce with Prince Sun, and if nothing unexpected happens, Prince Sun and Guanshan will travel this way with the old predecessors." Breaking through. Su Muyun slightly squinted. When? At least half a month, at most half a year. How to do it? The general will know when the time comes. Su Muyun and Ren Lianxiu exchanged glances. Good. Suddenly, the mountains of red leaves surged like a tide. and the wild wind swept across the clear sky for 10 miles, with not a trace of clouds in sight. General Xiang Xie has come down the mountain. Chapter 49, Hunting by Order, Kill All Who Encounter, 9. 2 Revision, Crack, crack, crack. The heavy snow boots trampled through the snow that was halfway up the calves on the slope, leaving indelible footprints. Burin adjusted his scarf to cover his mouth and nose. The warm, humid mist from his breath briefly warmed his lips, only to turn cold and damp before the next breath. Burin bent slightly and looked back, his golden hair shimmering like gold in the snowstorm. He lowered his voice to convey information to the team behind him. There was a wind-sheltered slope and woods ahead where they could rest for a while. After crossing 2 more mountains, they would arrive, prepare for battle. Go! Someone in the team raised an arm, and a trained falcon soared into the sky to watch for threats around them. The small team of over 100 quickly crouched down in the woods. Burin leaned against a tree, sitting cross-legged in the snow, carefully examining the map on his lap. According to the news from that side, the Sky Fortress was experiencing some precision components overload and damage in its confrontation with Bozai. Coupled with the overload operation beyond the planned time, the magical power furnace might have hidden dangers that were hard to detect. For now, they did not need to worry about encountering the Sky Fortress of Pharaoh, but the aerospace battle group might appear. A woman wrapped in gray wool first sat down next to Burin and pointed at a corner of the map. This is the border defense area of Narya. The defense line is long, but the number of troops is not large. Before the 3 guard regiments arrive, Pharaoh will definitely launch an attack to seize the gateway into the Wallening Plain to allow subsequent troops to enter Narya's homeland for battle. In fact, the pale cliffs bordering Sabo and Narya could also be a breakthrough point. The attack on the border defense could be a feint. So we came. This is also sincerity. Burin drew a question mark on the pale cliffs. Climbing the pale cliffs is deadly for ordinary people. Even a 4th-level chi practitioner would not attempt to challenge it. The nearly vertical rock face was covered with frost, and a fall would mean certain death. However, if they used the aerospace battle group as a lift platform, Pharaoh might send a batch of elite knights to infiltrate Narya's homeland. Burin clenched his fists. Annihilating this infiltrating force would make their subsequent alliance with Narya much smoother. May our alliance be unbreakable, and the rebels will not betray your trust. The woman smiled and bumped fists with him, whether for revenge, revolution, or defending the homeland. Our goals in this war are aligned. Burin nodded slightly, put away the map, then quietly transmitted a message. The team immediately responded and set off again. Meanwhile, a tall figure clad in a military coat stood atop the pale cliffs, lifting a long spear that pierced through a steam armor high into the air. Then, with a gentle flick, the armor, brittle from the piercing point, shattered into pieces, and blood-red flesh and steel fell into the snow below. Looking around, there were at least 30 piles of flesh scattered on the mountaintop, gradually being covered by the wind and snow. Boredom and testing. The Valkyrie reached up to untie her headband, and her slightly disheveled hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She then recoiled it in her white, jade-like hands. She suddenly looked down and felt in her pocket, finding a small prop with a tiny tail that was vibrating slightly. How do you use this thing? Schaffelin hesitated for a moment, as if remembering, and gently tapped it with her finger. Instantly, an elderly voice came from inside. Schaffelin, don't be in a hurry to leave the Pale Cliffs. A group of unidentified individuals is approaching from the Frostwolf territory toward the Pale Cliffs. Understood, Father. Frandin turned off the device known as a headset and then looked at the iron bird resting on his desk. It turns out you did not deceive me. Now, we can discuss the matters of cooperation. How should I address you? The intelligent drone projected a blurred figure, and a cold electronic synthesized voice came from the speaker. You may call us Dawn, esteemed Emperor Frandin Rainy Eyes. Dawn, huh? Frandin's eyes moved slightly. Then you all. Assisting Narya in this war, what is it that you seek? Pharaoh's assistance is due to the threat from the Sky Fortress. What do you require from Narya in return for your help? Reciprocity is inseparable from gain, especially with this suddenly emerging unfamiliar force. It cannot simply be out of goodwill. Frandin was willing to pay a reasonable price in exchange for Dawn and the forces behind it, but all demands must be laid bare and discussed openly. No need to worry. Our assistance to Narya is for two purposes. Firstly, the divine knowledge in Pharaoh's hands. Secondly, the Sky Fortress needs Narya to continue its blockade. There are no areas of dimensional collapse within Pharaoh that can remain peaceful, but interfering with the stability of the Sky Fortress contradicts our development plans. As for new cooperation proposals after the war ends, our goal is, in September, the sky was filled with continuous rain. To say it was gentle would be too mild. To say it was torrential would be too harsh. A downpour is a good description, and in this pouring night rain, a brothel was quickly sealed off, with dozens of officials present, all for that elderly man who had been listening to music in this alley for 30 years. The heavy rain flowed down the officials' cheeks, quickly soaking them. The weather, which had already turned slightly cold, made their wet clothes rapidly draw away their body heat. But they had no intention of entering. Instead, they silently waited, as hunting comes with risks. They came to stabilize the situation, making it safer for the hunt to engage in combat. Of course, the rumored hunter himself also liked to do this. He was said to be a martial arts fanatic. 2 footsteps echoed in the alley, accompanied by a woman's persuasion. Are you really not considering taking me with you? Fan Changrong is very dangerous. He was already at the 4th level when he committed his crime, and you would be at a disadvantage fighting him. Hey, don't just brush it off with a smile. The officials glanced curiously toward the corner of the long alley. The woman came with the hunter. It was said they were from the same school, and the one beside her was likely the hunter. Their curiosity was quickly satisfied. It was a tall young man dressed in a black outfit with red edges, old cloth shoes, holding an oiled paper umbrella, with a smile that made one feel good. Looking gentle and amiable, he was just a bit short, not even 2 meters tall, somewhat petite. That delicate young man is the hunter? Also, aren't his cloth shoes going to get wet in the rain? The young woman hiding under the umbrella felt somewhat unwilling and continued to persuade. I have no objection to you wanting a fair fight with him, but this is inherently unfair. He has been practicing Qi for 30 years. How many days have you practiced? This is unfair to you. Bringing me along will absolutely not affect you. Hey, say something. Don't just smile. The young man softly replied, squeak. I. Before the young woman could say anything more, Fang Ye had already looked up at the brothel not far away and flexed his fingers. I need an opponent who can put pressure on me. He is very suitable. Whatever I say, I have to go in with you to avoid any accidents. The young woman couldn't help but grit her teeth and stamp her foot. She had not interfered with Fang Ye before, but this time it was just too dangerous. A few days ago, the master suddenly said he had something to do and was going far away, asking her to take Fang Ye to practice, and even gave her a token. Hunting by order, independent of the court official system, it is an organization that specifically manages martial offenses in the Jianghu, equivalent to a governor, with the authority to mobilize local officials and a 100-man army, as well as an affiliated intelligence system to track down major criminals who harm the common people of Guhua. Hunting by order, kill all who encounter. Those on the wanted list of hunters have no need to leave survivors. They are all heinous criminals. Among them are not few 4th and 5th level Qi practitioners, and the top of the wanted list even includes an 8th level Great Qi practitioner. Fang Ye and Nian Hua followed the information sent by the Black Falcon and fought their way in, training in real combat without neglect. Fang Ye was responsible for single combat, while Nian Hua watched the show. However, today's wanted criminal was different. He might have already achieved the 5th level. Much stronger than Fang Ye, Nian Hua found it somewhat challenging to face a 5th level Qi practitioner, let alone Fang Ye. Yet, Fang Ye shook his head with a firm tone. You just hold the line. He left Nian Hua at the entrance of the Flower and Willow Alley and walked in alone. The guards controlling the entrance suddenly noticed that wherever Fang Ye walked, the accumulated water flowed away to the sides. Fang Ye headed towards the depths of the Flower and Willow Alley, where his opponent, Fan Changrong, was located. Before he got too close, a human head was thrown out from the gate of the brothel, rolling into the water and staining the ground with blood. At this moment, the brothel was filled with the smell of blood, pungent and overwhelming, and eerily quiet. Fang Ye arrived at the entrance and saw only a frightened courtesan trembling and huddling with her zither on the stage. An old man in a long gown and straw sandals squinted at Fang Ye, looking him up and down, and suddenly burst into laughter. revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth. "I know who you are, working with the court's heavenly hunt, wearing a long gown, cloth shoes, and carrying an oiled paper umbrella. You, little one, look more like an old man than I do." Fang Ye took out a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and read aloud. "Fan Changrong, involved in the deaths of 12 people, implicating 114 others, with 17 unresolved murder cases. Judicial verdict, death without mercy." Of course, this was the official statement. Fan Changrong, who had been somewhat impatient, suddenly showed a hint of surprise, and his smile deepened. "Then, what's your view outside of the official statement?" Fang Ye flicked his fingers, and the white paper turned to dust and fell. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and calmly met Fan Changrong's gaze. "It's not that grand. I'm not familiar with them. I can't be indignant just because you killed some strangers. I just need an opponent, so that's why I'm here to find you in them." Fan Changrong finally stepped out of the brothel's door, but as he approached within 5 feet, the pouring rain seemed to slide off him, not touching a drop. A bloody aura emanated from him, not a union of man and heaven, but a simple display, clashing in momentum with Fang Ye. Another young man diving headfirst into this quagmire. "I've seen plenty like you. But kid, Chi practitioners have been on the decline for almost 1,000 years. The Earth immortals disappeared. Chi practitioners fell. There are no more celestial abodes in the heavens, and the world has become a graveyard for heroes. The fire guns made by mortals in the West can easily match the work of an ordinary Chi practitioner over a decade. What are you seeking?" Fan Changrong hunched over, grinning strangely, carrying a hint of mockery, though he seemed to be questioning in despair. "What are you seeking?" Fang Ye looked up at the sky, where dark clouds loomed, seemingly foreshadowing the end of Chi practitioners, with no hope left. According to Nianhua, it was said that at some point, the upper limit for Chi practitioners had been steadily declining. Currently, the 9th level was considered peak, and the once legendary Earth Immortals seemed like mere tales. Fang Ye felt that what Nianhua referred to as Earth Immortals should be the level of divine beings, above 10th level Chi practitioners but below divine-tiered demigods. "I don't care about that." He shook his head slightly. "Since I started cultivating Chi, I never thought about these things. I don't care about the Earth Immortals or the unclear future. I just trained to become stronger." Fan Changrong was somewhat taken aback. "You don't want to reach the level of Earth Immortal?" "Earth Immortal? If that path is blocked, I can find another to continue on. Besides, if they are truly Earth Immortals, perhaps I would rather fight them." Fang Ye withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at Fan Changrong. "Just like I want to fight you." Hearing this unexpected answer, Fan Changrong was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he looked at Fang Ye with a peculiar gaze. "Odd fellow, you really are born at the wrong time." He muttered some vague words, laughing and frowning at times, but eventually he slowly straightened his back, and his spine crackled with shocking sounds like metal clashing. Fan Changrong looked at Fang Ye with an appreciative gaze, but his words were different, a bit foolish, but still admirable. "Just hope your skills are as tough as your tongue. If you survive, take my share and weigh it against the Earth Immortals, if they're still alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Changrong's chest vibrated slightly, and an invisible aura shattered the rain curtain, causing large raindrops to disintegrate into water droplets, pelting down on Fang Ye. A clash of momentum, perhaps? Fang Ye did not retreat a single step, his expression calm, and with a push of his paper umbrella, he sent it out of the battlefield. With a light grunt, an invisible force surged from within him to meet the oncoming attack. Bang! A silent explosion echoed in the air as the two men's auras collided, and in that instant, the raindrops within a 3-foot radius above them shattered into mist, while the rainwater on the ground was churned into countless waves, pushing outward. In the midst of the storm, only the two of them clashed with their energies, the heavy rain unable to approach. Fang Ye swayed slightly, but did not take a single step back, stabilizing his stance, while Fan Changrong retreated slightly. This minute difference had already determined the outcome of their first exchange. What a peculiar technique, being able to control the energy after it leaves the body. Quite impressive. "Young man, interesting." Fan Changrong was not angry, but rather pleased. "Not quite there yet, not on par with my senior sister, if it comes to real combat. You might be in disarray and unable to hold your ground." Fang Ye's expression remained calm as he took up a stance, drawing back his bow. "Old man, today, no one else will interfere in this fight. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Chapter 50. Times have changed, 9. 2 Revision. The sound of bricks shattering echoed through Huayuli Alley, with debris even flying out of the narrow lane. Kid, what are you hiding from? Weren't you going to kill me? Fan Changrong sneered as he retracted his fist. Or are you hoping to be killed by me? Fang Ye glanced at the blue stone wall that had crumbled under Fan's punch, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was no technique, just pure strength. A 5th-tier Qi practitioner, which is about the level of a B-grade lower-tier contract executor. But he could still take it. Come on. Fan Changrong lifted his right foot and then stomped down heavily, his whole body enveloped in a blood-red haze, illuminating the alley. As his foot came down, the stone-paved ground instantly sank, the edges spreading like waves, splashing several centimeters of standing water into the air, which was then shattered by Fan's rushing body. This nearly 80-year-old man was extraordinarily robust, and with the larger physique of an ancient Chinese, Fang Ye, who stood at 1.9 meters, appeared particularly small in comparison. This time, Fang Ye did not dodge. After more than half a month of gathering qi, he had reached a considerable level, and it no longer erupted randomly. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, the amount of qi Fang Ye possessed was still only at the level of a 2nd-tier qi practitioner. Since they were gambling with their lives, he didn't care about getting wet. He took half a step back, slightly bending his waist to absorb the impact. Fan Changrong leaned forward, his feet shifting slightly, as if about to jump. His body lifted, but just before his toes left the ground, his center of gravity sank. His right hand shot up, fingers splayed, and he fiercely slapped down towards Fang Ye's head. Fang Ye decisively stepped to the side, knowing that he couldn't take that palm strike directly. However, with Fan's long reach, he could only change his strategy when they were close. At this moment, Fang Ye turned sideways, stepping in to deliver an elbow strike. The qi in his body surged, concentrating at one point, ready to explode. Meanwhile, Fan Changrong's right hand was still raised, exposing his midsection, and just as Fang Ye was about to strike his elbow into Fan's chest, Fan's already low center of gravity shifted again. His body tilted counterclockwise, and the descending right hand suddenly folded inward, striking down towards Fang Ye's neck with an elbow. TSK. Fang Ye compared their sizes and realized that before his elbow could hit Fan's chest, Fan's right elbow would break his neck first. He had to abandon his offensive rhythm, changing his top elbow into a defensive block. When Fan's elbow came crashing down, Fang Ye felt as if a mountain was smashing down on him rather than just a person's elbow. The qi in his body surged up to meet Fan's overwhelming force, but after a brief clash, it was forcefully dispersed and sank down, transferring the impact into the ground. In that moment, the collision of their qi exploded in the rain, causing the ground beneath Fang Ye to erupt, sending debris flying and shaking the entire Huayuli Alley. Oof. Fang Ye grunted softly, a metallic taste rising in his throat, his insides burning as if on fire. He felt momentarily stiff from the blow, while Fan Changrong remained unharmed. Taking advantage of Fang Ye's energy to adjust his center of gravity, he leaned back and lifted his right foot for a straight kick. In the bloodlight, the flash of sound cones could be seen. Fang Ye could only curl his right arm in front of him, and then he was engulfed by the explosive blood-red haze, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through a wall of a tavern and rolling inside, smashing several tables in the process. The aftermath of Fan's kick crushed half of the tavern, with bricks and with splintering, walls collapsing. Coughing, Fang Ye stood up from the rubble, his skin showing an abnormal dark red hue, with a hint of decay that was visibly deepening. Was Fan Changrong's essence corrosive, or was it toxic? Fang Ye spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted qi, moving his nearly dislocated right arm, and met Fan Changrong's gaze, who approached leisurely. It made sense that the Glorious Federation divided the 10 sequences into pairs. Fang Ye's overall biological energy level had reached sequence 4, and under Zhang Sun's training, his micromanipulation of his body and qi had significantly improved, clearly surpassing Fan Changrong. However, facing a sequence 5 practitioner, who was only one level above him, he found himself in such a difficult situation. That kick could easily flip a main battle tank. If Fang Ye hadn't absorbed the impact, he would have been kicked over 100 meters away by now. This old man might not be far from the sixth tier. You are stronger than I imagined, but not by much. Fan Changrong stepped through the puddles, the water tainted by his qi, soon emitting a nauseating stench. A bit of talent, but a shame you don't know your limits. It's rather disappointing. If only your skills were as sharp as your tongue, I would be the one looking foolish now. As Fan approached, a fish-patterned staff wrapped in silver smoke suddenly flew towards him, accompanied by a series of slicing sounds aimed at his head. Fan Changrong was startled, instinctively turning his head to dodge. The staff missed and embedded itself in the floor, after which the qi erupted violently, and in the shaking of Huayuli Alley, it was blasted open, leaving a 30-meter deep pit with only the still trembling staff remaining intact, while the surrounding blue stone slabs had been reduced to granules the size of rice. Oh, what a beautiful girl! Is she your girlfriend? Fan Changrong pointed at Fang Ye with a strange laugh. Ha! You swear that this fight is between just us, but what about this young lady? She seems to have a connection with you. She is not an outsider. Nianhua's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she reached for the chain at her waist, coldly laughing. Well said, but I don't listen. My junior brother always says not to reason with women. Remember this. In your next life, avoid my aunt. However, Fang Ye interrupted Nianhua just as she was about to act. Sister, I told you not to interfere. Fang Ye ripped apart his tattered clothing, the qi in his body flowing continuously, driving Fan Changrong's qi out of him. He took advantage of the gradually growing rain to wash his face, then opened his eyes, which were filled with excitement. Old man, she won't to interfere in our fight anymore. Let us continue. It had been a long time. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a strong opponent, but one whose disparity wasn't too great. Defeating such an opponent would bring a sufficient sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, I'm not that particularly rigid of a person, so sorry, old man. As Fang Ye spoke, a slight tremor ran through the back of his neck. The intelligent combat assistance chip had activated, synchronizing with the mainframe of the Dawn. Computing power support acquired. The mechanical, completely flat, synthesized voice sounded like heavenly music to Fang Ye. The first version of the assistance chip had just been freshly released, and after completing the installation with the help of the intelligent drone, he had only activated it once, familiarizing himself with the sensation and vision after using the chip, but had not truly tested it in combat. Now, it was time to see how effective the first-generation algorithm programmed by Dawn and Future would be in practice. Theoretically, this algorithm could enhance Fang Ye's combat ability by 60, allowing him to confront Fan Changrong directly. Of course, as Fang Ye had said, he was a soldier and not rigid. If he still found it difficult to defeat Fan Changrong with the chip's assistance, then he would have the fortune of experiencing Fang Ye's pseudo-fallen physique. Then let us see. Fan Changrong sneered, stepping forward with fingers clawing, aiming for Fang Ye's neck. Fang Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and his vision was filled with numerous cross-sectional diagrams, overflowing with blue, white, and black lines. In the lower right corner, Fan Changrong's movements were analyzed frame by frame, predicting the opponent's actions based on muscle contractions, seamlessly connecting brainwaves. Skipping Fang Ye's own thoughts to list various counterattack methods, the mind was much faster than the body. When a chip faster than Fang Ye's thoughts delivered the answer, his brain only needed to make a simplified multiple-choice decision. Almost at the same time that Fan Changrong lunged at Fang Ye raised his hand, fingers together, as if Fan Changrong had offered his wrist to Fang Ye. In astonishment, Fan Changrong hurriedly changed his move, but just as he pulled back his right hand to switch to a left-hand straight punch, Fang Ye's empty right hand had already executed a rebound hammer strike to Fan Changrong's face. With a dull thud, Fang Ye frowned slightly, realizing he had miscalculated. The tension of his first real battle caused a resonance error, and this punch had not broken through the defense. The blood-colored mist, which had almost been dispersed by the hammer, began to recondense. Fan Changrong, bewildered, wanted to create distance. Just as his right foot stepped back, he saw Fang Ye kick his left leg's bend. This time, Fang Ye did not make a mistake. Shockwave, penetrating force. A sharp glint flashed in Fang Ye's eyes as he resonated with the energy. The swirling vortex at Fan Changrong's knee wavered slightly, then became hazy as if shrouded in fog. The dispersed energy could not stop Fang Ye's kick. After the energy was neutralized, it was a collision of flesh. But how could a Qi practitioner with dispersed energy contend with Fang Ye, who was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, in a head-on clash? With a crack, Fan Changrong's knee twisted abnormally. You know something's wrong. Fan Changrong felt both alarmed and furious. This guy in front of him suddenly seemed like a different person, as if he could foresee the future. However, Fang Ye rarely spoke harshly during fights because villains often perish from excessive chatter. After successfully exploiting a flaw with one strike, Fang Ye's subsequent target became exceptionally clear. Under the chip's high-intensity calculations, he pressured Fan Changrong, and after each suppression, he would deliver a heavy blow to Fan Changrong's left leg. Not far away, the onlooking Nianhua, who had been holding her breath in tension, could not help but widen her eyes. Is this the breakthrough in battle from the stories? She found it somewhat unbelievable. There were many Qi practitioners in Guhua, roughly 1 in every 20, but most were self-taught. Thus, many people yearned for those powerful martial artists. Imagining the duels between masters. In folk tales, the fated duel between two arch-rivals often included moments of sudden enlightenment during battle, breaking through to higher realms. Nianhua used to love such stories because the dramatic twists made them more interesting, but after gaining some understanding of the principles of Qi cultivation under her master's guidance, she realized that stories were just stories. In reality, Qi practitioners did not have breakthroughs during combat. The essence of gathering Qi was the body resonating with the spiritual energy's rhythm in a specific way, which had extremely harsh conditions. The accumulation of Qi required a transformation that came from a continuous process of nurturing one's abilities, consuming Qi all the while. During a fight, Qi was already being consumed. In life and death struggles, how could one find time to control their body to resonate with the world's spiritual energy? The non-standard resonance could absorb very little Qi, making it difficult to sustain in battle, let alone nurture one's abilities. However, the scene before her was shaking her beliefs. After all, her junior had gone from being suppressed to now pressing Fan Changrong down. The gap was beyond imagination. What other reason could explain this besides a temporary breakthrough? Nianhua set aside her concerns for Fang Ye's safety and began to wonder about the changes in her junior. Could it be hidden strength? Fang Ye was unaware of what Nianhua was thinking. With the chip's assistance, he repeatedly anticipated his opponent's moves. Occasionally, when he misjudged, the chip could instantly correct it. Fan Changrong's every counterattack was ineffective as he was battered by Fang Ye's overwhelming offense. Sensing Fang Ye's continued precision in anticipating his moves, but noticing that the power behind each strike was gradually decreasing, Fan Changrong suddenly realized something. Your realm is lower than mine, and your Qi is almost depleted, right? Fan Changrong suddenly laughed, his smile fierce, his gaze dark as he looked at Fang Ye. If you can't kill me before your Qi runs out, then the one who dies will be you. Fang Ye's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the short cultivation time was a hard setback. Even though the breathing method he had summarized for himself was far more efficient than others, aided by Zhang Sun's Qi gathering realm, the accumulation of Qi still could not be achieved overnight. After nearly 5 minutes of intense combat, Fang Ye and Fan Changrong had shattered half of Huakuei Alley with their bare hands, demolishing over 500 square meters of buildings, leaving no intact bricks on the ground, only broken ruins everywhere. This was the damage exchanged for Qi. But suddenly, Fang Ye's brow relaxed. He sensed the nearly exhausted Qi within him, stepped back, turned his head to look around, and his eyes brightened as he ran to a pile of ruins and began digging. The nearly incapacitated Fan Changrong stood up with the support of Qi, glancing warily at the suddenly fierce-looking Nianhua, then taunted Fang Ye. What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to determine life and death, strength and weakness, high and low? Or are you planning to let your little lover take action? Fang Ye had already stood up with a smile, holding that oil paper umbrella. Don't worry, old man, this battle is between the two of us. Now is the final moment. Fang Ye's smile was radiant. Even though his wounds had not healed and blood was oozing from his mouth and nose due to the intense movement, it could not hide his joy. Fan Changrong was certain in his heart that this kid claimed not to be pedantic, but was actually extremely pedantic. He was planning to kidnap him to escape later. So, As the two faced each other from a distance, Fan Changrong suddenly charged at Fang Ye, looking frenzied, laughing maniacally as he prepared to declare his victory. Bang! A flash of arc lightning, and only one person remained standing amidst the ruins of Huakue Alley. Fang Ye twisted the umbrella handle, retracting the gun barrel that had extended, elegantly opening the umbrella, glancing at the lifeless Fan Changrong, and sneering. Times have changed, old man. Chapter 51, Rekindling the Fire, 9. For major revision, Fort Xiaohe was established during the reign of the former king of Pharaoh, Delhi Mo's Charlie, as a strategic point that served both as a trade hub and a border fortress, positioned opposite the Narian border outpost of Kinisaro, influenced by the geographical environment of Naria. Fort Xiaohe is also shrouded in wind and snow year-round. Unlike the Narians, who have adapted to the extreme cold, the Faroese find it difficult to adjust to the harsh weather here, especially the new recruits. After the conscription order was issued in Pharaoh, a large number of young men were forcibly enlisted and underwent 2 months of intensive training before being mixed in with veteran soldiers and transported here by train. Although there were heating rituals, they proved inadequate for the sudden influx of 100,000 troops. The day after their arrival, many soldiers were already exhibiting low-grade fevers. One of the new recruits, who had developed a fever, felt his limbs cold while his head throbbed with heat, dizzy yet forcing himself to eat the coarse porridge that had just been cooked a few minutes before freezing. During lunch, the officers were dining indoors at Fort Xiaohe, while most soldiers could only stand outside holding iron boxes or return to their drafty tents. The sound of aluminum lunchboxes and iron spoons scraping together made Ma feel particularly uncomfortable, nearly causing him to retch. He wiped the sweat from his neck, the cold wind mixed with snowflakes providing brief relief, but soon he fell back into a deeper discomfort. Several sections of the train tracks in the rear had been blown apart, and it was said that there had also been explosions in the industrial area of the suburbs of Ledan. Nearby, a veteran was smoking a hand-rolled cigarette, leaning against a training target and gazing into the distance, snorting dismissively. If the logistics can't even be managed, how do they expect to fight? He was an old hand, having enlisted at the end of the Bright War, often mocking the upper echelons, and still a private, called back just 2 years after his discharge due to the conscription order. We're just a ragtag bunch, cannon fodder at the front. Another veteran openly laughed now. A native of Pharaoh might not even be a real Faroese, maybe just a Pharaoh beast, no. Perhaps even less than a beast. The old hands burst into laughter, exchanging jests and curses. The new recruits remained silent, watching as the startled orderlies rushed out with whips, scolding and striking the veterans. Is Pharaoh really in such disarray? Ma hazily recalled the night of the reforms over a decade ago, when the newly ascended Speaker Zilliman resolutely abandoned the throne, hanging dozens of nobles, implementing a parliamentary system, and issuing new decrees. He remembered how people cheered and rallied around the speaker that day. From the Grand Council to Bright Square, from Ladin to Katabina, flowers were raised high, shaking in a sea of blossoms, voices filled with hope and trust calling out the same name. As a child, he had walked beneath the outstretched arms of the people, trying to see the towering figure of Zilliman giving a speech from the podium. He was a bit dazed, staring at the fortress gate where the assault team had just returned. They had left as an 80-man squad, but had only 5 return, with no sign of the veterans. Bloody new recruits gasped for breath, some clutching dog tags stained with blood, sitting on the ground, occasionally shuddering with fright, tears streaming down their faces. Boff was dead. A veteran who had just been whipped rubbed the marks on his face and strode over, reaching to pry the dog tag from the new recruit's grasp, but startled the dazed soldier, who clung tightly to the tag, curling up. "Enough, kid, enough, wake up. You're back at the fortress now." The veteran slapped the recruit lightly and shouted into his ear, "You're safe." Boff had a big and a small child at home, relying on Julian alone to raise them. The veteran who had initially mocked the logistics spat the end of his last cigarette on the ground, walked over, took the dog tag, wiped off some of the congealed blood, looked at the inscription, and spoke in a low voice. Ma pressed his lips together, thinking of his newly married wife back home, feeling even colder, shrinking into his wooden seat without a word. The veteran shoved the dog tag into his pants pocket and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Maybe I should write a letter of farewell to my family in advance. Hey, Nissa, I've just arrived at Lucasport, and it's really cold here. An area snows all year round, and the snow on the ground can bury my entire calf. The environment is terrible, but the atmosphere is quite good. Although sometimes I hear some not-so-nice words from those drunken guys. But our family runs a tavern, right? Drunken people are always like this. From a seawall at Lucasport, I can already see the storm over the Black Heron Sea. By the light God, it's such a breathtaking sight. But it's okay. In a couple of days, the Black Heron Sea will calm down, and the storm will take a brief pause. By then, our ship will reach the legendary Holler. Although there are many criminals and bad people there, we are a merchant convoy. The first mate says that ships like ours will be treated as VIPs upon revealing our identity in Holler. Haha. If the voyage goes smoothly, we will unload our goods in Holler and then head to Guhua from the other side of the Black Heron Sea, using the gold coins earned in Holler to buy a lot of local specialties from Guhua, then sell them to the wealthy lords of Pharaoh. By then, I'll bring you back a souvenir. After this trip, I can save up 200 divine grace gold coins. Don't you like that dress from Mrs. Fillin's shop? Just wait. When I come back, I'll buy it for you. Some wrinkled paper lay in the girl's hand, with not-so-good handwriting and simple words, yet represented precious, familial affection. Nissa, a hoarse, irritable voice came from downstairs. I'm coming. The optimistic girl put down the letter, wiped her eyes, and changed her face to a smile as she opened the door, hurrying towards the hotel owner's counter. Dad? The hotel owner, his eyes bloodshot, shoved a pen and paper into her hands, pointing to the noisy hotel lobby. I'm going to the wine cellar to get some wine. You keep track of the accounts, don't miss anything. The owner reeked of smoke and alcohol, his eyes no longer bright as they once were, now clouded and murky. He hadn't tended to his hygiene for several days, appearing somewhat greasy, yet judging by his state, he didn't care. Nissa looked at her father as slightly hunched back and couldn't help but rub her eyes. The smile she had worked so hard to maintain slowly faded. Nissa turned her gaze to the sky outside the window, where the miraculous sky fortress stood quietly. Not long ago, Nissa had been jumping with joy with her friends at the real appearance of such fairy tale-like things as the sky fortress, celebrating among the crowd. How amazing! They invented a castle that can fly in the sky. What's it like up there? Is it like in fairy tales, with gardens, flying horses, and little fairies? Nissa had always thought her world was far removed from war. She was somewhat naive, forever believing in beautiful stories, trusting that heroes would protect the common people, believing in miracles and those who create them. Until the bad news arrived, her innocent, small, and pure world was brutally torn apart. And then she realized that there were no gardens, flying horses, or fairies in the Sky Fortress. Only guns, cannonballs, and wizards. The Sky Fortress was not beautiful. War was close to everyone, including herself. Her brother would never return. Why did all this happen? Reform? I really believed is nonsense. Has this country ever truly changed anything? The nobility is always high above, and the members of parliament have never spoken for the common people. The congressmen are merely a facade, making the grotesque bloodsuckers that feed off ordinary people appear somewhat less unsightly. But what does it matter if it looks good? We are the ones being persecuted. The angry shouts condemn those well-dressed lords. They have never changed, as greedy and foolish as ever. Look at this newspaper. The vanguard of the Pharaoh Expeditionary Force has suffered repeated setbacks at the Neria border, with thousands dead and injured. The newspaper from the Dawn Press prints the most genuine images from the battlefield. This newly emerged press has exposed more than once the exaggerated advantages and victories proclaimed by the Pharaoh High Command, merely fabricating lies to soothe the public. They distribute newspapers for free, harshly criticizing the ugliness of the nobility, calling for everyone to resist the war and to protest. Yet within just 2 days, the Guard began to confiscate these newspapers and classify the act of hoarding and spreading them as a crime. However, this only pushed the deeply resentful Pharaoh people further towards the Dawn Press. The somewhat portly man angrily pounded the table, filled with righteous indignation. Look, since our good speaker took office, what have we endured? He promoted the light revolution, abolished our industries with those damned magical factories. Don't we need to live? Without work? There is no income. How many of our compatriots froze or starved to death in despair that winter, whether forced or voluntary? We gave everything to support this unjust war of aggression, allowing many innocent people to perish in the fires of war. The so-called Light War was supposed to be bright, but it ultimately ended in disaster. It betrayed our expectations and trust, turning our friends, our children, fathers, and husbands into cold numbers on the casualty list. And now, 10 years, just 10 years have passed, and Parliament has once again launched an aggressive war. These 1,000 compatriots dead on the border are a sign. We are about to repeat the same mistake. The man excitedly raised the newspaper in his hand, waving it vigorously. Can't we have our own peaceful life? Nisha listened silently to the man's roar, and everyone in the tavern had fallen silent, whether in sadness, anger, or silence, listening to this voice full of unwillingness. Is this country really that bad? Nisha didn't know. She had never traveled far, and life was not difficult, as her father and elder brother shielded her from the storm, leaving her unable to discern the right or wrong of these words. However, looking at the tear-brimmed eyes in the tavern, Nisha found her answer. The somewhat portly man was pacing, breathing heavily like an old blower or an angry bull, snorting and glaring, suddenly turning around to face the gazes from all directions, shouting loudly, "Why don't we protest? We cannot expect those who only cherish their own feathers to understand our pain. We must raise our own voices." A deafening declaration burst from his throat. For our friends, our children, for our families. He was interrupted as two guards rushed into the tavern, kicking the man and brutally striking his head with iron rods, causing him to scream in pain. This man is a spy. Everything he says is nonsense. Did you hear that? Keep your mouth shut. Listen up. Any of these unidentified newspapers found must be turned in. Private possession is absolutely not allowed. What's written here is all lies. Spread rumors, and you'll be hanged. One guard dragged the bloodied man towards the door, while another indifferently held up the newspaper the man had brought, shook it, crumpled it into a ball, and stomped on it, glaring at the somewhat flustered patrons before slamming the tavern door shut as he left. In the ensuing silence, the innkeeper, hearing the commotion, nervously came out, relaxed a bit upon seeing Nisha was unharmed, then frowned at the overturned tables and asked Nisha, "What happened here?" As he asked, someone in the tavern quietly said, "Is that newspaper really fake?" No one answered. "Does it matter whether it's true or false? I know that guy. His name is Lichai Munning, a carpenter for the East District. He has lived here for over 20 years. If speaking the truth has become a crime, this country is truly hopeless." The man who spoke gently touched the scar on his face, walked to the tavern door, picked up the crumpled paper, and put it in his pocket. "If you want to report me, go ahead. Let us see if this old soldier who crawled out of a pile of corpses during the Light War is a spy, huh?" A spy, the man chuckled self-deprecatingly, opened the tavern door, and limped away. A young man, about to enter, quickly stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the limping veteran, and only withdrew his gaze after entering the tavern, as he just showed a smile. He sensed a strange atmosphere in the tavern, and Kuden T helped scratching his head. "Hey, what is going on, everyone?" Nisha's pupils reflected the face, smiling in confusion, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. "What's wrong? Nisha, Dad, you too? Hey, friend, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little double vision. You guys could drag me along." On the street, two guards were quietly discussing with Lai Chai. One guard fell silent for a moment and said softly, "Actually, you don't need to die. This fire has already been lit, and it will only grow bigger on its own." Lai Chai lay on the ground, his eyes looking up at the sky above. "Do you feel it?" "What?" "The sky. The sky. I don't know when it started, but when I look up, I suddenly realize that the blue sky in my memory seems to have been gone for a long time. Now it has unknowingly been covered with a thin veil, turning gray." Lai Chai seemed to be indicating something, or perhaps just comparing the past and present skies. "Oh, maybe it's fog." One guard looked up at the sky. "Those factories emit black smoke every day, and sometimes there is also impure magical energy leaking out." "Is that so?" "I actually don't resent the emergence of those magical machines and steam machines. Their existence is actually a good thing. They are highly efficient." Lai Chai murmured as if in a daze, "I work for a day, and those machines in the factory only take the time of a meal, which could make many scarce items abundant, lower prices, and make our lives easier. It should have been like this. Perhaps the scholars think so, but those noble lords certainly do not. prying a copper coin from their hands is harder than reaching for the sky. Lai Chai chuckled a few times. What did the people of Dawn say? As long as the power to regulate prices is not taken from the capitalists, productivity will never go where it should. The richer the capitalists are, the less they are willing to loosen their grip on every single penny. The less they are willing to loosen their grip, the richer they become. Thus, the rich use money to seize money, and the poor will never have money. Well said. If our resistance had the articles provided by the Dawn Press for propaganda back then, perhaps we wouldn't have lost. It's not too late now. The spark that was once extinguished can be ignited again. I am bound to die, but I die willingly. If my death can keep this spark burning forever, Lai Chai, as consciousness began to fade. He mumbled something indistinctly, but it was already inaudible. The two guards looked at each other in silence, bowing their heads and paying their respects to Lai Chai in their hearts. As the new history of Pharaoh begins to be written, Lai Chai Munning will be the most vivid stroke in the tale of awakening the numb hearts of the people. On this day, the man hanged in the square of light suddenly reminded one of a name forgotten deep in memory. Rosalind. Chapter 52, Ancient Tomb? Sacred Ground. Guest arriving is usually a lively affair, but after just a couple of exchanges, the expression on Yinhua's face darkened. She glanced at the few wandering clan youths and coldly said, I really thought it was guests who came, but it turns out you're here to cause trouble. What a disrespect. There were 5 people who came to find Dong Yumin, 4 men and 1 woman. The leading middle-aged man, named Su Huaicai, wore a nonchalant smile as he leaned over to look at the stone table behind him, finding it filled with young boys, none of whom had facial hair, which made him even less concerned. In the world of literature, there is no first. In the world of martial arts, there is no second. We are here to explore the tomb, which is a life-threatening endeavor. We must compare strengths and choose a more capable leader to be responsible for our lives. Initially, they were supposed to invite young Master Dong, and by coincidence, they ran into this person, so they decided to come together. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is... Su Huaicai was about to introduce the woman at the back of the group when Yinhua interrupted him. No need to put on a show here. I'm very familiar with the gossip from Changqinglan. Yinhua had no doubt that Su Huaicai had ill intentions. She initially thought they were recruiting for a nationwide hunt and exploring ancient tombs, but now it seemed they were merely looking for trouble. Did Dong Yumin have any grievances with these people? Oh, Su Huaicai was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yinhua more closely. Which sect are you from? What's your surname? He looked respectable, but unfortunately, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The old mountain master died early.